Chapter 1. Behind the Curtain and the Dawn of Rebirth. Since the fall of Voldemort, that haunting image has shadowed him, repeatedly invading his dreams. The curtain, the foreboding veil that swallowed Sirius's fate. The last time he revisited the Department of Mysteries, Sirius was forever gone. The world has finally come to grasp the truth about Voldemort. Yet the cost of this revelation has been unbearably steep, so heavy that it has birthed no gratitude within him. Once the truth is exposed to the light, the ensuing onslaught becomes even more frenzied and unrestrained. He pondered briefly why he found himself in this place. Ginny was at home, pregnant, and in need of him. Yet, he felt as though his feet were nailed to the ground. Voldemort was indeed dead, but there remained so many others. Those kind souls who should not have perished. He counted the steps as he descended, ultimately arriving once more at the spot where Sirius had fallen. Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore, Hedwig, Moody, Dobby, Ted Tonks, Remus, Colin Creevey, Tonks, Snape, Fred, Merlin. Even Crabbe should not have met such an end. There were countless more names lost, each of whom was once a vital part of someone's life. Perhaps this was why he could not extricate himself, why he could not divert his gaze, and why, even at this moment, his feet remained rooted, unable to take a step toward escape. Harry jolted awake, his heart racing within his chest. He found himself sprawled on the floor, covered only by a rough, thin blanket, while outside, it seemed someone was attempting to break in. "Where's the cannon?" A voice unmistakably Dudley's echoed. Dudley? Where had that curtain transported him? Could this possibly be the day Hagrid first came to inform him about Hogwarts? It had to be, for he could not recall another occasion where he and Dudley would share sleep in this run-down seaside shack. A loud crash erupted behind him as Uncle Vernon comically stumbled into the room, tightly clutching an antiquated rifle. Harry could not suppress a snort that would be any use against Hagrid. Yet, his uncle clearly thought otherwise, as he bellowed toward the door. "Who's there? I warn you I have a gun." However, Harry had indeed considered that when someone attempts to force their way in, one could typically assume the intruder is armed as well. And judging by their demeanor, they seemed utterly unaware that a wizard was coming to find Harry. Who could brave such tempestuous weather, let alone expend the effort? Bang! The door was wrenched from its hinges and crashed to the floor. A giant figure filled the doorway. Imposing and formidable was Rubeus Hagrid. Harry had not planned for any of this, but instinct urged him to seize the opportunity. Life since Voldemort's defeat had not been too terrible, yet was far from idyllic. Perhaps he had been granted a second chance. If that were true, he would certainly not refuse it. "Could you make me a cup of tea?" "It's been quite a journey," Hagrid began, instantly diffusing the terrifying image he had just conjured. He strode toward the sofa, where Dudley stood frozen, petrified. "Move aside, you great lump." He watched Dudley scurry behind his mother, while Aunt Petunia shrank in terror behind her husband. "Harry, it's so good to finally see you. The last time I saw you, you were just a little tyke. You look so much like your father, but those eyes, they're exactly like your mother's. Sir, I command you to leave this instant." Uncle Vernon shrieked, his voice sharp and piercing with fear. "You are trespassing." "Oh, be quiet, Dudley, you old fool." Harry could not help but grin. The last time Hagrid had hurled such an insult at his uncle, Harry had been too stunned to appreciate it. When Hagrid effortlessly twisted the rifle into a pretzel, Harry's smile broadened even further. "In any case," Hagrid said, redirecting his attention back to Harry. His tone as casual as if he had merely hung up an umbrella. "Harry, happy birthday. I brought you something, though I may have accidentally sat on it during the journey. But it should still taste all right." He produced a slightly squished box, containing a chocolate cake adorned with green icing that crookedly read, "Happy birthday, Harry." Thank you very much," Harry said sincerely, accepting the cake. Yet he inwardly hoped Hagrid had not chosen the Slytherin colors, even if the green did complement his eyes. "You seem to know me, but since you mentioned you met me when I was a baby, perhaps you could formally introduce yourself?" Harry politely inquired. Hagrid chuckled softly. Of course. Ruby is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He extended his enormous palm, shaking Harry's arm vigorously, nearly lifting him off the ground. "How about that tea? I wouldn't refuse a strong brew." "I'm sorry, we rushed out and didn't bring any drinks," Harry replied apologetically. "No worries, I came prepared." Hagrid turned toward the fireplace, waiting for the flames to crackle to life before pivoting back. He then began to extract various items from the pockets of his moleskin coat, including sausages, a fork, a teapot, and a dozen other things. Uncle Vernon's face turned ashen, and he warned sharply, "Dudley, do not touch anything he gives you." Hagrid snorted in amusement. "Rest assured, Dudley, your fat son is plenty plump already. He doesn't need further feeding." Hagrid offered Harry a couple of sizzling sausages, which Harry gratefully accepted, though he soon felt that such an easy acceptance seemed somewhat dubious, prompting him to ask, "Hagrid, for more details. Everyone calls me Hagrid, you can just call me that too." "As I mentioned, I'm the keeper of keys at Hogwarts. You know about Hogwarts, right? Harry nodded. Of course I do. Uncle Vernon's eyes bulged like saucers. You know? Yes, Harry replied calmly. But how is that possible? We've been so careful to prevent you from coming into contact with any dangerous ideas. Where did you hear this nonsense about wizards? Wait, Hagrid roared, abruptly standing up. His massive frame trembled with rage, as if he might burst the entire little house apart. The Dursleys huddled together in fright, pressing tightly against the walls. You mean to tell me, he bellowed at the Dursleys, that you've told this child nothing at all about his true heritage? No. Harry shook his head with a hint of annoyance. They've said nothing. Hagrid appeared on the verge of exploding. Dursley, he thundered. Uncle Vernon turned pale, his lips trembling as he muttered incoherently, stammering syllables that sounded like stun spell. But if Dad hasn't told Harry anything, how would he know? Dudley ventured for the first time, peeking out from behind his mother. Hagrid immediately cast an expectant gaze upon Harry. He's right, Harry admitted. Well, for the past 10 years, there's always been someone on the street wanting to shake my hand, bowing and saying it's an honor to meet you, and such. Over time, you pick up on a few things. Just picking up is not enough. Harry, you must truly understand, but I do understand, Harry calmly interjected, about Hogwarts, about my parents, about Voldemort. Hagrid shuddered violently, his enormous frame quaking. Don't mention that name. Harry shrugged. I'm used to it, it's hard to change. However, if I need to camp again, I will certainly heed your advice. By the way, are we going to Diagon Alley tomorrow? Absolutely. Hagrid nodded vigorously. I will never spend a penny to have that old lunatic teach him tricks. Uncle Vernon shouted, mustering what little courage he had left. Harry had anticipated that Uncle Vernon would succumb to provoking Hagrid to in an instant. Hagrid swiftly raised his pink umbrella. Harry knew it concealed fragments of a broken wand and pointed it at Dudley. A violet flash streaked across the room, accompanied by a crackling sound akin to fireworks, followed by a sharp squeal resembling that of a pig. Dudley clutched his ample backside, hopping in place in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. As he turned, Harry clearly saw a twisted, rosy pigtail protruding from the back of his trousers. Uncle Vernon let out a furious yet terrified roar. He seized Aunt Petunia and the still squealing Dudley, dragging them into another room, and cast a fearful glare at Hagrid before slamming the door with a resounding thud. Hagrid gazed down at his umbrella, ruefully stroking his disheveled beard. I shouldn't have lost my temper, he muttered regretfully, but I never intended to succeed anyway. I meant to turn him entirely into a pig, but seeing as he already resembles one, it hardly matters. He covertly stole a glance at Harry from beneath his bushy eyebrows. I would greatly appreciate it if you could refrain from mentioning this to anyone at Hogwarts, he said in a lowered voice. Strictly speaking, you am not permitted to perform magic. They only allow me to do a few things, like finding you and delivering messages, which is one of the reasons I was so eager to take on this job. That of course, I won't say a word, Harry assured him. It's getting late, we should probably rest. You're right, Harry, Hagrid agreed, stifling a great yawn. We have much to do tomorrow. We need to head into town to gather all your textbooks and such. Hagrid removed his heavy black coat and tossed it to Harry. You can use this to sleep, he said. Don't mind the noise. I seem to recall there are 2 sleeping mice in one of the pockets. Chapter 2. Old Acquaintances and New Encounters. On the following morning, Harry awoke exceedingly early. Despite his awareness that daylight had long since broken, he stubbornly kept his eyes tightly shut. It is merely a dream, he resolutely reassured himself. I am dreaming of the day Hagrid came to inform me of my journey to Hogwarts. When I open my eyes, I shall find myself at home, lying beside Ginny. Just then, a resounding knock shattered the silence. It was little Hedwig tapping at the window. Harry thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief, yet still remained unmoved. Top, top, top. All right, Harry finally mumbled, I shall get up. He sat up, and Hagrid's heavy coat slipped from his shoulders. The storm had passed, and sunlight flooded the small cabin. Hagrid himself was deeply asleep on the half-collapsed sofa, while outside, an owl persistently pecked at the glass, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet in its beak. Harry's heart sank. This was not a dream. He quickly rose, paid the owl, and then placed the newspaper beside the still snoring Hagrid. He patiently listened as the half-giant elaborated on the important matters regarding Gringotts, and then they boarded the Dursley small boat, setting forth towards London and Diagon Alley. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through Harry at the thought of leaving the Dursleys to fend for themselves on a deserted island. He knew they would arrive home before him, but it was entirely their own doing. They soon arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. As he remembered, the patrons of the pub were eager to shake his hand. Eventually, a pale young man approached Harry, his left eye twitching horrifically. Professor Quirrell. Hagrid greeted warmly. Harry, Professor Quirrell will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts. Potter, Professor Quirrell stammered, grasping Harry's hand. I cannot express how delighted I am to meet you. For a moment, Harry felt a sense of disorientation, recalling how he had once endured the sensation of being touched by him. But he quickly realized that Quirrell had yet to be possessed, a fate that would befall him after his failed attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He also wondered why Quirrell had a stutter throughout the entire year. Even without his stammer, he could easily feign innocence, especially in contrast to Severus Snape, and, to be honest, the stuttering was quite bothersome. Moreover, according to Snape's memories, Dumbledore had been keeping a close watch on Quirrell from the very beginning. He speculated that Hagrid's omission of Quirrell's status as a first-year teacher was to prevent him from being frightened by the rumors surrounding the dark arts defense curse. Thus, Harry decided to broach the subject himself. "So, how long have you been teaching?" he inquired. "Well, actually, this is my first year," Quirrell replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "But I am very, very excited." "What subject do you teach?" Harry pressed on, fully aware of the answer. But understanding this was a typical question one would pose to a prospective instructor. "Defense against the dark arts," Professor Quirrell mumbled, as if the mere thought of it frightened him. Yes, without the burdensome responsibility of defending against dark magic, Quirrell and his master, Voldemort, would surely be much happier. "You shouldn't need it, should you, Potter?" He smiled nervously. "I suppose you need to gather all your supplies?" "I need to purchase a new book about vampires." Just the thought of it filled him with dread. Harry could not help but reflect that this was the first person in his memory who had attempted to take his life. The other patrons in the bar soon interrupted their conversation, and it took Hagrid nearly 10 minutes to rescue Harry from a throng of enthusiastic admirers. From that moment, events unfolded largely as he remembered, until he stepped into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to procure his uniform. Upon entering, Harry was momentarily taken aback. He had nearly forgotten his initial encounter with Draco Malfoy, a time when neither of them had any inkling of the paths they would ultimately choose. They were destined rivals. Yet Harry would later come to realize that Draco, though insufferable, was not inherently malevolent and had, in fact, redeemed himself to some extent. "Well," Harry mused, "this ought to be interesting." "Hello," Draco said. "Are you also heading to Hogwarts?" "Yes," Harry nodded. "My father is next door helping me buy books, while my mother's out searching for a wand," Malfoy replied, his voice imbued with a weariness typically associated with someone twice his age, despite being only 11. "But none of this matters until you get sorted, right?" "Exactly. But my parents have to find something to occupy their time while they're here. Afterwards, I plan to take them to see the flying broomsticks. I really don't understand why first years can't have their own brooms. I suppose I'll have to persuade my dad to buy me one and then figure out a way to sneak it in. They probably want to inspect the luggage too closely. If you shrink it, you can carry it in and restore it once you're at school. Of course, if anyone asks, you must say it belongs to an upperclassman, but that shouldn't be too difficult to pull off," Harry suggested. Draco regarded Harry with newfound respect. "That might be feasible. I'll need to learn how to restore things to their original size, but until I do, I could find an upperclassman to assist me. By the way, do you have your own broom?" "Not at the moment," Harry replied vaguely. "Have you played Quidditch?" "Of course, I'm a seeker. What about you?" "I am as well. My father says it would be a disgrace if I'm not selected for the house team. I must admit, I concur with his view. Do you know which house you'll be sorted into?" "I hope it's Gryffindor. I've heard their parties are the best." "Well, if that's your interest," Draco said flatly, "I'll be going to Slytherin. My entire family has graduated from there." "That's fine. If that's your style," Harry interrupted, swearing he saw the corners of Draco's mouth quirk slightly. "Imagine if I were sorted into Hufflepuff. I think I would drop out. What about you?" "Well, dropping out may be a bit extreme, but I would certainly find a way to transfer. I mean, Hufflepuff sounds like a brand of cotton candy or pillows." This time, Harry was certain he had not misread the situation. Draco Malfoy was struggling to stifle a laugh at Harry Potter's words. He had never envisioned such a day would come. This feeling is indeed quite intriguing. Why did they ultimately fail to become friends? I remarked, "Look at that individual." Draco pointed out the window. Harry turned his head and beheld Hagrid standing there, grinning broadly, holding 2 enormous ice creams, signaling that he was unable to come inside. That was Hagrid. He worked at Hogwarts. "Oh, I've heard of him. He is a servant, correct?" "Oh, I see. He is the keeper of keys and grounds." "Yes, more or less," Draco replied impatiently. "No, not exactly the same. There's a distinction between a keeper of keys and grounds and a servant. Perhaps the difference is subtle, but it is a matter every future estate owner should comprehend." Harry was well aware that Draco would one day inherit Malfoy Manor. He took satisfaction in noting that the tips of Draco's ears had turned a faint shade of red. "I have heard he is rather uncouth, residing in a small wooden hut on school grounds, occasionally getting quite drunk and attempting magic, resulting in setting his bed ablaze." Well, Harry struggled to maintain his composure, recalling how Hagrid had carried him back to Hogwarts after Voldemort had nearly killed him. "I dare say, even when fully sober, performing magic can be quite challenging, let alone when inebriated. Moreover, not everyone can reside in a manor. If everyone could, then the manor would lose its uniqueness, would it not? People must find other means to flaunt their wealth. Draco nodded thoughtfully. You have a point. I never imagined I would say this. But the world indeed requires individuals like Hagrid to provide a contrast to us genuine people. Harry was acutely aware of what he meant by genuine people. Yet to avoid discomfort, he feigned ignorance. Hey, did he come with you? Yes, Harry replied tersely. Why? What about your parents? In Godric's Hollow. Then why aren't they accompanying you? Draco pressed. Well, they would have liked to, but Voldemort killed them, you see? Harry explained calmly. Draco's eyes widened. You said the Dark Lord's name. Harry nodded. Yes, I did. Draco seemed momentarily at a loss for words. So he changed the subject. But your parents are of our kind, right? Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. If they weren't, why would Voldemort have taken it upon himself to confront them? I heard he was on the verge of death at the time, quite busy. Significant figures personally handle matters, while they delegate tasks concerning Muggles. I truly don't believe they should allow Muggle-borns to enter, do you? They're different from us. They have not been educated in our ways since childhood and do not understand our customs. Just think, some individuals only learned of Hogwarts upon receiving their letters. Well, I believe the issue lies not in their lack of knowledge about Hogwarts, but rather in their ignorance of magic altogether. In our culture prior to that, Harry responded evasively, not directly addressing the question. Precisely, thus I contend that magical education should remain within ancient wizarding families. What is your surname? Before Harry could respond, Madame Malkin interjected, Dear, you tried it on. Harry felt a moment of confusion, pondering why he had entered later than Draco, yet managed to succeed first. However, he resolved not to dwell on it further. Well, I suppose we shall meet again at Hogwarts, Draco remarked. Until then, you might attempt to guess my surname and share it with me on the train. I shall, Draco declared with sudden determination. Before long, Harry, accompanied by Hagrid, procured all the necessary school supplies and returned to the Dursleys' home. The ensuing month was relatively tranquil. His aunt and uncle largely ignored him, while Dudley would scream and flee the room at the mere sight of him. Truth be told, this was a rather pleasant change. After all, during his first year, due to the incident involving Norbert, his second year, because of being a Parseltongue, his fourth year as the fourth champion, and his fifth year, when deemed a lying lunatic, he had grown accustomed to being overlooked or feared. He did take one precautionary measure. He ensured he had thoroughly memorized the potions textbook, unwilling to take any risks. Though Snape may have loved his mother, he undeniably harbored a deep-seated hatred for Harry Potter. On the evening of the last day of August, Harry descended the stairs into the living room, cleared his throat, and watched with keen interest as Dudley once again screamed and ran away. Harry surmised that Dudley's parents might have encouraged him to show Harry a thing or two, all while concealing the fact that Harry was capable of magic. Yeah, Uncle Vernon? Vernon grunted in acknowledgement, indicating he was listening. I need to go to King's Cross Station tomorrow to head to Hogwarts. Another grunt. Could you give me a ride? Grunt. Thank you. Traveling by train to a magical school seemed rather peculiar. Have the flying carpets become tattered? No, but in England, it is illegal to use flying carpets without permission. Furthermore, even if we each possessed a carpet, the Ministry of Magic would hardly believe we could fly to school unseen. Not to mention the cost involved. Where exactly is this school? Scotland, Harry replied. Could you be more specific? Uncle Vernon pressed. What, planning to attend a family open day? Aunt Petunia appeared horrified. Do they still have family open days? We shall take you to King's Cross Station. After all, we need to go to London tomorrow. Otherwise, we wouldn't bother with you. Splendid, Harry said before turning to ascend the stairs. Just think, in a day's time, he would return to Hogwarts. He would also see Ginny, even if only for a fleeting moment. Yes, if he could manage to control his temper and avoid offending the media and the Ministry of Magic, perhaps things might indeed culminate satisfactorily. Oh, Merlin, he thought. This is destined to be a long 7 years. Chapter 3, Platform 9 3/4. All right, lad. We've arrived, Uncle Vernon announced, forcing a rather sinister smile. Platforms 9 and 10. Your platform must be nestled somewhere in between, wouldn't you think? Alas, it seems they have yet to construct it. Haven't they? Harry could not suppress an eye roll. You're truly daft, you know, he said flatly, observing the color drain from his uncle's face, turning it a hue reminiscent of liver. Considering he wouldn't have to see him for the next 9 months, Harry felt no remorse in voicing his thoughts. Moreover, I would advise against causing a scene in front of so many witnesses, he added nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd around them. They certainly wouldn't make the platform too conspicuous. After all, it was a train brimming with wizarding children and magical items, and being overly ostentatious was hardly prudent. So where exactly is it, lad? Uncle Vernon spat. Just walk straight through that wall. I know it appears to be a brick wall, but I assure you, it is not. As for the principle, magic. Harry paused deliberately, suggesting, if you don't believe me, you are welcome to accompany me and see for yourself. Uncle Vernon looked as if he might leap at him, but Harry merely nodded towards a police officer standing less than 20 feet away, prompting Uncle Vernon to suppress his fury and begrudgingly step back. You'll regret this, boy, he threatened in a low voice before turning to head towards the car. As the vehicle roared to life, Harry caught a glimpse of Dudley and Aunt Petunia laughing heartily inside. Evidently, Uncle Vernon's narrative at home was entirely different. At that moment, Harry understood that completely severing ties with his uncle might not be the wisest course of action. However, he had faced far more formidable adversaries than Vernon Dursley and was no longer the timid 11-year-old he once was. He had all but relinquished any hope of mending his relationship with his uncle, but the situation might differ with the other two at home. He was aware that Aunt Petunia had once harbored affection for her sister, albeit more concerned that Harry's presence might endanger her own family's safety, while also grappling with the lingering resentment that Lily had always been the favored child. Years of accumulated bitterness were not easily resolved. Yet Harry had grown weary of languishing through aimless summers. Perhaps it was worth a try. As for Dudley, he was indeed a spoiled bully at present, but following the Dementor incident, he had exhibited signs of potential change. Harry was uncertain how to expedite this process, but it was worth attempting to bring a modicum of peace to Privet Drive. Of course, filled with muggles. A familiar voice rang out, and Harry looked up to see the Weasley family, quickly hurrying to join them. All right, what is the platform number again? Molly inquired. Harry couldn't help but smile. After all these years, how could she forget the platform number? 9 3/4. Ginny answered excitedly, her voice brimming with delight. Mom, can I really go? Harry couldn't suppress a grin. Although they were still quite young, and he harbored no romantic notions towards her, she looked utterly adorable at that moment. After Ron had gone through the customary encouragement from all the Weasley children before their first year, Harry stepped forward. Excuse me, he began. Hello, dear. First time going to Hogwarts? Molly said kindly. Yes. Harry nodded, then turned to Ron. Hello, Harry Potter. As expected, Ron's reaction was immediate. His gaze fixated on Harry's forehead, while Ginny let out a small gasp. Well, at least she wouldn't complain about not seeing him now. However, it felt somewhat peculiar to witness his future beloved displaying such a fan-like demeanor. Is it really you? Ron blurted out. Are you truly Ron? Harry replied in kind. Of course, I am. Ron replied with a puzzled expression. How could I not be? I was just about to say the same. Harry responded with ease. Yet, do you truly believe you are Harry Potter? Ron still found it hard to believe. Harry shrugged. Well, someone must be, right? As he spoke, he casually brushed aside the stray locks of hair that obscured his forehead, revealing the iconic lightning-shaped scar known throughout the wizarding world. By the way, could you direct me to that platform? He turned to Mrs. Weasley for assistance. Upon realizing that this polite young boy was indeed Harry Potter, Mrs. Weasley's eyes glistened with tears, perhaps touched by his young yet tumultuous fate. She quickly nodded, of course, dear. Just walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Do not stop, and do not fear collision. This is crucial. If you're anxious, a brisk run will make it easier. You should go now. To get ahead of Ron, Harry thanked her and pushed his trolley toward the barrier. As he glanced around, he noticed that the familiar faces from his memories appeared considerably younger than he remembered, and a faint smile crept onto his face. Suddenly, one of the Weasley twins slipped beside him. Need a hand? He inquired. Unfortunately, Harry could not distinguish whether it was Fred or George. He had never been able to tell them apart, and after George lost an ear and Fred departed forever, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to discern between them. Thank you, Harry replied. Hey, Fred, come over here and help. Now, Harry could ascertain that the first to approach was indeed Fred. After all, the twins rarely addressed one another by their full names. With the twins' assistance, he once again swept his hair aside, this time more out of necessity to manage his baggy school trousers. Perhaps he should have cast a charm to make them fit better, rather than a desire to present himself to the entire school at the upcoming sorting ceremony. However, seeing George with both ears intact and Fred alive before him felt surreal and as if he were in a different era. His heart tightened momentarily as he endeavored to envision how he would feel upon encountering other departed loved ones, especially Sirius, who was currently suffering in Azkaban. What is it? George asked. Now that he had identified who spoke first, Harry felt he could at least tell them apart before their departure. Evidently, Bill was the only one who could consistently distinguish between the two, making him their favorite brother. Of course, there was Percy, but he was far too serious for the twins to idolize. Oh dear, Fred exclaimed. You? Yes, George confirmed. Harry could not help but notice that the twins seemed never to have fully completed a sentence for one another. It was quite an extraordinary sensation. What were they thinking? Was it some form of telepathy? You aren't? Well, if that is what you're implying, then I am indeed quite perplexed, Harry replied. Harry Potter. The twins exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling. No, Harry Chirfidi naive. You aren't? Fred asked, bewildered. No, I am not. Have you met him? Harry countered. Well, no. George began. Then on what basis do you think I am him? Ah, you have that scar on your forehead, Fred observed. Albus Dumbledore has wrinkles on his face too. Are you going to accuse him of being Harry Potter as well? Of course not. George pondered thoughtfully. What about Filch then? So, if you're not Harry Potter, who are you? Fred squinted skeptically. Why do you have a lightning-shaped scar on your forehead? Well, ever since I had that little disagreement with the Dark Lord, my mother thought a lightning scar was quite fashionable, so she cast a slicing charm on me. Harry paused, continuing with mock seriousness. At least, that's the official story. I believe that was after my father finally mustered the courage to persuade her for 3 months that perhaps the cooking duties should be left to the house elves. Fred and George stared at him, dumbfounded. Hey, don't judge me with those eyes. By the way, I am Draco Malfoy. He feigned suspicion, surveying them. You are purebloods, right? Fred nodded silently. George regained his voice first. You are Draco Malfoy? What is the problem with that? Harry crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. But aren't both your parents blonde? George pointed out reasonably. What do you mean? How could 2 blonde individuals possibly have a black-haired son? Listen, my mother did not publicly have an affair with Severus Snape. How dare you insinuate such a thing? Harry suddenly exclaimed, his performance exaggerated. Fred quickly raised his hands. Calm down. He didn't mean it that way. Humph. He clearly did. Harry sniffed, pretending to be greatly wronged. In fact, I'm going to write a letter to my father right now. ISNT, he's still on the platform? George inquired, puzzled. Yes, but only half-blood wizards would chat with relatives on the platform. With that, Harry angrily pushed the trolley away, secretly amused that he managed to maintain a straight face throughout. However, he knew that once the twins realized they had been tricked, they would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. Hey, Mom, guess what? Guess who we just ran into on the train? Harry heard Fred excitedly say. Who? Molly asked. Draco Malfoy. So what? I met Harry Potter, Ginny informed him. Her voice still filled with awe. Why would you want to meet that horrible git? Ron asked, bewildered. The point ISNT to meet him, George explained. Then what is it? Ron pressed. Apparently, his mother has a thing going on with Snape, and he is just the byproduct of that affair. Fred declared loudly. What? Molly gasped. This is far juicier than last year's gossip about Albus Dumbledore being madly in love with Gellert Grindelwald. To be honest, people thought Rita Skeeter would eventually learn to stop concocting such sensational stories. It's absolutely true. He admitted it himself, George confirmed. I must go have a chat with Andromeda, Mrs. Weasley murmured, hurrying away, while Ginny glanced back at the Hogwarts Express with reluctance, following behind. Is anyone sitting here? Ron hesitantly asked as he entered Harry's compartment. No one. Please sit, Harry invited. Hey, Ron, George interjected. What's going on? Why are you sitting with Malfoy? Malfoy? Ron replied, perplexed. You mean him? He gestured towards Harry. Fred also approached, nodding in agreement. But he's not Malfoy. He's Harry Potter, Ron clarified. What? Fred was taken aback. But you just told us you were Draco Malfoy. Harry shrugged. What can I say? Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy. Sometimes I can't even tell them apart myself. George, I think we've been played by a first year, Fred murmured. Can first year pull this off? George questioned incredulously. So all that talk about Snape wasn't true either? Perhaps. Harry replied with a mysterious smile, but feel free to spread the rumors. Upon hearing this, the twins' eyes lit up, and they excitedly dashed out of the booth. Harry had indeed intended to make a serious effort to not let Draco Malfoy become his arch-nemesis. After all, if he truly needed a rival. Voldemort was more than enough to keep him occupied, but then he reconsidered. Since Draco had also spread rumors about his mother and Snape, a reciprocal gesture seemed only fair. You're truly my hero, Ron blurted out. Because of my scar? Harry raised an eyebrow. No, it's because you pranked Fred and George. Ron explained eagerly. Noticing Harry's teasing expression, he quickly added, but your scar is pretty cool too. Indeed, when Voldemort attempted to murder me as a mere infant, he thoughtfully left me this wicked mark. How considerate of him, Harry replied coldly. Ron merely stared at him, a mix of fascination and a hint of fear in his expression. You know, you really shouldn't say that name. You know, the more people tell me not to do something, the more I want to do it, Harry casually responded, his gaze drifting towards the scenery outside. Chapter 4. The curtain falls, this station returns. Ron appeared torn, wanting to emphasize the significance of avoiding that name, while simultaneously suppressing his curiosity about the events of that night. Do you remember anything from that night? You realize I was only 15 months old, right? Harry raised an eyebrow in response. I know, Ron defended himself, but his tone revealed that he had not truly grasped that an infant could not possibly remember such events, let alone play a secret role in them. I just thought, since you have that. His gaze shifted back to Harry's forehead. Harry stared back, slowly saying, I'm beginning to think you wizards really don't understand what scars are about. He recalled how, in his 5th year, everyone assumed his scar turned him into a lying madman. What do you mean? Ron asked, confused. Wizards, Harry simply explained. But you're a wizard too, Ron pointed out. True, but I was raised by muggles, Harry replied. So what? Harry couldn't help but laugh. Ron clearly failed to grasp the connection. In his youth, he was adorably naive. Muggles, lacking magic, had to rely more on reason and logic. Ron paused, seemingly grasping only half of it, yet still gazed at Harry with eyes full of anticipation. Harry sighed inwardly. To answer your earlier question, yes, I do recall fragments. What do you remember? Ron pressed eagerly. His blunt innocence both irked Harry and stirred a sense of compassion within him. The Ron of later years would not so openly pose such discomforting inquiries, especially after enduring so much. Well, Harry strained to piece together the scattered shards of memory. I remember a man, whom I believed to be my father, urging my mother to take me away. Then came a terrifying laughter, a woman, presumably my mother, pleading with Voldemort to spare me. He told her to stand aside, declaring his intent to kill me. She begged him to take her life instead, and he obliged. Following that, there was a barrage of green light, and my forehead felt as though it were on fire. Harry recounted this with a calm demeanor. Ron's face turned pale with horror. I am sorry, mate. I didn't mean to. It's all right, Harry interrupted. He truly shouldn't blame Ron. The boy was only 11, living a life as sheltered as one could imagine under Molly Weasley's care. Are all your family wizards? Harry quickly shifted the topic. I suppose so, Ron replied. My mom seems to have a cousin who's an accountant, though we never talk about him. Harry was taken aback. He couldn't believe he had overlooked this detail upon first hearing it. But then again, he had been a child himself at that time. Why? Ron looked perplexed. Why what? Your cousin, the accountant, does he have magic? No, Ron answered, still not grasping Harry's intent. Is that why you don't speak of him? Harry pressed on. Ron stammered, clearly having never contemplated why they pretended their non-magical relative did not exist. It was akin to the Dursleys denying the existence of their wizard nephew. If even a family like the Weasleys subconsciously harbored such pure-blood notions, it was no wonder Voldemort's true adversaries primarily emerged from organizations resembling a self-defense league, akin to the following group Dumbledore established to atone for his early support of Grindelwald. However, Ron had never realized their disregard for their cousin stemmed from his lack of magic, which in itself indicated a certain purity of heart. Therefore, Harry felt it unjust to unleash his frustration regarding the pervasive biases of the magical world upon young Ron. Moreover, doing so would irrevocably jeopardize their chance of friendship. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing, Hermione said as she opened the compartment door, with Neville anxiously trailing behind her. I haven't seen it, but you could simply use the summoning charm, Harry suggested. I don't know that spell, Hermione admitted, sounding somewhat embarrassed, since it was one they wouldn't learned for years. Let me try, Harry volunteered, drawing his wand. Accio Toad. A moment of silence ensued. And nothing happened. Hermione regarded him with skepticism. Are you certain this is a genuine spell? Harry nodded. He was well aware that it was unlikely that Rafe had ever been subjected to the marking charm. However, the discussion was interrupted by Hermione, who was energetically bounding into the compartment. Oh, Ron exclaimed, gazing at Harry in astonishment. Since you know how to summon his toad, why didn't you do it when he first came looking for you? Because he wished to see Hermione again and hoped to leave a better first impression? How they eat. Maintaining a composed facade. I practiced a few simple spells, and they all succeeded. Hermione's attention was immediately drawn back, her tone regaining confidence. No one in my family understands magic, so receiving the letter was quite unexpected, but I am, of course, exceedingly pleased. I mean, this is undoubtedly the finest school of magic, and it happens to be the closest to where we live. Isn't that rather convenient? Harry teased in a low voice. Hermione shot him a glance, disregarding his jest, and continued, I have certainly memorized all the textbooks. I just hope they are sufficient. I am Hermione Granger. And you are? I am Ron Weasley. Ron stared blankly at her for a full 3 seconds before responding. Harry Potter. Are you serious? Hermione's curiosity was instantly ignited. Why does no one believe that I know my own name? Harry turned to Neville to express his frustration, and Neville merely shrugged. Hermione, I had no idea I was a wizard before receiving the letter. My relatives never mention magic. Besides, Ron informed me that there are numerous Muggle-born students at the school, so you will undoubtedly be fine. Moreover, I suspect that others will hardly bother to memorize all the textbooks, so you're not only well prepared but remarkably ahead. Really? Hermione's eyes sparkled. Of course, Harry affirmed. However, I did memorize the potions textbook, he added, upon hearing that his potential best friend was also a bookworm. Ron displayed a look of horror and instinctively leaned towards Neville. But that is merely because I heard our teacher despises my father. I do not wish to give him any additional reasons to dislike me, Harry hastily clarified. Certainly, Snape's disdain for him required no justification. But at least he would not face an impromptu quiz on the first day of school this time. Harry considered the possibility of reviewing those specific questions. But it was likely that Snape would become even angrier and pose more challenging inquiries. Moreover, it had been several years since he last attended Snape's class, and he genuinely could not recall the details of the questions or how many there were. Oh, that essay relief. Ron clearly exhaled in relief. You know, you're studying modern magical history and the rise and fall of dark arts, Hermione informed Harry. Well, I would advise against believing everything you read. Harry cautioned her with slight discomfort. Why? Hermione inquired. Because by this time tomorrow, the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly will likely publish an article claiming that Draco Malfoy is the illegitimate child of Narcissa Malfoy and Severus Snape, Harry stated earnestly. I'm afraid I do not comprehend. Hermione furrowed her brow. Who is? Do not worry, Harry reassured her. You'll soon find out. Now that we have located Neville, I believe it is time for us to depart. As Hermione stood up, Neville reluctantly followed suit. 11-year-old Ron, oblivious to their desire to linger, failed to notice. Yet Harry felt a pang of nostalgia for both past and future friends. Hey, why don't you stay for a while? He suggested. We have an abundance of snacks and could use some assistance in consuming them. Instantly, Hermione's face illuminated with a smile as she returned to her seat. Thank you, Harry, Neville whispered. After a brief interlude, the compartment door swung open once more, revealing Draco Malfoy standing in the doorway. He scrutinized the occupants within, his gaze ultimately settling on Harry. Neville Longbottom, he proclaimed with an air of declaration. Is that me? Neville said, astonished, pointing to himself. Not you, Draco dismissed him. Still fixated on Harry, it is him. He gestured towards Harry. Sorry, but that is Neville, Harry clarified, indicating the true Longbottom. Oh, did I guess correctly then? Draco inquired, a flicker of hope in his tone. How could that possibly be a correct guess? I am either Longbottom or I am not. However, I must clarify, I am not. Well, you may have some familial connection to that family, Draco persisted. Harry chuckled lightly. That may indeed be the case, considering that pure-blood families often share some kinship. You know, Draco chose to disregard this remark, partly because he was eager to ascertain Harry's identity, a question that had likely plagued him for a month, and partly because there was indeed some truth to it. So, who are you? He is Harry Potter, Hermione eagerly interjected. Draco laughed. No, seriously, who is he? Harry merely swept his fringe aside once more. Wow, you really are Harry Potter, Draco remarked, sounding genuinely astonished. Indeed, Harry replied, vaguely recalling their first encounter when everyone had been discussing the very subject. Well, yes, Draco admitted, but they also concocted some of the most ludicrous rumors, claiming I am Professor Snape's illegitimate son. Really? Harry feigned innocence. Wow, it appears people believe anything. But Harry, Hermione interjected in confusion, didn't you already know that people will believe anything? Neville unexpectedly interrupted her, seemingly deducing that Harry had propagated that rumor. Yes, he knows, but he has been famous for many years, so I suppose he has grown accustomed to it. So you're Draco Malfoy? Ron snickered, his 11-year-old maturity rendering Draco's new rumor quite amusing. Fortunately, Draco misinterpreted the reason for Ron's laughter. You find my name amusing? Perhaps not so fortunate. No need to inquire about your identity. My father informed me that all Weasleys have red hair, a face full of freckles, and an abundance of children they cannot afford. Wow, that is quite a specific description, Harry commented. I assume our fathers are acquainted, and their relationship is not particularly cordial? Draco nodded. You're correct, Potter. You will soon realize that certain wizarding families are indeed superior to others. In this regard, I can assist you. You surely do not wish to associate with unsuitable companions. Harry inwardly groaned, sensing that Malfoy was resolutely intent on being his rival. Of course, Harry could never truly regard an 11-year-old as an enemy. Yet he understood that if he could circumvent this prolonged 7-year rivalry, his school life would be considerably more harmonious. How should he respond? He could not extend his hand to Malfoy, as that would convey a misleading message and alienate the others in the compartment. But how could he decline the handshake while simultaneously putting an end to this senseless competition? At last he spoke. Draco, I believe you can assist me. However, the truth is that I am still quite new to the world of magic, and I fear I may not be able to make the wisest choice at this moment. Surely you would not want to help me simply because we shared a chocolate frog, only for me to discover that you mistakenly thought I was Neville and then decided to ally with Ron instead? Draco pondered thoughtfully for a moment. I suppose I would not prefer that. Harry tactfully added, I sincerely hope to establish a stable school experience before alienating anyone. Thus, perhaps one day I may conclude that you are correct, and Ron is indeed the source of all evil, and then I may accept your assistance. Or perhaps not. But for now, I need to discern which of you speaks with greater wisdom. This was, of course, nonsense. He was fully aware of who was right and who was wrong, and he knew whom he would choose if forced to decide. Yet, to someone newly acquainted with both of them, this reasoning appeared quite reasonable. Very well, Draco reluctantly acquiesced, but you will soon come to realize that I am indeed correct. With that, he turned and departed. At least the bridge had not been burned at this moment. Chapter 5. Prejudice and Choices. Ron's voice, tinged with unease, shattered the brief silence. So, which house do you think you will be sorted into? I have a fair idea, Harry replied calmly. I am certain I will be placed in Gryffindor. Ron puffed out his chest, his tone imbued with familial pride. How can you be so certain? Harry countered, deliberately adopting a tone of mere curiosity. Unless you're a lazy and rebellious sort, surely the other 3 houses are equally plausible, are they not? Because my entire family is Gryffindor, Ron explained, as if it were the most natural fact in the world. And so, Harry tilted his head slightly. Does that mean that Gryffindor parents must necessarily produce Gryffindor children? An absurd thought flitted through his mind. Perhaps Gryffindor parents were particularly unreliable, necessitating that their offspring possess extraordinary courage to survive. Ernie Macmillan timely joined the conversation, his voice imbued with the gentle pride characteristic of Hufflepuff. My entire family is Hufflepuff. And you know, my family has been Slytherin for generations, Draco Malfoy interjected, his tone laced with an undeniable air of superiority. So, the 3 of you, Harry scanned them, aspire to enter a particular house solely because your families reside there? Precisely. Ron nodded vigorously. Well, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, Harry remarked with a feigned nonchalance. Yet this sentiment bears a striking resemblance to the Hufflepuff value of loyalty, a yearning to remain with one's kin. Ron and Draco instantly donned expressions akin to that of having swallowed a slug, while Ernie wore a beaming smile. However, Harry deftly shifted his tone and continued thoughtfully, expressing a desire to join a house that is trusted by all, yet perpetually underestimated, an idea that is, in itself, quite Ravenclaw. Alternatively, such clear ambition is distinctly Slytherin. Ernie's smile faltered as he prepared to retort, but fortunately, Professor McGonagall called his name, compelling him to march forward, visibly agitated. Draco cast Harry a glance that mingled surprise and irritation, but before he could articulate his thoughts, that fateful name was announced with great resonance. Harry Potter. The entire hall was instantly engulfed in a murmur. Potter? Did she just say Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? Even though he had long been accustomed to fame in his previous life, facing hundreds of curious and probing eyes once more elicited a familiar sense of discomfort. Yet he did not waver. Yes, it is I, he declared loudly, striding forward with confidence. The chatter gradually subsided under his boldness. Even the professors at the head table exchanged astonished glances, perhaps taken aback by his composure. I am Harry Potter. Should anyone later inquire if I am certain, or insinuate that my abilities are inferior to those of a mere toddler, I would not hesitate to demonstrate a few spells in response. Consider this a forewarning. He was, of course, uncertain whether he would actually cast spells on younger students, but it served as a splendid deterrent against incessant questioning. The expression of mixed terror and disdain on Professor Snape's face was a perfect footnote to the scene. Well, it seems he has now firmly established the label of James Potter reincarnate. Such is life. Harry took his seat on the stool and donned the tattered sorting hat. The brim slid down, obscuring his vision. A faint voice whispered in his ear, difficult, very difficult. Was so difficult? Harry mentally retorted, you have sorted me before. This time is different. The hat's voice carried a mischievous tone. You have returned to the past, attempting to manipulate the course of events, a distinctly Slytherin tactic. Well said, except for the part where it is entirely accidental. Exceptionally intelligent, far surpassing your peers. Perhaps Ravenclaw would be your rightful home? The hat continued its probing. Harry rolled his eyes mentally. My previous academic performance was merely average. Besides, I do not wish to be overshadowed by Hermione, regardless of her genius. The sorting hat seemed to sigh. Very well, Ravenclaw is off the table. What about Hufflepuff? You have demonstrated remarkable loyalty, particularly towards the Weasley family, seemingly standing by them regardless of their actions. Harry shrugged nonchalantly, though others could not see. Just place me in Gryffindor. It will be more straightforward. You think you can command me? The hat seemed amused. I am the boy who lived, who even the Dark Lord could not vanquish. I believe I possess a modicum of privilege. With a hint of self-deprecation, Harry mused, how exceedingly arrogant, isn't it? The hat's tone bore a touch of resignation. However, this confidence was indeed very Gryffindor. But why should I expend such effort to place you elsewhere? Just because you wish it, and I have previously acquiesced, should I comply? The hat elucidated. It was indeed that simple last time. Harry internally scoffed. Well, as I possess no recollection of your previous assertions, I must judge based on the present circumstances. You, an ostensibly 11-year-old child, possess the audacity to negotiate with me, the arbiter of your fate. That does sound remarkably Gryffindor. Fate? Harry seized upon the term. I thought the sorting only influenced the 7 years at Hogwarts. The hat chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe that? Consider this. Name a Slytherin who is not regarded by the world as malevolent or cowardly. Or, on occasion, an evil coward? Harry fell silent, unable to counter. And what of Ravenclaw? They are often perceived as socially inept bookworms, forever buried in tomes, although you have witnessed exceptions, such as Cho Chang and Luna Lovegood. Then there is Hufflepuff, frequently seen as the last resort. Yet Cedric Diggory is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding students of his generation. And what about Gryffindor? Harry inquired, curious about the external perception. Cannon fodder, the hat replied, nearly provoking Harry to laugh. Quite a vivid description. However, I grasp your meaning. Hagrid once adamantly proclaimed that all dark wizards hail from Slytherin, despite knowing that at least one Gryffindor golden boy ultimately became a Slytherin, though he believed it to be Sirius rather than Peter Pettigrew. People often assert that certain families are perpetually Slytherin, hence naturally Death Eaters or fervent pureblood zealots. The Weasley family's unwavering allegiance to Gryffindor is merely another form of prejudice. Is it not? Are you then willing to consider the other houses? The hat inquired hopefully. I'm afraid not. Harry internally shook his head. I still wish to be with my friends. Furthermore, Ron might not yet be able to accept a Slytherin friend. Very well, the hat seemed to concede. With a note of complaint. It appears that the audacity to leap into the face of death is indeed suited for placing you alongside those reckless individuals. Gryffindor, the hat proclaimed loudly in the end. As anticipated, the Gryffindor long table erupted in the most enthusiastic cheers, entirely oblivious to the reckless label just affixed to them by the sorting hat. Ron was soon sorted as well, and Percy immediately assumed the demeanor of a prefect. Well done, Ron, splendidly executed, Percy declared with pride. What does splendidly entail? Harry feigned innocence, having received his acceptance letter. Wasn't sorting a mere formality? What I mean is truly marvelous that he has come to Gryffindor, Percy explained condescendingly. You mean to say that if he had been placed in any of the other equally venerable houses, you would have been disappointed? I had thought that as long as he could become a wizard, you would be content. I certainly am. Percy hastily defended himself, asserting that his presence in Gryffindor was far superior to being in any other house. I presumed one of the responsibilities of a prefect was to foster unity within the house. Harry scratched his head with an innocent tone. Perhaps I should inquire of Professor Dumbledore how he intends to achieve this goal when the prefects he appointed are openly promoting house bias. Percy's complexion turned ashen, as if he could already envision the badge of the male student council president vanishing from his chest. Harry shifted his attention to the first-year newcomers, just in time to hear Seamus asking, "Why is he covered in blood?" "I never asked." Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, nearly headless Nick, replied cautiously. Harry recognized they were referring to the Bloody Baron. Perhaps he shouldn't have divulged that secret, but he harbored little fondness for the Bloody Baron and the Grey Lady. "I know," Harry spoke calmly. All eyes turned towards him. "How would a first year know that?" Sir Nicholas inquired, astonished. Harry shrugged. Magic? This answer was impeccable. Yet he understood that if he was not careful, everyone would regard him as a prophet, compelling him to attend divination classes. What exactly happened? Seamus pressed further. That Grey Lady, Harry explained, the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower. Her true name is Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. As the daughter of the greatest witch of her time, the pressure was immense, leading her to feel deeply insecure. Her mother possessed a crown said to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. Helena thought it a splendid idea to steal the crown and fled with it. Her mother sent her former suitor, the Bloody Baron, to retrieve her. Helena actually wished to return, but pride prevented her. In a fit of rage, the Baron accidentally killed her, and subsequently took his own life in remorse. Having finished his account, Harry casually picked up a treacle tart and took a bite. That sounds like a poorly written romance novel. Hermione remarked skeptically. Are you certain? Hermione. Harry glanced at her, his tone calm, yet cautionary, Haven't we previously discussed your doubts regarding my certainty? Well, yes. But knowing your own name and knowing secrets from over 1,000 years ago are two entirely different matters, Hermione attempted to analyze rationally. Indeed, how could you possibly know? Dean Thomas inquired curiously. Harry shrugged once more. She told me. Who? The Grey Lady? Sir Nicholas was increasingly bewildered. Harry nodded. When? In my 7th year. Utilizing the strategy of revealing part of the truth, only to be dismissed as a jest due to its incredibility, Harry replied nonchalantly. With luck, everyone would laugh it off. Otherwise, he might once again be deemed mad. Well, if you don't wish to share, you can simply say so, Seamus muttered, somewhat disgruntled. Ultimately, the conversation shifted towards their families. I'm half-blood, Seamus stated. My father is a muggle. My mother didn't tell him she was a witch until after they were married. It frightened him quite a bit. Everyone laughed, except Harry, who furrowed his brow. It was amusing at first, but it reminded him of Eileen Prince's similar revelation to Tobias Snape and Severus's unfortunate childhood. You are quite fortunate, Harry spoke softly, and laughter ceased abruptly. Everyone turned to him in confusion. You are fortunate. Your father accepted everything. He could have panicked and fled or stay behind, resenting your mother's deception and loathing the existence that bound him. You are indeed lucky that your father is a good man. A heavy and awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving no one knowing how to respond. Eventually, Ron attempted to lighten the mood, turning to Neville. What about you, Neville? I was raised by my grandmother, who was a witch, Neville replied quietly. But when I was young, my family all thought I was a squib. You mean muggle-born? Harry corrected. Neville nodded. My uncle Algy always tried to provoke me into revealing magic. Once, he pushed me off the pier at Blackpool. I nearly drowned. But nothing happened until I was 8. Later, Uncle Algy came over for tea, and while he was dangling me out the window by my ankle, Aunt Enid handed him a pastry, and he accidentally let go. I bounced all the way through the garden and landed on the road. They were all delighted. My grandmother was even brought to tears with joy. Years had passed, enough to profoundly alter one's perspective. A cold fury surged within Harry. He struggled to keep his voice steady. Let me clarify. You mean your family tried to force you to reveal your magic by putting your life at risk? So, if you're not a wizard, they would rather you be dead? And your grandmother only cared about your magic, completely disregarding the fact that you would have perished without it? They just want to know if I could come to Hogwarts, Neville timidly defended. Harry recognized the weight of his words, but he felt compelled to speak out. He understood all too well the trauma that kind of love inflicted upon Neville and how many years it took him to rebuild his confidence. He recalled Neville's bravery in the final battle as he cut off Nagini's head, connecting that hero with the timid boy before him, who had been harmed by his family's misguided affection, pierced Harry's heart with anger. The Dursleys were indeed despicable, but at least they had never genuinely attempted to murder him. If they truly sought to know, they should have consulted the Hogwarts admission book. Perhaps it was against the rules, but if Dumbledore had known your family would gamble with your life to test you, he would have made an exception. Harry's voice was cold. Moreover, such pressure could stifle the natural manifestation of your magic. In any case, my point is, they should never have treated you that way, Neville. It was wrong. Neville did not respond, merely gazing at Harry with a complex and profound expression, lingering for a long while. Chapter 6, Potions and Scars. Harry found that coping with the first-year curriculum had become remarkably effortless compared to his previous life. He had already mastered all the fundamental spells, leaving his teachers in a state of subtle confusion. They both suspected they had encountered an extraordinary genius and secretly pondered whether the boy had employed some undisclosed means to cheat. However, the defense against the dark arts class was a different matter altogether. Harry had made up his mind. Although he would not engage in any overt actions that would reveal his awareness of the secrets concerning Quirrell and Voldemort, this did not imply that he must turn a blind eye to the anomalies he had perceived from the very beginning, even if he had initially misconstrued their origins. As Quirrell turned around, trembling as he scribbled on the blackboard, Harry felt a familiar sting in his scar, perhaps half familiar, considering it had been 6 years since he had last experienced such a sensation. He immediately covered his forehead with his hand, stifling a pained gasp. Is everything all right, Mr. Potter? Quirrell abruptly asked, stuttering with concern. Your turban, Harry replied, fixing his gaze upon him, his tone flat yet clear, is making my scar hurt. What? A flicker of unmistakable panic crossed Quirrell's face. A soft murmur of laughter erupted among the classmates, clearly believing Harry was concocting an absurd excuse. However, Harry felt that being regarded as an oddity was far preferable to being portrayed as a madman by Rita Skeeter in the future. If he began laying the groundwork now, perhaps he could avert the trust crisis that had arisen in 5th year due to the leak of his dreams. You heard me, Harry reiterated, maintaining his unwavering gaze. So, if you don't mind, Please try not to have your back facing me. I believe a pain-free learning environment would be more conducive to my studies. How could your scar hurt, Harry? Hermione questioned, turning her head with irrational skepticism. It's just scar tissue after all. Harry shrugged, adopting a tone that blended resignation with certainty. I don't know how to explain it to you, Hermione. I can only tell you that it's my scar that hurts, not my forehead. How is that possible? Hermione pressed, her brow furrowed. Indeed, Harry found himself at a loss as to how to articulate the connection between Horcruxes in a manner that an 11-year-old could comprehend, and thus he opted for silence, leaving his peers with a profound enigma. The day he had anticipated, or rather, the day he had been most wary of, had finally arrived, returning to the first-year potions class as a somewhat seasoned adult. Some might consider this a form of cheating, but Harry believed that if the potions instructor harbored personal animosity towards you, this bit of preparation was, at best, merely a fair competition. Ah yes, Snape intoned, just as he remembered, pausing during roll call, his voice smooth and low. Harry Potter, our new celebrity. Excuse me, Professor. Harry raised his head, his face adorned with just the right amount of bewilderment. Was that pause just now your unique way of requesting an autograph? He observed the vein on Snape's temple tighten, interpreting it as a negative response, and continued. It's just that I've recently discovered my parents did not die in a drunken car accident over a month ago, so I'm not yet familiar with the protocols surrounding celebrity status. Thank you for your guidance. Oh look, yet another clue has emerged. Although Harry fully acknowledged that Snape belonged to the camp of the good, he was acutely aware that from the moment the Sorting Hat had declared him a Gryffindor, his solitary opportunity to win Snape's favor had vanished. In truth, he reflected, perhaps he could strive to temper some of his impulses. If even this small pleasure was to be stripped away, what meaning would Rebirth hold? At the very least, concerning Snape, he felt justified. Potter. Snape's voice cracked like a whip, jolting him from his reverie. What would happen if I were to add daffodil root powder to the wormwood infusion? A dose of the draught of living death, sir, Harry replied calmly. Which specific potion are you referring to? Snape pressed on relentlessly, his dark eyes glinting with scrutiny. Professor, I fail to comprehend why you persist in questioning me about matters of which you are clearly aware, Harry replied with a tone tinged with almost pity. But I shall gladly inform you that it is a potent sleeping draught, capable of inducing a state akin to death. Of course, given the knowledge of a first-year student. That is quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? I am well aware, Potter. Snape nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. I trust you are indeed aware, Harry responded, his tone imbued with a hint of well-placed skepticism. Very well. I suppose everyone has their moments of fortune, Potter. You should be intimately acquainted with that, Snape muttered absently, his words laced with venomous undertones. Harry's eyes widened in shock and hurt as he retorted, Professor? Did you just equate my ability to answer a potion question with the fact that Voldemort murdered my parents but failed to take my life? Snape's body stiffened imperceptibly, realizing he had misspoken. Then if I were to ask you to locate a piece of bezoar, where would you seek it? He abruptly shifted the topic. In the potion storeroom? Harry suggested innocently. Potter. Snape's fury nearly erupted. What? You cannot possibly expect me to venture out and find a goat to dissect its stomach. Can you? Harry replied, a hint of trepidation flashing across his face, fully aware that if he continued to provoke Snape, he might very well act on his ire. What is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? Snape posed a third question. Professor, attempting to ensnare me with this trap is hardly astute. Harry shook his head. I am well aware they are merely different names for the same plant. However, I do not quite grasp why a single plant would possess two, or even three names. I believe your performance has been commendable enough, Potter. Snape reluctantly concluded the interrogation, entirely disregarding the fact that a typical first-year student could not possibly have memorized an entire textbook in advance. However, regarding the first question, Harry had delved into the language of flowers to convey his apologies to Ginny after Dumbledore's funeral, thus researching the Victorian Flower Dictionary. If his memory served him correctly, daffodils belong to the lily family, symbolizing my regret follows you to the grave, while wormwood represented absence and bitter sorrow. The combined implications were almost painfully evident. I deeply mourn Lily's death. A typical first-year student would be unable to decipher such profound meaning. Harry was even uncertain if Snape had intended it. Yet the coincidence was astonishing. Among countless potions, he had chosen this one. Thank you, Professor, Harry suddenly murmured, his tone complex. Severus Snape paused imperceptibly for a moment, then slightly nodded before turning to the entire class, his voice imbued with a characteristic coldness, inquiring, what are you waiting for? Why not record all of this? During the practical session, Harry was teamed with Ron, yet he noticed Neville beside them, his complexion pale and fingers trembling slightly. "Hey, Neville," Harry suggested in a hushed tone, "would you like to join Hermione's group? She seems to have thoroughly reviewed the textbook multiple times. With her, you would undoubtedly succeed." Hermione, upon hearing this praise, exhibited a flicker of delight and readily agreed. Grateful. Neville cast a thankful glance at Harry, and the two moved to the same table. It turned out that Harry's judgment was indeed correct. Hermione demonstrated precise execution and clear explanations, while under her guidance, Neville successfully avoided an explosion. He still instinctively cast a basic protection spell, but this was more a habit ingrained from his previous life. Knowing how to shield himself from potion mishaps, he thought, why not do so? Chapter 7. The Prejudice of the Memory Ball. On the morning of his first flying lesson, Harry felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. This anxiety did not stem from unfamiliarity with flying, quite the opposite. The issue lay precisely in his exceptional ability to fly. His memories of the flying lessons from his last life were fraught with misadventures, as he yearned to join the Quidditch team but did not wish for Neville to suffer a broken wrist as a consequence. Although that fracture did not result in permanent damage, the ensuing embarrassment lingered for a considerable time. Harry resolved that there was no need for history to repeat itself merely to secure an early spot on the team. An additional complication arose with the variable of Draco Malfoy. Last time, it was Malfoy who stole Neville's memory ball, leading to an aerial chase that inadvertently granted Harry the opportunity to join the team. Harry had no doubt that Malfoy would employ the same tactics again. The key was to complete that crucial catch without reigniting old grievances. Perhaps he should fundamentally prevent the incident from occurring, such as ensuring Neville did not fall from his broom. The most he could do was quietly cast a cushioning charm. This thought left Harry somewhat perplexed. Why hadn't Madame Hooch done the same? Surely she could not have been so flustered, considering Neville could not possibly be the first year in Hogwarts history to tumble from a broomstick. Perhaps she was inept? Harry realized he had never seen her perform any magic. Regardless, this mattered little to him. Unlike the prevailing views in the wizarding world, he genuinely did not care about a person's lineage. His reference to house elves was not born of prejudice, but rather a logical inquiry. Under what circumstances would a union between house elves and humans occur? His musings were abruptly interrupted by Draco's arrival. As Neville had just received a memory ball sent by his grandmother, Draco predictably snatched it away. Harry had always considered memory balls to be rather superfluous, despite others' differing opinions. After all, if such an object could not articulate what one had forgotten, what significance was there in knowing that one had forgotten something? It was akin to a muggle's emotional ring, merely a trinket, as one typically knows their own feelings without the need for a fancy accessory to remind them. "Hey, Malfoy, give that back." Ron suddenly sprang to his feet, his face alight with the fervor of battle. "Oh, sit down, Ron. It is far too early for a fight," Harry sighed, rubbing his temples. "We haven't even finished breakfast." "But Malfoy," Ron exclaimed, indignantly gesturing at his nemesis. "If you wish to defend the honor of our house, he will still be around later. You'll have ample opportunity." Harry reassured him. Ron was somewhat displeased by Harry's nonchalance, but reluctantly settled back into his seat. Harry couldn't help but ponder. Why had the wizarding world clung so tenaciously to these archaic and narrow-minded grievances, when most of the Muggle society, at least throughout Western Europe, had long since discarded such feuds, the origins of which were forgotten? "Thank you," Harry said, then turned to Draco. "So, what brings you here? Is Neville's memory orb too dazzling for you to resist?" "I merely came to admire the Weasley broomstick, if it can even be called a broomstick," Draco drawled, his tone dripping with his usual sarcasm. Harry chuckled at this base pun, though Hermione shot him a disapproving glance and muttered "boys," while the others remained oblivious. Draco eyed Harry quizzically and continued, "Then I saw this. Everyone knows that only forgetful fools require memory orbs. This contraption has been out of fashion for at least 2 decades. Clearly, Draco was oblivious to the charm of vintage items. Of course, Augusta Longbottom likely shared in this ignorance. She probably still believed that keeping toads as pets was all the rage. "Then why did you think acceptable to take it without Neville's consent?" Harry asked calmly, attempting to reason with him. Draco faltered, unable to find a suitable justification. "Draco, do you have a compulsion to steal?" Harry suddenly inquired, adopting a serious expression. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Malfoy bristled, feeling insulted. "It refers to an uncontrollable urge to take things, even when one does not need them," Harry explained, recalling a conversation he had had with Hermione some years prior. "If that is the case, then perhaps Voldemort could be considered a kleptomaniac as well, and Dumbledore too, for hiding so many things under the pretense that you weren't ready to inherit your father's legacy." "I am not," Draco retorted loudly. "Well then, I trust you will return it to its rightful owner, correct?" Harry beamed at him. Malfoy huffed in irritation. Take it. He shoved the memory orb back into Neville's hands and strode back to the Slytherin table with purpose. Harry looked up just in time to see Professor McGonagall at the staff table, watching them with a hint of approval in her eyes. Merlin. If he did not stir up some trouble soon, they might actually promote him to head boy. Although he had indeed felt a pang of disappointment in his previous life for not achieving that title, he quickly reconciled. Having Ron assume the role was quite agreeable. He had no desire to patrol the corridors at night just to catch a few students wandering about. Frankly, Hogwarts' security system should be more robust. It was always brushed off with the excuse of tradition. Harry began to comprehend that in the magical realm, tradition serves as a universal excuse to silence dissenters when their outdated practices are called into question. Why do you tolerate him? When Harry's attention returned to the dining table, Hermione could not help but inquire. What do you mean? He hasn't truly done anything outrageous, Harry replied, silently adding, at least in this timeline. We have only been enrolled for a little over a week. Well, he hasn't, Hermione conceded, but doesn't he appear to be a congenial person? Harry shrugged. Unfriendly individuals also require companionship, he objectively pointed out. So, is it out of pity for him? Hermione probed further. No, not entirely, Harry shook his head. I may show kindness to someone out of sympathy, but I wouldn't befriend someone solely for that reason. In fact, Snape is the perfect example. He elicits sympathy, yet that does not alleviate the tension in their relationship. Imagine if the woman you deeply loved married your arch-nemesis, and you were indirectly responsible for her demise in order to protect her, living the rest of your life in guilt while raising a son who resembles your adversary, but possesses her eyes. Such anguish left Harry breathless. Furthermore, he heard that Draco intended to name his son Scorpius. Seriously, what on earth occupies that fellow's mind? Nevertheless, Snape would likely not appreciate any act of goodwill, perceiving it instead as condescending pity. If that is the case, why should one endure such discomfort? Then why? Hermione pressed for clarity. I merely believe that narrowing the list of enemies would simplify life considerably, Harry explained. If Malfoy desired, he could make my Hogwarts experience utterly miserable. I know he aligns with the Death Eater ideology, but he is only 11. He may not fully grasp what that entails. I have always sought an interesting rival for some healthy competition. So, you don't actually like him? I can't say I do. After all, we have only known each other for a little over a week. I do not know him well. This was indeed the truth. Even after 12 years, one could hardly claim to truly understand Draco Malfoy. That makes sense. However, you mentioned he supports the Death Eaters? You mean those who follow Voldemort? Hermione inquired. Harry was somewhat taken aback that Hermione directly uttered Voldemort's name. She had only been immersed in the magical world for 2 weeks and had not yet succumbed to the fear of speaking it. If possible, Harry wished for her never to become accustomed to such terror. Draco's father is a Death Eater. Harry lowered his voice, and his mother, in principle, supports the pure-blood ideology. But she does not wish for Draco to become involved. If Mr. Malfoy is a Death Eater, why hasn't he the Ministry of Magic apprehended him? Hermione's logic remained as sharp as ever. Did I mention that just before Lucius Malfoy was tried, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries received a substantial donation sufficient to build a new children's ward? Harry countered innocently. Is that bribery? Hermione's voice rose in shock. You'll get used to it, Harry said with a hint of resignation. What exactly is the pure-blood ideology? Having perused numerous tomes concerning the Wizarding Wars, she expressed her bewilderment, noting that many of them presuppose the reader's familiarity with the subject, offering little elucidation. Harry sighed, his fingers impatiently raking through his dark hair. How could he convey this clearly? You would find that the notion of blood purity, much like many aspects of the magical realm, is fundamentally untenable. Yet, the majority of wizards appear oblivious to this fact. In simplistic terms, they contend that only those of pure blood are true wizards, while others are deemed inferior. They typically fail to provide substantial justification, and most claiming that wizards of Muggle descent have spent their formative years immersed in an entirely different culture. This is akin to asserting that individuals raised abroad are inherently lesser beings due to their unfamiliarity with British customs. But how exactly is pure blood defined? I am aware of the concept of wizarding lineage, yet how many generations must one trace? Hermione inquired, her curiosity palpable. Harry broke into a smile. Strictly speaking, it implies that all 4 of your grandparents are wizards. My mother's parents are Muggles, hence I am labeled as half-blood. However, theoretically, my children would be considered pure blood, despite having a Muggle grandmother. Of course, I dare say that those staunch blood purists would vehemently reject this notion. For the majority of them, the criterion appears to be, if you're aware of how closely related you are to Muggles, then you're already too close to be considered pure. How could they entirely abstain from intermarriage with muggles or half-bloods? Hermione astutely recognized the dilemma, pondering whether there could be truly few families of genuine pureblood. Indeed, there are not many, Harry replied with a forced smile. In fact, they seem to be dwindling. So, how do they? Hermione trailed off, her complexion suddenly paling. Oh no. Are you suggesting they? I said nothing, Harry swiftly interjected. You know, Hermione inhaled deeply, her expression grave. I hold certain views on marriage. If you're aware of how closely related you are to someone, then it is too close for romance. I wholeheartedly agree. Harry nodded solemnly, while secretly resolving never to investigate his own lineage with Ginny. In Chapter 8, Familiar Quidditch, Harry abruptly turned to find Neville's broom spiraling uncontrollably into the air, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. The plump boy wobbled in the air for a moment before predictably beginning to plummet. Harry held his breath, and at the very instant Neville was about to crash to the ground, he silently flicked his fingers, a concealed cushioning charm activating without a sound. Neville thudded to the ground with a significant noise, but appeared relatively unharmed. Of course, this did little to assuage the anxious Madame Hooch. No one is permitted to move while I escort this child to the hospital wing. Return the broom to its rightful place, or, before you can utter the word Quidditch, you shall be packing your belongings and leaving Hogwarts. Come along, dear. She supported the shaken Neville as she briskly made her way towards the castle. Oh, for heaven's sake, Harry muttered under his breath, watching their retreating figures, reflecting on how he could have ever believed such intimidating words. Worst case scenario, it was merely a detention. Once he was confident that Madame Hooch was far enough away, Draco Malfoy erupted into a cacophony of derisive laughter. Did you see his fat face? It was nearly contorted in terror. Shut up, Malfoy, Parvati Patil exclaimed sharply. Oh, so you are defending Longbottom now. Pansy Parkinson interjected with a cutting remark. Parvati, I never imagined you would fancy such a weeping chubby boy. To be fair, Harry calmly interjected, he wasn't crying just now, and I truly believe he isn't injured at all. How could he possibly be fine? He fell from at least 30 feet. Lavender Brown exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, Harry nodded, his tone tinged with a subtle melancholy. But this isn't the first time he has fallen from a height. Look at that, Draco suddenly shouted, rushing over to pick up Neville's fallen memory ball, brandishing it like a trophy. Isn't this the ridiculous thing that Longbottom's grandmother sent him? Honestly, Harry said with a hint of impatience, what grudge do you hold against that thing? If you truly desire it, I believe your father could procure you a dozen. Draco's face flushed slightly. I wouldn't want it. I almost believed you, Harry drawled mockingly, since you have been stealing Neville's. I thought you were envious of his lack of an ultra-cool magical emotion ring. Harry's words left Draco momentarily speechless, his face a canvas of confusion. But he quickly regained his composure. Nonsense. I merely think it is an affront for someone of his ancient lineage to rely on such triviality. Excuse-me, Hermione interjected, her insatiable curiosity evident. What do you mean by ancient lineage? Aren't all wizarding families' histories equally long? Well, sort of, Draco reluctantly conceded, but I am referring to those ancient pure-blood families. Just confirming, Hermione nodded in satisfaction. So, how do you plan to cure Neville of his reliance on this thing? Harry pressed, deliberately emphasizing those words. Considering he had only just contracted it this morning, the affliction was not particularly deep-rooted. Destroy it, Draco replied without a moment's hesitation. Regrettably, that might be a rather twisted form of assistance, Harry commented. While I may not be able to prevent you from obliterating it, we could wager to see who can acquire it first. What are the stakes? Draco inquired, intrigued. A Quidditch player's duel, Harry explained. We hand the memory ball to someone, let them throw it, and whoever catches it in midair wins the right to dispose of it as they please. And if no one catches it? Draco asked. Harry shrugged. Then it shatters? Which suits you perfectly. Deal. Draco agreed. But who will serve as the referee? We need someone impartial. I was thinking Theodore not, Harry proposed. You wouldn't trust any Gryffindor, and I know not won't take orders from you. Therefore, he is probably the most fair option we can think of. Agreed. Not it is, Draco turned to Theodore Not. Not appeared somewhat impatient, seemingly reluctant to engage in such childish disputes. Yet he begrudgingly nodded and took the memory ball. Once Harry and Draco mounted their rickety school brooms and ascended into the air, Not succinctly declared, ready, set, go. And with that, he forcefully tossed the memory ball into the sky. Two heads immediately dove down, their brooms racing side by side, eagerly vying for the flickering, luminous ball, rather than merely attempting to catch it. Draco was more intent on preventing Harry from doing so. Yet, his pride would not permit him to hold back. Ultimately, mere inches above the ground, Harry's hand seized the memory ball just moments before Draco could. The two tumbled onto the grass, colliding in a chaotic roll. That was impressive, Harry genuinely praised, aware that losing in front of an audience might provoke Malfoy into more outrageous behavior. Thank you, Malfoy replied begrudgingly, brushing the grass off his robes. You were good too. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's shrill voice cracked like a whip across the courtyard. As she approached them with an air of fury, Draco's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green. Don't worry, Harry whispered reassuringly. The worst that could happen is detention and a few points deducted. Perhaps we may even be commended for our flying skills. At this, Draco's eyes brightened slightly. You could have broken your neck. Professor McGonagall trembled with rage. Well, unless I were to die on the spot, I trust Madame Pomfrey would be able to mend me, Harry said, feigning nonchalance. However, it is quite touching to know you care so much. Potter, Malfoy, follow me now, Professor McGonagall commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. They were first taken to the cold dungeons, where Professor Snape was conducting a potions class for the 6th years. To Harry's surprise, Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, if Harry recalled correctly, he seemed to have repeated a year, was also present, having apparently qualified for the Newt-level potions course. Severus, speak a word, Professor McGonagall said to Snape. The two professors entered Snape's office for a private discussion. My father will kill me, Draco murmured, ashen-faced. If she were to impose severe punishment, she wouldn't need to consult Snape, Harry rationally deduced, suggesting that the situation might have a silver lining. What could she possibly be discussing with him? I don't know. Perhaps the vacancy for a Seeker in Slytherin? Well, I heard the former Seeker graduated last year, and they haven't found a suitable replacement, Harry noted, while Draco's voice trailed off, filled with tentative hope. Who knows? Harry shrugged. In fact, I'm almost certain Professor McGonagall will come to me. I heard that since Ron's brother Charlie graduated, Gryffindor has been lacking a proper Seeker. But first-year students aren't allowed to bring their own brooms. Didn't you bring yours? Harry pointed out. Yet the school rules might prohibit us from competing, Draco said, somewhat disheartened. Generally, yes. But I am Harry Potter. They will always make exceptions for me. What about me? Draco asked eagerly. They will have to allow you to join as well. So it doesn't seem like I am receiving preferential treatment alone, Harry replied with a sly smile. Before long, Snape and Professor McGonagall emerged from the office, calling Flint into the corridor. Flint, Malfoy will be your house's Seeker, Severus Snape announced in his customary, unassailable monotone. Harry cast a knowing glance at Draco, who was nearly bursting with excitement. Remarkably, this time, he did not require any donations from his father, Lucius. Once the details were conveyed, Professor McGonagall led Harry away, turning to seek out Oliver Wood, the captain of Gryffindor. Thus, the fates of the two rivals set course toward the Quidditch pitch after the flying lesson. Chapter 9, Familiar Companions. The evening unfolded rather peacefully. Draco made no attempts to have Harry expelled, and Harry found no reason to wander the castle at night, probing into the well-known secret of the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, this might complicate his future explanations to Ron and Hermione regarding why he deemed it necessary to trespass into the forbidden third-floor corridor, which Dumbledore had strictly prohibited, a place fraught with peril. Yet, he was uncertain whether he should involve them. Previously, he had no choice. He could not navigate all the obstacles alone, and his friends were already aware of Voldemort's connection to the stone. However, this time he felt mentally mature, and taking two 11-year-olds to confront the Dark Lord possessing Quirrell seemed profoundly irresponsible. Upon reflection, considering that Quirrell could not possibly extract the genuine item from the Mirror of Erist, was there a necessity to intervene? But if he did not, would Quirrell continue to teach next year? While any teacher, even one possessed, was preferable to the narcissistic Gilderoy Lockhart. Allowing a fragment of Voldemort's soul to roam Hogwarts while his other Horcruxes lurked outside was undeniably a dreadful idea. He needed to weigh his options carefully. The following morning, the arrival of Owlpost disrupted his contemplation. More specifically, it was two elongated packages, broom-shaped, requiring 6 owls to lift them. One landed before Harry on the Gryffindor long table, while the other accurately soared toward Draco and Slytherin. Harry raised his parcel, gesturing a toast toward Draco across the noisy hall, who reciprocated with an unspoken understanding. Harry quickly glanced at the accompanying card. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had advised against opening the broom-shaped package at the dining table. He mused with a hint of irony. After all, could something that resembled a broom have any other significance? Did she consider him foolish, or did she think the others present were? Ron leaned over, curious about the contents of the card. The Nimbus 2000. Upon reading the card, Ron emitted a pained groan. I've never even touched one. Well, at least I know what to get him for Christmas this year, Harry thought with a wry smile. He suddenly wondered why he had not thought of this in his previous life. Indeed, the school rules prohibited first-year students from bringing their own brooms. But that regulation had always been somewhat flimsy. If Ron felt awkward about accepting charity, Harry merely needed to remind him that the sweater's misses. Weasley sent each year with the finest gifts. The very fact that Molly insisted on knitting sweaters for Ron was born from his complaints about not expecting any decent gifts, serving as a warm gesture of care. Harry himself did not mind. During his early years at the Dursleys, he was willing to accept charity for any small act of kindness. After breakfast, Harry returned to the common room alone, while Ron chose to stay behind, attempting to theorize about the apparent favoritism towards Malfoy, which essentially implied that Ron was suggesting the school ought to provide him with a broom as well. Do you think this is a violation of school rules rewarded? Hermione pursued Harry, her tone serious. No, I believe it is an acknowledgement of my exceptional Quidditch talent. Harry paused, adding with a hint of dark humor, or perhaps a compensation for the brutal murder of my parents. You often bring this up, Hermione pointed out. Harry grinned. Yes, others never miss an opportunity to remind me. I am merely striving to keep pace with everyone else. I still cannot believe you risked your life to disobey school rules, only to be rewarded. Harry nodded, his expression turning serious. I understand your point. Logically, they would never expel me for this, but at the very least, I should have lost points or faced detention. I acknowledge my recklessness at that moment. But you must concede, Draco, despite wielding a broom provocatively, knew precisely what he was doing. And I, apparently a flying prodigy, though I was unaware of it at the time, would bear the consequences had I been injured. I do not comprehend why this matter affects you so profoundly. Why? Because you could have been severely hurt. Is that not sufficient? Hermione retorted, her tone animated. Harry chuckled. Hermione, this is a school of magic, and it is hardly safe. People sustain serious injuries almost every hour. You must learn to acclimatize to those dreadful accidents. So what truly troubles you? What do you mean? I believe the fundamental issue lies in our breach of rules, and you seem to regard rules as sacred and inviolable, Harry speculated. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. I do not. Rules are established to protect us. Hence we should adhere to them, rather than flaunt our disregard for them. Indeed, Harry concurred, most of the time that is the case. However, I will not blindly follow those rules that are devoid of meaning. If a rule is genuinely intended for my protection, I might consider obeying it, though I cannot promise that. Moreover, I would never intentionally jeopardize any classmate's safety. Occasionally, I may engage in foolishness like I did yesterday. Perhaps I should not. But then again, I'm only 11. He emphasized his age. You must allow me the occasional misstep. I suppose if you promise to be more cautious in the future, I can attempt to understand. Hermione finally conceded. So, does this mean we're still friends? Friends? Hermione repeated, a flicker of surprise and subtle emotion crossing her face. That is wonderful, Harry exclaimed, feigning ignorance of the impact the word friends had on her. He understood that her intelligence and talent sometimes rendered her feeling out of place, and then turned towards the dormitory. Once again grasping the brand new Nimbus 2000, he felt a peculiar sensation as if reuniting with a long-lost friend. On the morning of Halloween, Harry received an utterly unexpected letter. Its surprise stemmed not only from the rarity of receiving mail, but also from the familiar yet audacious handwriting, which caused his heart to skip a beat. Sirius. Harry swiftly tore open the envelope, his mind racing to comprehend how his godfather had managed to send him a letter from Azkaban. It was inconceivable. He had not committed any earth-shattering act, such as being sorted into Slytherin, that would prompt Sirius to escape ahead of schedule. How could the timeline have altered so dramatically? Dear Harry, I suspect you have never heard of me, or at least, I hope you haven't. If you have, I imagine what you know consists solely of rumors. And soon you will hear more. Most of these are malicious lies. I emphasize most, for you must understand that I was once a teenager too. When you reach that age, you will naturally comprehend. In any case, I believe you should know the truth. I am not a murderer, never have been, nor have I ever supported Voldemort. Furthermore, I am your godfather. So please, I hope they Haven Tea allowed Dementors near you this year, now that I have escaped. Best wishes. Sirius Black, your extraordinary ex-convict godfather. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. That style was unmistakably serious. By Merlin's beard. Indeed, the front page of the Daily Prophet confirmed the news of Sirius's escape. Harry leaned closer to Percy, who was intently reading the newspaper. Percy, may I take a look when you're finished? Of course, Harry. 20 minutes later, Percy handed the paper to him. Thank you, Harry muttered distractedly, his gaze immediately drawn to the headline. It was indeed an article by Rita Skeeter, and it promised to be quite a read. The Dark Wizard's Escape from Azkaban. Rita Skeeter reported, it is well known that Sirius Black is one of the most notorious prisoners ever held in Azkaban, though the reasons remain shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Black ended 13 lives with a single curse. However, 12 of those were murders any moderately capable wizard could accomplish, and the 13th was supposedly the most incompetent among them. Black's allegiance to the name that cannot be spoken has left many puzzled, for the reasons are apparent. After all, Black did not hail from a most illustrious dark family in Britain, nor was he implicated in attempted murder at the age of 16. Despite Black's infamous reputation, considering his cousin Bellatrix Lestrange is also imprisoned in Azkaban for torturing Aurors Frank and Alice Longbottom to the brink of insanity. Killing 18 Aurors upon her capture, and thus the nature of Black's notoriety, is debatable. 3 facts remain undeniable. People fear Black. No one has ever escaped from Azkaban, and Black has succeeded. Though Azkaban is renowned for its impenetrability, the Ministry of Magic might need to consider formulating an emergency plan. In response to inquiries, Minister Cornelius Fudge declined to comment in detail, but insisted, "We're doing everything in our power to recapture Black, and we implore the wizarding community to remain calm." Upon further inquiry, Fudge conceded that no concrete plan had yet been formulated. However, he justified this by stating that considering Black had only escaped a few hours prior, a plan would soon be forthcoming. It was reported that in the weeks leading up to his escape, Black often murmured in his sleep, mentioning that greasy old man and the necessity of returning to Majorca. Who, one might wonder, is this greasy old man? Did Black truly intend to flee to Spain? Only time will reveal the answers. Harry let out a disdainful huff. Reading Rita Skeeter's articles could be rather entertaining when her venomous quill was not aimed at him. Nonetheless, he sincerely hoped she had refrained from mentioning Neville's parents' tragic fate. He resolved to speak with Draco, hoping to persuade him to prevent the other first-year Slytherins from using this matter to provoke Neville. Upperclassmen were typically preoccupied with their own internal rivalries, leaving them little time to bother the younger students. Perhaps this would allow Neville some respite. Honestly, what kind of 11-year-old would mock another over the insanity of their parents? Especially when the mocker had familial ties to the perpetrators. The atmosphere in Charms class was palpably different. Draco remained enraptured by the shock and excitement of becoming one of the youngest Seekers in history. Grateful to Harry, he readily agreed to cease mentioning Neville's parents and promised to curb others from doing so as well. He even adopted a less vengeful demeanor than on their first encounter, cautioning Harry against foolishly pursuing Black, a trained adult wizard and a lunatic, while Harry was merely a first-year student. Upon entering the classroom, the students were abuzz with whispers regarding Sirius's escape, casting curious glances at Harry, evidently aware of the close connection between Black and his father. Harry briefly pondered why no one openly labeled Sirius a traitor for betraying his parents to Voldemort, only to realize that this was not common knowledge and, strictly speaking, it did not constitute a legal crime. After all, one cannot conclusively prove who fell victim to the Fidelius charm, nor can one ascertain the true nature of a secret keeper. Moreover, most secret keepers were far more reliable than Peter Pettigrew. Their sole means of betrayal involved enduring torture and breaking under duress, which should not be met with punishment. As the lesson commenced, Harry found himself disinterested in practicing the already mastered Levi Corpus, and instead chose to assist Seamus while observing Ron and Hermione. Hermione flawlessly levitated her feather, winning points for Gryffindor, whereas Ron's failures increasingly frayed his nerves. Seizing an opportune moment, Harry discreetly enchanted Ron's feather to float, initiating a gentle tickle on his nose when Professor Flitwick was not looking. Unsurprisingly, Ron was furious with Harry after class. "What on earth were you thinking? Using that thing to tease me?" he exclaimed. "Because I was bored, and it amused me," Harry admitted candidly. "You certainly learn quickly, just like Hermione. But at least you don't annoy everyone like she does." "Honestly, no one can stand her. She's a nightmare," Ron grumbled. Harry inwardly sighed. Merlin. Young Ron could be quite exasperating at times. "You're only upset because she corrected your pronunciation in class. But have you considered that if she hadn't you might still be mispronouncing that spell?" "I suppose so," Ron conceded reluctantly. "Listen, regarding Hermione, I must establish a rule. Much like the one I have with Draco, no disparaging remarks about my friends shall be uttered in my presence. Just as I would not permit Draco to malign you before me. Do you understand?" Harry inquired earnestly. "Very well," Ron sighed in reluctant agreement. Harry turned his head and caught sight of Hermione. Her eyes slightly reddened as she gazed in their direction. "Thank you," she mouthed silently. Harry merely responded with a warm smile. Chapter 10. The Vanishing Spell. During the Halloween feast, Harry hurriedly filled his stomach. He was aware that this sumptuous banquet would soon be interrupted by the news of a troll, and although the festivities would continue upstairs, the atmosphere would be entirely altered. Indeed, not 20 minutes into the feast, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his face a perfect mask of panic, breathlessly exclaiming, There's a troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know. Harry felt a cold mirth within. What a splendid excuse. All the other teachers were present, yet he was conspicuously absent. How would he justify his presence in the dungeon? Would he confess to having intentionally left the door ajar for the troll? He had certainly never encountered a troll in the Forbidden Forest. It was impossible that this was an accident. Well done, Quirrell. Heads of houses. Dumbledore's voice resounded through the hall with undeniable authority, immediately directing the students of their respective houses to return to their dormitories. If Harry had not known that the troll was not in that direction, he would have pointed out that the Slytherin common room was indeed located in the dungeon. However, the dilemma was that he could not explain how he possessed this knowledge. Thus, Harry feigned an exuberant tone as he addressed the surrounding Gryffindors, proclaiming, "I intend to do something reckless and seek out that troll. Who's coming with me?" The students at the long table regarded him with incredulous eyes. "We're in," one of the Weasley twins immediately shouted. Percy gasped in shock. Fred, it seemed he had no choice but to follow, ensuring that his brothers would not endanger themselves. Hermione sighed, her tone a blend of concern and reproach, yet this could certainly be deemed a threat to other safety. "If she goes, then I shall too," Ron quickly asserted, eager to demonstrate his camaraderie with Hermione. Neville, emboldened by an article about his parents in today's newspaper, nodded vigorously in agreement, signaling his participation. Percy cast a longing glance at the staff table, where the teachers had hurried towards the dungeon. Gritting his teeth, he turned to another Gryffindor prefect, hastily instructing him to lead the remaining students back to the tower safely, while he himself pivoted to pursue his audacious brothers and their companions. Meanwhile, Harry had deftly slipped out of the hall, with the others following closely behind. He skillfully evaded Snape, who was on his way to intercept Quirrell, and swiftly arrived at the entrance to the girls' bathroom. "Perfect, my troll radar has proven effective." Hearing the heavy footsteps and coarse mutterings from within, a satisfied smile spread across Harry's face. The Weasley twins, Hermione, Ron, and Neville trailing behind him, were not as at ease. "Harry, are you certain this is a wise course of action?" Ron inquired, his complexion somewhat pallid. "Certainly," Harry nodded with ease. "We are merely a handful of first-year students facing an adult mountain troll. What could possibly go awry?" Before anyone could muster a counterargument, he forcefully swung open the lavatory door. "I suggest we employ the stunning spell as our primary tactic," Harry stated as he stepped into the foul-smelling chamber, quickly strategizing. "Ron, Neville, you two use the levitation charm to hoist its club and bring it crashing down upon its own head. Do you think I can manage that?" Ron's voice trembled slightly. "You absolutely can," Harry replied with a grin, then turned his attention to the troll, loudly reciting the incantation, "Stupefy." The spell's brilliance struck the troll's robust arm. Its thick skin rendered the damage far less lethal than it would be to a human. Yet it still inflicted a deep gash, from which dark crimson blood oozed forth. The troll let out an enraged roar. Simultaneously, the twins, Percy, and even Hermione gritted their teeth, following Harry's lead to cast cutting spells. Multiple beams of light simultaneously struck the troll, effectively diverting its attention. This granted them precious moments, as Ron and Neville struggled for some time to successfully levitate the massive club, eventually maneuvering it above the troll's head before releasing their magical hold. Thud! The club crashed down upon the troll's skull with a resounding thump. The troll swayed twice before collapsing like a small mountain, shaking the floor beneath them. "Wow," George gasped. "At this rate, we might have to concede that we are indeed somewhat impressed by you, Harry." Fred completed the thought. Even Percy could not conceal his astonishment and admiration. "Well done, Ron." Ron's ears instantly turned crimson, his face glowing with pride. "Excellent work," Neville, Harry sincerely praised. A hint of color returned to Neville's pale visage. Just then, a rapid and thunderous footfall echoed from afar. In the next moment, Professor McGonagall burst into the lavatory, accompanied by Snape and Quirrell. Quirrell cast a cursory glance at the fallen troll, then emitted an exaggerated whimper, clutching his chest and collapsing, nearly fainting. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes at the defense against the dark arts professor's pathetic display. Professor Snape swiftly crouched to inspect the troll's condition, while Professor McGonagall's gaze pierced through the students like ice picks. Her fury was magnified tenfold compared to when she discovered Harry and Draco had engaged in an unauthorized game of Quidditch. "What on earth were you thinking?" Her voice trembled with intense anger. "It is nothing short of a miracle that you are alive." "Professor, it was my fault." Harry stepped forward earnestly, his tone appropriately grave. "After the professors left, I decided to seek out the troll. I felt deeply distressed and confused upon hearing the news of Sirius Black's escape." He primarily struggled to comprehend the timeline's discrepancies, though there was no need to elaborate. Neville was also disheartened by the article about Bellatrix in the newspaper. But if I had not gone, he would not have taken any action. He did not want me to venture alone into danger. So others accompanied us to prevent any harm from befalling me. Percy had indeed tried to dissuade me, but I was resolute in my decision. He had no choice but to follow and safeguard us, arranging for another prefect to lead the other students back to the tower. Harry's explanation was somewhat embellished, yet he was determined not to allow his friends to suffer severe consequences because of him. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over each of them, finally settling on Harry. "Potter, you foolish boy, how dare you imagine you could confront a mountain troll alone?" Harry shrugged, his tone subdued. "I wasn't thinking clearly, Professor. I simply could not accept that one of my father's closest friends was a supporter of Voldemort and a murderer." Professor McGonagall's eyes flickered briefly before she averted her gaze. Harry knew she must have recalled the true traitor, Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black, who had once been the Potter's secret keeper. "Potter, because of your recklessness, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. I understand your feelings, but that does not grant you the right to gamble with your life." Her tone softened as she turned to the others. "As for the rest of you, each of you will earn 5 points for Gryffindor. Now, if you are unharmed, return immediately to the Gryffindor Tower. The feast will continue in the common room." They hurriedly left the lavatory and set off back to the tower. "Harry, you do realize you are completely mad, don't you?" Hermione asked him, still shaken. "We were just a step away from death." Harry merely shrugged nonchalantly. "The outcome is that we earned 25 points for the house. What is there to complain about?" "She was right," Ron said as he walked beside Hermione with a tone mixed with admiration and fear. "He really has lost his mind." Harry laughed. Nothing solidifies friendship more than a shared brush with death. The others rushed to grab food, and just as Harry was about to follow, a thought struck him like lightning, freezing him in place. He now understood. He understood why things had changed. Sirius had returned from behind the curtain. Chapter 11. Conflicts emerged despite Harry's intense desire to connect with Sirius. After all, he hadn't seen his godfather in 8 years. Being with Sirius allowed him to be himself, unlike when he faced others. However, he knew that now was not the time. Dumbledore would undoubtedly monitor all his correspondence upon learning of Sirius's escape, not out of a desire to invade his privacy, but rather to protect him from this acknowledged threat. The situation would be even worse at the Dursleys, where there was no protection around the clock. No, he must patiently wait for Sirius to reach out to him. The issue was that Sirius could not ascertain whether Harry was aware of the full truth regarding Peter Pettigrew, the Muggles, and the Secret Keeper switch. Yes, he had to return to the Dursleys this year, at least for now. After all, he had nowhere else to go, and Mrs. Weasley unfortunately regarded Dumbledore's directives as gospel. He cannot directly confront little Peter at present for numerous reasons, particularly because he has never dedicated time to mastering the art of forcibly revealing an animagus. As a first-year student, he ought not to possess any knowledge of what an animagus is, and lacking connections with any of his father's old acquaintances. He remains oblivious to the fact that Peter is a rat, let alone suspect that Ron's pet Scabbers is indeed Peter. If he were to confide in an adult, they would likely dismiss his claims, and Scabbers would probably flee to another wizarding family to hide upon the revelation of his identity. No, despite the tormenting nature of this thought, he must exercise patience and await further news from Sirius. Shortly after the Halloween troll incident, Harry found himself preparing for his first Quidditch match. He felt no anxiety, for although Draco Malfoy was exceptionally gifted for an 11-year-old and the finest seeker on the Slytherin team, he could not possibly compare to Harry, who had been tempered by the crucible of war and had honed his skills to perfection. In fact, he had once bested Ginny, who later joined a professional team. Sometimes, Harry would ponder how splendid it might have been to join a Quidditch team instead of becoming an Auror right away. However, in the wake of Voldemort's downfall, he felt a moral obligation to pursue the remaining Death Eaters. Perhaps if he could expedite the end of the war, or if he were sufficiently clever and fortunate, prevent it from igniting altogether, he could indulge in a professional Quidditch career until around the age of 30 before transitioning to the role of an Auror. Yet, upon reflection, wielding the most powerful and deadly wand in existence as an Auror might not be the wisest life plan, would it? The match commenced rather uneventfully. Draco and Harry spiraled aimlessly in the air, searching for the elusive golden snitch. Harry hoped to seize it before Quirrell remembered to place a jinx on his broom. Yet fate seemed to conspire against him. Just as he glimpsed a glimmer of gold, Slytherin Captain Marcus Flint collided with him with fierce intent, while one of the Weasley twins retaliated by sending a bludger towards Draco. Naturally, amidst the ensuing chaos, the golden snitch vanished from sight. Moments later, Harry found himself irate as his broom began to shake uncontrollably and roll. He inwardly groaned, realizing he had forgotten about that. Now, if he did not act swiftly, Ron and Hermione would once again misdirect their ire towards Snape. Harry truly did not wish to become the scapegoat for any mishaps, and moreover, he had no desire to defend Snape, for he harbored a genuine dislike for the potions professor, making any attempt at justification utterly repugnant. Perhaps this was immature, but Snape had crossed a line far beyond his own. The most prudent course of action would be to cast the counter curse immediately and hope that his magic, combined with Snape's, should Snape indeed be casting the counter curse, would stabilize the broom. Regrettably, he had previously resolved to study the counter curse for Jinx brooms at a later time, rendering this option moot. He could also rely on Snape to intervene with Quirrell, but he vaguely recalled Quirrell mentioning that after Hermione had knocked Snape off his broom, it would take merely seconds to unseat him. Upon reflection, one must ponder why Quirrell chose such a conspicuous and calculated method to attempt his demise. Truly, it is a display of foolishness. Well, if these two apparent solutions prove ineffective, Harry may need to resort to unconventional tactics. He spotted the golden snitch, hovering slightly to his left, darting towards him. If only he could time his move impeccably. With a sudden burst of determination, Harry leapt from his wildly swaying broom, eliciting gasps from the assembled students and faculty. He plummeted through the air, fervently hoping to seize the snitch before anyone could conjure a spell to slow his descent. Much like Dumbledore had done for Cedric during their third year amidst the chaos wrought by the Dementors. This was yet another testament to Quirrell's ineptitude. It was inconceivable that onlookers would allow him to meet his end in such a manner. So what was the purpose of this elaborate endeavor? Indeed, Harry felt the velocity of his fall begin to diminish. No, he was perilously close. He twisted his body in a desperate attempt to accelerate his descent. Closer, closer. It was now or never. Harry extended his hand, his fingertips firmly grasping the struggling golden sphere. He instinctively glanced at Snape, who was rolling his eyes, apparently more concerned with the outcome of the match than with Harry's safe landing. Nevertheless, he seemed to be the only one contemplating how to mitigate Harry's fall. And for that, Harry felt a flicker of gratitude. He would do everything in his power to ensure that Snape survived the return of Voldemort, avoiding the fate of becoming one of the most reviled wizards in all of Britain. Harry touched down gently, his feet firmly planted on the grass. To his surprise, he had expected Snape to lift the spell just before he hit the ground. Then it dawned on him that Snape's own flying skills were rather subpar, likely due to the numerous times he had fallen himself, prompting him to spare Harry a similar fate. With a triumphant flourish, Harry raised the golden snitch high above his head. Within moments, his teammates surrounded him, lifting him in jubilant celebration. What a magnificent play! Amidst the raucous cheer, he was pulled towards Hagrid's hut by Ron, Hermione, and, surprisingly, Neville. I was quite fortunate that the snitch happened to be in my trajectory, wasn't I? Harry remarked nonchalantly. It was Snape, Ron exclaimed as soon as they entered Hagrid's abode. Hermione and I both saw it. He was glaring at you, muttering incantations. He was surely cursing your broom. Nonsense. Hagrid insisted gruffly. Why would Snape do such a thing? But every time we have potions class, isn't he always targeting Harry? Neville timidly countered. Harry chuckled. Indeed, I do seem to provoke him quite easily. Noticing Hermione's disapproving expression, he amended, well, perhaps a little. But he wouldn't go so far as to kill me. And he is certainly not foolish enough to act in full view of the entire school. Poisoning would align more with his style. But Harry, I could tell it was a curse at first glance. I have read every book on curses. The caster must maintain eye contact, and Snape never blinked. I saw it. Hermione argued earnestly. Even if one disregards Neville's observations regarding Snape's consistent demeanor upon seeing me, Harry calmly contemplated that he was likely attempting to prevent my fall at that moment. My point is, he may not be an exemplary teacher, but he is certainly not malevolent enough to actively seek the demise of his students. Furthermore, it was I who leaped. He merely assisted in slowing my descent, thereby preventing me from becoming a mere splatter on the ground. Hermione crossed her arms, evidently not entirely convinced. All right, I concede that point. So if it wasn't Snape, who else could have placed a curse upon your broom? Quirrell. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The likelihood of that is even slimmer than Snape's. Hagrid kindly interjected. Ron merely gaped at Harry in disbelief. Only Neville posed the pivotal question. Why do you think that? I mean, Professor Snape appears far more intimidating and sinister than Professor Quirrell. Indeed, Harry nodded, precisely because his malevolence is apparent even to first-year students. It is quite probable that Professor Dumbledore has already taken notice. Harry paused, recalling that Dumbledore can sometimes be naively optimistic in his trust of others. Or at least Professor McGonagall would likely be aware of such matters. But Quirrell is a teacher too. Shouldn't he be trustworthy? Hermione pressed. Harry shook his head. No. Quirrell only teaches first years. Besides, I have spoken with several upperclassmen who mentioned that the position for defense against the dark arts seems to be cursed. Hermione looked quite skeptical. Cursed, you say? Harry shrugged. How else can you explain that no instructor has lasted a full year for the past 40 years? Hermione was at a loss for words, and Harry continued. Moreover, it cannot be Snape, as his turban does not cause my scar to ache. Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically, her expression suggesting, Merlin, here we go again. But Snape doesn't wear a turban, Ron said, puzzled. That is true, but Quirrell does. I know that those who wear turbans are not to be trusted. Harry, how many turban-wearing individuals do you know? Hermione challenged him. Well, just him, Harry admitted, but he just tried to kill me. Perhaps the issue lies not with the turban itself, but rather with his intent to harm you, Hermione incisively pointed out. You make a valid point, Harry conceded. I do not believe the turban itself is evil, but conceals something malevolent beneath it. I am nearly certain that this does not apply to all turban wearers. Nearly certain? Ron inquired. One must never be too absolute, Harry replied mysteriously. I swear to God, Harry. Hermione sighed. All right, I concede this point. Harry exhaled. The turban is not the issue. Quirrell's wickedness is not the fault of the turban. However, to avoid any misunderstanding, I will not acknowledge responsibility for anything else. I know how to choose my battles. Hermione crossed her arms, signaling the end of that discussion. Neville, addressing your earlier question. Harry turned to Neville, his tone becoming serious. Although we all know that Snape harbors a deep-seated hatred for my father and seems to perceive me as a mere replica of James Potter, he has never once insulted my mother. He has mocked everything in my life, yet he conspicuously avoids mentioning my mother, which is rather odd. Do you know why, Hagrid? As Hagrid contemplated the unsettling possibility that Dumbledore may have employed a teacher intent on harming Harry, a familiar expression of knowing flickered across his face. Ah yes, your mother and Snape were once close friends, at least until their heated argument in their 6th year. But why does he still seem to harbor such animosity towards you? Neville inquired, perplexed. Well, I resemble my father, do I not? Harry replied with a hint of self-deprecation. However, my eyes are like my mother's. Have you noticed he never dares to meet my gaze? Moreover, Harry grinned. It's not as if I merely endure his attacks without retaliation. I've certainly given him my fair share of trouble. Chapter 12. The Approach of Christmas. A month had swiftly passed. One morning, as Harry awoke and beheld the thick blanket of snow covering the castle courtyard, he realized that Christmas was indeed imminent. He needed to hasten his preparations for the holiday gifts. Previously, he had given the Weasley twins 10 galleons each, instructing them to diligently follow Quirrell and to continue launching small trinkets near the scarf on the back of his head. Harry was acutely aware that Voldemort resided there. Initially reluctant to accept such a sum, the twins were persuaded by Harry's clarification that diligently meant until the snow melted. They even managed to prevent the snowflakes from melting within the castle, making them disappear at the mere presence of other teachers. Truly, they were masters of mischief. After a potions class one day, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who insisted on staying with them, much to Harry's initial surprise, though he soon considered that perhaps it was time to adapt to a quartet, especially since Ginny had yet to truly integrate into their circle since beginning to date in their 6th year, encountered Hagrid on their way to the Great Hall. Hello, Hagrid. Do you need any assistance? Ron inquired politely, despite his uncertainty about how he could help. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Ron, Hagrid replied, equally aware of the situation. Would you mind stepping aside? Came Malfoy's impatient voice from behind. Weasley, are you hoping to earn a little extra coin? I suppose you aspire to be a gamekeeper after leaving Hogwarts. Compared to the pigsty your family used to live in, Hagrid's hut must seem like a palace. Harry and Neville swiftly exchanged glances, stepping forward to block Ron, who was about to lunge at Draco. How would you know what Ron's family used to be like? Harry retorted. Are you a stalker? Draco appeared utterly taken aback. What? Certainly not. I don't know. It sounds quite similar. What do you think of Ron? Harry inquired, hoping to divert the impending confrontation with a verbal skirmish. I suppose you're right. Ron agreed, still struggling but beginning to calm down. Besides, didn't we discuss that not everyone can inherit the estate? Harry continued. To be honest, I thought pure-blooded aristocrats would possess better memories. Oh, I understand that. Neville chimed in with empathy. Since liberating himself from the expectations imposed by well-meaning yet misguided relatives, and having forged friendships with those who refrain from incessantly comparing him to others, Harry even recalls that Hagrid had explicitly criticized those relatives for their unrealistic expectations. He has indeed experienced a notable enhancement in his short-term memory. However, he currently finds himself engulfed in trepidation as Professor Snape silently materializes behind Malfoy. What commotion is this? Snape inquired in his characteristic soft, yet oppressive tone, his gaze fixating on Ron, who remained agitated. "Nothing," Harry replied cheerfully. "Just engaging in a friendly discussion about whether inbreeding could affect memory." "Very well, Mr. Weasley, what insights do you offer on this matter?" "Well, Ron is pureblood, so he is a bit irked," Harry interjected on Ron's behalf. Why did Mr. Longbottom not exhibit a similar reaction? Snape redirected his scrutiny toward Neville. Harry glanced at Neville, offering him an encouraging look. "I often ponder the same question," Neville responded after a moment's contemplation. "Merlin knows my memory has been rather poor over the years." He paused before adding, "Or at least, that is my perception." Snape then shifted his attention back to Malfoy, who remained tight-lipped, unwilling to acknowledge his own provocation, more frustrated by the fact that others were not adhering to expected norms. The potion's master merely shook his head in exasperation. "Everyone disperse. I shall eventually deal with him." As soon as they were out of Snape's hearing range, Ron declared through clenched teeth, "I'll get him." "At least wait until he does something truly deserving of your wrath," Hermione suggested, knowing that lecturing him at this juncture would be futile. "And Neville, you handled that splendidly." Neville's cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you." On Christmas morning, Harry awoke in the dormitory to find a pile of gifts more splendid than he had anticipated. Of course, the overall quantity still paled in comparison to what he would later receive, but he was fairly certain it exceeded what he had garnered during his first year. "Merry Christmas," Ron mumbled sleepily, stumbling toward his own mound of presents. "To you as well," Harry responded, picking up the topmost parcel. In summary, the bounty was indeed generous. Hagrid had gifted him a handcrafted wooden flute that emitted owl-like hoots. Aunt Petunia, in her customary fashion, had slipped in a 50-pence coin, which Harry promptly passed to Ron. Uncle Vernon had accompanied his offering with a letter filled with festive greetings that was essentially a thinly veiled threat, undoubtedly in retaliation for his parting remarks at the station. Mrs. Molly Weasley had knitted a thick, crimson sweater adorned with the Gryffindor crest and included a package of homemade sweets. Hermione had sent an enormous box of chocolate frogs. Dumbledore had anonymously, though Harry was well aware of the sender, dispatched his father's invisibility cloak. The Weasley twins had jointly contributed a book titled Pranks for Beginners. Draco Malfoy had presented a premium broom care kit, while Neville's gift touched Harry the most, a photograph of his parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, from their youth. Harry cherished this final gift deeply. Indeed, this Christmas felt far richer and warmer than his memories of the first. Harry heard Ron gasp, and upon raising his head, he saw his friend staring in astonishment at a long, wrapped parcel. "Could this possibly be what I think it is?" Harry mused, a smile creeping across his face. "That depends on what you believe it to be." "A Firebolt 2000, Ron exclaimed, nearly breathless. "But Harry, I simply cannot." "Don't overthink it," Harry reassured him. "Your mother knitted me a sweater because my relatives were neglectful. I bought you the broom to give you an edge when competing against the twins. They really do fly exceptionally well." Ron's face was a canvas of conflicting emotions, torn between the allure of the coveted broom and the discomfort of accepting such an extravagant gift. Ultimately, the desire to possess a Firebolt 2000 prevailed. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice tinged with gratitude. "Hey, we're friends for." Just then, the dormitory door swung open with a bang, and Fred and George bounded in. "Merry Christmas. Thank you for the Animagus study manual. Most people just buy us ready-made prank books, which are fine, but one cannot solely rely on those. A great prankster must always remain original." Harry chuckled. "Take it easy. Just don't get yourself stuck as an animal before graduation. Though it would be splendid if you mastered it before then." "Deal." The twins chimed in unison. In addition to Ron and the twins, Harry had thoughtfully prepared gifts for others. A thick stack of warm woolen socks for Dumbledore, of course anonymously. A rare herbology guide for Neville. An expensive set of hair products, allegedly imported from France. For Draco, he wished he could capture the moment Malfoy received the gift. Despite the fact that the fellow had evidently used a copious amount of hair gel. A beautifully bound copy of Hogwarts, a history for Hermione, a scythe for the Dursleys, with a mischievous intent, and a book titled Monsters, a monster's guide for Hagrid. He knew Hagrid would relish such a thrilling and perilous read. "What is all this noise?" Percy's head poked through the doorframe. His brothers were showcasing their sweaters, and upon hearing him, they all looked up. "Look, the stands for prefect. Put on, Percy. We're all wearing ours, even Harry," Fred exclaimed, holding up the sweater emblazoned with a large yellow upon the chest. "I suppose Mom hasn't yet heard the truth about the troll incident, has she?" George added mischievously. Percy futilely protested, but the twins deftly pulled the sweater over his head. "And you cannot sit with the prefects today," George declared. "Christmas is a time for family." Thus, the 5 red-haired boys, accompanied by Harry, merrily descended the stairs to enjoy the Christmas feast. Oddly enough, Percy did not seem as unwilling to be with them as his demeanor suggested. Chapter 13. The Handy Invisibility Cloak. Few students remained at school during the holidays, but the atmosphere was livelier than he remembered from his second year. Harry chose a seat beside a striking blonde witch, who appeared to be a 6th or 7th year student. "Hello," Harry greeted her. "Would you mind if we sit here?" "Look, ISNT that Harry Potter?" She replied with a smile. "Not at all, I don't mind." Harry paused for a moment. Her face was unfamiliar, yet there was a certain quality in her voice, coupled with this distinctive opening line, that evoked a sense of peculiar familiarity. "Tonks?" he ventured. She tilted her head, regarding him with curiosity. "Do we know each other?" "Not exactly," Harry confessed. "But ever since my godfather escaped from Azkaban, I've taken the initiative to research his family." "Family?" Fred's gaze darted between Tonks and Harry. "Godfather?" Tonks echoed, staring at Harry. Harry nodded. "Yes, my godfather is Sirius Black. You're his cousin, aren't you?" "My mother is Andromeda," Tonks explained, "which is why I'm staying at school. Considering my familial ties to a certain guest from Azkaban, my mother established a rule. Every time I have a Death Eater relative on the loose, I must remain at Hogwarts for safety. Needless to say, this is the first time we've truly put that rule into practice." "You're related to Sirius Black?" Ron asked in astonishment. Tonks scrutinized him. "You're a Weasley, right?" After Ron nodded, she continued. "You are too, just a bit more distantly." Ron's complexion paled slightly. "Of course, your connection to Sirius is not nearly as close as your bond with Draco Malfoy," Harry interjected mischievously. Ron emitted a pained groan. "So what have you heard about me?" Harry inquired, curious about how students from other houses perceived him. Tonks snorted with laughter. "Come on, who doesn't he know you? But how do they specifically describe me?" Harry pressed. "They say you're seeking death," Tonks replied gleefully. "Did you really chase a fully grown troll out of sheer boredom?" Sort of," Harry admitted sheepishly. "But the official story is that I was distressed by the news of Sirius's escape and acted impulsively. If you ask me, you're quite mad." Tonks winked. Harry nodded. "That works for me. Don't tell the Daily Prophet. I quite like my current reputation. It allows me to speak freely. Considering everyone is fixated on my forehead, I wouldn't want to spoil that. I promise to keep it a secret," Tonks assured with a smile. "So, you're in your 7th year?" Percy interjected. "Indeed," Tonks confirmed, Hufflepuff. "Then you must be able to tell me everything about the OWLs." Percy exclaimed with instant excitement. "Here we go again," Fred sighed. George remarked. "He does this every time he meets someone who has taken the OWLs." "The week of the OWLs was undoubtedly the darkest period of my life," Tonks said, her expression reflecting the weight of that memory. The twins exchanged a knowing glance. "You know, we could really use all the help we can get," George tentatively suggested. Tonks let out an exaggerated groan. "That girl is quite peculiar." Upon returning to the common room that evening, Ron remarked, "Indeed." Harry concurred. "I quite like her." "So do I. That was the most fulfilling meal I have had in quite some time," Percy said contentedly. "However, she seemed to regret letting us sit down after a while," Harry observed. "Why?" Percy appeared perplexed. "Percy, not everyone enjoys discussing examinations from a year and a half ago at the Christmas dinner table," Fred interjected. "But you only allowed me to question her for 20 minutes. Percy protested. "Because the look in her eyes was already menacing, and we were quite generous," George explained. "What?" Percy continued to argue. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder. "Hey, mate, can we have a moment alone?" "Of course," Harry replied, somewhat surprised. And the two stood up to return to their dormitory, leaving the Weasley brothers to continue their debate on the merits of standardized testing. Back in the dormitory, Ron stared at the floor, appearing very uncomfortable. "Listen, I know that broom you gave me must have cost a fortune, and I haven't given you anything in return. I feel terrible about it, but I simply don't have any money. I know you're not like Malfoy, but you're clearly quite wealthy. I can't afford anything, not even the sweater and sweets your mother made for you. What can I possibly give you?" Poor Ron. Harry did not intend to make him feel awkward. He had long since grown accustomed to his considerable wealth and fame, to the point of forgetting how sensitive young Ron was about it. Harry placed his hand on his best friend's shoulder. "Ron, look at me." Ron reluctantly raised his head. "You offered me friendship when I was all alone. The only person I initially knew was Hagrid, who was kind to me, partly because he was a school employee and knew my parents. But you didn't have to be nice to me. It took some time, but you're one of the few here who can truly see Harry, rather than just the boy who lived. You cannot imagine how much that means to me." "That doesn't seem to be the case. From the moment I laid eyes on you, you were brimming with confidence," Ron countered. "Well, that is not entirely accurate. But it was because Harry had returned. Ron, did you see the gifts my relatives sent? A mere 50 pence and a death threat. Before I met you, I had nothing. Your friendship is far more precious than any broomstick in the world." "Are you serious?" Hope rekindled in Ron's eyes. "Of course," Harry replied with a smile. "But I do expect gifts on my birthday, you know. July 31st, mark it down." Finally, Ron laughed, and the two descended to play wizard chess. Hey, Ron. The next day, before dawn, Harry shook Ron awake. In fact, it was so early that it could hardly be called morning. Jumping tarantulas, Ron exclaimed as he sat up abruptly, knocking Harry onto the floor. Huh, you're not a spider. Indeed not, Harry said, rubbing the spot where he had fallen, gritting his teeth. What are you doing on the floor? Oh, I just wanted to ask if you would like to use my invisibility cloak to seek out a magical mirror. Don't most mirrors possess a bit of magic? Ron's sleepy eyes brimmed with skepticism. This mirror is different. It reveals your innermost desires rather than merely pointing out the dirt on your face, Harry elucidated. Why not? Ron replied, rubbing his eyes as he ambled toward the door. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the position of the staircase and tumbled down. Fortunately, the first-year dormitory was closest to the base of the stairs. Watch your step, Harry shouted, though it was too late. He seized the invisibility cloak and rushed to Ron's side. What was that noise? It sounded like a cannon, he remarked. The Weasley twins appeared on the scene. Oh, it's just Ron. What are you two up to? My father's invisibility cloak, which Professor Dumbledore borrowed for about a decade, has finally been returned to me. So Ron and I decided to seek out that magical mirror he mentioned, Harry explained. Would you like to join us? The twins gazed at him incredulously. Do you really need to ask? Well, these twins always spoke in their unique manner when around Harry, as he could easily distinguish between them. Naturally, he felt no need to mention that he had discreetly employed a silencing charm, given their identical appearance and penchant for confusion. He merely wished to compete fairly. What's going on? Percy descended from the upper floor, noting that curfew had long passed. While the common room wasn't technically included, it was rather late to be roaming about. You two aren't planning to sneak out, are you? He inquired suspiciously. Of course not, Fred assured him earnestly. Percy remained doubtful. But Harry just invited us, George chimed in, beaming with pride. I must say, I'm truly proud of him. Ron, this invisibility cloak is definitely worth utilizing to its fullest. Fred advised. You can't just... Percy attempted to intervene. It's the holidays. I have no classes tomorrow. Besides, you can't stop me from doing anything except casting a spell on me, Harry interrupted. I'll inform Professor McGonagall. Percy threatened. And then what? I'd be grounded a few times at most. That doesn't frighten me. If my relatives heard I nearly faced death, they'd probably throw a party. As for house points, frankly, I couldn't care less. Really? Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, you see, I've concluded that the house cup is essentially a trophy for the teacher's pet. The more one ingratiates oneself with the faculty, the higher the score. I adore Hermione, but she is the most favored student in our year. Guess what? She scores the highest. I couldn't care less if Gryffindor loses points, as I refuse to spend the entire year as a sycophant just for the sake of transforming the hall into our house colors for the end-of-year feast and the privilege of bragging on the train. It's simply isn't worth it, Harry concluded. Harry, my dear friend, George interjected. You may have discovered the essence of life. Fred solemnly added. By the time you find Professor McGonagall, we'll be long gone. What do you think, Percy? Would you truly stoop so low as to cast a spell on a first-year student? Harry challenged. I wouldn't, Percy begrudgingly admitted. But I intend to accompany you to ensure you don't engage in any more foolishness. He paused for a moment before correcting himself. Well, it is to ensure you do not act foolishly to the point of no return. Harry shrugged. A crowd brings vibrancy. Chapter 14. The Mirror of Ariste. Are you lost? Ron could not restrain himself from asking as they passed the portrait of the yawning fat lady for the third time. No, I am not, Harry retorted stubbornly. But we have clearly been here before, Ron countered, pointing at the familiar portrait. I know what I'm doing. He is definitely lost, Fred concluded. Wait, that's George. His voice trailed off as a smooth wooden door silently appeared on the previously bare stone wall. There wasn't a door here a moment ago. Percy fixed his gaze on the suddenly materialized door, his tone laced with caution. I know. This is a magical door that answers to one's call, Harry explained, reaching out to push the door open. Come. As they entered the room, they were immediately struck by an imposing mirror standing majestically in the center, its height reaching the ceiling, adorned with a resplendent golden frame that shimmered, supported by two enormous eagle-claw feet. Above the mirror, an inscription was engraved. Eristra eru oit ube kafir oid onwosi. What on earth does this gibberish mean? Ron squinted as he read aloud. Harry shrugged. I always thought it was some obscure ancient language, understood only by those idle scholars. All I know is that it is called the Mirror of Ariste. After a brief silence, Percy slowly spoke, a hint of self-satisfaction in his voice as he interpreted the riddle. It does not show your face. It reveals your innermost desires. Impressive, Percy, Fred drawled. But what does that have to do with the price of dragon eggs in France? George completed the latter half of the sentence. Percy rolled his eyes in annoyance. The inscription is written backward. Quite evident. Fred mimicked Percy's tone. Really? Harry feigned surprise, leaning in for a closer look. I completely missed that. You are right. How extraordinary. It is not difficult, Percy said, yet a smile of acknowledgement crept onto his face. Everyone, come and see, Harry invited. He stepped forward to the mirror, and the sight within made his heart clench slightly. Ginny cradling a disheveled, black-haired infant, with Ron and Hermione standing beside her, holding the hand of a grown-up Teddy Lupin. That was the family he once had and lost. What do you see? Ron hesitated, unsure to approach, and anxiously inquired. My family, Harry replied calmly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tenderness. I see our joke shop. George exclaimed in delight. Fantastic. So do I. I see Angie. That shop looks rather splendid. Fred quickly amended, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I see myself as the president of the student council and the captain of the Quidditch team. Ron announced excitedly. Ambitious, aren't you? Harry remarked, but can one hold both the presidency of the student council and the captaincy of the Quidditch team simultaneously? Upon hearing these words, the twins displayed a pained expression, as if their home was to welcome yet another official enthusiast, while Percy was filled with excitement at the prospect of a successor. When Percy finally stood before the mirror, he inhaled sharply. Minister of Magic? Fred ventured. Quite likely. George concurred, yet Harry knew otherwise. He quietly approached Percy and, in a voice only they could hear, murmured, You see that your family has accepted you, don't you? This was not a question. Percy's face was etched with shock. How could you? Not all desires are unattainable, Percy. Harry's school life swiftly returned to a semblance of normalcy, if one could deem his reckless second life as normal, until, during a Quidditch practice, Oliver would announce that the upcoming match against Hufflepuff would see Snape officiating. Harry had long forgotten about this detail. In the grand scheme, it was hardly significant. What truly piqued his interest was that it provided him an opportunity to approach Cedric Diggory, with whom he had yet to exchange proper words since his return. Admittedly, his reunion with Tonks, after he had sought her out as much as possible, was purely coincidental, a consequence of Sirius's decision to break out while she was still at school. Yet he found himself delighted to see her once more. His relationship with Cedric was far less intimate, but Cedric's death had left a profound impact on him. It does sound somewhat like a conflict of interest, Harry remarked lightly. I assumed if they didn't wish to employ Madame Hooch, they would at least choose a non-house head to referee. Of course, he did not grasp the underlying reasons. Was this yet another piece of evidence that Madame Hooch was ineffective? However, Harry doubted that being on a broomstick with Snape would significantly aid in preventing Quirrell from making another attempt, considering the referee needed to keep a watchful eye on all players. Shouldn't you be more concerned about him showing blatant favoritism? Wood countered. Well, I'm a bit worried, but the referee's influence is limited, and catching the Golden Snitch grants 150 points, which is sufficient to secure the trophy for us. Besides, since he is, in a sense, protecting me, shouldn't I, express a modicum of gratitude? At this thought, Harry shivered. Everyone stared at him, as if he had sprouted a second head. Harry, I really don't think Snape would. George began. Not for you, and obviously favoring Hufflepuff, Fred interjected. Unless you offered him a hefty sum of galleons or some other benefit, George concluded. Harry rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. P.S. doing this to ensure Quirrell doesn't get another chance to kill me. This statement immediately provoked a new barrage of questions. By the time Harry had answered them all and changed clothes, a full 45 minutes had elapsed. To be honest, it felt akin to enduring a wretched press conference. He mused wryly as he made his way toward Gryffindor Tower, prepared to share the news with Ron and Hermione. He had just exhausted all his eloquence to convince Ron that his personal safety was indeed more important than any Quidditch match, and that he could not always jump off his broomstick, or else that tactic would become tedious and lose its effectiveness when Neville appeared. Hey guys, he said cheerfully, even with a hint of excitement, you would never guess who I just encountered. Who? Hermione inquired. Malfoy. You're pleased about that? Ron could hardly believe his ears. Merlin. First Harry, now you, Neville, be strong, Hermione. Do not succumb to his charm. Hermione chuckled heartily. I shall do my utmost to resist, Ron. So what happened? Harry redirected the conversation. He vaguely recalled a similar dialogue, but Neville's previous demeanor had been far more despondent. Oh, right. I ran into him outside the library. He said he was looking for someone to practice on, Neville explained, and then he cast the leg locker curse on me. And that made you happy? Ron commented. Either Neville. You have some peculiar penchant, or Malfoy's spells are more formidable than I had imagined. Hermione ignored him. What did you do? I dodged, and then ran for my life. Neville grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Well done, Harry nodded in approval. You should have cast a spell back at him. Ron encouraged. No, shouldn't he do that? Hermione immediately countered. Would you stand there alone, facing Malfoy and his two henchmen, who resemble half-formed trolls? Neville retorted. At that moment, Harry finally recalled the scene from years past. You are stronger than a dozen Malfoys combined. He reiterated the words he had spoken 12 years ago, his tone resolute. Never forget that. Chapter 15, The Sycophant's Cup. The day before the match, Harry was aimlessly soaring above the Quidditch pitch, savoring the gentle breeze, when he suddenly spotted Cedric Diggory sitting on the sidelines, broom in hand, intently watching him. Surveilling me? Harry asked half-jokingly after landing. Cedric shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his features. Not quite. Besides, I've seen you play, remember? You would attend a match in which you are not participating? Harry asked, somewhat astonished. Cedric looked at him as if it were the most natural question. Of course, it's always beneficial to observe the flying styles of potential opponents. You don't watch? Harry shook his head in frustration. Well, I've tried, but every time I see the golden snitch and the opposing seeker oblivious to it, my blood pressure skyrockets. It's an awful feeling. You could observe the other players, Cedric suggested. That's true, but unless a team is leading by more than 15 points. The influence of the other players on the match outcome is negligible. So, honestly, I don't quite understand the point of watching them. Harry candidly expressed his bias as a seeker. Typical seeker mentality. Cedric chuckled in understanding. I completely get it. Good to know. Harry sighed with relief. Everyone else thinks I'm mad. As far as I know, you're indeed a bit mad. Cedric's smile was more pronounced as he extended his hand. We haven't been formally introduced, have we? I'm Cedric Diggory. Harry Potter took his hand, recalling how he had first met Tonks. Is it just me? Or does everyone here think I'm mad? Pretty much, Cedric cheerfully conceded, but that may not necessarily be a bad thing. Hogwarts, and indeed the entire wizarding world, has been stagnant for far too long. It is high time someone stirred the pot, although I suspect your intentions are far less noble. So what brings you here? Harry inquired. Another practice session before the competition? Sort of. This is my first year on the team, and my opponent is the boy who lived, Harry Potter, renowned for his exceptional flying skills and his audacity to leap off his broomstick to catch the snitch. I just wonder if my mental state is sufficiently impaired to perform the kind of stunts he might pull for victory. Nymphadora could no longer tolerate my pacing in the common room and finally kicked me out. Wow, Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening. What's the matter? Cedric asked, puzzled. How did you manage to get her to let you call her Nymphadora? I've tried for weeks without success. Cedric chuckled. She lost a bet to me last year. And don't get the wrong idea. She swore never to let anyone else use a bet to claim her name again. Just because she lost once? Harry complained. That hardly seems fair. Actually, it was twice. I heard that Charlie Weasley won a similar bet 4 years ago with the same request. Blast it, my plan is ruined. The following day, Ron, Hermione, and Neville bid him farewell outside the changing room, wishing him luck, their eyes clearly betraying their concern. Are you sure you can come back alive? Relax, guys. Not only will Snape not kill me, but he'll also be there to ensure that no one else can harm me. Given the last incident, Professor Dumbledore will likely be watching closely as well. I'm quite safe, he assured them. You thought you had everything under control last time, yet you ended up jumping off your broom, Neville pointed out. And we won. Harry and Ron chimed in unison. Hermione rolled her eyes. Just be careful, all right? I've always been careful, Harry promised as he turned to enter the changing room. I hate when he says that, Hermione murmured anxiously, watching him retreat. Unfortunately, Harry was unable to secure the golden snitch as effortlessly as he had in the previous match. Upon reflection, it made sense. Finishing the match in 5 minutes was already a rare occurrence. And to replicate such an event 12 years later in the same match was nearly impossible. His gaze swept over the stands, where he saw Ron and Neville confronting Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, pondering what trouble that was this time. Oliver would have allowed 3 goals, while Gryffindor had scored 8. After about 40 minutes of play, Harry finally noticed the golden snitch buzzing tantalizingly near his ear. It felt anticlimactic as he effortlessly snatched it from the air. The match was over. In the weeks that followed, Hermione began to obsess over the impending end-of-term examination scheduled for 2.5 months later. She endeavored to have Ron, Neville, and Harry adhere strictly to the study plan she had meticulously crafted. While Neville found her methods quite effective, Harry resolutely rejected them, setting aside the fact that he possessed knowledge that spanned the next 12 years and was far ahead of his classmates. It is noteworthy that no first-year student had ever failed a course at Hogwarts, especially considering the caliber of some of the older students. Frankly, it wasn't until his 5th year that Harry truly comprehended the possibility of failing an exam, and he hadn't even taken one in his 4th year, which rendered the significance of exams rather trivial. Unsurprisingly, Hermione was quite displeased with this attitude. However, she found herself powerless to alter Harry's stance and thus intensified her supervision of Ron. Nevertheless, as their friends were perpetually engrossed in their studies, it seemed that everyone within the castle was preparing for exams, causing Harry to spend far more time in the library than he had anticipated. One afternoon, as he idly flipped through Quidditch through the ages, he suddenly heard Ron exclaim, "Hagrid, what brings you to the library? Looking for a book to read?" Harry suggested. What else could it be? Surely, he isn't here to rendezvous with Madame Pants? Just browsing, Hagrid vaguely confirmed. If I'm not mistaken, you just came from the Dragon Reserve, Harry remarked nonchalantly, then quickly added before his friends could cast him incredulous looks, "Don't look at me like that. I spend more time here than sleeping. I need to occupy myself somehow. You could try studying," Hermione proposed, but Harry chose to disregard her suggestion. "You're not thinking of raising a dragon, are you?" Harry feigned innocence. "Wait, you don't actually have a dragon, do you?" Neville inquired quietly, soon arriving at the answer himself. "I mean, that would explain why, even though it's spring, you've had all the windows tightly shut and the fire in the hearth continuously burning. How do you know that?" "We Haven Tea checked on it for weeks," Ron pointed out. "Oh, I've been helping Professor Sprout tend to the greenhouses. Every time I go, I casually say hello to Hagrid," Neville replied. "But over the past 4 days his voice lowered. You, too?" "Maybe," Hagrid reluctantly admitted. "ISNT, raising dragons illegal for over 200 years? Harry asked. "Well, technically, then it's settled," Hermione declared, swiftly stowing the book back into her bag. "We must go see." Although Ron was not particularly eager to observe a one-way ticket to hell up close, he was more than happy to escape studying, so he quickly helped gather their things. "I can hardly believe it," Hermione continued to mutter as they walked back to the castle with Harry. "How can he be so irresponsible? He lives in a small hut. He cannot possibly provide a safe and comfortable environment for a dragon. Not to mention it's illegal. Where are we going?" Ron interrupted her. "I don't know what you all think, but I'm going to see Professor Dumbledore," Harry stated. "Are you going to report, Hagrid?" Neville asked. Upon seeing Harry nod, he worriedly inquired, "But won't he get into trouble?" "Perhaps there will be," Harry conceded, "but Dumbledore has always excelled at managing the minor incidents that arise within the school. I am confident he will provide us with a most reasonable explanation for our unforeseen encounter with the dragon." "But Hagrid trusts us," Ron protested. "Indeed," Harry nodded. "Yet, while I hold a great affection for Hagrid, he appears to be utterly devoid of common sense. I believe we can all agree that the dragon must be removed. We are merely 4 11-year-old children. This is truly not our responsibility. In such circumstances, the most prudent course of action is to entrust the matter to the adults who are genuinely accountable, namely Professor Dumbledore." Fizzing Whizbees, he uttered, directing the password at the gargoyle stationed outside the headmaster's office. The gargoyle immediately leapt aside. "Wow, success at first attempt," he remarked. "Harry?" Professor Dumbledore looked up from his desk, astonished to see the 4 first-year students crowding into his office. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, what brings you here?" Harry observed that, despite their limited conversation during this timeline, primarily due to the rarity of first-year students encountering the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, compounded by Harry's own uncertainty regarding how to address him, Dumbledore was able to call them by name with remarkable ease. "How intriguing." Professor Dumbledore, sir," Harry began, feeling that perhaps he could, seek your assistance with a predicament, or rather, an issue we have discovered. It was truly a first for Hermione to converse with the headmaster of Hogwarts and chief warlock of Wizengamot, and she appeared quite flustered. Harry resolved to rescue her. "Hagrid has acquired a dragon egg, but he seems oblivious to the fact that raising a dragon at school is neither legal nor safe. Given that we are merely 11 years old and you are a responsible adult, we thought you might be able to address this matter appropriately." Dumbledore peered at him over the rim of his half-moon spectacles. "Are you certain?" Harry stifled the quip that lingered on the tip of his tongue. He genuinely wished to avoid personally dealing with Norbert, so he endeavored to remain courteous. "Yes, sir. I understand." "Very well. I must commend you for coming directly to me. I find that most students tend to handle such issues on their own, often resulting in disastrous outcomes. For your wise decision to seek a teacher's assistance, Gryffindor earns 20 points, 5 for each of you." Once back in the corridor, Harry groaned. "Splendid. At this rate, we shall not lose the house cup." "Most people wouldn't consider it a problem," Harry, Hermione replied, perplexed. "But I would, as it is the suck-up cup, remember?" Noticing Hermione shake her head, Harry recalled, "Oh, right. You were not present at the time. In any case, I firmly believe the house cup is part of a school-wide conspiracy aimed at cultivating as many teachers' pets as possible, encouraging everyone to behave like obedient little puppies. Professor Snape and I are striving against this trend, but we cannot allow Gryffindor to lose the house cup on our watch." Hermione simply stared at him, ultimately concluding, "You are truly peculiar." Chapter 16, Rock, Paper, Scissors. The final examination was astonishingly simplistic. Professor Flitwick requested them to make a pineapple perform a tap dance on the table. Not only did Harry accomplish this feat, but he also made the pineapple bounce around the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling. Professor McGonagall assigned the task of transforming a mouse into a snuff box. After lamenting numerous times about the inhumanity of turning living creatures into inanimate objects, he submitted a snuff box adorned with brilliant gemstones. Professor Snape instructed them to brew a forgetfulness potion without providing any instructions. Yet Harry managed to complete it with his eyes closed, not to mention his performance in the written exam. To be frank, the first-year final exams were hardly tailored for someone of a 23-year-old's intellect, regardless of how distracted they might have been in class. On the evening following the exams, the trio, along with Neville, Harry had never been fond of the term quartet, as it inexplicably reminded him of an orchestra, sat in the common room, relishing the relaxation and comfort that followed the tests. However, given the unfolding events, Harry felt compelled to disrupt this tranquility. He feigned nonchalance and remarked, "My scar just informed me that Professor Dumbledore is currently in London, and Quirrell is sneaking off to find the Philosopher's Stone while he is away." "What?" Ron, who had been dozing off, suddenly sat upright, instantly alert. "The Philosopher's Stone? Hogwarts is hiding the Philosopher's Stone?" Hermione's voice had taken on a noticeably higher pitch. "Yes, indeed. What do you think is concealed in that forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor?" Harry retorted. "But why would anyone hide such a thing in a school full of children?" Neville rationally posed a crucial question. Harry chuckled. "Good question. But the truth remains. I know I should have mentioned this earlier, but now I must pursue Quirrell. There is nothing you can do to stop me. So, I must ask, are you willing to accompany me, or would you prefer to stay here, praying that I don't get killed?" 20 minutes later, after Hermione had exhausted every possible argument to persuade him to stay or at least come up with a more reasonable course of action, the four of them slipped through the portrait hole. "Where are you going?" Percy's voice called out, unaware that curfew had fallen. Harry smiled cheerfully. "Oh, I know. I just don't care. We're definitely going to get expelled," Hermione complained as she headed toward the 3rd floor corridor. "Oh, no we won't," Harry dismissed. "We're merely breaking a minor school rule. I mean, we might die, but they would never expel us for being foolish enough to chase a dark wizard. Especially when that dark wizard is someone the school itself let in. Honestly, the blame should not lie with us." "Who's there?" Peeves floated around the corner. "Even if I can't see you, I know you're there. Is it a ghoul, a ghost, or some restless little creature?" "I should call Filch, yes. That is what I should do, in case something sneaky is afoot." Bavas, Karigata Charafuli, removing his invisibility cloak and signaling for the others to remain hidden. "Is it you, Potter?" Peeves inched closer. "What are you doing here?" "Creating a bit of chaos." Harry candidly replied, "I'm sneaking into the 3rd floor corridor, which could land me and the other 3 students in peril." "Are you truly so irresponsible as to let us pass?" Peeves pondered. "Is it that corridor Dumbledore mentioned, the one where approaching it could lead to one's demise?" "Indeed," Harry affirmed. "Very well." Peeves seemed quite satisfied with this answer, calling out, "Good luck," before darting away. Harry rubbed his ears, still ringing from Peeves' shrill voice. "Stop laughing." "Mates." Upon reaching the door on the 3rd floor, they discovered it ajar. Harry was taken aback. They had departed nearly an hour earlier than last time. Had Quirrell moved with such swiftness? "Oh well. All right, lads, do not panic. But there lies a colossal, 3-headed dog within," Harry stated nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. "What?" Ron's voice trembled noticeably. "Oh, fret not," Harry reassured him. "It falls asleep at the sound of music. I happen to possess the flute Hagrid gifted me." With that, Harry entered the room, his friends reluctantly following. He began to play the flute, watching as Neville, Ron, and Hermione descended through the trapdoor in succession. Soon after, he too jumped down, idly contemplating how he would ascend later. Alas, that was not a matter for him to ponder at present. It was Ron and Hermione's concern. Upon landing, he discovered Neville had already dealt with the Devil's Snare. Harry mused that bringing a genuine herbology prodigy along was indeed a stroke of genius. After all, being vanquished by a mere plant would be quite humiliating. They pressed forward, reaching the next chamber filled with hundreds of fluttering keys and several worn-out broomsticks. "Allow me to handle this," Harry declared, retrieving his Nimbus 2000 from his pocket and expertly restoring it to its former glory. "You carry it everywhere?" Hermione asked incredulously. "Of course," Harry nodded. "Boys," she muttered under her breath, shaking her head in disdain. Harry soared into the air, and 2 minutes later, he landed deftly with an old key in hand. Inserting the key into the lock, he wholly disregarded the awestruck silence behind him. Indeed, he was likely the finest seeker in Britain, a testament to years of diligent practice rather than mere talent, though they were unaware of this fact. Next, they arrived before a giant chessboard. Harry groaned. He detested chess and was likely worse at it than even 11-year-old Ron. He had no choice but to sit back and await the conclusion of the game. As Ron again heroically sacrificed himself, collapsing to the ground. Seriously? Did Ron have a penchant for self-sacrifice? Hermione, Neville, and Harry hurried in the next room, striving to avoid imagining the possible blood streaming from Ron's head. He had emerged unscathed last time. Surely, it would this time as well. Harry attempted to reassure himself, though it did little to ease his discomfort. They cautiously navigated around the unconscious troll, arriving at Snape's potion riddle. The three of them read the riddle inscribed on the parchment, while Hermione began to pace the corridor, tapping the bottles and murmuring to herself. Harry felt a sense of satisfaction as he realized he had deduced the answer 3 minutes ahead of Hermione. Sometimes, years of experience provided a significant advantage when facing a genius like her. Well, it appears only 2 of us can pass through the black flames. I am determined to enter, and I suspect you shall not allow me to confront Quirrell alone. Therefore, I propose a game of rock, paper, scissors. After clarifying the rules to Neville, Hermione played scissors in the first round, while Neville, still grappling with the concept, chose rock. Hermione, after some contemplation, reasoned that Neville would not play rock consecutively. Thus, she opted for scissors once more. Unfortunately, Neville indeed played rock again. Consequently, Hermione was dispatched to tend to Ron while awaiting Dumbledore. Although I emerged victorious, it appeared that Hermione was assigned the more favorable task. Neville lamented with a hint of frustration. "Oh, cheer up. This will be amusing," Harry encouraged, pouring half a vial of potion into Neville's hand. "Amusing? Do you truly find it entertaining to face a malevolent defense against the dark arts professor?" "Indeed," Harry nodded. "Hermione is correct. You do have issues." Harry flashed a grin and tilted his head back, drinking his share of the potion. Chapter 17, The Philosopher's Stone. "Wait, what?" Neville stumbled through the black flames, exclaiming, "Is it truly Quirrell? Damn, now I owe the Weasley twins 10 galleons. You wager my life?" Harry raised an eyebrow, questioning the sanity of the act. "Come now, you frequently mention disfigurement," Neville pointed out. "I see you rather enjoy the attention." Harry shrugged. "Everyone loves to discuss it. I'm merely accommodating them. At least the Weasley twins have faith in me." Before Neville could retort, Quirrell's voice resonated with unsettling calm. No longer stuttering. "I anticipated your arrival, Potter. However, Longbottom's presence is indeed a surprise." Harry feigned confusion, tilting his head. "How could you not expect me? I'm merely 11 years old. Logically, I should possess a modicum of sense, not bringing along a few classmates to pursue a trained wizard intent on killing me. Although, had I truly been only 11, I likely would not have thought to drag an adult into the fray after Professor McGonagall's refusal. I certainly did not consider it last time. I ought to have made it clearer why the Philosopher's Stone is perilous." "Oh, I do not know," Quirrell retorted with sarcasm. "Perhaps it is because every time I turn my back to you, you insist your scar feels ablaze?" Harry opened his mouth and then closed it again. "You are right," he admitted candidly. "I must say, in Severus's conspicuous presence, I did not expect you to suspect me. I mean, which sane individual would overlook that giant bat-like figure of Snape, instead suspecting the poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? "I would," Harry interjected promptly. Harry?" "I believe he was inquiring about which rational person," Neville whispered. "Oh, right. However, had it not been for that damn Tom riddle stuck to the back of your head, I might not have guessed at all." This revelation left everyone present, apart from Harry, momentarily dumbfounded. Neville was utterly perplexed as to who Tom Riddle was. Quirrell was unaware of his master bearing such a name, and Voldemort himself was astonished that Harry knew this identity he had long abandoned. Quirrell evidently chose to bypass this topic. Snapping his fingers, and ropes materialized, binding Harry and Neville securely. Harry silently cursed himself for forgetting the spell, and then began to concentrate, attempting to free himself from his bindings without a wand. Given sufficient time, he could achieve it, but it required immense focus. Meanwhile, Quirrell was murmuring to the mirror of Ariste, trying to discern the location of the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice intoned, "Use the boy, use the boy." Neville trembled in fear. "Is that Tom Riddle?" he whispered to Harry. Harry solemnly nodded in response. Quirrell turned to face Harry. "Yes, Potter, come here." He untied the ropes binding Harry and gestured for him to stand before the mirror. Unlike the previous occasion, when Harry's subconscious had been driven by despair and fear of the stone falling into enemy hands, this time he felt no desire for the stone itself. "What do you see?" Quirrell impatiently pressed. "I saw my family again." Harry hesitated, his tone tinged with mild exasperation. "Honestly, it's always the same. Can you stop asking? You didn't see the stone?" Quirrell's voice was laden with disappointment and skepticism. "Why would I want to see the Philosopher's Stone?" It seems quite safe where it is, Harry retorted, cautiously backing away to distance himself from Quirrell. At that moment, Voldemort's voice echoed once more. Another boy has obtained it. Harry's heart sank. Oh no! He should have warned Neville not to look into the mirror. Quirrell immediately approached Neville, whose face was a mask of terror. Let me speak with him face to face, Voldemort commanded. As Quirrell clumsily untied his turban, revealing the bizarre face on the back of his head, Harry silently and subtly used wandless magic to free Neville. Neville gasped, having caught sight of Voldemort's face for the first time. In contrast, Harry remained remarkably calm, aware of his ability to confront the current incarnation of Voldemort. The only uncertainty lay in how Neville would react. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, Voldemort's serpentine visage hissed. How ironic that the two of you stand here before me. Ironic, yet fitting. Tom Riddle, Harry replied crisply, I am convinced you are a pedophile. Neville nearly choked on his own spit. Though he did not fully grasp the nature of the being before him, his instincts told him this was no ordinary foe. You dare? Voldemort's voice trembled with rage, making it difficult to ascertain whether he was more incensed by Harry using his true name or by the outrageous accusation. All right, we know I know your name. Can we skip the part where you get angry and get straight to the point? Harry suggested impatiently. Voldemort seemed momentarily stifled by this interruption, and after a brief silence, continued, Do you know that there was a prophecy? Harry's heart tightened. What did Voldemort intend? He hadn't mentioned a prophecy last time. Was it because Neville was present? The prophecy foretold that a boy born at the end of July, whose parents had thrice escaped my grasp, would possess the power to vanquish me. This description could pertain to any one of you. I chose to confront Harry, and he indeed momentarily thwarted me. The prophecy has come to fruition. Thus, you see, I have no reason to kill you or your friend Neville. Simply hand over the Sorcerer's Stone from your pocket, and I assure you, I shall not harm any of you. This is the promise of a deceiver and a murderer, Harry retorted sharply. You, Neville stammered, his voice trembling with anger and fear. It was you who destroyed my parents. That was not my doing, Neville. It occurred after my departure. Voldemort's voice suddenly softened. Laced with seduction, Bellatrix Lestrange, she is one of my most loyal servants, albeit misguided. She believed your parents, as renowned aurors and closely associated with that puppet master Dumbledore, would know my whereabouts. While I do not condone their methods, I would make them pay for robbing you of your parents, Neville. Just utter the word. Give me the stone, and you shall avenge your parents. Neville's body trembled violently, almost beyond his control. You could have easily attacked me, killed my parents. But I did not. Voldemort's voice grew increasingly persuasive. I chose Harry because I did not wish to squander the ancient bloodline of a pure blood family by selecting the wrong person. It is descendants of noble lineage, such as yourself, dear child, who represent the future. It is a pity that your parents were driven to madness. They were remarkable wizards. Once I regain my strength, I shall rectify every tragedy like that of your parents, stripped of everything and left as mere shells. I can return your parents to you, provided you give me the stone. Neville fell into a long silence, clearly wrestling with his inner turmoil. Eventually, he lifted his head, his voice soft yet resolute. No, I refuse. Before Voldemort could register this refusal, Harry seized the opportunity, lunging at Quirrell, his hands firmly pressing against his face, particularly those eyes. The scar erupted with searing pain, blurring Harry's vision. He realized he should have acted long ago, yet, much like Dumbledore might have, he wished to grant Neville the chance to confront Voldemort and resist temptation through sheer will. This would be a tremendous boost to his battered self-esteem. Just as Harry was on the brink of being engulfed by the pain, teetering on the edge of consciousness, he heard a clear voice exclaim, Expelliarmus. Quirrell's body stiffened suddenly before collapsing limply. Harry raised his head, and through his blurred vision, he saw Neville's eyes wide open, his wand still pointed ahead, trembling slightly. Oh, Harry, Neville. As they limped out of the corridor, Hermione came rushing towards them, her voice shrill with urgency. She immediately enveloped both of them in a tight embrace. Hey, Hermione, Harry responded weakly. Did you find Professor Dumbledore? She had indeed found him. A calm voice resounded behind Harry. Dumbledore stood there. How did you get in here? Best not to ask. Now, I believe you have many questions for me, and I have a few inquiries of my own for you. However, should we not first escort you to the hospital wing? Chapter 18, Sirius Black. When Madame Pomfrey finally concluded her treatment and bid farewell to Ron and Hermione, Dumbledore returned to the infirmary. Perhaps you should hand over the Philosopher's Stone to Professor Dumbledore, Harry gently suggested. Neville's eyes widened in shock. Oh, Merlin, I completely forgot about that. Indeed, a glimmer of elusive light shone in Dumbledore's eyes. You must have experienced quite a number of exhilarating events down there. Harry scoffed. finding the term exhilarating rather understated. I killed Professor Quirrell. The air instantly froze. Neville merely stared down at the white sheets of the hospital bed, his hands tightly gripping the fabric, knuckles paling. Upon his arrival at the infirmary, he had trembled violently. What happened? Dumbledore's tone grew unusually serious. Sensing Neville's reluctance to speak, Harry took a deep breath and took the lead. He recounted how Quirrell pursued the Philosopher's Stone, how Ron was knocked down by the Queen on the giant chessboard, and how the potion was only sufficient for two to pass through the flames, necessitating Hermione's return to care for Ron. Before the Mirror of Ariste, Quirrell attempted to use Neville to obtain the stone, yet he lacked the desire for it, while Neville, seemingly wishing only to protect rather than wield the stone, ultimately acquired it. This led to Quirrell unveiling the back of his head, revealing Voldemort's promise to return Neville's parents in exchange for the stone, Neville's refusal. The ensuing attack from Voldemort, how he scorched Quirrell with the love left by his mother's sacrifice, and how, just as he was about to exhaust himself, Neville unleashed a bone-crushing spell. I killed him, Neville murmured again, his voice hollow. Quirrell is already dead, Dumbledore gently yet firmly reassured him. From a moment he allowed Voldemort to share his body, he ceased to exist. Whether Voldemort succeeded in acquiring the stone to reconstitute his form and then discarded him, or whether, as in tonight's failure, he deemed Quirrell useless, his demise was inevitable. So it's not my fault. Neville's voice carried a hint of incredulous hope. No, it is not, Harry immediately affirmed. He recognized that Neville needed time to truly accept this reality. He wished fervently that things had not transpired this way. Yet he felt powerless in the moment. He had certainly not anticipated Neville casting such a spell as he scorched Quirrell. So, what shall we do with the Philosopher's Stone now? Harry redirected the topic, aiming to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Dumbledore then explained that the couple, Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel, had decided to seek an end to their long lives, given their advanced age. Well, that topic seems hardly lighter, Harry thought. Do you have any other questions? Dumbledore inquired kindly. Well, Voldemort did mention something intriguing. I hope you can clarify it. Harry feigned innocence. Dumbledore nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Apparently, there is a prophecy concerning Neville and me, which compelled him to choose me initially, Harry slowly articulated, satisfied to see Dumbledore's complexion drain of color. Just because I happened to be the one who thwarted him? I did not expect you to learn of it in this manner. Dumbledore finally sighed, appearing weary and aged, particularly in light of your youth. I once hoped. It has come to this. Regret is futile, lacking a meditation basin. I can only directly convey the essence of the prophecy. The one who possesses the power to conquer the Dark Lord is destined to be born to parents who have defied him thrice. Born at the end of the 7th month, the Dark Lord shall mark him as equal. Yet, he will bear the energy that the Dark Lord cannot comprehend. The two cannot coexist, for one must perish at the hands of the other. Is this referring to me, or Harry? Neville inquired, his complexion pale. Oh no, this prophecy points to Harry. When Voldemort chose to attack Harry and bestowed upon him that scar, he marked Harry, thus ensuring the prophecy's fulfillment in his case. Dumbledore elucidated. Neville endeavored to mask the relief that the burden of stopping Voldemort did not rest upon his shoulders. Professor, you do realize I am merely 11 years old, and I am not particularly burdened with a sense of responsibility? You cannot expect that I alone can resolve this. I harbor no specific expectations of you in the coming years. In truth, I cannot compel you to act. However, when you eventually confront Voldemort, fully aware of his intent to kill you, and his history of slaughtering or attempting to kill countless others, you may come to perceive that ending him is the sole option. Indeed, should he successfully resurrect and continue his pursuit, as the prophecy foretells, only one of you shall ultimately survive. With a tumultuous heart, Harry made his way to the end-of-year feast. Of course, Hagrid had presented him with a cherished album filled with photographs of his parents. He had attended the impromptu We Graduated party organized by the 7th years, which Tonks had insisted he join despite his unfamiliarity with many of them, and soon he would be reunited with Ginny. On the other hand, despite his utmost efforts, Gryffindor had still claimed the House Cup this year. When Dumbledore announced Gryffindor's lead, Harry strived to feign a facade of disappointment. The only silver lining was that there would be no last-minute dramatic point additions this time. Recent events must be taken into account, Dumbledore continued. Harry internally groaned. Of course, they must be considered. Dumbledore awarded 50 points for Ron's remarkable chess game, despite the lack of objective criteria. 50 points for Hermione's clarity of thought and composure in crisis. 50 points for Neville's extraordinary bravery in the face of danger. And 60 points for Harry's confrontation with darkness in defense of his companions. While Dumbledore's phrasing may have been more poetic, the bias was still glaringly evident. Harry began to tap his fingers on the table until Percy, in a fit of annoyance, threatened him with a spell, prompting him to cease. He certainly could not allow Percy to cultivate such a habit, as it was Percy's inaction that had enabled Harry's extracurricular escapades. At the Gryffindor table, witnessing his house emerge as the most favored left Harry feeling quite uncomfortable. Midway through the feast, he rose and sat at the Slytherin table. During this time, he listened sympathetically to the Slytherin's grievances, collectively denouncing the evident favoritism. From a distance, Dumbledore could not discern the specifics, but noted Harry's crossing of house boundaries, his face adorned with a look of satisfaction. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry felt a genuine sense of joy for the conclusion of the academic year for the first time. He, Ron, Hermione, and Neville sat in the compartment, managing the waves of familiar faces bidding farewell. Harry's admirers and Neville's friends made during herbology. Unfortunately, Hermione persistently inquired about his exam results. He had achieved the highest scores in his first year since Dumbledore, earning the title of prodigy, much to the irritation of both parties. After all, with the mind of an adult, he had long since adapted to handling tedious meetings, press conferences, and even petitioning the Wisingamot, which meant he was entirely capable of focusing in Professor Bin's class. Thus, despite his overt refusal to study, his grades in history of magic were quite commendable. This only reinforced Hermione's belief that he had either cheated or was concealing his true abilities. "You all must come to my house this summer," Ron declared. "I will send owls to all of you." Oh, all meant everyone except Malfoy and his entourage. Now, only Harry, Hermione, and Neville remained. "It sounds as if I am eager to go," Draco retorted. "My bedroom is larger than your entire house." Harry rolled his eyes. "Draco, do you recall our previous conversation? It is wrong to track your father's political adversaries. Speaking of which, may I pose a rather peculiar question? Does your home have a house elf named Dobby?" Draco nodded. "So, who's tracking whom now?" "Well, you are indeed tracking Ron. We just discussed this. I asked about Dobby because my scar informed me that Quirrell intended to kill me." Draco skeptically nodded. "Well, it now tells me that your house elf named Dobby will intercept all my mail this summer. So, if you could command him not to touch my letters, it would be immensely helpful." Draco shrugged. "Fine." Once off the train, students clustered in groups towards the exit. Tonks, sporting bubblegum pink hair, approached him. "I was accepted into the Auror training program," she announced. "This is how I celebrate." "So, you plan to maintain this hair color?" Harry chuckled. "Indeed, as long as I'm pleased about it. I will sport this look whenever I am not on a disguise mission. I intended to tell you sooner, but I was busy avoiding Percy." "Avoiding Percy? Why?" "He is probably the least threatening person in the world," Harry pointed out. I know, but he wants me to help him review for his newts for the third time, then keeps asking about his performance on the OWLs, and insists on recounting every spell he cast and the captivating details of every question he answered," Tonks complained. "Sounds like Hermione," Ron bluntly remarked. "Hey, so, what must I do to convince you to let me call you Nymphadora? Your given name?" Under Tonks' stern gaze, Harry quickly corrected himself. "No way, sorry." "Oh, come on, I'll give you my firstborn," Harry solemnly promised. Tonks laughed. "Isn't it a bit early to be considering that?" Harry shrugged. According to the original timeline, he indeed ought to be a father by now. If it were a boy, they would name him James Sirius. If a girl, Lily Luna. "Stay in touch, all right?" As she was about to pass through the wall, Harry called out, "Oh, don't worry. Even if you wanted to shake me off, you couldn't." She said this and vanished into the wall. When Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were also preparing to pass through, Harry overheard numerous whispers regarding Draco Malfoy and speculations about his lineage that had originated at the beginning of the school year. He scoffed, having long since forgotten the matter. "There he is, Mum, there he is, look!" Ginny exclaimed, jumping up as soon as she spotted Harry. "Hi, Ginny, right?" Harry smiled at her. Yes, she replied softly, her gaze drifting, unable to meet his eyes. "You're coming to Hogwarts next year, aren't you?" She merely nodded vigorously. "Then we shall meet at school. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Weasley, thank you so much for the Christmas gift. It was incredibly thoughtful." "Oh, don't mention it, dear," she assured him warmly. "Well, I must be off," Harry said. "I fear my Uncle Vernon might still be angry with me." "Angry with you since September?" Mrs. Weasley asked in astonishment. "Well, he did send me a rather threatening letter for Christmas," Harry informed her. "Oh, Merlin, back at number 4, Privet Drive." Harry spotted a massive black dog lying on the lawn in front of the Dursleys' house, seemingly waiting for him. He quickly moved his belongings back to his room, perhaps subtly reminding Uncle Vernon that locking away his school supplies would have dire consequences. Assuring him he wouldn't use magic, then dashed outside to greet it. "Hey there, big fella," he called. "You look like you need a walk. Want to join me at the park?" The dog merely tilted its head, feigning ignorance, yet rose to follow Harry. Upon reaching the deserted park, Harry sat on a swing, gazing intently at the dog. All right, Sirius. Long time no see. Chapter 19. Continuation of improvement. Sirius froze. All right, Big Paws, don't act like that. If one of us has to keep pretending to be a stray dog, this reunion will be quite disappointing, Harry remarked, crossing his arms. Sirius swiftly resumed his human form. He appeared much better than Harry remembered, likely due to having enjoyed 3 years of freedom before returning to the past. Reunion? He asked cautiously, what reunion? Harry Potter cannot possibly remember me. He was a mere infant the last time I saw him. Who are you exactly? Harry chuckled. I am Harry Potter. But I think you got it wrong. The last time you saw me was after you crossed that veil of death. I did not stumble into it. Sirius retorted indignantly. Bellatrix cast a curse at me. I admit I was rather careless at that moment, but such things can happen to anyone. And wait. How do you know? What did you do then? Harry countered. I was right there. I was too, Harry told him. You fell through the veil as well? What? Were you chasing after me? The moon face didn't stop you? Sirius exclaimed. He was just standing there. How irresponsible, especially for him. His voice trailed off. Harry let out a light huff. I do not believe you possess the authority to admonish others about responsibility. However, it is true that he did intervene. I was not present at that moment. I only passed through the veil later. How long after? Sirius inquired. Harry shrugged. Approximately 8 years. Sirius's eyes widened. 8 years? So you are now 23? Harry nodded. My mental age is, well, my body is roughly 12. What transpired? Did you vanquish Voldemort? Did you return? Is everyone still alive? Please share everything. Sirius bombarded him with questions. Well, it goes like this. Dumbledore had Severus assist him in ending his own life at the conclusion of 6th year, yet he did not disclose this to anyone. Thus, we believed Severus to be a villain until the truth was revealed after his death. Had Voldemort not seized control of the Ministry of Magic approximately a fortnight before the school year commenced, I would have been in 7th year. Consequently, that year I spent largely in a dismal wilderness camping trip, resulting in the deaths of many, including Remus, Tonks, and Fred. Later, Voldemort killed me, and then I vanquished him. Oh, by the way, Remus and Tonks got married. What was that last sentence? Sirius paused momentarily. Remus and Tonks got married? Harry innocently reiterated. No, the sentence before that. Regarding Voldemort killing you. Sirius pressed. Oh, he killed me, and then I had a conversation with Dumbledore as spirit. He told me that while I might have been imagining things, it did not negate their reality, and after that, I was restored. Sirius simply stared at him. Actually, I am quite well. Harry grinned. It seems I survived through the power of love. Sirius groaned. I must tell you, when recounting this to others, it would be wise to fabricate a more compelling narrative. Who said I told anyone? But if you do not inform them of your origins from the future, how can they prepare in advance? Sirius rationally pointed out. Prepare for what? Wasn't the last outcome quite satisfactory? I married Ginny Weasley, and by the time I departed, she was already with child. Ron and Hermione also wed. To be honest, aside from Fred's demise, the Weasley family is rather content. Molly was genuinely thrilled at the time, indeed. I can imagine, Sirius chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Moreover, if I could destroy all the Horcruxes before Voldemort's resurrection, I would merely need to wait until he used my blood to return, let him kill me, thus eliminating the final Horcrux, and then return to confront him. You speak so lightly of it, Sirius murmured. I have 3 years. I shall manage. Would you be willing to assist me in eliminating those Horcruxes? Harry asked. Need you even ask? Sirius replied, though I am uncertain what else can destroy Horcruxes besides Dementor's Kiss, Basilisk Venom, and Fiendfire. Dementors? Also, how do you know about Horcruxes? Aren't they rather obscure? Harry repeated in confusion. Sirius nodded. Indeed, Horcruxes are fragments of a wizard's soul, hence a Dementor's Kiss can obliterate them. And Harry, please, I am black. Understanding Horcruxes is merely a benefit of growing up in one of Britain's darkest families. I suppose that is true. By the way, can you wield Fiendfire? Harry inquired. He had not truly attempted it, but he had heard that with a modicum of practice, any moderately skilled wizard could exert some degree of control over it. Sirius conveyed this to him. So, can you begin to learn? Harry replied, I would like to, but my wand is currently under surveillance. After all, I am still technically a minor. I wish to resolve this matter swiftly. Perhaps I can master it before the end of the summer? Moreover, Sirius, under no circumstances must you reveal to anyone that I have returned, Harry stated earnestly. Why? Do you not trust your friends? Sirius inquired. It is not a matter of trust. If I start disclosing things to others, they will undoubtedly say, Harry, you are an adult now. You should act more maturely. Besides, Snape is a hero. You really should not disturb him. I had a splendid time last year, and I hope to continue enjoying myself this year. and for many more to come. Once others discover that my mental age surpasses my appearance, the fun will vanish, and I will have to shoulder a plethora of responsibilities. Harry wrinkled his nose. Furthermore, they will incessantly inquire about their futures. Do you think that if Remus and Tonks, Ginny and I, Ron and Hermione, or Bill and Fleur were to learn of their destinies in advance, they would still remain together? God knows. And Hannah is far too shy now, while Neville lacks confidence. If I were to reveal their futures, I might inadvertently ruin everything. Therefore, it is best to let history unfold naturally or as naturally as possible, while still pursuing my desires, Harry amended. Sirius scoffed. Now that sounds more reasonable. But since we are free to do as we wish, how do I clear my name? Personally, I hope to do so as swiftly as possible, although I did enjoy my time in Spain last year. So, you indeed went to Mallorca? Regarding your name, I believe that once I visit the Weasley household, I will be able to capture Wormtail and Voldemort's first Horcrux in one fell swoop. Can you wait for about 2 more months until we go shopping in Diagon Alley? Sirius gazed intently into his eyes. I have waited 15 years. I believe I can wait a little longer. The subsequent 6 weeks were excruciatingly slow for Harry. Receiving letters was a welcome distraction, but he deliberately postponed his visit to the Weasleys until after his birthday for 2 reasons. First, to meet Dobby in peace. Second, encountering Sirius under Molly Weasley's watchful eye would pose difficulties. It was not that he disliked her. He actually found her quite likable, but she had a tendency to smother everyone with affection, and he had long since outgrown the need for maternal love. In his boredom, he even began to execute the vague plan for mending family relations he had devised last year. Surprisingly, this strategy seemed to be effective. He voluntarily assisted Aunt Petunia with household chores and shared some of Neville's gardening insights as they spent more time together. Petunia begrudgingly acknowledged that he could indeed take care of himself. She did not elaborate further, but Harry could sense a noticeable softening in her attitude toward him. As for Dudley, it was even simpler. Harry played 2-player computer games with him whenever his friends were unavailable, and Dudley, enamored with such games, dare not irritate Harry for fear he would switch to single-player mode. Harry did not expect his relatives to hold him in high regard, but at least they no longer displayed open hostility towards him. Uncle Vernon evidently still harbored resentment over the incident at the train station last year, as he would emit low growls every time Harry entered the house, seemingly unable to refrain from doing so. The letters from his friends kept him preoccupied. He endeavored to convince Hermione that Lockhart was a fraud, urged Tonks to assist in infiltrating Bellatrix's vault, explained to Ron that being sorted into Slytherin did not equate to malevolence, encouraged Ginny not to idolize him, motivated Neville to maintain his dignity even in the presence of relatives, arranged for Cedric to join them for a game of Quidditch upon his return to the Weasley household, as they were neighbors, reminded Draco that knowing certain things under the pretense of Scar connection and stalking were entirely different matters, persuaded Percy to voluntarily vacate the room rather than merely appearing at mealtimes, and instructed the twins to teach Ginny how to ride a broomstick. Under his insistence and the weight of extreme boredom, these endeavors progressed smoothly, although Ron still required evidence. Hermione remained fixated on signatures, and Tonks continued to inquire about details. Harry was certain that Ginny would shy away upon their next meeting, yet at least she could now communicate normally through letters. Hedwig, on the other hand, relished this opportunity for exercise, as she seldom lingered at the Dursleys, which indirectly eased their relationship. On the evening of the Dursleys' dinner party, coincidentally Harry's birthday, they, of course, paid no heed to it, while Harry found himself exceedingly occupied. The first order of business was to ensure that he was away from home by the time Dobby appeared. Sure enough, at precisely 8 o'clock, Dobby manifested before Harry. Fortunately, Harry was seated on a park bench, with Sirius transformed into a large dog, lying at his feet. Dobby, I was just thinking you should be here. Harry greeted warmly. Please take a seat. How has Draco been lately? It's hard to glean much from just letters. Dobby was about to break into tears, overwhelmed that Harry not only knew his name, but treated him as an equal, when he overheard the wizard mention something else. Draco? Yes, Draco Malfoy, the young master you serve. How has he been recently? How would Harry Potter know? Dobby inquired. Magical scar, Harry simply explained. Ah yes, Dobby has heard young Master Draco complain about that vociferously, Dobby admitted, but Dobby does not believe it. Then how else would I have made Draco order you not to steal my letters? Harry countered. Dobby nodded. That reasoning was indeed compelling. I think you need not punish yourself for coming to see me, but to prevent any further guilt, I must inform you. I am aware that Mr. Malfoy intends to give Tom Riddle's diary to Ginny Weasley. That diary will open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the basilisk upon Hogwarts. I assure you, I will carry a mirror with me and refrain from foolishness, though I cannot guarantee I will not return to Hogwarts. if you use magic to forge signatures. Regardless of what the occupants of the house are doing, the ministry will send an owl, and the Dursleys will treat me as the Malfoys treat you. And that will not deter me. My friends will come to rescue me. Harry explained calmly. Nevertheless, I appreciate your goodwill. Suddenly, a faint pop echoed through the woods as someone operated nearby. Well, to cut a long story short, it seems my next appointment has arrived early, Harry murmured. So unless you wish to have additional witnesses, I suggest you make a hasty exit. It was a pleasure to see you, Harry said cheerfully. Dobby cast a resentful glance at him before vanishing in a swirl of apparition. I hope you are fully aware of your actions, Harry, Tonks remarked as she materialized. We might be courting significant trouble. I understand, but this is crucial. It is the only means to ensure Voldemort's absolute demise. I mean, having him possess the defense against the Dark Art Professor is already dire enough. What if he acquires a physical body? Tonks shivered. Very well, but remember, you owe me one. She grasped Harry's hand, ready to apparate, only to discover he was cradling a dog. What is the meaning of this dog? He is my godfather. Harry explained. Your parents designated a dog as your godfather? Tonks inquired skeptically. Well, at least my father did. Don't forget, my father and his friends were the idols of Fred and George. You lot are utterly mad, Tonks muttered as she transported them to Diagon Alley. The hour was late, and the streets were sparsely populated, yet the leaky cauldron must have been teeming with patrons, as it usually was after 5 o'clock. Tonks, Sirius, and Harry stepped into Gringotts. Upon entering, Tonks transformed into Bellatrix Lestrange. The goblins were indifferent to her status as a murderer who ought to be imprisoned in Azkaban. They were typically uninterested in wizarding affairs. Tonks feigned having lost her key, and the goblins conducted a simple blood test. Since she was a close relative of Bellatrix, she passed. The goblin on duty promptly issued a new key. Legally, Bellatrix and Sirius, the head of the Black family, were deemed deceased, and Tonks, being a relative of both, could have applied for ownership of the vault herself. However, Harry worried that this would make her target, especially since she had yet to commence her Auror training. Upon opening Bellatrix's vault, Harry seized the Hufflepuff cup, while Tonks collected some gold galleons and a few heirlooms of the Black family. These had once been part of Bellatrix's dowry, but she believed her mother would cherish them more than her incarcerated mad aunt. As for how to account for these possessions, well, she could always attribute the responsibility to Harry. He could likely concoct a more plausible tale. After departing Gringotts, Harry promptly requested Tonks to transport him and Sirius to the Weasley residence. It was rumored that Neville had stayed there in June, and Hermione had spent some time there in July, leaving him as the sole occupant now. To Harry's delight, Percy was downstairs playing chess with Ron. He had arrived approximately an hour earlier than planned, but where else could he go before 10? Ginny turned beet red upon seeing him, appearing as if she wanted to flee the room, yet she restrained herself. The situation was improving. Chapter 20, The Diary in Scabbers. The day to arrive at Diagon Alley had finally come, 2 weeks after their departure. Harry felt a surge of anxiety, fearful that he might inadvertently alter the course of the future, resulting in Lucius handing the diary to someone else. He had to admit, he had grown accustomed to this foresight. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to relinquish such an advantage. So far, he had enjoyed a pleasant summer. He publicly proclaimed that Sirius was his new pet, Bigfoot, and Sirius eagerly trailed behind the twins, delighting in their mischievous antics. He made a concerted effort to engage Ginny in conversation, and although the process was arduous, she eventually progressed from uttering mere monosyllables to forming short sentences. Perhaps Harry inadvertently hinted to the twins that Percy had been rather solitary that summer, possibly due to a burgeoning romance. The twins immediately seized upon this topic, relentlessly pursuing Percy in hopes of unearthing the identity of his mysterious girlfriend. Were it not for Harry's knowledge of the underlying circumstances, he might have thought that Percy relished the bewildering effect his vague responses had on the twins. Evidently, the twins perceived Harry's suggestion of teaching Ginny to ride a broom as a challenge. Unbeknownst to them, she had already taken to the skies in secret, and were astonished to discover that she flew with greater skill than many who were twice her age. Cedric had visited 3 times, and they had enjoyed spirited games of 3-on-3 Quidditch, of course. Percy had seized the opportunity to retreat to his room to study while the twins were distracted. Although Harry was not well acquainted with Cedric prior to their becoming Hogwarts champions, he found himself enjoying Cedric's company and silently resolved that this time he would ensure Cedric's survival. Upon arriving at Diagon Alley, Harry persuaded his friends to first visit the apothecary to collect his specially ordered Mandrake restorative draft. Preparing for a 3-fold challenge might seem a touch paranoid. Yet if Hermione had taught him anything, it was the virtue of being prepared. Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who had arranged to travel with the Weasley family that summer, regarded him with bemused expressions. But Harry simply explained that his scar suggested it was a wise course of action. He pondered to himself how long he could continue using this excuse to justify his foresight before everyone began to suspect he was unhinged. Ultimately, the group, accompanied by Neville, arrived at Flourish and Blots. Harry tactfully suggested that the Weasley family purchase only 2 sets of textbooks for the sake of convenience, allowing them to share. Though Mrs. Weasley felt somewhat embarrassed, she acknowledged that it was indeed a reasonable suggestion. Suddenly, Lockhart's photographer collided with Ron, rudely shouting, "Make way, the Daily Prophet is taking photos." "What's so special about that?" Ron muttered. Lockhart, upon hearing the commotion, lifted his gaze and fortuitously spotted Ron, with Harry standing nearby. He leapt up and exclaimed, "Could this be Harry Potter? Where is he?" Harry feigned, searching the vicinity as if looking for himself. "Aren't you Harry?" Gilderoy inquired with confusion. "Not at all," Harry cheerfully replied. "But your scar," Lockhart attempted to argue. "A rather unfortunate cooking accident." Harry succinctly reiterated last year's explanation. "Then who are you?" Lockhart pressed further. "Draco Malfoy." "Oh, well then, to express my apologies, I shall give you a copy of my works," Lockhart said, thrusting a book into his hands before turning back to his adoring fans. Harry promptly tossed the book into Ginny's cauldron, declaring, "Now you only need 1 set." "But what about your textbooks, Harry?" Hermione inquired. "I never intended to take one, Hermione. But what will you use for class?" Harry simply huffed in response. "Come on. It's not like I'm going to learn anything from him this year. He's a fraud, remember?" Hermione reluctantly nodded. It indeed took some time to completely eradicate the brilliant impression of the forgetfulness curse master from her mind. "Harry, why did you just tell him you're a Mrs. Weasley?" had just begun to speak when Draco Malfoy's voice rang out from behind them. "What's the matter, Draco?" Harry responded politely. "You were the one who spread that rumor last year, weren't you? About me being Snape's illegitimate child." "Strictly speaking, it was Fred and George who spread it," Harry pointed out, "but I was indeed involved. To be honest, we weren't friends back then. So, what was the point of bringing it up again? What excuse do you have this time?" Harry paused. "I didn't mean to. My apologies." Draco rolled his eyes. "I even told Dobby not to touch her mail." "Come on. It wouldn't take you more than a few minutes," Harry retorted, though he was still grateful. "So, how was your summer with the Muggles?" "I assume it was worse than being with the Weasleys?" Draco inquired. "Well, my aunt and cousin didn't seem so terrible this year. But my uncle looks at me like he wants to strangle me every time he gets close," Harry replied. "Interesting," Draco said with a hint of sarcasm. "And why do you think Muggles deserve any concern?" "Because the way my relatives treat me is akin to how pure-blood fanatics treat Muggles. Except they don't plan to kill me," Harry countered. "Ron, hurry up. Your mum caught up with Lockhart. We should escape while we can," Mr. Weasley said as he and the twins struggled to squeeze through. Arthur Weasley," Lucius Malfoy drawled. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Merlin, this is merely a chance encounter in a crowded bookstore. Not an epic showdown in some old western town." "Lucius," Arthur nodded, foregoing any pretense of civility. "I hear the ministry has been quite busy lately. With so many surprise inspections, I hope they at least pay you overtime," Lucius remarked, reaching into Ginny's cauldron to retrieve a brand new beginner's guide to Transfiguration. "I believe they did," he continued. "It's quite pathetic that you've lowered yourself to such a degree for a few extra galleons, tarnishing the name of wizards." "Malfoy, our definitions of the disgrace of a wizardess name are entirely divergent," Arthur replied coldly. "Clearly," Lucius said, his gaze shifting to the Granger family and company. "I personally believe," Harry interjected, "that anyone over the age of 15 who can't even perform a simple disarming spell or who drops their wand is a disgrace to the name of wizard. Or someone who can't even stay on a broomstick," Draco added. "Or someone who doesn't even like Quidditch," Ron chimed in. This unexpected coalition of remarks finally broke the tension, allowing the Malfoy family to depart unscathed. However, the matter was not yet resolved. Harry keenly observed as Lucius stealthily slipped a diary into Ginny's belongings. Regrettably, the conflict had been diffused. He had intended to wager with Draco and the twins on whether Hagrid would intervene in the dispute between their fathers. Perhaps next time, upon returning to their humble abode. Having bid farewell to the Granger family who had ventured to Muggle London, and with Neville using flu powder to return home, the group placed their acquisitions back into their respective chambers. Ron immediately challenged Harry to a game of chess. In the past, whenever Ron extended an invitation, Harry would readily accept, believing that the more victories Ron secured over him, the less his own feelings of inadequacy would linger. This time, however, he could not conjure a suitable excuse to decline and reluctantly sat down to play. Yet, his mind was elsewhere, and he performed even worse than usual. As soon as the game concluded, he nearly dashed upstairs and burst into Ginny's room. He tore open her beginner's guide to transfiguration, but found nothing. He rummaged through all her study materials, still yielding no results. Throughout the afternoon, he turned the entire house upside down, yet to no avail. As night fell, he was compelled to confront the dreadful conclusion. The diary was missing, along with Scabbers. Chapter 21, The Silent Boy. Gone? That night, when Harry sneaked out to meet Sirius, the latter repeated in bewilderment, "Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Harry sighed. "I suppose it was overly optimistic of me to expect you to entirely disregard my explicit instructions and capture him prematurely. Why would I do such a thing? You assured me you would handle it." Sirius pointed out, "I still can't believe he's gone. I mean, I was on the verge of finishing him off. And then he just vanished." "Not him," Harry corrected them. "The diary Horcrux is also missing." Sirius groaned. "You know, even though I might have been rotting away in Azkaban during your second year, considering Wormtail was with the Weasley family in Egypt at that time, I'm quite certain this incident never occurred before." "You're right," Harry conceded. "The only question is, why is this happening? Why did Pettigrew take the diary and flee?" Sirius shot Harry a piercing glance. "Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because you declared me your pet Bigfoot? Maybe, although Wormtail was not particularly frightened when I escaped, as I did not indicate any intention of causing you trouble at Hogwarts. Upon hearing my name, he likely perceived it as either a tremendous coincidence or a direct threat. As for why he took the diary, I am uncertain. Perhaps he recognized it as the one Voldemort entrusted to Lucius." Harry completely disregarded Sirius's last remark, returning a glare. "Well, perhaps that name is somewhat inappropriate, but I don't recall you suggesting a better alternative." "I certainly did," Sirius retorted. "What, Wormy?" "Sorry, Sirius, but my pet cannot bear such an endearing name. Honestly, if you want me to devise a term more formidable than the power of love to explain how I survived Voldemort, you'll need to propose something more impressive than Wormy. Frankly, it sounds like a name Ginny would come up with." Sirius burst into laughter. "Really? She can't be that bad, can she? Care to wager?" Harry replied. "Last year we had a rabbit. Guess what name Ginny gave it? Fluffy. And what would you prefer to call it?" Sirius asked with a grin. "Super Inferno Grim Reaper." "Hey, that name truly befits a rabbit," Harry declared as he crossed his arms, while Sirius laughed so hard that he tumbled to the ground. "You know, if you don't take this seriously, I might just go back to sleep," he added. After a while, Sirius finally regained his composure. "But Harry, I have always been serious," he replied. "If you dare utter a single serious pun, I shall immediately retreat to slumber," Harry warned. "Very well," Sirius pouted. "What shall we do then? We are aware that Wormtail absconded with the diary, yet we remain uncertain whether he understands its significance as a Horcrux." "Chances are he does not," Sirius continued. "After all, if even Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange, who are said to be among Voldemort's favored, are unaware, I doubt a mere spy would be privy to such information. No one would trust a spy. Indeed, if one can be a double agent, it is not difficult to become a triple agent." Speaking of which, Sirius began. Harry rolled his eyes. "Yes, Sirius, I am quite certain that Snape is genuinely on our side. You really ought to let this go. Holding a grudge for 20 years is hardly a healthy endeavor. You should go tell him," Sirius whispered. "To be fair, you did attempt to kill him when he was 16, which may have left quite an impression," Harry diplomatically remarked. "I mean, I recall how shocked I was when I witnessed Remus transform that night, and he wasn't even trying to kill me. By the way, thank you. You're welcome. What is a godfather for? I do mention these matters to him quite frequently. Fortunately, it seems I have managed to annoy him enough that he no longer views me as my father's doppelganger, but rather as an exceedingly bothersome, independent individual," Harry proudly stated. He exerted a bit of effort and accomplished in 1 year what had eluded him for the previous 6. "Well done," Sirius commended. Returning to the matter at hand. "Even if Wormtail is unaware of the diary's true nature, he will inevitably write in it. Once he does, he will realize that this is his closest connection to Voldemort's commands. He will continue to write, and perhaps even become possessed. By then," Harry sighed heavily, "the Chamber of Secrets may very well be opened once more." Harry was aware that he had forgotten something. This thought had troubled him all morning, yet he could not recall what it was. The rare occasion when Neville's memory ball could have been useful was now lost, as Harry already knew he had forgotten something. And the magical emotional ring could not specify what he had omitted. He suspected he might have thrown the memory ball in a fit of frustration. Of course, expecting Harry to remember everything was unrealistic. Consequently, the platform had now sealed itself, leaving him and Ron stranded outside, while others were trapped within, and the train had departed. Last time, they had indeed driven the Weasley car to school. That had been both dangerous and irresponsibly reckless. They should have waited for Ron's parents. Who was he kidding? "I'll drive," Ron declared as he slid into the passenger seat, eyeing Harry skeptically. You can drive? Of course, Harry replied earnestly. Anyone who has lived in the Muggle world knows how to drive. So, is this the Muggle version of flying? Ron inquired as Harry started the car. Harry told a fib. In truth, he had indeed learned to drive. Shortly after vanquishing Voldemort, Hermione had insisted he obtain a license. They had even devised a sport based on this, somewhat reminiscent of Quidditch, yet more akin to a racing competition. Harry hoped the vehicles would not collide, crash into walls, or spontaneously combust. Muggles are quite peculiar, Ron remarked. Indeed, Ron, indeed, Harry replied absently, accelerating to chase down the train along the tracks. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally caught up with the express. Harry began to descend slowly, intending to land atop the train. Are you out of your mind? You can't land here. Ron shouted. Why not? Harry asked innocently. We could lose our lives. Oh, not at all. Just watch, it'll be fine. To validate his words, Harry gradually lowered the car above the last carriage. The landing was a bit jarring. However, considering the train was traveling at roughly 60 miles per hour, it was quite commendable. Ron's face turned pale as he stumbled out of the carriage and leaned against the train, retching. Harry wrinkled his nose. Wonderful. Would you like to step inside first? He suggested, assisting Ron down to the compartment below. Once his friend vanished from sight, Harry drew his wand, tapped the car, and murmured, Portus. He watched with satisfaction as the vehicle vanished. Mastering that spell had required considerable effort. He then followed Ron into the compartment below. Suddenly, a spell whizzed past his ear. What on earth? Harry exclaimed, glancing around and suppressing a groan. Naturally, they had chosen the compartment of the second-year Slytherins. Could you perhaps calm down? Calm down? Draco echoed, incredulously. Oh, never mind. Harry decided against explaining that it was a Muggle idiom. Why are you all attacking each other? I've only been here 2 minutes. We were perfectly fine until a Gryffindor dropped in from above. We thought we were under attack, a blonde Slytherin girl, whom Harry vaguely recognized as Daphne Greengrass, innocently informed him. 9 against 1. How is that self-defense? Harry inquired curiously. We thought it was a raid by the Weasley family. His brothers and sisters would surely follow, a red-haired girl explained, and Harry was quite certain that was Tracy Davis. I really ought to pay more attention to my classmates, Harry thought, rolling his eyes. I should have anticipated this. Anyway, Ron, I've dealt with the car. With a bit of luck, your parents will merely think they've forgotten something and 1T realize we've taken the vehicle. How did you make the car disappear? Ron asked, puzzled. I don't recall learning that spell last year. Magic. Right, I suppose so. But how exactly? Are you implying you flew here from King's Cross? Draco interjected, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Harry replied with a smile. Is it still relevant to ask why? Do you remember when I instructed you to tell Dobby not to steal my mail? Harry queried. Draco nodded. Well, I forgot to tell you to command him not to attempt rescuing me either, Harry explained. Are you telling me that you flew to the Hogwarts Express because my house elf wanted to save your life? Draco incredulously reiterated. Essentially, yes. This requires some explanation. He replied straightforwardly. Harry let out an exaggerated sigh, clearly regarding Hogwarts as a veritable death trap. He mused that it would be prudent to remain with his Muggle relatives, particularly his uncle, who was prone to fits of rage that could result in violence. Thus, he sealed off the platform entrance, and rather than wait for others to resolve the situation, he and Ron decided to fly over. Draco merely stared at him. That is undoubtedly the most foolish thing I've ever heard. Truly, it's a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Yet I must say, your tone is increasingly reminiscent of Hermione S., he remarked, making a face. Do you think she will attempt to save your life again? Almost certainly. Well, that is utterly absurd. Dobby, Draco called out. What is your command, master? Dobby timidly inquired upon his arrival. I order you to cease your attempts to save Harry's life. It is quite bothersome. Just let him remain at Hogwarts, understood? Yes, yes, Master Draco, Dobby replied, ears drooping. Very well, now be gone. With a loud crack, Dobby vanished. Thanks, Harry sighed in relief. I owe you one. Draco waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. Now, hurry and remove that ferret from my compartment, or we shall have to cast spells at him again. All right, goodbye, Draco. And farewell to the other second-year Slytherins, though I do not harbor the same fondness for you as I do for Draco, Harry cheerily waved, dragging Ron into the next compartment. In their next attempt, they found Cedric and Cho engaging in unabashed flirtation. Shortly thereafter, they encountered the Weasley twins, Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinette, and Katie Bell, who were scrutinizing the twins' prank products. They also spotted Oliver Wood and Percy engaged in a game of wizardess chess. In fact, they traversed nearly half of Hogwarts' student body before finally locating Hermione, Neville, Ginny, and Luna Lovegood seated in the first carriage. You finally made it, Harry exclaimed in exasperation. We searched the entire train. That sentiment should be mine, Hermione chuckled. Neville and I scoured the area twice before we managed to secure this compartment. You were supposed to follow Mum and me through the platform, but we didn't TC you, Ginny pointed out. That's because the platform sealed itself off. We flew onto the Hogwarts Express in Dad's car, Ron stated bluntly. What on earth did you do? I presume you don't approve? Harry gently inquired. Of course I don't. You could have been caught, or killed, or expelled, Hermione exclaimed in horror. We have already discussed this, Hermione, Harry replied calmly. Expelling me is not so simple, especially for me. Honestly, my godfather nearly fed Professor Snape to wolves, and he wasn't expelled. Isn't your godfather Sirius Black? Ron asked, and Harry suddenly remembered mentioning this to Ron, the twins, Percy, and Tonks during Christmas. He was somewhat fortunate. When Tonks overheard him refer to Sirius, in his canine form, as his godfather, it seemed she either forgot about it or assumed he was jesting. Otherwise, he would indeed be in quite a predicament. Oh well, yes, he finally said. Hermione appeared even more alarmed. By Merlin's beard, he fed Professor Snape to a wolf. And he still remains at Hogwarts? What on earth is Dumbledore thinking? Harry shrugged. Shouldn't everyone, apart from Voldemort, be granted 53 chances? Why 53? Neville inquired. It's a rather nice even number. Not really, Neville replied, puzzled. That's not the point. The crux of the matter is, we flew halfway to Hogwarts in Ron's father's car, and then I used my extraordinary abilities to send it back. As long as you haven't told anyone else, I believe we can pretend nothing happened. Hermione reluctantly said. She hesitated. Wait a moment. You haven't told anyone, have you? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, with Ron swiftly turning to his sister to ask her opinion about Hogwarts, while Harry introduced himself to Luna. Thus, the task of soothing Hermione fell to Neville. After all, they had already shared their tale with everyone they encountered along the way. The sorting ceremony was truly splendid, although he and Ron had not anticipated arriving in time when they initially drove there. When Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor, Harry cheered loudly. And when Luna was placed in Ravenclaw, he even managed to persuade Fred, George, Hermione, Neville, and Ron to join in the applause. This drew some curious glances, for no one had ever cheered for members of other houses before. But since when had that ever deterred Harry? Most amusingly, they received some skeptical looks from the faculty, undoubtedly having heard the rumors about him and Ron commandeering the Weasley family's flying car. However, due to the presence of Slytherin students who witnessed them boarding the train, no one was particularly eager to report them. They were left helpless. The common room hosted an all-night party themed around Harry and Ron's audacious flight to Hogwarts. And although it was somewhat exhausting, Harry was overall quite pleased the following morning. Everyone had come. Even Percy. Harry spent 20 minutes persuading him that this outing was merely an excuse for a party. If they had taken the train like everyone else, it would have been in celebration of the sorting ceremony. During breakfast, when Harry looked up, he happened to see the Weasley owl, Errol, collapse in front of Ron, clutching a howler in its beak. Ron turned pale, and all those in the hall who had noticed Errol's plight found themselves in a quandary. Should they lean in to hear Ron's parents' explanation, or should they make a hasty retreat? To be honest, howlers were exceedingly annoying. While the recipient felt embarrassed, parents ought to keep their reprimands more discreet. Moreover, no one in the hall wished to endure a lecture every time a student erred. Fortunately, Harry aided them in resolving this dilemma. He casually opened the letter, which immediately erupted into a cacophony. Ronald Bilious Weasley. Naturally, matters could have ended there, but Harry quickly rapped the howler and whispered, "Be quiet." The howler continued to wail, but now no one could hear it. Well, apart from him. Nevertheless, witnessing everyone gaze at him in awe as he subdued the howler made the effort worthwhile. Oh, he also conveniently spared Ron the embarrassment of being reprimanded by his mother in public. Truly a twofold triumph. Has he perhaps already caught wind of the whispers surrounding the silent boy? Wizards do have a penchant for hyphenated titles, don't they? Chapter 22. The Peculiar Lockhart. As Professor McGonagall distributed the class schedules, she paused deliberately to inform Harry and Ron that the Weasley couple had sent their luggage via Floo powder. It was only then that Harry recalled he had forgotten his suitcase in the car. Although he had returned the vehicle, he had completely overlooked the belongings inside. Nevertheless, considering the all-night party had only just concluded half an hour prior, he scarcely had time to notice the absence of any personal items at school. This also clarified how Mrs. Weasley had discovered their escapade of taking the car without permission. Fortunately, the crisis had been averted. Otherwise, the lack of essential supplies would have posed significant trouble. Hermione had intended to head to the greenhouse early, yet Harry and Ron insisted on retrieving their luggage first. Hermione deemed their forgetfulness exceedingly irresponsible, but indeed, they had neglected to collect their things. By the time they arrived at the greenhouse, their classmates were already gathered outside, waiting. Upon seeing the four of them sprinting across the lawn, particularly Ron, with a look of panic on Neville and Hermione's faces, the others could not help but laugh. Harry, however, would have preferred to be late. At least that would guarantee a deduction of points. He mused that perhaps he should confess to having taken the car to ensure the house received a 100-point penalty. Yet he was uncertain if it was worth compromising his rebellious persona or preserving the glory of this narrow escape. However, Professor Sprout was far too preoccupied to concern herself with their tardiness. She was fervently using body language to convey to Gilderoy Lockhart the message to go away, be quiet, and that she truly did not care. Alas, Lockhart was utterly impervious to such subtle hints, even as the audience appeared on the verge of delivering him a swift reprimand with a spade. Today we shall visit Greenhouse 3, students. During the moment Lockhart paused to catch his breath, Professor Sprout finally seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Harry sought to prolong the chance of a point deduction, thus deliberately dawdled, only to suffer the consequences. Just a few steps into his delay, he was spotted by Lockhart. "Harry," Lockhart exclaimed, his tone exaggeratedly enthusiastic. "I've been wanting to speak with you. You and T mind being a few minutes late, would you?" "Oh dear, I suppose she has already gone." "Nevertheless, I trust she won't T mind." He scrutinized Harry closely. Harry. When I heard, of course this is all my fault. I truly want to kick myself. Driving a car to Hogwarts. Well, Professor, there are rumors that I drove the car onto the express. But I haven't admitted anything. So you needn't worry that others think you led me astray. Harry reassured him, all the while wondering why Lockhart incessantly repeated his name. It felt both strange and irksome. He truly disliked it. Lockhart chuckled lightly. Of course. This shall be our little secret. However, I can see immediately why you did it. How attention-grabbing. Harry. A shiver ran down Harry's spine. To be frank, if Lockhart does not amend his irritating habit of incessantly repeating his name, Harry cannot guarantee that he will refrain from acting out during the Cornish Pixie class. They learned nothing from that lesson, aside from the fact that Hermione was considerably more astute than the defense against the dark arts instructor. Honestly, isn't that a common sentiment? At least among all the boys and those girls who are not infatuated with Lockhart. You missed the opportunity to grace the front page because I mistook you for Draco Malfoy, leaving you with no choice but to soar aboard the Express in pursuit of the publicity you have long coveted. Lockhart beamed with pride. Harry merely stared at him. Did this man even read the newspaper? Yet I did not make the front page. The article failed to mention this matter, as no one could substantiate its truth compared to the rumor about Draco Malfoy being the love child of Narcissa and Professor Snape. Lockhart chuckled lightly. Ah yes, I have indeed heard about it. Of course I did not intend to bring it up, but I have long suspected that, in fact, I specifically mentioned it in my autobiography. Now everyone can learn the truth of this poignant love story. It is nothing less than a modern-day Romeo and Juliet. Is it not? Harry stifled a laugh. Oh, Draco would undoubtedly kill him. I must remind you not to let fame cloud your judgment. You are still young and should take your time, all right? You have ample opportunity to determine how you wish to gain notoriety, how to achieve it, and how to manage your reputation as you mature. Being expelled for such antics may earn you fleeting fame, but it will not endure and may ruin all your future plans, Lockhart earnestly advised him. Harry was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lockhart would invest so much thought into managing his fame, yet upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he nearly admitted that his sole magical expertise lay in the Obliviate charm. Establishing such a reputation with just one spell was, indeed, impressive, Harry had to concede. You must tread carefully, for only a handful of people have heard of you, right? Associated with that individual whose name cannot be uttered. Lockhart chuckled. I know, it is not compared to my 5 consecutive wins of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, but it is, after all, a beginning, Harry, a beginning. Merlin? Harry felt both perplexed and insulted. Lockhart actually believed he was engaging in all of this merely for attention, while he remained blissfully unaware that Lockhart was jesting. Surely, he could not think that a smile contest could garner more fame than the mysterious disappearance of Voldemort. Perhaps he was not that foolish. Of course, he was essentially a blabbermouth now, too self-absorbed to care about others' opinions, utterly shameless, yet certainly not a fool. Professor, just as Lockhart was about to depart, Harry spoke up. Your method of achieving fame seems to rely on popularity contests. I mean, yes, your book details your adventures with Yeti, werewolves, vampires, and various magical creatures. But those do not seem to be the focal point, do they? Your readers purchase books not out of genuine concern, but rather out of admiration for you. Your heroic exploits merely serve as an excuse for them to become acquainted with you and keep you within the public eye. By triumphing in competitions like Witch Weeklies, you ensure your perpetual remembrance. This is a rather astute strategy. As long as you refrain from folly, it will allow you to remain in the public's gaze for as long as you desire. Lockhart gazed incredulously at Harry for a moment before laughing. Impressive. It seems this is not your style? Harry shook his head. No, I need not worry about being forgotten, for that is utterly impossible, at least during my lifetime. Ever since I became the boy who lived, vanishing from the magical world for a decade, parents continue to recount bedtime stories about me to their children. Despite no one knowing what truly transpired in Godric's Hollow that fateful night, I do not need to remind others of my existence, and given the infatuation with me, I can essentially act with impunity. Unless I commit an exceptionally foolish act, negative public opinion regarding my expulsion is hardly worth considering. Utilizing this immunity, I can enhance my reputation among classmates through bold escapades, such as last year's small treasure hunt and this incident involving purportedly flying to Hogwarts on the Express. Do you not find this rather cold and calculating? Lockhart inquired, appearing unconcerned. Harry shrugged. Perhaps. Do not misunderstand. I would do anything for my friends, and I would not allow them to bear the consequences of actions I could evade due to my fame. Yet I must exercise caution. How can I prevent certain intrusive reporters or irate bureaucrats from tarnishing my reputation, thereby hindering my ability to assist those in need? This is merely prudent foresight. Well, it is evident you are aware of your actions, so I wish you all the best. May we both attain great renown in the years to come. Lockhart sincerely remarked before continuing on his way. Harry shook his head, rousing himself from his reverie. He had never anticipated engaging in such a serious dialogue with Lockhart at any point in time. Alas, he was certain that his tardiness was not merely an act, and he might ultimately incur penalties. As Harry slipped into the greenhouse, Professor Sprout was poised to uproot a mandrake. Upon seeing Harry, she halted and removed her earmuffs. Where have you been? She inquired. Chatting with Professor Lockhart about our mutual fame, Harry replied with a blank expression. Professor Sprout narrowed her eyes. I see. Mr. Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor for your lateness. You may discuss your notoriety at another time. Wonderful, Harry exclaimed as he took a seat next to Neville. Do not celebrate too soon, Neville cautioned. While you were gone, Hermione added 50 points for the house. Harry threw his head back in despair. No. Cursed again. How could you do this, Hermione? I thought we were friends. Hermione merely rolled her eyes. You'll be fine. Face reality, mate, Ron bluntly stated. Dumbledore likes you too much to let you lose the house cup. Or he hates me too much, Harry muttered quietly. Ron ignored him. Even if you and Snape managed to achieve a score around 100 this year, the lowest score in the history of Gryffindor House was 116. Recorded in 1978, Hermione interjected. Harry couldn't help but smile faintly. That was the year the Marauders graduated, and it seemed they had enjoyed considerable success. Indeed, Ron nodded. Even if you succeed, Dumbledore would ultimately deduct 400 points from Gryffindor for some foolishness, while those dim-witted enough to blindly follow you would provide no justification other than their scars, ensuring you all end up in the hospital wing during the final week of the term. Harry bowed his head, acutely aware they were right. Well, if Mr. Potter is caught up, then everyone, please don your earmuffs, Professor Sprout commanded. Harry shook his head, unable to believe she thought they were discussing the same matter. Fortunately, in preparation for this year's petrification incident, he had conducted extensive research on mandrakes over the summer. However, he felt there was little to worry about before Halloween. After all, if an 11-year-old could withstand Voldemort for 2 or 3 months, depending on when she began her diary, then Wormtail should be able to hold out as well. Hurry! Colin Creevey exclaimed excitedly, appearing nervous yet resolute. I am Colin Creevey. I'm also from Gryffindor. I know, Harry replied softly, recalling Colin's pale visage and frail form at the time of his passing. He was only 16, and Shu and T have returned to the castle to face Voldemort. I watched you during the sorting. Really? Colin blushed. Do you think I could take a picture of you? He asked hopefully, raising his camera. All right, Harry slowly consented. Had it been anyone else, or if Colin hadn't teamed his untimely demise, he would surely have declined and seized the opportunity to tease Draco and Lockhart. Yet this felt peculiar. He thought it was brave of Ginny to return to the battlefield at such a young age, but that was because he had never considered she might die. He had never thought Colin would die either. Hermione, could you take the picture? He asked, taking the camera from Colin and handing it to her, thinking she would likely know how to use it. Harry stood beside Colin, smiling as the flash illuminated the moment. I just find it rather strange, Ron reiterated as they walked towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. I mean, you loathe the attention from fans. So why? Ron attempted once more. Harry whirled around. Because he reminds me of a deceased friend. All right, now let's drop it. Ron's face paled instantly. He always reacted this way whenever death was mentioned. Despite being 12, he remained unusually sensitive to such topics. Taking a deep breath, Harry walked towards his seat. It seems you all have purchased my complete works. Splendid, Lockhart announced. I think we shall commence with a little quiz today. As Lockhart rambled on, Hermione turned to glare at Harry. I still can't believe you didn't buy the book. How could you possibly pass this course without even textbook? Harry exaggeratedly sighed. Firstly, they're not textbooks, they're storybooks. Secondly, I am a celebrity. I'm naturally adept at rambling. Thirdly, Lockhart would never dare to allow the boy who narrowly escaped disaster to fail, lest he provoke the ire of his fans. Ultimately, it was all for the sake of the final examination. Hermione appeared still displeased, but Lockhart had already placed the test paper before her, compelling her to remain silent. Let me observe Harry as he gazed at the paper, murmuring to himself. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Celebrity purple, originally bright pink. 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? To take credit for every dangerous magical creature defeated across Europe. 3. What do you believe to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? Establishing and managing his fan club. The examination continued until the final question. 1. What would be Gilderoy Lockhart's ideal birthday gift? Recently defeated dangerous magical creatures. Vanquished mysteriously and unseen. He was fairly certain that his answers diverged from what was written in Lockhart's books. Of course, he had not read those tomes. But they surely did not mention his habit of oblivion charms. Nonetheless, he felt his answers were quite fitting and more accurate. As Harry perused the test paper, he knew Lockhart had reached his, for the latter paused, staring at the paper for several minutes, then shook his head and walked away in silence. When Lockhart had finished explaining the answers to the class, he moved on to the next segment, Cornish pixies. Harry did not heed Lockhart's attempts to convince the class of the peril posed by Cornish pixies, fearing that he might inadvertently speak words that would land him in detention. Normally, he would not mind, but he absolutely wished to avoid being punished with the task of helping Lockhart respond to fan mail again. Let us proceed, Lockhart declared solemnly, abruptly opening the cage containing the pixies. Let us see how you manage them. Harry watched impassively as the released pixies wreaked havoc throughout the classroom, destroying everything in their path. Pesca pixie pesternemy. After the class was sufficiently impressed, Lockhart exclaimed. Nothing happened. Perhaps it was a joke spell? Like the one the twins had cast on Ron to change Scabbers' color? Have you tried the freezing spell? Harry inquired, pointing at one of the pixies. As the class turned to witness the pixie collapse, he carefully cast several silent freezing spells on the remaining pixies with his wand. How did you do that? Seamus asked. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm quite skilled, as we have already established. Merlin, indeed. Well done, Harry. Lockhart crawled out from behind the podium, brushing off the dust from his robes, beaming with delight. Gryffindor earns 50 points. Harry stood frozen in terror. No matter what he did, there was no escaping it. Just kill me now. Chapter 23. Avoiding Ginny. That evening at dinner, Harry found himself utterly without appetite. As a boy on the cusp of adolescence, this troubled him deeply. However, he quickly deduced that it was primarily due to the nauseating celebration occurring at the Gryffindor table. Hermione had garnered points for accurately answering Professor Sprout's herbology question, while he had been penalized for his lack of decorum during Lockhart's quiz. Together, they had amassed a total of 90 points for the house. Moreover, with the contributions of other students, Gryffindor's total score surpassed that of the morning by 112 points. In the entire hall, only Snape's countenance mirrored Harry's grim expression. He resolved to no longer endure this farce, and stormed over to the Ravenclaw table in protest, plopping down in front of the astonished Luna Lovegood. Hello, is something the matter? She inquired curiously. Can you believe it? On the very first day of school, Gryffindor is already leading in the House Cup by 80 points, and it's all my fault, Harry lamented. I see, Luna replied softly. I have always thought that this insatiable desire for victory was the work of the Raxperts, yet no one believed me. That is because Dumbledore instilled too much competitive spirit in them, Harry elucidated. He made everyone think it pertains to house honor, to prove that their house is superior to the others. Upon reflection, this notion is quite detrimental to the unity of the school. Indeed, Luna beamed radiantly. So, what brings you to sit here? I must distance myself from that. Harry grimaced, gesturing towards the jubilant crowd celebrating with butterbeer. But why here? I heard that last year. The House Cup was awarded to Gryffindor at the last moment while you were trailing Slytherin. Well, I'm somewhat avoiding Draco, Harry admitted. Considering this morning's defense against the Dark Arts class, he has undoubtedly caught wind of the rumors I inadvertently spread regarding his mother and Snape that still linger. Besides, why not sit here? I like you. But we only just met yesterday, Luna pointed out. Ah, but what a splendid encounter it was. I ordered the book you recommended, The Quibbler. I cannot wait to uncover what the Ministry has concealed from us, as I relish the opportunity to vent. Nevertheless, tell me about yourself. How do the other Ravenclaw students treat you? Luna nodded. Oh, quite well. They seem to believe I am under your protection due to last night's events. I suspect they will think that even more after tonight. They have not mocked any of my theories even once. I am contemplating proposing increasingly bizarre ideas to see how long they can endure it. What a noble goal, Harry chuckled. See, I knew I liked you for a reason. We are both solitary warriors combating the herd mentality. Y adore sheep, Luna confided. So do I, but when people become overly fond of sheep, they begin to think like them, leading to all sorts of madness. Such as claiming I am the next Dark Lord, Harry countered. That must certainly be the work of the Raxperts, Luna speculated. Ah, indeed. The Raxperts have stirred trouble once more, attempting to pin the blame on the poor sheep. Harry mournfully shook his head. This article will be featured in the next issue of the Quibbler. Thank you, Harry. Harry, may I have a word with you? The following morning, as he made his way to the hall, Lockhart intercepted him. His friends displayed expressions of concern, but Harry waved them off, assuring them he could handle it. Moreover, should the situation deteriorate, he certainly would not wish for his friends to witness his attempts to rectify the chaos. It is morally questionable, after all, as he is merely a second-year student. What is it, Professor? Harry inquired politely. I wish to discuss your quiz from yesterday, Lockhart replied. Naturally, the answers differ entirely from those in the book, yet they are quite intriguing. However, some responses have left me rather perplexed. Just how much do you truly know? Are you aware of your tendency to track down those who perform good deeds without seeking recognition, aiding the locals with their various magical creature troubles, and then erasing their memories? Harry interjected. Lockhart appeared utterly astonished, merely nodding silently. Well, that is indeed rather unsavory. However, if they truly wish to gain honor, they ought to publicize their deeds well before you find them and delve into their affairs, Harry responded. I am powerless to alter the fact that you appropriate the memories and achievements of others. Furthermore, Professor Dumbledore believes in granting individuals a chance for redemption. Even if I were to inform him, it would be futile. Thus, as long as you refrain from attempting to erase my memories and those of my friends, I do not presently intend to take action. Oh, and if you dare to steal my accomplishments, I shall strike you down with a napkin. Can a napkin truly kill? Lockhart inquired curiously, entirely oblivious to Harry's threat. Harry shrugged. I would be more than willing to test that. What was that peculiar clicking sound? Fred asked during Saturday morning's Quidditch practice. Oh, that is Colin, my personal photographer, Harry explained. Why do you require a personal photographer? George queried, uncertain if Harry was jesting. Well, since Colin evidently intends to follow me around taking photographs, and my life is not nearly as exciting, Fred scoffed at this notion, but Harry pretended not to hear. I thought it would be a waste of his time, so I decided to pay him. Additionally, I have reached an agreement with the Daily Prophet. They can contact Colin directly whenever they require my photographs. Observing the twins still staring at him, he added, I learned this from Lockhart. He truly is a media genius. I suppose he must excel at something, George pondered. Certainly not teaching, Fred added. What is going on? Wood approached, noticing his keeper and batsman had ceased training. Frowning. Is that first-year student spying on us? Oh no, that is Harry's photographer, Fred cheerfully remarked. It seems he will surely gain admission to Gryffindor. Besides, the Slytherin team clearly cannot find anyone to spy, as they have come in person, fully clad in Quidditch gear, George commented. Why are they training in Quidditch ropes? Harry queried, perplexed. That is undoubtedly the most foolish thing I've seen today. Harry, it is only 10 o'clock, Fred said, descending to greet their opponents. Most of our time has been spent listening to Oliver prattling on about how he hopes we can win the Quidditch Cup again this year and next. Seeing Harry grow anxious, he quickly clarified, it is the Quidditch Cup, Harry, the Quidditch Cup. He does not care about the House Cup. Oh, that's good, Harry sighed. Yesterday afternoon, Parvati and Lavender approached me, requesting my assistance in analyzing which skin tones in our year would best complement theirs. I swear, one day I shall purchase which weekly to put an end to such articles, to spare innocent students from this 2-hour ordeal. You go ahead and do that, Harry. Flint would exclaim, this is our training time. We purposely rose early. You all can leave now. There's enough for all of us here, Flint innocently replied. But the pitch is reserved by me. Wood protested, his face turning an odd shade of purple, which Harry surmised was not a good omen. Is reserved by me. Ah, Flint said smugly. Now I understand the misunderstanding. You reserve the pitch, while I possess Professor Snape's note. I, Professor Snape, hereby authorize the Slytherin team to utilize the Quidditch pitch for training today, as they need to acclimatize to their new brooms. Wouldn't it be simpler to reserve the pitch like a normal person? Harry rationally inquired. Flint flushed while I meant to ask, but I've been too busy preparing for the newts this week and forgot. So, I went to find Professor Snape after potions class yesterday. You have new brooms? Wood asked absently what brand. Our seeker, Draco Malfoy, was concerned that the team wasn't reaching its full potential, so his father bought the entire team Nimbus 2001s. Flint declared proudly. "Oh, that's splendid," Harry exhaled. Everyone stared at him as if he were mad. However, he had grown accustomed to such looks since his return. Good? Good? You think it's a good thing that the Slytherin team now has 7 of the fastest brooms? Wood asked incredulously. Well, yes, Harry replied otherwise. It would be quite awkward when Professor Dumbledore announces that I purchased 7 Nimbus 2001s for Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Another silence filled the air. Honestly, with so many people eager to critique him, he might as well talk to himself. At that moment, Ron, Hermione, and Neville also came over to see what was happening. Their lectures would likely be more intense than those of his teammates. Why didn't you buy brooms for the Slytherin team? Draco suddenly asked angrily. I mean, you had no idea I would do that. Oh, indeed. That's the very reason he strives to maintain fairness. He doesn't wish to hear complaints of favoritism. And he knows that if he could afford it, everyone would desire the top brooms. Well, Harry considered quickly. I felt that last year's match against Cedric and Cho lacked challenge since my broom was always faster than theirs. To increase the difficulty, I decided to buy them faster brooms. I knew the rest of their team would face scrutiny for accepting gifts from their opponent Seeker. And there would be accusations of match fixing, so I bought them for the entire team. Certainly, I cannot allow 2/3 of our team to possess the latest brooms while my own team lacks them. That would be profoundly unjust to Gryffindor. Hence, I have procured brooms for our team as well. Since you already had a Nimbus 2000 last year, I never contemplated acquiring anything for the other team members until last week, when I realized that my donations might be perceived as discriminatory, which left me rather embarrassed. Well, as an impromptu measure, it turned out reasonably well. But now our advantage has vanished. Draco hissed at him. Consider it from another perspective. Had you not purchased brooms for the team, you would have suffered defeat in every match. Harry reassured him. You have salvaged Slytherin from enduring an entire year of dreadful and humiliating defeats. A rather smug smile appeared on Draco's face, and Harry could only imagine how long he would have to bear the mantle of the Quidditch savior, given that Slytherin indeed requires time to acclimatize to their new brooms. And our team's new brooms will be showcased at tonight's feast. I propose we allow them to practice separately, enabling me to return to my slumber, Harry suggested. It is only 10 o'clock, Harry, Hermione remarked, raising an eyebrow. I am aware, yet I only managed 2 hours of sleep last night. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wood. What? I woke them at 5, he defended himself. I, along with the twins, Lee, Alicia, Katie, and Angelina, held a poker tournament that concluded at 3, Harry explained. You know, to foster team cohesion. Wood, we intended to invite you, but anticipated playing late, and you mentioned wanting to retire early at dinner. He paused, perhaps because you knew we had an exceptionally early practice today, yet were too disinclined to inform us. By the way, who is in favor of returning to sleep? 6 hands were raised. I have had enough, Harry said to Wood, the only one whose hand remained down. Next time you plan a practice before 9, please notify us in advance. After all, while your point about the unpredictable weather during matches is valid, the match times are confirmed at least a week in advance. I fail to understand why you could not have informed us the night before. With that, he turned and made his way back toward the castle. Hey, mate, Ron called out, as he and Hermione and Neville hurried to catch up. Why are you avoiding my sister? Harry froze. Avoiding Ginny? I'm not. Ron rolled his eyes. No, you are indeed avoiding her. Every time she approaches, you immediately concoct an excuse to slip away. Last week, you even went to sit with Ravenclaw, while she was seated directly across from you. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not realized he was evading Ginny, but upon reflection, he indeed had been. But could he be blamed for it if he had not returned? Little James and little Lily would soon be celebrating their first birthdays. Now, they might never exist, fortunately, since the children had not yet been born. If he and Ginny were to have more children, he would not long for them, nor would he reminisce like a child about what might have been, or subconsciously compare the new child to the old, forever resenting himself. And then there was Ginny herself. This time, she did not acquire the diary, and for that, he was profoundly grateful. Otherwise, he would have had to add that transgression to the interminable list of grievances he could never forgive himself for. Aside from abandoning Ginny and their unborn child to traverse the veil, he was at a loss as to how to dissuade her from her idolization of heroes, urging her to perceive him as an ordinary man, especially given his evident attempts to evade her. Yet, this was not merely annoyance. After all, he had to endure Lockhart, whose incessant praise was exasperating, but rather a profound uncertainty mixed with guilt. The Ginny he had fallen in love with was the girl who, at 11, had endured nearly a year under the influence of a Horcrux. The girl who, at 13, despite their almost complete estrangement, had unwaveringly believed him when he claimed Voldemort had returned. The girl who, at 14, had followed him into a reckless plan to save Sirius. The girl who had fought valiantly during the Death Eater invasion of Hogwarts at 15, and the girl who, at 16, had led the resistance after Dumbledore's army fell into Death Eater hands, ultimately participating in the final battle against Voldemort. That was the girl he had cherished. Although he would never wish for her to relive those traumas, having inadvertently prevented her from experiencing them the first time, each of those experiences had shaped the person he finally recognized her to be. While she remained fundamentally the same, he feared he might attempt to substitute the lost girl with this one, which would be unjust to both of them. Thus, perhaps he was indeed avoiding her, but he had ample justification. Harry could see that Ron was still awaiting an answer, and he had no expectation that this 12-year-old could comprehend. Hence, he found himself grasping once more at one of the reasons for distancing himself from her. To be fair, she appeared better able to temper her starry-eyed admiration this time than on the previous occasion. Your sister seems to regard me as some sort of hero, which makes me uncomfortable. In truth, I am not. I am merely an individual in a peculiar predicament, nothing more. But you don't mind Colin following you, Neville pointed out, and he is even more infatuated with you than Ginny. Colin doesn't tea like me, Harry retorted, crossing his arms. I'm not so sure, Ron murmured. Be kinder, Hermione admonished Ron as she gave him a playful nudge. I personally think you are rather nice to Colin, and I am proud of you. However, you will still have to face many girls who harbor crushes on you, especially as we grow older. You are not merely the boy who lived. You have garnered considerable attention for various accomplishments in your mission. I know, Harry conceded, raising his hands in surrender, too weary to continue the debate. But I do not have to interact with them often, and Ginny is your sister, so I must confront that. With a sigh, he added, I will endeavor to stop avoiding Ginny. Are you satisfied now? 3 identical grins assured him they were indeed content. Chapter 24, The Death Day Party. The remaining days of September flew past in a whirlwind of Harry's complex emotions. Each morning, he awoke with a faint hope of hearing news of nighttime attacks. He secretly wished for mere petrification incidents, but who could tell? The fact that possessed Ginny had not killed anyone did not guarantee that possessed Wormtail would be similarly restrained. As October unfolded day by day, it seemed increasingly likely that the first attack would once again coincide with Halloween. The incident involving Mrs. Norris being petrified last Halloween may not have been mere coincidence. It has seemingly transformed into a peculiar festive tradition. One morning, approximately a week before Halloween, Harry, having just finished his breakfast, was intercepted by a visibly troubled Percy Weasley. Harry did not mind, as Hermione had been incessantly nagging him ever since the owl delivered the notebook and quill he had ordered. Clearly, she believed Harry ought to accommodate those who refused to use parchment, insisting instead on calfskin or goatskin, and were adamant about writing with quills. To be honest, from stationery to classroom supplies, Harry began to feel as though the entire magical community harbored a certain malice towards animals. Or perhaps Hermione was upset because he intended to sell some of the stationery to Muggle-born and half-blood students, who were more accustomed to the 20th century way of life rather than the medieval style. He might have even mentioned establishing a branch of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts. Yet, truth be told, this girl was overreacting. Harry had assumed that, considering her later enthusiasm in founding the Society for the Promotion of House Elf Rights, she would be pleased with his active participation in community events. However, she subsequently received a letter from her parents stating that half the people in her neighborhood planned to wear officially licensed Harry Potter attire, and he had forgotten to inform her that it was his authorization that permitted it. Or perhaps it was because of him. Harry, have you seen this? Percy raised that day's Daily Prophet, effectively interrupting Harry's contemplation regarding Hermione's anger. Not yet, Harry replied cheerfully. I'm currently only reading the Quibbler. After all, I recently signed on as their spokesperson. I see, Percy said, slightly astonished, but quickly regaining his composure. There's an article stating that you purchased brooms for the 3 houses, and the Malfoy family bought one for the last house? Harry inquired, and Percy nodded. Front page? Another nod. It's finally out. I insisted on the front page. I didn't expect it would take this long. They must truly be desperate for news. Honestly, is the reporting fair? Harry asked, gazing curiously at Percy. I think so, Percy responded, but that is not what I wanted to discuss. They listed the price of each broom. I calculated it, and you spent far too much. I know your parents left you a considerable inheritance, and you only need to sustain yourself, especially with free meals and lodging until graduation, but squandering all your money is not a wise course of action. Relax, Percy, Harry said with a slightly superior tone. I've already arranged everything. Making friends with goblins? Harry laughed. No, unfortunately, the gold goblin died just hours later. Died? Percy raised an eyebrow. Well, the official story is that he went missing, Harry admitted, but we all understand what that implies. And as I mentioned, my financial affairs are well in order. The Daily Prophet report? The boy who lived as high-definition photograph can now fetch 50 galleons. Colin Creevy is in charge of the photography. He takes a cut, but I can still claim 20%. I also receive dividends from the sales of the Quibbler. Let me tell you, subscriptions have skyrocketed, and my investment couldn't have come at a better time. Additionally, I have authorized the production of Harry Potter dolls and plush toys, registered the trademark for my name, and I am developing my clothing line, albeit merely robes emblazoned with lightning scars, but the response has been quite positive, not to mention the considerable sums I've earned from signed photographs and fan club fees. Percy merely stared at him, seemingly lost in thought. Are you all right? Harry inquired, after Percy stood frozen for a full 5 minutes. Why yes, I am fine. Percy finally shook his head. May I ask why you're doing all this? Firstly, I have more money than I can spend, Harry replied nonchalantly. Secondly, if people are willing to purchase anything bearing my name, I might as well sell it myself, right? At least that is what Professor Lockhart suggested. I'm starting to think you have spent too much time with him, Percy stated bluntly. Perhaps you were right, Harry said with a sorrowful shrug. I merely thought of the various ways I could assist others, and became overly excited. It seems I must inform Mrs. Pants that I can no longer donate that 5,000 galleons. On the other hand, Percy hastily interjected, as long as you frequently consult with seasoned professionals like Professor Lockhart, I am confident your finances will remain unaffected. Watching the older boy hastily retreat, Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. This is utterly ridiculous, Harry complained as he followed Luna, Lockhart, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Filch toward Lockhart's office. Luna simply smiled serenely, evidently already concocting an article in her mind about the entire affair. Harry had initially wished to enjoy the Halloween feast with his friends, like an ordinary student. But it was too late for such thoughts. Yet he was never an ordinary person. He was a member of the Quidditch team. Upon returning from practice, he was caked in mud, leaving the hall in disarray, and received a reprimand from Filch. While cleaning up the mess, he was scolded again for theatrics. Ultimately, he was cornered by nearly headless Nick, who invited him to a death day party. Harry was enjoying himself at the ghostly gathering when he intended to decline the invitation, only for Luna to suddenly appear and ask if she could accompany him. Nick, of course, readily agreed, leaving Harry morally obliged to go along, lest Luna impulsively commit some folly of preferring to be a ghost rather than a girl. Just as Harry managed to persuade Luna to attend the feast for at least a while, she claimed to have heard a voice of a basilisk emanating from the walls. Luna was certainly not a Parselmouth, but she evidently possessed bat-like acute hearing and insisted on investigating the peculiar hissing sound. Despite Harry's attempts to dissuade her, he reluctantly followed. As they returned, they once again encountered the rigid figure of Moaning Myrtle. Filch immediately accused them of having harmed his cat, and they were now on their way to defend themselves. Harry swung between self-pity and indignation, despite his best intentions. He had once again become central to the investigation of the Chamber of Secrets, to the point that when Dumbledore informed Filch that his cat was not dead, Harry failed to notice the progress of the inquiry. Not dead? Filch choked out, but how can she be so stiff as if frozen? Because she has been petrified. Harry interjected before Dumbledore could explain. Is that an admission of guilt? Filch angrily questioned. Of course not, Harry retorted, exasperated. I merely recognized the symptoms. When did you become so proficient in Petri ficus? Snape inquired with a sardonic smile. Perhaps it began midway through the summer. My scar informed me that the chamber would be opened by an unregistered animagus, presumed deceased, possessed by a wicked diary. Within the chamber lurks a basilisk, whose gaze petrifies students. And then there's Moaning Myrtle, Harry added. The basilisk does not petrify. It kills, Snape corrected with a smug air. That is common knowledge. You're ahem. Scar evidently did not contemplate this matter thoroughly. On the contrary, it was rather explicit. While it concedes that gazing into the basilisk's large, yellow eyes could be fatal, Moaning Myrtle only glimpsed its reflection after the Weeping Myrtle had filled the bathroom with water, Harry replied with a radiant smile. Snape seized upon this. How do you know what the basilisk's eyes look like? No one has ever seen them and lived to tell the tale. I fail to see the connection between my survival and Moaning Myrtle's attack, though I do know, as I inquired about Myrtle, Harry retorted. How could she possibly know? Professor McGonagall interjected before Snape could utter something that would leave everyone regretting it. She was killed 50 years ago when the chamber was opened. Luna spoke for the first time. We interviewed all the ghosts at Sir Nicholas's soiree. They were quite eager to share how they met their ends. It feels a bit like the interaction between elders and their grandchildren. You did not attend the dinner because you went to a ghost party? Snape asked incredulously. They do not provide any food that has been rotting for less than 2 weeks. So we pilfered some sandwiches from the kitchen, Harry replied. To Snape's surprise, a smile crept across his face. 10 points from Gryffindor for trespassing in the kitchen, stealing Hogwarts provisions, and harassing house elves. He did not harass them, Luna countered. They adore him. In fact, they adopted him last week. Adopted? Lockhart asked in bewilderment, and other teachers mirrored his confusion for the first time. Oh yes. Based on his tales of how his relatives treated him, they deemed him an honorary house elf. I must say, I am quite envious. She paused, contemplating. Well, it is the envy of being an honorary house elf, rather than being treated so poorly by the only family in this world. I understand. Professor McGonagall endeavored to maintain her composure. Miss Lovegood, since you also visited the kitchen— Oh, Professor, it is entirely my fault, Harry said earnestly, hoping to avoid conflict with his roommates, who, although still finding her peculiar, at least did not harass her this time. It was I who persuaded her. My influence is too detrimental. I knew it, Snape exclaimed. 10 more points from Gryffindor, Potter. Severus. Professor McGonagall protested. This is utterly— Oh, Professor, you are indeed correct. Harry ardently defended his sole ally among the faculty, at least in a struggle regarding his deducted points. I ought to have been more discerning. Luna is merely a first-year student, and you're just a second-year, Professor McGonagall pointed out. There is no detrimental impact whatsoever, Mr. Potter, Luna assured him, as all influence is unethical, for to influence another is tantamount to surrendering one's own soul. The picture of Dorian Gray, Harry exclaimed joyfully. That is precisely why you are my fourth closest friend. I often quote various sayings, yet apart from Hermione, no one seems to recognize them. And she constantly reprimands me for being childish, a nuisance, Luna diagnosed. It is indeed an epidemic, Harry concurred. Potter, Snape bellowed. When Harry finally deigned to meet his gaze, Snape continued. Cease your discussions of those mythical creatures and obscure Muggle literature. Tell me why you did not attend the feast. Harry stared at Snape. Professor, we have already attended. We were present at nearly Headless Nick's death day party. We have numerous witnesses. Of course, they're all deceased. But you must certainly be a living person, correct? Despite being almost certain this was a misguided inquiry, Snape could not restrain himself. Living? Judging others based on their mortality. Luna promptly replied. Singing the praises of dissent has always endeavored to draw attention to these obscure prejudices. Yet evidently, you do not concur, Harry elucidated. Snape curled his lip. Indeed, I do not. Then why did you not attend the feast after the party concluded? Oh, the party was still ongoing. We were actually en route to the feast when we fortuitously encountered Madame Rosmerta, Harry explained. Then why did you not descend until the feast had ended? Snape presumed he had caught them in a trap, yet their presence there was quite innocent and bore no relation to any illicit activities. There are many ghosts, Luna elucidated. For after Sir Nicholas's demise, a new ghost is invited each year, and we wish to interview them all. If you were on your way to the feast, why were you found in the corridor upstairs? Snape inquired with meticulous logic. If that corridor is far from the Great Hall, why would returning students pass through there? Harry countered. We ascended because I heard a hissing sound emanating from the walls, and I wanted to investigate, Luna calmly stated. Harry internally groaned. He had indeed comprehended the serpent's speech, but had no intention of disclosing what they had overheard. As Ron had pointed out after the initial accusation, it was prudent to remain silent and not reveal that he had heard the serpent's voice. Upon further reflection, Ron had mentioned that Harry had heard the sound, and it was likely he would consider him mad. Alas, what matters is the intent. Dumbledore looked astonished. Miss Lovegood, are you a parcel mouth? Oh no, Luna shook her head. I do not comprehend what the walls are saying. I only heard a hissing sound. This entirely corroborates my theory regarding the basilisk, as you are aware. Harry could not help but interject. Does no one care about my cat? Filch lamented. Harry bit his tongue to stifle a negative response. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a small vial of Mandrake Restorative, which he handed to Filch. What is this? Filch inquired suspiciously as he accepted the potion. Is it poison? No, no. Harry assured him. I would never do such a thing. At least not in front of so many witnesses. For some reason, those words seemed to provide little comfort to Filch. How strange. This is Mandrake Restorative. It can revive Madame Pomfrey. You carry this around with you? Snape asked, the headmaster evidently realizing that Potter knew more than he had disclosed. Of course, I do not carry it with me. However, from the moment I stepped into Hogwarts this year, I have had 3 vials on my person, and I admit, I knew there would come a day when a basilisk would attack the school. Do you believe I have anything to conceal? Really? Harry queried. Harry had a valid point, and Lockhart immediately sided with his marketing genius. Since this incident is evidently not of his making, nor does it entail any lasting harm. And Madame Pomfrey will surely awaken immediately. Why not allow these two to return to their common room? Good idea, Dumbledore remarked. He knows I'm a squib. Filch interjected loudly, interrupting the headmaster. All eyes turned to Harry. Well, that is indeed the case. But considering I have previously mentioned my opposition to the discrimination against those who happen to be deceased, I'm unlikely to harbor any prejudice against those who merely lack magic, Harry rationally stated. That attitude is truly commendable, Dumbledore noted, feeling reassured by Harry's open rejection of the deep-seated biases of wizarding society. Now, you two should retire for the night. Since the feast has concluded, would you like to head directly to the kitchen for supper? Harry and Luna inquired as they departed Lockhart's office. That sounds like a splendid idea, Luna concurred. I also wish to see how house elves make chocolate pumpkins. Why on earth would you deliver life-sized chocolate replicas of pumpkins to everyone in the castle at midnight tonight? Because this summer, when I spoke of giant pumpkins, Cedric told me he did not believe in their existence, so we wagered that I could prove it to him. Harry explained. That sounds far too much like a scam. Harry, Luna chastised him. It is not a scam. We are merely helpers of the Pumpkin Brigade, Harry countered. Much like Santa Claus's little elves. Now the giant pumpkin has house elves, Luna mused. And me, the honorary elf, Harry declared proudly. Luna playfully glared at him. Isn't the giant pumpkin from Peanuts? Do you truly believe Cedric has heard of Charlie Brown? I suppose not, Luna admitted. It's a good thing, as I have heard that the only true method to summon the great pumpkin is through a ritual involving Satan. Harry paused to gaze at her. Luna, he said slowly, what have I told you about fact-checking? Never do so unless your godfather has been imprisoned in Azkaban without trial. Luna speculative. Precisely. After escorting Luna back to the common room, Harry once again thanked the heavens that he was not a Ravenclaw student, for he could never decipher the riddle of that door knocker. He would have to rely on Neville, a third year. He immediately made his way to the Ollery. He knew it was unwise to take risks tonight, and he had not planned to bring his invisibility cloak to the party. Indeed, this was a mistake. Yet this matter was too crucial. With Peter Pettigrew now in the open, he needed to speak with Sirius, and it had to be done promptly. He swiftly wrote, We need to talk. PP has surfaced. Please inform me of the time and place. Hedwig, he murmured. After a moment, his snowy owl arrived. Can you deliver this to Sirius for me? Ensure he remains alone. Do not leave before I receive a reply. Watching Hedwig take flight, Harry realized that things were about to become complicated. Oh, splendid. Chapter 25, The Scar Will Work. The following morning, the castle was filled with an atmosphere of mingled joy and confusion. Everyone was delighted to receive a colossal chocolate pumpkin, yet puzzled by a note signed by the Great Pumpkin wishing them a happy Halloween. As Harry descended for breakfast, Cedric called out to him. I still find it hard to believe you, the upperclassman said calmly, neither in the Great Pumpkin nor in your elaborate efforts to convince me. You simply don't want to place a bet, Harry countered. Otherwise, how would you explain this thoughtful and charming Halloween gift? I certainly don't know, Cedric replied, but it's likely that you orchestrated it. I don't know how you managed it, but it must be you. Merlin, you are beginning to sound more and more like Snape, Harry muttered. On what grounds do you think I am qualified to be the Great Pumpkin's assistant? I believe you are unqualified to be the Great Pumpkin's assistant, because the Great Pumpkin does not exist, Cedric stated leisurely. Harry feigned an injured expression. Well, just wait and see if the Great Pumpkin comes to find you next year. I bet by then you will claim not to believe in Santa Claus. Cedric furrowed his brow. But I don't. Enough. Harry raised his hand. I do not wish to hear any more of these fabrications. Farewell. With that, he made his way to the Gryffindor table, and after a moment's hesitation, sat across from Ginny. After all, he had promised to make an effort to face her. He only hoped she would soon move on from her infatuation with him, so that he could pursue her normally. Though this thought was somewhat convoluted. Hey, Ginny, he greeted. Do you like your pumpkin? As soon as Ginny sat down, her cheeks flushed, and her face broke into a radiant smile. Well, I find myself uncertain of my belief in this great pumpkin, yet if it were to bestow upon me an abundance of chocolate, I suppose I could acquiesce. Indeed. Harry chuckled, but do refrain from inquiring Luna. Ginny, tilting her head in curiosity, prompted Harry to remember their close proximity and burgeoning friendship. Why? Should the professors catch wind of her theories regarding the great pumpkin, they might very well prohibit his visits for the ensuing years, Harry divulged. Ah, Ginny replied. As if that explained everything. Such is often the case when Luna is mentioned. I can't find it, Hermione lamented as she slid beside Ginny. Ron and Neville settled on either side of Harry. What is it that you cannot locate? Harry queried, genuinely perplexed. Both copies of Hogwarts, a history, are checked out. Ah, I see. Pray tell, why has this book suddenly garnered such popularity? I am aware that the last individual to borrow it before you was my mother, Harry inquired. Everyone is eager to learn about the Chamber of Secrets, Neville elucidated. The pumpkin has indeed diverted attention, staving off panic, yet the library remains overcrowded this morning. Hermione even enlisted our assistance in her search, and upon discovering both copies missing, she had us rummaging through the library as if she suspected Madame Pants of deceit, hiding surplus volumes beneath tables or even within the restricted section. The most astonishing part was that Madame Pants was oblivious to her searching in the restricted area, Ron added, trembling slightly. But Hermione, do you not recall that I gifted you a copy last year? Why must you rely on the library? Harry questioned. He vaguely remembered purchasing it for her in a previous timeline, and, while he found her response uninteresting, he could not dismiss the potential frenzy of those overly invested in his life. There are too many of Lockhart's books. My trunk cannot accommodate them, Hermione explained. Thus, I had to leave it at home. You would rather squander space transporting the entire collection of Lockhart's works than bring Hogwarts a history? Ron interjected, rolling his eyes. No, you surely haven't developed a fascination with him. Hermione did not blush as Ron had anticipated. Waste? Ron, those Lockhart volumes are our textbooks. Naturally, I brought them along. It would be illogical to leave textbooks at home while carrying an extracurricular book, especially since the library holds but 2 copies, which are seldom borrowed. Yet this does not elucidate why you did not bring it with you or arrange for it to be sent, Neville pointed out. My parents are not fond of owls. Hermione clarified. I suppose I simply did not think to have it sent. I cannot anticipate every eventuality. Why did you not awaken me? Harry asked, somewhat irked at having missed an opportunity for chaos. Speaking of which, he faintly recalled that in the original timeline, Hermione had also been without this book for the same reason. We did attempt to rouse you, Neville assured him, but you began reciting spells at us. I do not recall, Harry mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. That would be because you were still asleep at the time, Ron remarked. Oh, come now, Hermione scoffed. He wouldn't keep his wand under his pillow while sleeping at the sight of Harry's expression. Ginny erupted into a fit of giggles. Well, actually, he corrected. I do apologize for employing the stunning spell on you. But fortunately, I was rather drowsy at the time. Otherwise, you might still be languishing in the hospital wing. Yes. Splendid, Harry, Hermione remarked absently, exhibiting no sympathy for the suddenly alert Ron and Neville. But before that, how am I to uncover the truth about Madame Loris and the chamber? Harry snapped his fingers. All right, I nearly forgot. He rose swiftly, casting an amplification charm. Attention, everyone, he proclaimed. The students regarded him with keen interest, while several teachers wore displeased expressions. Yet, no one intervened, which was a welcome occurrence. With Dumbledore absent from the Great Hall, there was no attempt to censor him for the students' sake, which was even better. I noticed that aside from my best friend Harry, who was suppressing his distaste for the term the 4 of us, though he still inexplicably loathed it, Luna Lovegood and I were the only ones aware of the events that transpired last night. This was not due to my notoriety or her uniqueness, although we were indeed formidable, but rather because we were journalists. Journalists are always a step ahead in knowing everything. After all, if we were oblivious, we would be out of job. Back to the matter at hand. Last night, an unregistered animagus, presumed dead, who betrayed my parents, his name escapes me, but certainly rhymes with Peter Pettigrew, invaded the castle in the form of a rat and unlocked the chamber. Why did he do that? Percy inquired skeptically. Because he was possessed by an insidious diary that once belonged to Tom Riddle. Indeed, you heard correctly. The Voldemort who is so terrifying that no one dares to speak his name had penned a diary. Of course, he cast a spell ensuring that anyone who wrote within it would unleash the chamber to attack others. But at its core, it remained just a diary. Besides, who would write in another's diary? That is quite peculiar, decidedly vulgar. You mean to say you know what lies within the chamber? Justin Finch-Fletchley asked, his voice laced with palpable fear. Yes, Harry replied succinctly. That's because you controlled Ernie Macmillan, someone ventured. Harry quickly interjected to prevent the spread of rumors. No, not at all. Trust me. If I had that power, I wouldn't conceal it, nor would I petrify anyone for free. On the contrary, I would monetize it. Everyone seemed to believe this statement, which was almost tragic. They might not entirely believe he would never petrify anyone, but they certainly accepted his obsession with wealth. In truth, he was not. It was merely a game, a test to see how far he could exploit his fame before facing backlash. The chamber houses a basilisk. You may read the complete tale in Hogwarts, a history, but unfortunately, only 2 copies of the book currently exist, and they are in high demand. To enlighten those who are unaware, the basilisk is a colossal serpent, approximately 60 feet in length, with deadly fangs. To gaze directly upon it is fatal, while viewing its reflection will result in petrification. Fortunately, I possess a mirror, books, and mandrake potion to reverse the petrification. The potion is complimentary. The mirror costs 10 sickles apiece, and the books are priced at 5 galleons. For an additional 5 sickles, one may acquire a signed copy. Sales will commence post-breakfast. How do you know all this? Justin inquired repeatedly. My scar informs me, Harry replied. And that is all you need to know. I don't believe scars work that way. Penelope Crivens remarked with a frown. Who possesses a unique killing curse scar? You or I? Harry countered. Noticing her silence, he continued. I consider myself the expert. Now that Filch's cat has been restored, although some may be disheartened, it serves as a testament to the efficacy and swiftness of the Mandrake potion. Thus, while the basilisk roams the pipes and could appear at any moment, as long as you frequently check the corners with mirrors, you should be safe. Now, who wishes to make a purchase? Harry was immediately surrounded by a throng of eager buyers. Chapter 26. The majority of the fallen Harry. Are you certain that this is entirely ethical? Hermione asked later that day as she and Harry approached the site where Madame Loris had been petrified. Evidently, someone had altered Riddle's blood message to a shocking neon pink. Profiting from people's panic while withholding potentially life-saving tools in a moment of crisis? Relax, Hermione. Harry reassured her, no one truly requires Hogwarts, a history. With so many now buying, the waitlist at the library should considerably shorten for those who cannot afford it. Mirrors are essential, but many possess handheld ones. They purchase from me simply because it is a Harry Potter exclusive mirror. For those without mirrors who are in need, I have consulted some less affluent classmates, and the price of 10 sickles is quite reasonable. As for profiting from panic, I confess. But did you not hear, Neville? My pumpkin truly quelled the panic. Was it you? Ron exclaimed, wide-eyed. Of course. Hermione rolled her eyes. What did you think? Is there truly a giant pumpkin you just heard of today? Perhaps. Hey, did last night's water flow from here? Harry asked. Let's investigate the source. All right, Hermione agreed as they ventured inside. Ron stood frozen. I cannot go in there. Why not? Neville inquired. That is the girls' restroom. Ron replied gruffly. Grow up, Harry advised. In a few years, you will find all sorts of reasons to want to enter. Besides, the girls' restroom has only stalls. You wouldn't see anything reluctantly. Ron was pulled into the restroom by Neville and Harry. To their astonishment, Luna was attempting to persuade Hermione to subscribe to the Quibbler, though it seemed to be going nowhere. Luna, not now. Please, Harry said. She isn't ready yet. Luna's expression immediately fell. I am terribly sorry, she said earnestly. What do you mean? Why am I not ready? Hermione inquired, visibly affronted. You are not yet prepared to read the counter-argument, Harry remarked. Hermione seemed to feel that it was the counter-argument that was unprepared for her, narrowing her eyes and asking, why? Because you have not even entertained the possibility of the Great Pumpkin's existence, Luna stated calmly. Hermione paused, taken aback. How do you know that? This morning in the library. You argued with Neville about its existence, Luna elucidated. What were you doing in the library? Hermione queried, uncertain if she wished to know the answer. I was perusing those 2 volumes of Hogwarts. A history, Luna replied cheerfully. Harry chuckled. I adore you, Luna. Truly. Hermione could only glare in silent indignation at the blonde Ravenclaw, her heart brimming with exasperation, especially since it had taken her 3 hours to locate one. Sensing the tension, Neville quickly interjected, so, why does this imply that Hermione is unsuitable for the counter-argument? Luna regarded him with interest. If you cannot even accept such notions, you will certainly be unable to comprehend our more intriguing news. What are you doing here, Luna? Harry casually inquired. I am conducting a follow-up interview with Moaning Myrtle. Luna indicated towards the ghost who had been hiding in the restroom. After Peeves began tormenting her last night, she suddenly left. You shouldn't allow him to affect you so, Harry added. He merely suffers because the other ghosts do not accept him. After all, he technically is not deceased, and his sole purpose is to create chaos as much as possible. While Fred, George, and I might regard this as a noble mission, I believe that being completely isolated since birth can indeed be quite disheartening. Hence he takes it out on you. Just imagine if Hogwarts had 2 noisy ghosts. Everyone took a moment to ponder this, quickly realizing that Harry was correct. Such an occurrence must never be allowed. I know, Myrtle admitted, but sometimes he goes too far. I mean, I was murdered at the height of my adolescence, so not only do I forever wear glasses and have a face full of acne, but I also have rampant hormones, crying at the drop of a hat. I'm truly sorry, Harry replied sincerely. Moreover, I was also on my period at the time. Harry made a grimace. He had had quite a bit of secondhand experience dealing with PMS. Wow, that sounds truly dreadful. I apologize. Myrtle nodded. Thank you. Now, please forgive me, as I seem to be on the verge of tears again, for reasons unbeknownst to me. So I would prefer to be alone. Goodbye, Luna waved. Thank you for the interview. Ron. As they exited the restroom, Percy Weasley called out. That is the girls' restroom. Were you just in there? Ron is contemplating transitioning, Harry stated earnestly. He is yet to decide, so we're showing him the changes in lifestyle post-transition, one of which includes using the girls' restroom. Percy opened his mouth and then closed it, struggling to find his voice. You're such a rascal, Ron remarked, giving Harry a light smack. I certainly did not. Thank heavens, Percy exhaled, relieved. I can scarcely imagine how I would explain your transformation into Ronnie to our mother. Percy, I am quite disappointed in you. Harry folded his arms and said, That's rich. Percy replied in a tone that suggested Harry was hardly qualified to judge anyone beyond engaging in foolish antics or becoming a Death Eater. Are you relieved that what could have happened ultimately did not? Harry clarified, feeling fortunate that your siblings are not transgender does strike one as somewhat transphobic. But he isn't, Percy countered. What if he were? Harry pressed on. In fact, what if he were, but felt too afraid to tell you? Or someone you care about? Or a student you should be supporting as a prefect? And while this is not the time for such discussions, I wonder if magic could alter one's body to align with their gender identity. I'll make a note of it for future study. That's valid. Percy conceded slowly. But you were the one to make the transgender joke. Harry was taken aback. May I leave now? Ron asked hopefully. I don't see the need to stay here. Hermione could probably leave as well. Neither Percy nor Harry acknowledged him. You're right, Harry whispered in horror. Did I actually say something transphobic? I didn't mean to, but that doesn't negate what I said. It's all right, Harry, Percy comforted. No one can be a perfect ally. What matters is that you learn from your mistakes. Ally against what? Ron asked, irritated. What exactly are we discussing? Transphobia, Harry replied. Were you not listening? Ron rolled his eyes. Never mind, I'll ask Hermione later. And I want to even have to read the book she insists on recommending to me. Look, let us just be honest about why we're here. Or ignore Percy and leave. That might save time. I assure you that won't happen, Percy stated. However, you've reminded me that, as a prefect, I must inquire what you were doing in there just now. But we were merely passing through. Harry protested. Rules don't care whether you were just passing through. Percy said, devoid of sympathy. As Harry opened his mouth to speak, Ron shot him glare. If you don't mind, I'll handle this. Ron took a deep breath. We were investigating the pink writing, and then Harry decided to look into the reason for the leak in the girls' restroom. I said I couldn't go in, Harry stated, and he assured me that I would change my mind once I reached puberty. Once inside, Harry's friend Luna was interviewing a weeping, moaning Myrtle, who was quite distressed, so we exited. Percy blinked. No, seriously, why were you there? That's the whole story. Ron insisted. I must be getting old, Percy mumbled. Do you realize how suspicious this all seems? Everyone else has gone to dinner, and here I am again. That way, no one will see us, Harry shrugged. Besides, everyone has already come to look at this wall today. There is truly little to do in this vicinity. As a school of magic, Hogwarts is surprisingly dull. Not at all, Hermione and Percy exclaimed in unison, astonished. You know, at Durmstrang, the Forbidden Forest is not a place of confinement, but rather a rite of passage. A third of the students at Beauxbatons are not entirely human. Just imagine how exhilarating those schools must be on a daily basis, Harry mused dreamily. We have a basilisk. That's thrilling enough, Ron countered. Not quite. It only attacked a cat. At Hogwarts, we need Voldemort to personally invigorate the atmosphere. Despite his demise, Harry replied. Oh, come on, Ron. That is merely a name. Hermione retorted, irritated, as Ron flinched at the mention of Riddle's alias. This time, Harry made a conscious effort to ensure Hermione would not fall prey to the absurd customs of wizards, refusing to refer to him by any title other than He Who Must Not Be Named or the Dark Lord. After all, if they called him He Who Must Not Be Named, they were essentially still invoking his name. And what if people truly did not know who he was? How could the Dark Lord, now deceased, still cause trouble? Percy frowned, questioning if he was a ghost. No, yes, just mostly dead, Harry clarified. Mostly dead? Neville echoed, perplexed. What is the distinction? There is a significant difference between mostly dead and completely dead. Mostly dead implies there is still a glimmer of life. Completely dead, well, if one is completely dead, typically, there's only one thing you can do, Luna chuckled. Search his pockets for loose change. Harry interjected, his eyes lighting up. I absolutely adore the Princess Bride. You know, he turned to his 3 close friends. Somehow, Luna has been far more adept at making friends lately. It's almost overwhelming. It's not our fault we're not mad. Hermione crossed her arms. Don't mind us, Luna. Why should I be upset? Luna inguayeth. I've seen your brand of rationality. It's rather tedious. Hey, what are you doing here? Neville asked. Even if you're a prefect, doesn't that seem suspicious? To be honest, it's more suspicious as you are old enough to know how to petrify someone, while we do not. Percy began, his face reddening. Oh, he probably just had a cozy moment with his girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater, Harry speculated. I just want to grab a bite to eat. Percy hastily replied, shaking his head as he hurried away. Chapter 27. Rumors. Harry made a brief stop at the Room of Requirement to retrieve Ravenclaw's diadem, then rushed to the Shrieking Shack to meet Sirius. Wormtail has returned? Sirius asked bluntly. Harry nodded. I believe so. In any case, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. And Mrs. Norris has been petrified. Mrs. Norris? Sirius looked bewildered. Is that Filch's newly acquired cat? Harry nodded again, and Sirius broke into a grin. Splendid. It seems he is not so terrible after all. I mean, I would still pounce on him if I saw him, but at least this alleviates some of my guilt. Are you aware that the creature's tail was possessed by Voldemort? Harry inquired. Thus, it was he who petrified Madame Pomfrey. Sirius appeared contemplative. You know, I never imagined I would utter such words, but perhaps Voldemort is not. Oh, please don't say that, Harry interrupted him. Furthermore, I almost immediately reversed her petrification. Sirius looked both astonished and horrified. Why would you commit such a heinous act? Harry rolled his eyes. Listen, Sirius, I understand your disdain for Filch and his cat. That is an understatement, Sirius muttered. They are positively demonic. Yet from my perspective, I hoarded a considerable amount of Mandrake Restorative Potion over the summer. If I cannot demonstrate its efficacy on that cat, no one will believe I would use it to save them when they all thought I was the heir of Slytherin. Harry pointed out. I think I grasp your point, Sirius said reluctantly. But Merlin, Harry, only Lily would have been so astute as to prepare an antidote for potential calamities in advance. Harry gave a small huff. To be fair, she did spend a great deal of time with you and your friends. Details, mere details, Sirius dismissed with a wave of his hand, then widened his eyes. Wait, they thought you were the heir of Slytherin? Harry nodded. So, they no longer think that? Harry nodded again. Do tell. What transpired? I merely convinced them that if I truly possessed the ability to petrify, I would certainly find a way to profit from it. And, evidently, having spent too much time with Lockhart, they believed me, Harry explained with a shrug. And I must say, the line despite my mother and best friend being of Muggle descent. No one suspects me of attacking students of Muggle lineage worked wonders. Is truly beyond words, Sirius marveled, shaking his head. I know, I am quite impressive. Harry replied with pride. But on a serious note, I acquired the diadem Horcrux from the Room of Requirement. May I assume you have mastered the Fiendfire curse? Sirius furrowed his brow. Mostly, I suppose. Sirius. What? Don't misunderstand. I can absolutely use it to destroy the Horcrux, and I can generally aim at a target. It just takes time to extinguish the flames. Good heavens, Harry exclaimed. You've had 3 months? That is significant progress, Sirius contended. I think you may not fully comprehend the difficulty of mastering the Fiendfire curse. Remembering the first time he witnessed the curse obliterate one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, which also cost Crabbe his life and left Draco forever indebted, Harry shook his head. No, you're right. My apologies. Yet, to unleash an uncontrollable fire within Hogwarts? That sounds like a dreadful idea. Sirius shrugged. Indeed, it may be so, but at least it poses significantly less risk than some of our other formidable werewolf exploits. Harry concurred. So, have you been practicing this all along? Learning the Fiendfire curse? Not entirely. I have also anonymously discovered that creature sold something to the Greengrass family, a trinket I suspect to be a Horcrux, and I've been writing 2 letters each week to Remus. Although he hasn't responded to any, at least he hasn't turned them over to the Aurors, Sirius informed Harry. Well, I suppose that has something. Also, let me see that trinket. Sirius handed the item over, and Harry examined it closely. Yes, this is definitely it. You should have at least informed him you intended to destroy it before selling creature. He was that terrible Sirius scoffed. I'll believe it when I see it. You'll never see him again. You sold him, Harry exclaimed. He had his chances. I tolerated him for an entire week before resorting to extreme measures, Sirius countered. How magnanimous, Harry replied with a wry smile. Why would he care about that trinket? Sirius asked indifferently. Is he obsessed with any dark, pure-blood relic? Because your brother sacrificed his life to steal it from Voldemort and entrusted creature to destroy it before he perished, Harry responded. Sirius stared at him, dumbfounded. Did I forget to mention this over the summer? Harry sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. Yes, I believe he did. Sirius finally regained his voice. My brother fought valiantly against Voldemort and discovered the Horcruxes. He may have thought there's only one, but I never imagined Harry calmed Sirius down, placing the diadem and trinket on the floor of the Shrieking Shack. All right, shall we begin? As the cup and other dark objects fell to the ground, Sirius conjured the Fiendfire, reducing the entire structure and surrounding area to ashes. While perhaps impractical, it was immensely satisfying. Harry, Ron pulled him into an empty classroom. Why are you kidnapping me? Harry asked skeptically, glancing at Hermione and Neville, who were already in the room. We're not kidnapping you. Hermione rolled her eyes. Then will you please let me leave this room? Harry inquired as he approached the door. Sorry, mate, but you need to hear what we have to say first. Ron blocked the exit. I'll ask again, why are you kidnapping me? Harry reiterated. Because you always act so dramatically, dragging everyone into it. So we need to proceed with discretion, Hermione explained. And you and T approve of the ideas they VE concocted, Neville added. What ideas? Harry echoed. Are you saying you disagree? No. Neville replied cheerfully, unlike them, I actually have a modicum of faith in you. A modicum? Ron looked perplexed. A tiny bit. Hermione instinctively added, we have great confidence in Harry. Both Harry and Neville regarded her with skepticism. She flushed. What? Just because I don't believe every word you say doesn't mean I lack faith in you. Merlin, last week you told Percy that Ron wanted to change his gender. I don't understand your point, Harry bluntly stated. Oh, never mind, Hermione retorted. Now, I am not questioning your expertise on the attack due to that scar. But I suggest that perhaps the so-called deceased illegal animagus mouse, the one said to be deceased, the illegal animagus mouse who betrayed my parents, Harry corrected. Yes, that's him. Hermione absently concurred. He might have accomplices within the castle. Although Professor Dumbledore's hiring methods are not always particularly creative. The defense against the dark arts teacher is usually the only one who stirs trouble, and Lockhart does not seem like the type to engage in such antics. So, we suspect Malfoy, Ron interjected. Harry scrutinized their serious expressions for a moment before bursting into laughter. Oh, really? Hermione asked indignantly. You can believe in the Great Pumpkin and Garden Gnome conspiracy, yet you dismiss the attack on the school? Harry struggled to contain his laughter. Apologies, Hermione. I do take you seriously. But honestly, Draco, how did you arrive at that conclusion? We know he believes that Muggleborns are scum. After seeing the writing on the wall during Halloween, he said, You're next, Mubblood. Ron asserted, as if this were irrefutable evidence. Did Harry truly jump to conclusions so swiftly back then? The thought was disheartening. What more do you want? Evidence? Harry suggested. Neville groaned beside him. Oh, you really shouldn't say that. Harry, puzzled, asked why not. They plan to brew Polyjuice potion, so we can infiltrate the Slytherin common room, impersonate Crabbe and Goyle, and directly confront him about being the mastermind. They completely overlooked one fact. Any reasonable person would not believe those two could concoct such a scheme. They also intended to create a diversion by blowing up a cauldron, which could injure or even kill anyone nearby, depending on what potion we were brewing and whether they ingested the potion to steal ingredients from Snape's private store. Neville shook his head. I told them even you wouldn't do that. Of course not, Harry exclaimed in shock. The safety risk is utterly unacceptable. If we harm half of the first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students, what would be the point of discovering Draco's involvement in preventing several petrification incidents? Then we shall find another way to acquire the ingredients, Hermione declared resolutely, for we must proceed regardless. If there is any possibility of Malfoy's involvement, we must ascertain the truth. I understand he is your friend, but we must approach this matter with objectivity. I am being objective, Harry retorted. You both are blinded by your hatred for him. I shall procure that wretched potion for you, but I assure you, he is not the culprit. How can you be so certain? Ron questioned. Just because he is kind to you does not imply innocence. I know, Harry interrupted once more. But how could he possibly be the heir of Slytherin? His mother hails from the Black family, and there are numerous individuals of black blood around. Though Sirius is the sole wizard still bearing that surname. Perhaps your wanted godfather is the true heir of Slytherin. Ron proposed a new theory. Why would my fugitive godfather infiltrate Hogwarts merely to unleash snakes upon people? There are far more efficient methods of murder. You claimed the criminal was possessed by a malevolent diary. Neville quickly regained his composure and reminded them. Harry shot him a fierce glare. Thank you very much. I did my best. My godfather would never keep a diary. He believes that maintaining a journal automatically reduces one's villainous status by 20%, Harry explained. How do you know that? Hermione inquired. Harry grinned with pride, opening his mouth to respond. If you dare say it was your scar that informed you. I will assist you, she threatened. Harry shrugged. Then I have nothing further to say. There's one more thing. Professor Snape is not a Parselmouth. What relevance does that have? Hermione snapped. Because Parseltongue is hereditary. If Professor Snape is not a Parselmouth, then he cannot be the heir, so how could Draco be? Harry asked innocently. Malfoy could simply be Malfoy, Ron stated. Harry stared at him in confusion. Well, don't assist us then, Hermione huffed. Ron and I can manage ourselves. After all, we are evidently the only ones taking school safety seriously. At the very least, could you procure us some potion? Certainly, Harry agreed. But ensure that the hair you use genuinely belongs to the person you intend to transform into, rather than their cat. What? Hermione exclaimed. Do not worry. Since you two are clearly insane, Neville and I shall seek Luna, he declared. Mr. Potter. Just as Harry concluded Quidditch practice and was making his way back to the castle, Professor McGonagall called out to him. She appeared unusually grave. Is something the matter? Harry inquired politely, pondering what he might have done to displease her, yet he could recall nothing. Another student has been petrified, so if you could bring some Mander draft to the hospital wing, we would be most grateful, Professor McGonagall informed him. Of course, I can go right away, Harry replied, following her towards the hospital wing. By the way, who has been petrified? You may not know him, but he's a Hufflepuff student named Zacharias Smith. The Transfiguration professor told him. Harry tilted his head back and lamented. Can we not just leave him there? Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated with astonishment. 10 points from Gryffindor for your exceedingly callous remarks. Wonderful, Harry exclaimed. Mr. Potter? Harry, Draco shouted upon seeing him. Oh no, Harry cursed inwardly, realizing he had allowed himself to be caught. He had been meticulously avoiding Draco lately, and it seemed his luck had finally run out. After 2 months, I've finally cornered you. Care to explain? Draco inquired, slamming a hefty book against Harry's head. After being struck, Harry picked up the book and glanced down. It appeared to be Professor Lockhart's autobiography, Magical Me. What is the matter? Have you forgotten how to read, or are you blind? No, I haven't, Draco roared. Have you read the part about my lineage? No, Harry admitted candidly. After all, he had not bothered to read Lockhart's book, as Lockhart had always forced him to reenact scenes during class, compelling him to focus. However, unlike before, he did not mind. His acting skills had significantly improved through the process of embodying various characters. Draco, not everyone is fascinated by your background. He devoted an entire chapter to how my mother and Professor Snape's romance transformed his life. Draco shouted. Your mother had an affair with Professor Snape? Harry repeated, wide-eyed. No, she didn't. Draco frowned. But you just said, Harry interjected. Lockhart heard your ridiculous rumor and took it at face value, subsequently publishing it. Now his dim-witted female fans will endlessly believe it, Draco lamented, hoping Harry was satisfied. I've always been quite content, Harry replied cheerfully. I don't understand how you can blame me. I mean, sure, I started the rumor, but I only mentioned it once. The rest was propagated by Fred and George. And during the summer at the bookstore, you also said it to avoid being photographed, Draco pointed out, adding that this was all he knew. All right, Harry conceded. That makes it only twice. But honestly, it's not my fault. You said it in front of him, Draco insisted. You know, Harry crossed his arms and said, that's precisely why I've been avoiding you. Please stop spreading rumors, all right? Draco pleaded. Eventually, someone will inform my father. Hasn't he heard yet? Harry asked in astonishment. It's been months, and he was right there in the bookstore when I mentioned it the second time. No one truly intends to imply that my mother had an affair with one of her close friends to upset my father, Draco clarified. Many fear him and his wealth. I don't quite understand why he hasn't noticed what happened in the bookstore, but he was rather distracted that day. I genuinely don't know why. I will do my best, Harry promised. Draco sighed. I believe this is my greatest hope. Chapter 28, The Vanished Dobby. Hey, Harry, Cedric greeted warmly. Harry had just handed him a vial of Mandrake Revitalizer to rescue Cho-Chang. Strictly speaking, Cho and Cedric were not officially dating yet, but it was evident to any observer that it was merely a matter of time. Harry himself was puzzled as to how he had overlooked their relationship from the beginning, especially since they had not made any attempts to conceal it. I suppose I have yet to formally thank you for the new brooms you purchased for our team, right? Cedric inquired. To be honest, I can hardly recall, Harry admitted. After that incident became public, I was completely inundated by the crowd. He paused, striving to recollect, noting that the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had been the most enthusiastic, which was peculiar since Gryffindor typically exhibited the most fervor. I think our house might be a bit displeased because I bought brooms for the other houses, undermining our advantage. As for Slytherin, they assume I harbor animosity towards them for forgetting to purchase brooms for them, despite Draco having procured the same model for them. Cedric scrutinized Harry thoughtfully. You do not strike me as someone who would succumb to house prejudices. I believe any contrary remarks you make are merely in the spirit of friendly competition. Moreover, I find it hard to believe you could be so careless as to remember to buy brooms for 2 rival houses while entirely overlooking the fact that your friend is a seeker for the third. To be honest, no one understands how you two became friends. This is the most peculiar rivalry I have witnessed recently. What do you mean? Harry feigned innocence. Your opinions are nearly contradictory on most matters. You are the most prominent members of your respective families, known for their fierce competition against each other. You refuse to quell the rumors regarding his lineage. You despise each other's friends, and half the time you behave like adversaries, Cedric elaborated in one breath. It's all in good fun, Harry assured him. If you don't believe that my omission of Slytherin Esperoon was an accident, what do you think? You are aware of what Malfoy would do, so you purchased brooms for the other 3 houses, Cedric speculated. What, do you think I'm spying on him? Harry feigned indignation. Cedric appeared unfazed, merely shrugging. How would I know? Perhaps your scar is telling you. Harry had no opportunity to respond. As at that moment, the Mandrake Revitalizer took effect, and Cho Chang abruptly opened her eyes. Cedric? She asked, bewildered. What happened? Harry left her future boyfriend to explain and went to visit Hagrid. Hagrid was indeed correct. Possessed Peter Pettigrew was indeed on the move, with varying victims, and thankfully, everyone had heeded his advice regarding the use of mirrors. However, being summoned to the hospital wing repeatedly to deliver potions was becoming increasingly vexing. As he refused to abandon this task, fearing that Wormtail might intrude upon the hospital and ruin his bruise. He sincerely wished that the possessed Peter Pettigrew would hasten his actions. What a waste of time, Harry muttered. Sirius sent him a letter through Hedwig, inquiring why. Knowing how to safely slay the basilisk, and being aware of the location of the Chamber of Secrets, he had not yet attempted it. Thus, on the morning of the match against Slytherin, he woke early and stealthily made his way into moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle was taken aback to see him. But once he magically transformed a bar of soap into chocolate and pretended to taste it, she calmed down. Upon entering the chamber, Harry encountered little trouble. He took a moment to readjust to treating the stone statues as if they were real snakes, and he attempted to speak Parseltongue again. Since he was no longer a Horcrux, he had lost this unique ability, yet he swiftly progressed towards the main chamber. Upon arrival, he faced a minor obstacle. The foolish statue of Salazar, Slytherin, refused to budge. After considerable time spent pondering, he recalled Riddle's words. Speak to me, Slytherin. The greatest of Hogwarts' 4 founders, and then the basilisk appeared. Regrettably, after attempting this password along with various others, the statue remained utterly still. Harry was completely at a loss as to where he had erred. Had Riddle made additional preparations after his arrival, prior to Harry's emergence? Harry doubted it. Yet who could truly say? He felt a more plausible explanation lay in the notion that Slytherin had enchanted the basilisk to respond solely to his heir. Although Harry was exceptionally talented and bore a fragment of Voldemort's soul, he was not a descendant of Slytherin. Moreover, the key to unlocking the chamber was Voldemort's Horcrux. Was it due to Riddle's soul being intact before the diary Horcrux manifested that he could embed more pieces of his soul within it? Or was it because the diary was essentially identical to the 16-year-old Riddle, while Harry had become an entirely different individual, merely housing a fragment of Riddle's essence? Who could fathom the workings of such ancient magic? When Harry returned to moaning Myrtle's bathroom, having shrunk the basilisk's shed skin to tuck it into his pocket, such a rare creature. Surely these skins must be valuable. He discovered Luna indulging in Myrtle's chocolate and describing its flavor in detail. What are you doing here? Harry inquired, perplexed. Did you know there's a Quidditch match today? The entire school has been in chaos since everyone realized you were missing, Luna replied, curiously examining the entrance to the chamber. So, you came looking for me? Harry asked. Luna nodded, and he pressed on, why here? Where else would you expect me to be? Luna answered earnestly. Is this the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? Oh dear, Luna shouldn't he know about this. In fact, no one should. Yet, if anyone were to know, he thought Luna might be the most suitable candidate. Casting a memory charm on her would be simpler, but Harry hesitated, refraining from doing so out of principle. It was that foolish moral code, coupled with his own suspicions of having been subjected to a few memory charms himself. Yes, Harry eventually admitted, albeit hesitantly. I see. Luna nodded thoughtfully, and I can't tell anyone, or else the one attacking students will know you're aware precisely. Harry exhaled with relief as she grasped that he could not approach the basilisk, for he could not find a way inside. It seemed to stem from his lack of blood relation to Slytherin, though he was uncertain. Should others discover the entrance, they might attempt to guard it. However, sooner or later, the possessed Wormtail would find a way to circumvent their defenses. Meanwhile, panic would escalate significantly, and they would lose the opportunity to utterly eradicate the basilisk, thus safeguarding future generations. This was perilous. Luna solemnly informed him, yet I place my trust in you. Am I correct to surmise that only Parseltongue can unlock it due to the connection with Slytherin? Are you a Parselmouth? I have always underestimated you, Luna. Harry replied with a wry smile. What time is it? When does the match commence? About 20 minutes ago, Luna said nonchalantly. What? Harry exclaimed. Why did you not inform me? If you truly cared about being on time for the match, you should wear a watch, Luna reproached him. Harry practically sprinted back to the dormitory to retrieve his broomstick, then soared out of the window towards the pitch. Slytherin had scored again, bringing the score to 60-20. As Harry approached, Lee Jordan was commentating, and Gryffindor appeared pessimistic about winning without a seeker. Where's Harry? Initially, No one realized that Lee had spotted him, but he quickly added, "I can hardly believe it. 30 minutes into the match, Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, has finally made his appearance. I have no idea where he has been. Even the Weasley twins cannot find him. But let us hope he can turn the tide now." "Jordan," Professor McGonagall admonished, "do try to remain impartial." "But Professor, I have not even insulted those filthy." "Rotten," Lee chuckled. "Not insulting does not equate to being fair," Professor McGonagall pointed out. "To be frank, I wish every house had a commentator during times like this. It would ensure that there is always someone present who has no personal stake in the match." "You know you will miss me," Lee jested, then cleared his throat. "I am obliged to inform you all that Harry is riding not the Nimbus 2001 used by the other 27 Quidditch players. He claims that even blindfolded, he rides better on his current broom than the other 3 Seekers, and he refuses to use his friend, opponent? Who knows what their relationship is? In any case, he refuses to share a broom with Draco Malfoy. He also wishes to publicly declare that he believes the popular rumor about Malfoy being Professor Snape's illegitimate child to be a complete fabrication. And you all ought to forget it." "Harry," Draco shouted as Harry flew past him, "you said you would give up." "Indeed," Harry replied innocently. "I merely wish to elaborate and then assert that I believe it to be false, in order to mitigate the damage." "Do you truly believe it to be false?" Draco challenged. "You were the one who started it. I am certain I lack sufficient insight into your esteemed parents and their relationship with Snape to accurately judge what transpired between them," Harry responded cautiously. He caught a glimpse of a flash from the corner of his eye and wisely dodged. Draco appeared perplexed, yet instinctively complied with Harry's directive. Harry raised his wand, aiming at the rogue bludger that had been persistently tailing him, certain that it had been jinxed by Dobby, and softly intoned the incantation, Reducto. As the bludger exploded, Harry spotted the golden snitch and immediately dove towards it. Draco, momentarily disoriented by the explosion, only reacted halfway through Harry's flight. Although he rushed towards Harry, it was too late to prevent him from seizing the snitch. "How could you be so reckless, Mr. Potter?" Professor McGonagall sternly inquired after the match. "I understand you have a tendency to disregard the rules, but this is utterly absurd. You could have seriously injured yourself and Mr. Malfoy, not to mention damaging Hogwarts property. As much as it pains me, I have no choice but to assign you detention every Saturday night for a month and deduct 50 points from Gryffindor." To be honest, Harry had never contemplated that the bludger's explosion might harm Draco, yet he felt a sense of relief that Draco had come to no harm. As for the detention, he inquired, "Who will I serve it with?" "Professor Lockhart specifically requested your presence," McGonagall replied, her tone laced with disdain, as she had never harbored a favorable opinion of the charlatan. "How splendid," Harry grinned. 50 points is about the amount Hermione and I can earn in a day, which forever leaves me feeling embarrassed. Meanwhile, Hermione is quite pleased. As for detention, I had promised to learn how to respond to fan mail, as well as how to differentiate between ordinary letters and those that are either cursed or contain unpleasant surprises. Harry beamed. Professor McGonagall appeared irate, yet technically, as long as it was permissible, teachers could dictate the content of detentions, leaving her powerless. That evening, as the usual Gryffindor celebration overshadowed all other houses, Hermione and Ron cornered him, casting a silencing charm over their vicinity. Neville, disinterested, was engaged in friendly conversation with Ginny, prompting Ron to drag him over. However, just before that, Ginny had kicked Ron, accusing him of trying to monopolize their friends. When did Neville and Ginny become friends? Harry pondered, contemplating an investigation into the matter. Perhaps it occurred while he acted on impulse, and Ron and Hermione were preoccupied with Draco. After all, Neville had spent a month at the Weasley home over the summer, and Ginny was quite amiable, unpossessed, which could explain why, when Neville's other friends abandoned him, nothing prevented them from enjoying each other's company. How did he manage that? Ron asked, no longer lamenting his devilish sister. Hermione sighed in exasperation. What did Malfoy do to the bludger? Do you think Malfoy tampered with the bludger? Harry cautiously inquired. It was I who blasted it away. The explosion was tremendous, Ron grinned. Did you see the expression on Malfoy's face? Absolutely priceless. That bludger was following you the entire time. Hermione elucidated. Who else could benefit from this, if not Malfoy? How do you know it was following Harry? Neville inquired boldly. The match lasted merely 5 minutes after Harry arrived. Were you during that time? In the restroom, Harry replied expressionlessly. For hours? Neville questioned skeptically. When nature calls, Harry retorted mischievously. Hermione interjected, please. I am certain the bludger was persistently following Harry. However, Madame Hooch inspected the balls prior to the match, and there were no issues then. Wait, did she examine whether the bludger had been tampered with? Harry asked. Hermione looked at him quizzically, yes. How else could she have proceeded? Damn it, my bludger theory has failed, Harry muttered. Hermione was perplexed. What? Never mind. Harry interrupted her. He recalled having mentioned a year prior that Madame Hooch had failed to magically prevent Neville from falling during the first flying lesson. Thus, he deemed her ineffective. Do you truly believe Draco possesses the magical prowess to cast a spell on the bludger? All Quidditch balls are imbued with multiple layers of enchantments to prevent tampering, rendering them nearly impervious to magic. Draco is merely in his second year. I am a recognized genius. God knows why. But I do not believe I could enchant that bludger. What do you think transpired then? Hermione asked, her arms crossed. A vengeful house elf? Harry suggested. I thought house elves adored you. I mean, they did adopt you, Ron pointed out. Hermione glared at him. You are of no assistance whatsoever. Ron shrugged. I read that in the chatterbox. Hermione looked as if she would like to strangle him. What? Ron defended himself. I got a free subscription after winning their magical creatures crossword. It's rather fascinating. They can determine who finishes first because once you complete it, you tap it with your wand and say submit. If correct, your newspaper allows you to enter your name, and once finished, it sends the information to the chatterbox. But that is all nonsense. Hermione insisted. If you two are going to argue again, may I return to the party? Neville asked. They ignored him, prompting Neville to turn to Harry. You might as well give up. Harry advised him. They will likely argue for a while longer. Are you coming? Neville inquired. Or do you plan to make more comments that will remind them of more grievances, thus exacerbating the situation? As tempting as it was, Harry shook his head. I am off to bed. So early? Neville was astonished. This was quite unusual. Harry rarely retired before midnight, and it was only 10:30. I need to confront a vengeful house elf. Remember? I thought you were joking, Neville said gently. I am not, Harry assured him. Well, at least the part about the house elf is true. He does have a slight fixation on me, but he once helped me retrieve a knife. So I one-t shouted him. Suit yourself, Neville remarked as he walked toward the snack table, waving at Ginny. When Harry returned to the empty dormitory, he found Dobby waiting for him on the bed. Hello, Dobby. He cheerfully imitated Dumbledore's mannerisms. He had spent several hours practicing in front of the mirror. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve that twinkling gaze, which was the key element of the performance. Perhaps this was merely a side effect of the spell? Dobby appeared exceedingly anxious, almost on the verge of tears. Harry Potter has returned to school. I said I would, Harry remarked, and no matter what you do, I shall not leave. It was quite amusing to steal Ron's father's car and fly it to the Hogwarts Express. The fixed bludger was only slightly inconvenient. Yet even if you were to do something that might make me consider leaving, I would not go. Do you know why? Dobby shook his head. Because I'm exceedingly stubborn, and I might take it as a challenge, Harry replied calmly. Harry Potter does not understand. Dobby protested vehemently. Dobby had heard of the great Harry Potter and all his deeds. He treated all creatures kindly, and house elves adored him. Harry Potter cannot remain at Hogwarts and be killed. He must leave and continue doing good. Harry found Dobby's assertions rather overly generous, yet that was simply Dobby's nature. Listen, Harry said gently, I'm aware of the diary. I know about the basilisk. I am aware of who possesses the diary now and that he wishes to involve me. I also know how to destroy the diary and the basilisk, and I am quite certain I know how to thwart that individual. Thank you for your concern, but I shall take care of myself. Dobby had no doubt that Harry could, yet he did not wish to take any risks. Nor did he want to lose such a great and powerful wizard. Dobby had not anticipated that the great Harry Potter was so astute. Dobby babbled on, tears welling up once more. Yes, Harry said nonchalantly. He heard footsteps. Someone was approaching. Just as he was about to send Dobby away, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait a moment, didn't Draco command you not to save me or to expel me from the castle? To Harry's astonishment, Dobby appeared rather mischievous. Dobby did not wish to save the great Harry Potter's life, nor did he want to expel him from Hogwarts. Dobby simply wanted to break Harry Potter's arm. With that, Dobby vanished. Harry had indeed underestimated him. Chapter 29, Parseltongue. The next morning, Harry awoke to the onslaught of 3 stinging hexes. Ouch, he complained while reaching for his wand to disarm the unknown assailant. What is the meaning of this? I am sorry, Harry, Percy said apologetically, but I heard that waking you in the usual manner would only result in you cursing someone. So you decided to take the initiative? Harry retorted, hurling his wand back at Percy. What could possibly be so important that you had to wake me at such an inappropriate hour? It is 8:30. Percy informed him in a rather exaggerated manner. Harry was somewhat taken aback that a prefect could make even the telling of time seem so theatrical. Draco sometimes exhibited this tendency as well. This must be a hereditary affliction. Unless one's life is at stake, no one should rise before 9 on days without classes. Harry stated earnestly, I trust that Ron and Neville have already elucidated what would transpire should anyone attempt to rouse me, given that they are my closest companions. One can only imagine the formidable curses I would unleash were it someone else. Percy swallowed hard. Indeed, it appears to be an emergency. My sister was petrified last night. Ginny? Harry repeated in disbelief. How ironic. She was among the last individuals Harry would have expected to be petrified, certainly more so than himself. Evidently, Riddle had grown weary of his basilisk's ineffectiveness due to Harry's prepared mandrake restorative and decided to take a gamble rather than verify someone's lineage. Unlike Ginny, Wormtail surely possesses the means to ascertain such details. What on earth was she doing? The basilisk couldn't possibly enter the Gryffindor common room, and even if it could, it would likely be discovered by others. Yes, Percy continued, looking somewhat awkward. The boy she was with is also absent from the common room. Harry choked. Boy, she is merely 11. Percy regarded him with curiosity. Most individuals your age would not leap to such conclusions, or perhaps not consider them at all. Harry shrugged. When did I become most people? So who was she with? They are both unharmed, I hope. Neville Longbottom. Percy replied promptly. I believe he is your friend. Do you know what Ginny and Neville were doing outside after curfew? They were not far from the fat lady, and Peeves was also nearby when he was petrified, so they likely encountered the basilisk through him. Wow. Harry trembled. How fortunate. Didn't T even think to bring a mirror? If Peeves and T happened to be present, this could have ended quite differently. Perhaps it is because of Harry's timely intervention that no one was petrified for long, leading to the assumption that the threat was not serious. That is a concern. He would need to give the Gryffindors a stern lecture later. He hoped the word would spread. Indeed, Percy nodded. If anything were to happen to Ginny. He shook his head, leaving the thought unfinished. Follow me. You killed my cat. The moment they stepped into the hospital wing, Filch accused. Harry blinked. If memory serves me correctly, considering I have felt a sense of déjà vu almost continuously, did we not already discuss this? You did, Dumbledore replied gravely, but alas. Madame Norris was attacked again last night. What? For victims? Harry inquired. Dumbledore nodded, and Harry continued. One attack yielding such numbers is rather brutal. Oh, here you are. He handed Madame Pomfrey 3 vials of mandrake restorative. I apologize for not having one from Madame Norris. However, I have only heard of Neville, Ginny, and Peeves. She does not require your damn potion. She is already dead. Filch bellowed. Oh, Harry whispered, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated this outcome. Though his friends and classmates had become increasingly careless over time, they at least still had the opportunity to carry a mirror with them. Mrs. Norris, however, not only lacked such a chance, but when the basilisk appeared, she was clearly not hiding behind Peeves. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for Filch. Admittedly, the man was exceedingly unpleasant, and Harry often fantasized about putting an end to that wretched cat, yet he would never truly act upon such thoughts. She was indeed Filch's sole companion, and as the squib caretaker in a school filled with wizarding children who despised him, Harry resolved to write a letter to Mrs. Fig once all of this was over. An idea struck him. I'm sorry, Harry said weakly. No, you are not, Filch bitterly retorted. You loathe her, just as everyone has always loathed her. If you adhere to the rules, she wouldn't trouble you. If those two, he gestured towards Ginny and Neville, had stayed in the common room where they belonged, this incident would never have occurred. It should never have happened. With that, Filch stormed out of the hospital wing. Harry stood awkwardly in place until he heard Ginny begin to cough. Are you all right? He hurried to her bedside and inquired. What happened? She asked slowly. You were attacked by the basilisk last night. It killed Mrs. Norris and petrified you, Neville, and Peeves, Harry explained. I never thought I'd say this, Neville interjected. Now awake, but we really owe him a favor. Whatever you do, don't bring it up with him, lest he wants us to assist in some tedious prank, causing us to be confined for a month. Or lose a few hundred house points, Ginny concurred. On the other hand, Harry quickly countered, you do indeed owe him a life. If you're truly willing to risk losing a few hundred points, why not team up with Peeves to take revenge for saving our lives? Neville rebutted. Dumbledore, upon hearing that someone would voluntarily wish to lose points, was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, concluding that Neville must be jesting and had yet to recover from his recent ordeal. Mr. Longbottom, what were you and Miss Weasley doing outside the common room after curfew? He inquired. Neville began, sounding somewhat awkward. Ron was causing us trouble because he wanted Neville to join him and Hermione, but didn't he want me around? Neville said he'd rather continue talking with me, which made Ron furious, and he started accusing me of trying to steal all his friends, Ginny candidly explained. So we went outside. We didn't stray far and never anticipated that anything would happen. But indeed it did happen, Miss Weasley, Dumbledore said gently. I know, she replied softly. I'm sorry. I hope you understand that curfews are meant to protect you, especially with a basilisk on the loose. However, Gryffindor will still lose 20 points. Dumbledore solemnly informed them. Considering the gravity of the conversation, Harry stifled the urge to cheer. A few weeks later, Harry had nearly acclimatized to the peculiar routine, inspecting the mirror, experiencing a sudden petrification, and almost instantaneously reviving. He had grown accustomed to it, yet not entirely, for unlike others, he retained the memories of the events that transpired the last time the basilisk was unleashed. At present, he stood alongside Ron, Hermione, and Neville in the Great Hall, awaiting the commencement of the Dueling Club's inaugural meeting, the sole gathering of its kind etched in Harry's memory. "I simply cannot fathom how no one has heard of this," Hermione remarked, incredulity lacing her voice. "I mean, Merlin, the attacks commenced over a month ago. Who would write home about this?" Ron queried, regarding her as if she had lost her senses. "Our parents would whisk us away from school faster than you could say. Harry has an endless supply of Mandrake restorative potion, and we shall examine every nook and cranny with mirrors. Hence we are in no peril. Ron, by the time you finish that statement, a great deal could have transpired." Neville chuckled. "Isn't it said that it's faster than you can mention Quidditch?" "Indeed, but I believe my phrasing is more fitting for this scenario," Ron retorted. "My stock is limited," Harry interjected. "In fact, I truly need to reorder some. I am relieved that everyone is committed to using mirrors. Otherwise, the situation could deteriorate significantly." "Deteriorate significantly?" Hermione echoed in disbelief. "Harry, there's one of the most lethal creatures known to humanity roaming freely within the school, attacking students. The situation is already dire. I understand that no one wishes to alarm their parents, and it appears we have not sustained any permanent damage, aside from Mrs. Norris. Of course, but why has this matter not been addressed in other forums? At the very least, the Daily Prophet has remained silent. I've been bribing them." Harry stated matter-of-factly. "You did what?" Hermione exclaimed. "Lower your voice," Harry replied impatiently. "This is not common knowledge." "But Harry, you cannot simply," Hermione implored helplessly. "Actually, I can. I merely wish to convey that if the only respectable newspaper is not only government-owned, but also willing to be swayed by a 12-year-old, it truly indicates a problem within our society. My intentions are not purely for amusement, although I do derive some enjoyment from having them publish what I endorse." "What is your rationale?" Hermione challenged. "If certain factions were to discover that Dumbledore is incapable of shielding us from the basilisk that prowls our school, they would remove him from power and install a ministry puppet as headmaster. This would not only be futile, but could exacerbate the situation tenfold. I do not wish to complicate matters further, and turning this into a political football would be counterproductive," Harry explained. "Hey, is that Lockhart?" Ron inquired. "With Snape? Are those two even qualified to teach dueling?" Hermione pouted. "Lockhart may not be," Harry conceded, "but Snape is well-versed in the dark arts, and I suspect he is quite a formidable duelist." "Perhaps," Hermione conceded, "but I still believe it should be Flitwick. You know, he was the dueling champion in his youth." Harry observed the demonstration by Lockhart and Snape, which mirrored their previous encounter almost identically. With a flick of his wand, Snape sent Lockhart crashing against the wall. However, Harry had previously advised Lockhart on how to handle such situations if he found himself overwhelmed yet unwilling to admit it. Thus, Lockhart refrained from protesting that he had anticipated Snape's actions, which sounded utterly implausible. Instead, he opted for a more pragmatic approach. He smiled graciously at Snape for the splendid demonstration and cautioned the students against excessive force in their spells. In fact, Lockhart managed to shift the blame onto Snape, implying that it was Snape's blunder that caused him to collide with the wall, rather than any fault of his own. As expected, Snape's expression was one of fury, his hand twitching as he reached for his wand. Lockhart hastily divided the audience into pairs. Snape approached and assigned Harry and Neville to one duo, Hermione and Millicent to another, and Ron and Draco to the last. "Wands at the ready," Lockhart called out. "On my count." He could not proceed further, however, as Ron and Draco immediately began casting spells the moment Snape turned his back. Snape appeared quite vexed, ultimately separating them and instructing them to take the stage again to avoid endangering those around them. Lockhart had indeed attempted to involve Harry and Neville, but Snape pointed out that Harry never took anything seriously unless his friends were in dire emotional distress or someone had perished, a fact Lockhart had to concede. Snape moved beside Draco while Lockhart positioned himself near Ron. Harry stood too far away to hear their conversation, but judging by the smug grin on Draco's face and Ron's horrified expression as Lockhart's wand fell from his grasp, he had a fair inkling of what was about to transpire. The only question remained: how to respond. 3, 2, 1, go, Lockhart announced. "C'est pour les surprises," Draco shouted, not granting Ron any opportunity to react. Harry's expression remained impassive as a massive black serpent erupted from Draco's wand. Was it truly worth Draco and Snape's effort to conjure a potentially venomous snake? Harry was unsure, but hoped it was harmless. for he could hardly believe Snape would be so reckless before a group of young students. To be fair, it was quite impressive that Draco could summon a snake at the tender age of 12. Harry suspected he had only mastered such a feat in 5th or 6th grade. Nonetheless, he had spent his early years unaware of his magical heritage, nor did he know he could perform magic in the absence of his, now deceased, parents. As his classmates gaped in astonishment at the enormous serpent, Harry slowly ascended the stage. "Stay still, Weasley," Snape drawled, twirling his wand between his fingers. "I shall handle this." Yet, he seemed in no hurry, suggesting that the serpent was likely harmless. Harry recalled hearing that large snakes were generally non-venomous but could still bite, rendering the decision to place a snake near Ron decidedly unprofessional, especially given the expression of sheer terror on his friend's face. Ron was trembling uncontrollably. "At least it's not a spider," he muttered. "Let me handle it," Lockhart exclaimed, unable to suppress his desire to show off. With a vigorous wave of his wand, a loud bang echoed as the snake was hurled into the air. Upon its descent, it was evidently incensed, darting directly towards Justin Finch-Fletchley. "Here we go again. Is he merely a snake bait?" Harry groaned. He had a plan brewing in his mind, but considering that everyone was aware of the giant serpent lurking within the castle, he was uncertain of its efficacy. "Listen, the creature attacking you isn't intentional. It is simply one of the most inept wizards I have encountered," Harry remarked to the snake in Parseltongue. "I understand your anger and the blankness that might cloud your thoughts, and you certainly did not ask for this. But if you bite someone, it will only lead to your demise." He climbed onto the stage, beckoning the snake closer. "Calm down and follow me. If you approach me slowly, they will not harm you. I am the only one here who can comprehend your words. If you disregard my advice, who knows what they might do?" The snake regarded him for a moment before slowly gliding towards Harry. With a sense of malicious glee, Harry noted Draco's pallor as the serpent slithered past him, causing him to swallow nervously. He deserved it. "I am certain some of you are already conjuring wild theories in your minds, claiming that my ability to speak Parseltongue makes me the heir of Slytherin. I implore you to observe my hands closely. See how I signal the snake to remain on stage with me, ensuring your safety? Notice that I pose no threat to anyone, nor am I inciting the snake. Yes, I am addressing you, Justin and Ernie. Your conclusions are drawn with greater haste than those of Ron and Hermione." Harry shook his head in despair. Ernie, slightly irked by the veiled insult, had evidently noticed Ron and Hermione's propensity for jumping to conclusions. In fact, it was more akin to parachuting to conclusions. "What did you just say?" Ernie retorted. Harry nearly rolled his eyes. Did Ernie truly believe Harry would instruct the snake to commit malevolent acts and then readily confess? Perhaps he would have once. But having spent too much time with Slytherins lately, Harry had no intention of engaging in such trivial antics. Essentially, it was merely, "Come here. Don't let them kill you," he concluded. After Harry publicly acknowledged his Parseltongue ability, an uproar ensued in the room. Snape was the first to recover from the shock, swiftly banishing the snake. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said cheerfully. "I appreciate your willingness to tidy up the chaos caused by Draco's spell." "Potter, Gryffindor loses 10 points for your shamelessness," Snape retorted sharply. Harry grinned. He had a faint sense that Snape was aware of how much he relished losing points, yet was still assisting him, futilely hoping that Dumbledore would allow someone other than Harry to win the House Cup. "In case anyone is interested, since my ability to speak Parseltongue has been unveiled, I hereby announce that I am willing to translate anything you wish to convey to any snake. I am indifferent. Just bring it forth, and I will translate for as long as you desire, at 2 sickles every 5 minutes. Harry could have sworn he heard Hermione groaning from somewhere in the audience. "I would like to reiterate that I am not the heir of Slytherin. If I were, I certainly would not spend my own money on Mandrake Essence to resurrect it and then proceed to charge others. However, I freely distribute it to anyone in need, with no personal gain to myself." Harry paused. "Well, strictly speaking, I do use it for tax deductions, but aside from that, my intentions are entirely altruistic. Remember, anytime you wish to converse with snakes, just let me know." With that, Harry descended the stage and exited the hall, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Chapter 30. Confession. "Harry, it's a pleasure to see you." The following morning, as Harry descended the stairs leading to the Transfiguration classroom, Percy eagerly approached him. "Since you seem to be waiting for me, it's hardly a surprise," Harry yawned. "At least this time, you didn't wake me up." "Yes, well, I wanted to inquire about what you were thinking last night. Going for breakfast?" Harry suggested. "Not right now," Percy replied impatiently. "I mean, what happened last night? Were you not present?" Harry feigned innocence. "No, I was somewhat preoccupied," Percy admitted, appearing slightly embarrassed. "With Penelope?" Harry said with a smirk. "That's none of your business." "Harry," Percy said with a stern expression, though his ears turned crimson. "I was merely jesting, Percy. I'm genuinely happy for you having a girlfriend." "Thank you." Percy responded with a faint smile. To be honest, you are quite the nuisance. I ought to despise you. Yet for some reason I do not. Mother seems determined to embrace you as family, as do Ron and the twins. You yourself appear to have no objection to this notion. Therefore, whenever you engage in such reckless behavior, either endangering yourself or causing others to assume you are the heir of Slytherin to stop you, or simply being utterly disliked, I grow increasingly concerned. Percy, I appreciate your concern, Harry replied. I do not intend to cause worry. I merely feel confident in my actions. Do you? Percy softly echoed. Do you? Now I'm even more apprehensive. You are a Parselmouth, Hermione exclaimed as Ron and Neville shoved Harry into an empty classroom. Harry was quite disinclined to discuss the matter further, neither now nor later. Yet he was grateful that his friends were at least aware enough to prevent him from addressing it publicly. So, I announced it last night, Harry stated calmly. Why didn't you tell us? Ron inquired, his frustration evident. He seemed even more agitated than last time, although too much time had passed for Harry to ascertain. Perhaps it was because Harry's abilities had proven just as astonishing as before, but this time he was already aware, knew its name, and understood the true significance of being a Parselmouth. It felt as if he were intentionally withholding this information from them. While that was accurate, Harry believed that if he directly informed Ron, he did not want to bother with an explanation. Nor did he wish to worry about whether Ron would divulge this significant secret or whether he would be pleased. Ron would never intentionally divulge a secret, yet his ability to keep confidences is akin to that of Voldemort, albeit with considerably less violence. Everyone would be utterly terrified upon hearing this, Harry explained, candidly questioning the frequency with which the topic of speaking with snakes arises in everyday conversation. You might think this is something worth mentioning, particularly given that a basilisk has been roaming about terrorizing people for the past few weeks. Neville sounded somewhat irked. I know, Harry wearily acquiesced, but it truly isn't that significant. Aside from occasionally hearing it rush past me, muttering about murder, I have not approached that basilisk, nor have I seen any signs of its presence. She? Ron repeated. Harry was about to elaborate, but shook his head. Never mind. Don't you think the ongoing petrification of individuals is indicative of the basilisk's existence? Neville countered. This is serious. Hermione insisted passionately. For Parseltongue is precisely associated with Salazar Slytherin. Well, that's because he was a fanatic of pure blood, Neville whispered to Ron, who grinned widely. Now the entire school will presume you are his descendant, Ron exclaimed. Harry stared at him. Why would they entertain such foolish notions? Because they wouldn't consider that Parseltongue is so rare, yet a Parselmouth might not be related to him at all? Neville suggested tentatively. I wager that this ability is far less uncommon than people assume. Anyone who wishes to avoid being labeled as a dark wizard in training, regardless of the veracity of such claims, would certainly strive to conceal this talent. Harry disagreed, and that was not my intention. What do you mean? Neville inquired, perplexed. I mean, unless they're all a bunch of idiots, Harry began. You have always thought that way, Hermione interjected. Indeed, but unless they are more hopeless than I imagined. They would not consider me his ancestor, but rather his descendant, Harry concluded, unless they subscribe to some ludicrous theory of time travel, believing I am my own great-grandfather or something. Just like those conspiracy theories you and Luna believe in onzinging and contradiction? Hermione innocently asked. Certainly not, Hermione. Harry scoffed. Everyone knows you cannot become your own ancestor. Really? Hermione queried, wondering how this could be more far-fetched than the arguments she occasionally witnessed between Harry, Luna, and Ron. How could it? This is all related to genetics, Hermione, Harry began to explain patiently. I do not expect you to possess extensive knowledge of genetics. But you know what DNA is, correct? Despite Ron and Neville beginning to appear confused, Hermione nodded. Well, if you have a child, that child will inherit half of your genes. Similarly, if you have grandchildren, they will possess about 1/4 of your genes. Harry continued, stating that the probability of contributing precisely half of one's genes to match those of a partner is exceedingly minuscule, rendering the likelihood of oneself being the progenitor of one's own offspring or descendants nearly impossible, albeit such probability may increment slightly with each successive generation. Nonetheless, this scenario constitutes incest. Should you traverse back to the past and live out your days there, your lineage would be ensnared in a vicious cycle. As for myself, I am well aware that Salazar Slytherin is a figure of great repute, hence, even in his absence, I would never select him as a pseudonym. Indeed, given that this transpired over a millennium ago, it is highly probable I would forego a pen name altogether. I'm not entirely certain I grasped that, Hermione admitted. The girl, despite her prodigious intellect, was merely 12 years of age. You need not comprehend it fully, Harry reassured her, simply accept that I am correct. This sets a perilous precedent, Hermione solemnly cautioned him. Then do not repeat the same mistake, at least for this instance, Harry replied. Everything commenced from this point. Hermione countered. If you are not his descendant, Neville emphasized the contentious term to spare himself further clarification from Harry. How could you possibly speak Parseltongue? Or is it that you are unaware? I inherited it from Voldemort, who is a descendant of Slytherin, Harry remarked nonchalantly. You are a descendant of the Dark Lord? Ron exclaimed in horror. Certainly not, Harry retorted with disdain. Can you envision such a wretched individual fathering child? It is utterly nightmarish. But you just said, Neville protested. What? Am I now incapable of inheriting anything from someone with whom I share no blood relation? Harry inquired indignantly. Generally speaking, one cannot, Hermione informed him, unless you're referring to Gringotts. But even then, there is typically some degree of familial connection, as Harry continuously points out. Only when Draco is present, Harry defended. Moreover, if we're to be pedantic, I am technically not a Parselmouth either. You can converse with snakes. That signifies you are a Parselmouth, Neville stated bluntly. Oh, anyone can converse with snakes, Harry scoffed. The crux lies in eliciting a response from them. Moreover, my scar, which was left by Voldemort's killing curse, is what grants me Parseltongue. If I were to lose it, I would be entirely incapable of communicating with the serpentine folk of Britain. How could you possibly know that? Hermione queried. A more pertinent question is, how would you lose your scar? Simple. By vanquishing Voldemort, Harry succinctly replied. You are once again spouting nonsense, Ron added afterward. Whatever, Harry said as he exited the classroom, only to be immediately surrounded by a small group of overly enthusiastic Slytherin students, each brandishing a snake. You all go ahead. I may need to wait a moment, hey. Harry, Fred called out, we wanted to let you know, George and I greatly admire your little tricks at the dueling club. We hope you continue to dazzle us for all eternity. Inspiration comes from our little Ronnie. Follow in your footsteps as a master prankster, a manipulator extraordinaire, and an exceptional entrepreneur. Harry gazed at the Weasley twins, who returned his look with innocent smiles, but he was not fooled for a moment. Someday, you'll have to teach me that spell. What spell? They inquired in unison. Oh, come on, I would do anything, Harry suggested. I am sorry, Harry. We would be more than willing to assist you, truly, but we have no idea what you're talking about or what you're on about. However, we have started to ponder. We would like to give it a try. I will provide the seed funding for your joke shop, Harry promised. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances. Deal, we'll discuss it further. Justin, Ernie urgently whispered. What are you doing here? Justin had been studying herbology with Harry. He shot an apologetic glance at Harry before moving behind Ernie, who was attempting to conceal himself behind a bookshelf, albeit unsuccessfully. Harry cheerfully waved at Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, who waved back but then pretended not to listen to Ernie and Justin's conversation, visibly uncomfortable. Studying. Justin replied succinctly. With Harry Potter, Ernie exclaimed in astonishment. Really? I completely overlooked that. He keeps talking about his scar and even translated 3 dialogues for a Slytherin and 2 Ravenclaws. I should have guessed. Justin replied sarcastically. You know what I mean? Ernie said impatiently. I told you to hide in the common room. True, Justin admitted. Then why aren't you hiding? Ernie pressed. Because I have a project to complete. Justin answered. You can do that in the common room. Ernie insisted sternly. That is a group project, and Harry isn't a Hufflepuff, Justin pointed out. Besides, letting him into the common room somewhat contradicts the purpose of hiding there, doesn't it? Why exactly do you want to be in a group with Potter? Ernie asked, having taken to referring to Harry by his surname, since he deemed him secretly malevolent. Well, not secretly malevolent, but overtly so. In truth, Harry was rather pleased that those who believed he was the heir called him Potter, while the others called him Harry. He preferred this distinction due to some unpleasant memories. Those who detested him called him Potter and turned his life into a living hell, making it easy to discern between those who were his foolish supporters and those driven by fear. He felt he shouldn't regard approximately 3/4 of the school that supported him as foolish. But past experiences taught him that they were merely responding to his explanations and assistance in resurrecting the victims of the basilisk. We don't get to choose our partners. Justin rolled his eyes. You know, you're paired with Lavender Brown. You ought to elucidate the situation to Professor Sprout, Ernie began. What situation? Justin interjected. Ernie replied matter-of-factly. Porter, as the heir of Slytherin, attacks others for amusement, only to cure them later for fame, thereby deceiving the masses. Even if you are correct, he must be grouped with someone, Justin rationally argued. Unless you believe that someone like him, a half-blood with a muggle-born best friend, is a fanatic of pure bloodlines, then everyone is in peril. I still wish my best friend would not risk himself for the sake of heroism and Gryffindor, Ernie muttered sourly. That is unnecessary. Justin shivered at the comparison. I know, Ernie confessed, a bit embarrassed. However, Harry has always been rather kind, Hannah said uncertainly, no longer pretending to ignore the two boys. Moreover, he made the Dark Lord vanish. He cannot be entirely malevolent, can he? No one knows how he survived the Dark Lord's assault. Ernie exaggeratedly lowered his voice. The killing curse was used against him. No one survives the killing curse, let alone an infant. Only a truly powerful dark wizard could possibly live to recount such an event. I am quite certain that Harry announced some significant news last year, stating that he survived because his mother sacrificed herself for him, Susan pointed out. Did he truly do that? Harry cannot possibly remember. However, if he did, it would serve him well and attract more followers. Oh, come now. He was merely a baby. What would he know? Edmund scolded. I completely concur, Susan sharply retorted. He was still an infant. How could he be so wicked that the Dark Lord would personally seek to kill him? At his age, how could he know that Harry was the cursed child? Well, Ernie's voice trailed off, realizing he was making a valid point. I still find it hard to believe in the mother's sacrifice theory. I mean, was Lily Potter truly the only one who gave her life for another? It seems implausible. How could Potter be the sole survivor? Perhaps he is the chosen one, Justin quipped. Harry nearly choked. In truth, it was somewhat accurate, but he hoped to keep that secret for a few more years. Nevertheless, Ernie attempted once more. Ernie, let it go, Susan advised. Very well. When Potter petrifies you all, do not come to me weeping. Ernie lamented as he stormed away. If that were to happen, he would surely punish you for tarnishing his reputation, Susan called after him. Ernie's shoulders stiffened, and he quickened his pace. If Harry were to do such a thing, wouldn't everyone doubt him again? Hannah inquired. Justin shrugged. Perhaps, but there is no need to inform Ernie. Now, perhaps I can return to my homework. Potter, a few hours later, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated in the suddenly silent library. What is it? Harry politely asked. Has someone else been petrified? Indeed. Ernie Macmillan was discovered outside the Hufflepuff common room. Professor McGonagall sternly addressed him. I understand. Suddenly, a thought struck Harry, his voice dwindling. Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall inquired. I have an alibi, Harry exclaimed, disregarding the deathly glare from Madame Pants. What? Professor McGonagall responded, perplexed. Ever since that debacle at the dueling club, some have been accusing me of attacking everyone, Ernie being the loudest. I could never seem to find an alibi, but this time, I've been here studying, with approximately 30 witnesses, Harry continued excitedly. In any case, Professor McGonagall interjected gravely, a student has been petrified. Oh, he'll be fine, Harry said nonchalantly, following the Transfiguration professor toward the hospital wing. Perhaps, but I must remind you, there is still a murderer at large. And you ought not to be so glib, Professor McGonagall admonished. I know, Harry replied, glancing down at Ernie. Hey, I sold him that mirror. He blames me. Harry, Dumbledore interrupted. Good day, Professor, Harry greeted warmly. What brings you here? Whenever a basilisk attacks my students, I grow concerned, Dumbledore explained. That seems a prudent policy, Harry nodded. In this crisis, you have provided nearly extraordinary assistance. I suspect you are somehow involved in maintaining the Iron Curtain's secrecy regarding the protection of Hogwarts from the entire magical world, Dumbledore said with delight. I do my best, Harry replied, his tone noncommittal. First, I must say, I know you're not connected to these attacks. However, I am curious. How do you know so much about them? Dumbledore's gaze bore into him, and Harry suddenly felt grateful for Hermione's insistence on teaching him mind-blocking techniques when they were 19. Well, Hermione and his other friend were now in their 20s, but his birthday had come later. I returned from the future, Harry said, his expression impassive. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, skeptical yet intrigued. Oh yes, Harry nodded. When I was a child, Ginny Weasley wielded the diary, targeting only those of Muggle descent. Sirius Black was entirely innocent, imprisoned in Azkaban without trial, and escaped the following year. Draco Malfoy is the master of the Elder Wand, while Snape assisted you in euthanizing. Indeed, Dumbledore reiterated, this time with an unmistakable tone of disbelief. If you do not mind my asking, how did you return? The curtain incident, Harry replied tersely, quite painful. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I wish for you to be candid with me, Harry. You said I was not honest. Harry countered. However, rest assured, the matters I have not disclosed are either for good reason, deemed irrelevant, or because I do not wish to face the consequences. This is truly disheartening, Harry. Dumbledore candidly informed him. I am at a loss as to what else I can convey. Harry shrugged. What about the truth? Dumbledore suggested. The truth, Harry sighed, echoing Dumbledore's plea for honesty from his first year, is both beautiful and terrifying. Thus, it must be approached with caution. This is of no assistance. And I suspect it is intentionally ambiguous, Dumbledore remarked, sounding somewhat disappointed. Well, if that is the case, it may be because I have learned from a taciturn and overly mysterious old man, Harry chuckled. Should you ever decide to open your heart to me, My office shall always be available to you, Dumbledore sincerely assured him. Thank you, Professor, Harry responded with gratitude. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 31, Polyjuice Potion. So, on the eve of the term's conclusion, Hermione proclaimed with pride, we are not the only ones who believe that Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. Indeed, ever since Ernie's attack, you have had an alibi, and everyone has shifted their suspicions onto him. Ron interjected. It is fortunate that no one considered the possibility that I could have ordered the basilisk to attack him beforehand, Harry mused. The three friends stared at him. But you didn't, did you, Harry? Neville finally inquired. Of course not, Harry scoffed, but the point is I could have. I suggest you refrain from mentioning this again, Neville proposed, or people will forever doubt your innocence. I do not entirely endorse the notion that Malfoy is the heir, Ron interjected, but Harry, as his friend, Merlin knows why you shouldn't do something to dispel people's suspicions about him. Harry grinned. The situation is indeed rather peculiar. Under normal circumstances, I would. He conceded. Yet on the other hand, Draco is a Slytherin, hailing from an ancient and dark pureblood lineage. For him, being considered the heir of Slytherin is a mark of honor. So even if he were not the culprit, he would not mind others believing so. More importantly, he approached me, hoping that everyone would regard him as the heir. And I acquiesced, for the truth would soon be revealed, and the teachers do not believe in him at all. So it is not entirely disadvantageous. In that case, why are you so certain it is not him? Hermione asked assertively, or rather, she endeavored to appear as such while supporting the theory that Draco Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. He might be toying with you, merely seeking to gain the honor he believes he deserves. Are you suggesting that apart from being merely 12 years old, not a Parselmouth, and regarding the use of a giant snake to attack individuals as evil? Harry retorted. Honestly, even Voldemort was only 16 when he unleashed the basilisk upon Muggleborns. Ron recoiled. Don't say that, he exclaimed irritably. Don't tell me what to say anymore, Harry retorted, asserting that engaging in argument was futile and would merely prolong matters unnecessarily. Indeed, Neville pointed out, our discourse had already consumed twice the usual amount of time. Perhaps, Ron suggested, it was unwise to escalate this to fourfold. Harry gently remarked that this reminded him of the Polyjuice potion he had in his possession. Now, please vacate the premises and do not involve me. Hermione, demonstrating the tenacity of a dentist's daughter, roused them on Christmas morning at the break of dawn. You have 5 seconds to explain your presence here, or I shall cast a spell upon you, she declared. With sleep still clinging to him, Harry murmured in protest. He and the other members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, along with Lee, had just concluded their monthly all-night card game. This session had been particularly brisk, and with no training schedule for the following morning, Wood had also participated. While it was enjoyable, Harry mused that unless Hermione had a compelling reason to burst in after he had only slept for 20 minutes, he was less than pleased. The Polyjuice potion is ready, Hermione exclaimed, bouncing on her toes with enthusiasm. Of course it is, Harry replied sharply. Even at his best, he was not an early riser, and he had provided it to her just last week. Well, yes, Hermione conceded, but I believe we can make use of it today. There are still 3 hours until breakfast. How could we possibly complete it before then? Harry insisted. He soon realized his error and corrected himself, stating that we actually referred to you. He still found the entire endeavor rather foolish. I think half of what you do is quite silly, Hermione responded passionately. Only half, Ron murmured, burying his head beneath his pillow to shield himself from the light. Perhaps she simply isn't paying enough attention, Neville whispered back, mimicking Ron's refusal to acknowledge the morning. But that does not imply that I will hinder you, Hermione concluded. When have I ever stopped you? Harry asked incredulously. I purchased that blasted potion for you, and I told you it wasn't inexpensive. I trust you recoup the expense within 24 hours, Hermione retorted dismissively. Besides, your assistance was merely to ensure we do not fail our potions class. Oh, come on, Harry laughed, as if I could ever impede you. That tactic works on Snape solely because he is unaware of your schemes, and he is undoubtedly preoccupied with managing those other children intent on annihilating each other. At that moment, Hedwig flew in, dropping a medium-sized parcel on Harry's head. Ouch. Well, that settles it, Harry declared resolutely. I do not care what date it is. It is far too early. You all need to leave. But Harry, Hermione protested the potion. Out, Harry shouted, brandishing his wand and sending Hermione tumbling down the stairs. Thanks, mate, Ron mumbled, sinking deeper into his pillow. Is there anything you do not understand? Harry inquired, raising his wand once more. But Neville exclaimed in terror. I'm sorry. Harry expressed his regret, stating that if they did not assist her, she would not relent. It was reassuring to know one's priorities. Ron, albeit reluctantly, rose and mumbled, well, I need to sleep. Harry informed him, oh, but take this. With a flick of his wand, a small vial containing several strands of hair floated out from his trunk and landed in Ron's outstretched hand. "What is this?" Ron inquired, scrutinizing it closely. "Some hairs from Pansy Parkinson," Harry elucidated, reminding Hermione that Polyjuice Potion should not be mixed with cat hair. "How do you know?" Neville began, then interrupted himself. "Wait, don't answer. It's your scar that tells you," he quipped. "You know me too well," Harry replied, once more waving his wand to draw the curtains, preparing to resume his slumber. When Harry finally arose to unwrap his gifts, he discovered that the Dursleys had opted for individual presents. Uncle Vernon gifted a cross and a note proclaiming his worship of Satan, further demonstrating his ignorance of magic. Destined for perdition, Aunt Petunia presented a gardening book, which Harry promptly passed on to Neville. Dudley bestowed a collection of CDs. Hogwarts lacked electricity, and he himself had no CD player, which Harry strung together to hang in the common room, where the light created a splendid rainbow effect. In return, Harry gifted Aunt Petunia some rare Muggle seedlings, gave Dudley some magical sweets likely to induce a brief panic that would eventually lead to consumption within a day, and offered Uncle Vernon 20 galleons, intending to torment his uncle with the dilemma of exchanging wizarding currency for Muggle money or refusing free money. This might cause him distress for several days. Hagrid sent a large jar of treacle fudge, to which Harry reciprocated with 6 chocolate spiders. Having decided to celebrate the success of his newfound wealth, he resolved to be generous this Christmas. Ron gifted him a book titled Flying with the Cannon Crew, and although Harry held disdain for that team, he found it rather engaging. He returned the favor with a new wand. Hermione presented a luxurious quill made from an eagle's feather, and Harry, Merlin bless him, reciprocated with a time-turner. Fortunately, he also included a manual for its use from the Department of Mysteries. The corruption within the ministry sometimes proved advantageous, as Harry was almost certain that his actions warranted a decade in Azkaban. The Weasley family gifted him a new hand-knit sweater and a plum cake, and in return, he bestowed upon them a house elf, wishing to keep this matter from Hermione. He did not entirely oppose house elf rights. It was merely that Dobby was the only house elf he had encountered who genuinely sought such rights, leading him to believe that new legislation for magical creatures should be postponed until after graduation. Experience had taught him that such matters were exceedingly time-consuming. Furthermore, the Weasley family planned to visit Bill in Egypt for Christmas. If they could afford it, why would their summer windfall of 1,000 galleons be a significant event? Perhaps 2 individuals were less expensive than 7. Ginny purchased some owl treats for Hedwig, who reciprocated with a year's supply of honeydew sweets, as he still did not know her well enough. Fred and George presented seemingly innocuous confections, which he dared not sample without meticulous examination, lest he become an unwitting test subject. In return, he gifted them a tome on the art of potion-making, knowing well they could manage on their own, yet hoping it might facilitate their endeavors. Tonks bestowed upon him a collection of Sirius's old textbooks, filled with annotations from his classes alongside Harry's father, all penned during lectures. He reciprocated with a rather expensive ring, enchanted with a clumsiness-reducing charm, intended for her eventual use during her undercover work post-Auror training. Theoretically, he believed she could wear it at all times, but he knew Tonks had an inexplicable fondness for being clumsy. Perhaps she considered it an integral aspect of her character? Percy presented a book on owl examinations, a gift that was quintessentially Percy and decidedly lacking in humor. Harry returned the gesture with a new set of robes. Aware of how significant formal occasions were to Percy, Neville gifted a book on ghost banishment, clearly indicating that Harry was beginning to remind him of a Ghostbuster. In turn, he offered some gillyweed, though he was not contemplating fourth-year events. Cedric's gift was a volume titled 1,000 Things I Dared Not Do at Hogwarts, accompanied by a note stating that Harry had already accomplished over 30 of them. Needless to say, Harry had now acquired a new life goal. Harry personally sent Cedric a book detailing the history of the Triwizard Tournament, complete with comprehensive task analyses, along with a note that read, "Who knows, but my scar does." Draco's offering was a premium broom care kit, to which Harry reciprocated with the most exhaustive wizarding family tree in all of Europe. While this may not have been the most effective means to dissuade Draco from his incessant pure-blood rhetoric, he was aware that Draco would appreciate it, especially given the festive season. Luna gifted a pair of X-ray glasses, which proved effective and resembled his usual spectacles, thus ensuring he would revel in an enhanced sense of omniscience. He felt immensely grateful for having employed over 20 seasoned seekers to help her locate a horned snoozle, only to discover it was some pig-like creature. He knew this revelation would delight her throughout the day. He procured a pair of woolen gloves for Professor Dumbledore to match his woolen socks, a calligraphy book for Professor Lockhart to refine his signature, an anonymous donation for Professor Snape to continue his research, and a brand new chess set for Professor McGonagall, also anonymously. Naturally, he distributed a lollipop to every student at Hogwarts and gifted a box of chocolates to all who placed their trust in him. As Harry concluded his appreciation of the gifts and departed the common room, it was nearly lunchtime, allowing him just enough time to grab a hasty bite before participating in the traditional snowball fight that lasted the entire afternoon. The snowball skirmish concluded right in time for dinner, during which Ron, Hermione, and Neville rose mid-meal to chase after Crabbe and Goyle. "Feel free to abandon me. It's quite all right. I don't mind," Harry called after them. "If you don't mind, why shout after them?" Luna inquired, taking a seat opposite him and placing her gifts beside her. "I enjoy shouting," he replied. "I believe you do. You frequently make announcements in the Great Hall." "Thank you for Norbert," Luna remarked casually. "Norbert?" Harry echoed. "As in Norbert?" "Indeed, that is quite a Norbert, although he remains unaware of it." What are the odds that she chose to name the dragon after Hagrid? Yet, for some reason, he was not taken aback. "Oh, indeed," Luna calmly remarked. "I asked Hagrid for name suggestions, and when he mentioned Norbert, he became somewhat misty-eyed, so I thought it a splendid choice." "That is just yes," Harry replied, albeit somewhat haltingly. "Isn't that peculiar?" Luna inquired. "Indeed," he acknowledged. "I often hear that." "Speaking of which, do you not find it curious?" she asked. "I know," Harry nodded. "What do you make of Draco Malfoy's claim to be the heir of Slytherin?" "Utterly absurd," Luna declared without hesitation. "He wouldn't even keep a diary." "A diary? So, you believe me when I say that a purportedly deceased, illegal animagus mouse utilized Voldemort's old diary to unlock the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked with intrigue. No one takes that part of his story seriously, even if they believe his assertions regarding the basilisk. Of course, Luna nodded thoughtfully. "It makes complete sense. Although not to others," Harry pointed out. "Most people do not believe in Norbert either." "True," Luna countered, "but once he graces the cover of the next issue of the Quibbler, they shall believe. Have you ever felt frustrated trying to enlighten the magical world?" Harry inquired with curiosity. Luna chuckled at his near slip. "At times, yes. But if we do not, who will?" "Others are content to remain stagnant, living lives almost identical to those of their ancestors and descendants." "Do you know which is which?" Harry asked her, realizing the ambiguity of his inquiry and that he ought to clarify. However, Luna answered before he could speak. "It is quite tragic how many do not recognize that ancestors came first, while descendants follow." She shook her head in pity. "Where have your friends gone?" Strangely, Harry and Luna never felt the need for transitional phrases. They simply shifted topics abruptly, compelling the other to keep pace. This was curious but effective for them. They intended to drug Crabbe and Goyle, masquerading as them and Pansy Parkinson, thus infiltrating the Slytherin common room in an attempt to extract confessions from Draco. Drugging students? Won't they be expelled? Luna asked with interest. Perhaps, Harry conceded. Upon reflection, why didn't Crabbe and Goyle seek out Dumbledore initially? Was it due to embarrassment or ignorance of who had drugged them? Did they dislike the most renowned Muggle rights advocate, or were they simply oblivious to being drugged? Naturally, they might have thought they fell asleep, but Harry and Ron had taken their clothes and locked them in a cupboard. However, they could also be expelled for deliberately causing an explosion in potions class. They had initially planned to do so to pilfer from Snape. Yet that was another offense until I intervened and procured that wretched potion for them. The Polyjuice potion, correct? Luna inquired. Harry nodded as she continued. Do you think Draco Malfoy would confess, hoping others perceive him as the heir? A chill coursed through Harry's veins. To be honest, I never considered that. He replied. So I believe you will receive quite an intriguing report when they return, Luna said with a smile. Indeed, convincing them of Draco's innocence is more challenging than persuading Ernie of my own, he retorted. What perplexed him was this. Even if the heir were a student, particularly a Slytherin given the name, it seemed a plausible assumption, unless they had planned from the outset to divert suspicion. Why would they suspect a second-year student? They ought to seek the culprit among the upper years, Luna stated logically. Harry was often astonished by Luna's sporadic rationality. He recalled her as the most peculiar individual he knew, and still was. Yet he surmised that, since the wizarding world almost universally suffered from a phobia of logic, and Luna was so distinct from mainstream wizards, such reasoning was almost inevitable. It's simple, Harry chuckled. He was their sole, frequent acquaintance among Slytherins, and he held them in disdain. Well, he gets along reasonably well with Neville, but Neville is pure blood. He doesn't believe Ron and Hermione's claims that he is the heir. He merely wishes to help them avoid trouble. Ron deemed all Slytherins as malevolent, and the Weasley and Malfoy families appear to harbor a long-standing enmity. Hermione, being Muggle-born, had little interaction with Draco, which surely posed complications. Moreover, He could not tolerate anyone who was conspicuously more intelligent than himself. I see, Luna said, but that truly makes no sense. Harry sighed. Luna, you're essentially preaching to the choir. Chapter 32, The Night of Death. That evening, half an hour after curfew, Ron and Hermione burst into the common room, their eyes gleaming, with Neville trailing behind, looking uneasy. So, Harry began, genuinely curious about their progress. How did it go? Fantastic. Ron exclaimed. That little brat confessed everything. I'm still not sure that, Neville interjected, only to be interrupted by Hermione. Oh, come on. Neville, you were there. You heard what he said. What more evidence do you need? It was evident they had been bickering on the way back. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps some tangible evidence? Neville retorted sarcastically. I admit what we heard was compelling, and I think Malfoy could be capable of such deeds, but still. He is only 12, and he hardly seems the mastermind type. Maybe you should start from the beginning, Harry suggested, so I can judge fairly. Judge fairly? Ron snorted. You have a soft spot for Malfoy, remember? I prefer you. Harry rolled his eyes in rebuttal. But Draco doesn't jump to conclusions. No one says jumping to conclusions anymore, Parvati remarked as she passed by them on her way to the girls' dormitory. Yes, everyone knows that's called leapfrogging conclusions, Lavender added, hastily following her friend. After their departure, only Harry and his friends remained in the common room, where they began to recount their tales. We started a bit late because Ron insisted that I use Pansy's hair instead of Millicent's, and you happen to have that hair. Even though Millicent stayed at school over Christmas while Pansy did not, Hermione began, casting a reproachful glance at Ron for the trouble he had caused her. Hey, don't blame me. Ron raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. It was Harry's idea. If Harry says the fur you have is from Millicent's cat, it's best not to take the risk. Besides, Malfoy didn't seem to notice you shouldn't be there. Indeed, Hermione reflected. I don't think he has much fondness for her. Who could blame him? Ron laughed. Malfoy is a jerk. She meant that Draco doesn't fancy Pansy, not the other way around. Harry interjected, somewhat reluctant to disrupt their narrative for fear they would digress until dawn. Oh, he's still a jerk? Ron replied. Regardless of whether Hermione needed Pansy's hair or what feelings existed between Malfoy and Pansy, Neville sharply interjected. We soon realized we had no idea where the Slytherin common room actually is. Why not just ask me directly? Harry inquired. How would you know where the Slytherin common room is? Hermione challenged. Because Draco is my friend, Harry stated. Harry, do you remember your conversation with Malfoy about stalking last year? She sweetly prompted. I don't remember at all. Harry lied. Were we again, Neville? Right? We didn't think to ask you, although I knew you might know, because that's just how you are. And we really didn't have time to go back and interrogate Malfoy, considering I hadn't moved at all. While you had to scour the entire bloody castle, I'm not so sure about that, Harry disagreed. How do we know you would be in the Great Hall? Ron countered. We saw Luna come over to talk to you. She probably convinced you to check out those invisible zombie horses she keeps rambling about. They're called Thestrals. Ron, Harry said with a straight face, everyone knows the best time to visit them is at dawn. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you about that. Mate, Ron continued, I know you both claim to see them, but you two are not exactly normal, and it seems others can't see them. How do we know you aren't hallucinating or fabricating stories? Harry groaned. Great. After just 2 years, I'm already being accused of being a lying schizophrenic. It's comforting to know some things never change. What? Hermione asked, slightly unsettled by Harry's hint at his past accusations of mental issues. Oh, nothing, Harry said casually, deciding not to mention his emotional scars this time. Of course, Luna and I aren't the only ones who can see Thestrals. I'm sure Theodore not, and most adults can see them too. Well, not as a Slytherin, right? Ron shrugged. They were all quite peculiar. Do you not think that if adults were to harness invisible zombie horses to pull carriages, they would utter some words? Not to mention, they could simply enchant the carriages to move on their own. Why resort to such eeriness? Hermione interjected, asserting that it would also be more economical and require less maintenance. That would make sense, would it not? Harry cheerfully concurred. Thus none had contemplated otherwise. Never once. Luna and Harry were not the sole witnesses to the Thestrals, Neville remarked calmly. You mean you can see them? Ron inquired with concern. Neville nodded hesitantly, prompting Ron to pull him towards the exit. We should take you to see Madame Pomfrey. I can hardly believe I failed to notice anything amiss with you. You must think I am the most dreadful friend. Well, I hope it's merely stress. I'm not hallucinating, Ron, Neville assured him, a hint of amusement in his tone. No, you merely witnessed invisible zombie horses, Ron countered. You do not believe in Thestrals. Ron? How amusing. I could have sworn I heard Harry mention them in the tales of Beetle the Bard, Hermione retorted. Harry felt overlooked and began to speak, asserting he had never said such a thing, for Thestrals, though invisible, like zombies and horses, were not frightening in the least. Particularly anyone who had passed the OWL exam in care of magical creatures would attest to their existence. Yet before he could interject, Ron continued. Hermione, I do not entirely trust the tales and the tales of Beetle the Bard. I might have been deceived. I simply do not understand how invisible zombie horses could be more implausible than the Red Tooth conspiracy, Hermione countered. I knew it, Harry blurted. You have always looked down on us for reading the tales of Beetle the Bard, yet you have read it yourself. I have evidence. Ron, Hermione, and Neville merely stared at him. Now, be quiet, Thestrals are indeed real. Neville seized the silence created by Harry's sudden outburst to declare. But only those who have witnessed death can see them, so it is rare for someone our age to know. I suppose most staff members can see them, especially during times of war. How could Harry see them? Hermione questioned. If he had witnessed someone die, he surely would have mentioned it. Harry felt a peculiar sense of strangeness at why his first-hand experience with death seemed more astonishing than Neville's. Given all circumstances, she should hold an opposing view. Hermione? I did tell you, Quirrell, remember? Both Neville and I have seen death, but I have seen them before as well. I witnessed my parents' demise. A hush fell over them. Then, Ron pointed out smoothly, you were just a baby at the time, mate. Harry rolled his eyes. And so? I still saw it, but you could not possibly comprehend death and its implications at that age. So you could not see Thestrals, Ron replied. I thought you did not believe in Thestrals, Hermione said with a hint of pride. I do not, yet I grew up in a wizarding household, so I have heard of them. Charlie is quite fond of such enchanting creatures, Ron explained. If your brother told you these tales, why do you doubt them? Neville inquired. Because it sounds like something from the dreadful Muggle horror films my father occasionally watches, Ron confessed, expressing his fondness for that contraption known as television. Television, Ron. Harry instinctively corrected. Well, that is rather amusing. If Ron's father is primarily acquiring Muggle knowledge from cable television, it certainly explains a great deal. Nevertheless, we have digressed too far. Let us return to the matter of locating the Slytherin common room, Neville asserted sharply. We encountered a girl, and I attempted to inquire about the whereabouts of the Slytherin common room. But I interrupted him, Hermione interjected, because I recognized her as Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect. While one might assume that Crabbe and Goyle are too dim-witted to recall the location of the common room, Penelope is of no assistance either. You know, prefects ought to be aware of the locations of other common rooms. Just in case, Harry pondered, contemplating why common rooms necessitate concealment and passwords. Unless they believe that the issues surrounding Polyjuice Potion or Transfiguration are serious enough to warrant additional secrecy. Should not the portraits be able to directly identify any individual or even grant access to the dormitory? Moreover, is it truly fair that Ravenclaw students, being the most diligent, must answer peculiar abstract riddles each time they wish to leave their common room? Honestly, being locked out for an incorrect answer? It is no wonder that few wish to enter Ravenclaw. Indeed, splendid, Harry, Neville remarked, I am not particularly keen on knowing where you obtained your information. But please try to focus. Oh, how amusing you are. We have yet to reach the Slytherin common room, and have already conversed for over 10 minutes, Harry retorted. I am perfectly fine, Neville defended. It is Ron and Hermione who have been bickering. He cast a swift glance at the indignant expressions of the two, and quickly added, After Penelope left, we encountered Percy, and Ron may have instigated a feud between the Crabbe and Weasley families. That is not my fault at all, Ron protested. Harry shot him a glare. He was uncertain about the events that transpired, but he was quite certain that Ron's words were entirely his own fault, for that was simply how things went. Moreover, he began to regret not having joined them, even if only to be forewarned about what had transpired, rather than dragging it out until now. So close yet so far. After all, he had enjoyed his time with Luna. However, that had consumed quite a bit of time. Perhaps he should consider acquiring a pensive? Well, perhaps it is somewhat my fault, Ron conceded, blushing. But how was I to know that jesting about Penelope would provoke such fury? Oh, I don't know, Hermione said sarcastically. Perhaps because you're not his brother, but rather a second-year student who sounds as if he disrespects his authority? But I do not, Ron began. And you are his brother, so it is acceptable, Neville informed him. But you know how much Crabbe values Percy's status as a prefect. Yes, Ron grumbled. At the very least, you seem to relish the enmity, Harry attempted to console him. Ron appeared perplexed. Oh, come on. I can see how much you enjoy teasing Draco. In fact, I suspect that during your adolescence, I shall have to keep a close watch on both of you, merely to ensure that this is not merely sexual tension. Hermione was evidently the only one who comprehended the abbreviation, and she chuckled softly. Ron, visibly irritated, opened his mouth to demand an explanation. Yet Neville simply shook his head, covering Ron's mouth with his hand. We are better off not knowing, he stated solemnly. Ron seemed to concur. Just as Percy stormed off in a huff, Malfoy appeared. He led us to the dungeons, where the Slytherin common room was evidently located. I must say, they are truly unfortunate, especially at this time. Malfoy mocked us for forgetting the location of the common room, and then claimed he could not remember the password. Hermione informed him of the password, and then, wait, Harry interrupted with a grin. Hermione Granger, the exemplary Gryffindor, divulged the password to the notorious Slytherin troublemaker Draco Malfoy? Or were we just discussing about tracking? Oh, now you recall? Hermione rolled her eyes. Typical. I suggested pureblood, as that was the first thing that came to mind regarding Slytherin. She paused while initially basilisk, but in this context, I believe Professor Dumbledore would not allow them to escape punishment so easily. Upon entering the common room, Malfoy, seemingly as amused as Ron regarding the Weasley family's rivalry, began to speak of the Weasleys' disgrace, insisting that Mr. Weasley should be expelled and turned into a muggle. He continued, expressing his ire over Mr. Weasley having recently searched his home. Although nothing was found, it was evident that several dark artifacts were concealed in the Malfoy family living room. Not long ago, I sent a letter to my dad, Ron stated, sounding quite pleased with himself. So what? Harry inquired. Even if he knew what the Malfoy family was hiding, he was unlikely to take any real action. Why not? Ron countered. He could return and raid Malfoy Manor again. No, Ron. Harry shook his head. Robbing someone while their home is being searched might be permissible, but to return, you would need evidence. But I have evidence. I heard. Well said, Ron, Harry replied patiently, even if you completely disregard that these are mere rumors. How do you intend to explain how you acquired this information? Will you claim that you and Neville, Hermione drugged 2 classmates and impersonated them? Or that you administered Veritaserum? Heaven knows no one would believe that Draco voluntarily revealed this to you. Nor would anyone believe he would be careless enough to discuss it outside the common room. Mr. Malfoy might face fines and the confiscation of some property, but the 3 of you could face suspension or even expulsion. Ron's face turned pale. I had never considered that. Hermione, visibly incensed by the situation, could only glare at Ron. It is rather unlikely that Malfoy's father would resort to such actions, Neville finally remarked. What I mean is, individuals of his pure blood lineage are more accustomed to extricating themselves from predicaments through bribery rather than exploiting the law for personal gain. However, Harry, in contemplative fashion, interjected, perhaps it is beneficial to acknowledge that you are indeed correct this time. I shall bring it up with Draco tomorrow morning. But Harry, Ron exclaimed in frustration, doesn't the notion of drugging someone to impersonate these words strike you as utterly absurd? Harry shook his head. Strictly speaking, I am an accomplice. Yet I could extricate myself through bribery. You will not, Hermione admonished him sternly. I know, Harry acquiesced, but I could. Regardless, that is inconsequential, Neville interjected. For before we departed, Draco confessed to being the heir of Slytherin. But he is not, Harry protested. Hermione sighed tolerantly. Listen, Harry, I understand he is your friend, but he is also a cold-blooded little sociopath. Ron speculated. Is he truly compensating for something? Neville inquired tentatively. Is he a victim of severe Oedipal complex, troubled by the rumors surrounding his parents over the past year and a half? Harry queried. No, Hermione retorted angrily. What I intended to express. What you intended to say is of little importance, Harry informed her, opting not to press the matter further. We have already discussed it. Draco is not even a Parselmouth. He cannot possibly be the heir of Slytherin. But he admitted it. Ron complained, looking as though someone had just informed him that Christmas had been cancelled. Breakfast has also been cancelled, Harry snapped at him. Ron, he is merely 12 years old and quite foolish. Well, I cannot truly argue with you, Ron pondered. He is foolish. Could that be his motivation? No, it is impossible. I have already informed you that it was Voldemort who opened the Chamber of Secrets, using a creature that was supposedly deceased. We have discussed this before, Hermione interrupted. You know, no one genuinely believes. Luna believes, Harry defended, somewhat irritated at the interruption. Well, Luna is. Hermione paused, searching for the appropriate words. Really, Hermione? Harry rolled his eyes, finding the debate pointless. Draco is far too childish, lacking the awareness that even if he were responsible, he should not seek recognition for it. By the way, he should not be held accountable. You all are far too immature to grasp what he is doing and why he is doing it. I cannot make you understand. Hermione, incensed at being labeled immature, opened her mouth to retaliate. But Harry cut her off. I have previously stated that Draco's testimony is mere rumor if Dumbledore inquires. He will surely deny it. Essentially, the only course of action you can take is to follow him until you are convinced of his innocence. We all recognize that someone could have issued orders for an assault beforehand, rendering an alibi meaningless. Thus, until I apprehend him, you absolutely must remain vigilant. Wait, you? Neville asked. Certainly, Harry smiled amiably, as someone remarked on my propensity for saving lives. Professor Lockhart assured me that the dramatic tale of slaying the basilisk would become an exhilarating bestseller. Chapter 33. The Scar and the Prophet. After Ron, Hermione, and Neville ascended the stairs to their slumber, Harry remained alone in the common room, awaiting contact from Sirius. Indeed, 20 minutes later, his two-way mirror flickered, signaling that his godfather was attempting to reach him. He lifted the silencing charm and waited. "You sent me a bloody mirror?" was the first utterance from Sirius. "Well, Sirius, it's been a while since Halloween," Harry replied. "I'm well. Thank you for your concern. How have you been?" he asked politely. "Don't play coy with me, Harry," Sirius growled softly. "You gifted me a mirror for Christmas." "Don't be so irate, Sirius." Harry mimicked his aggrieved tone. "Honestly, you ought to shave. When was the last time you did?" "I'm on the run. I bought you a wand," Harry pointed out. "You turned me into an 11-year-old girl." Sirius countered. Harry shrugged, suppressing a smile at the image that danced in his mind. "What can I say, Sirius? Someone has to make sacrifices." "I haven't seen you make any sacrifices," Sirius grumbled. "Quite the opposite. I now bear lifelong psychological trauma," insisted Harry. "You seem perfectly fine," Sirius retorted upon seeing Harry unable to contain his laughter. "Well," Harry elongated his tone, "I should probably warn you that Mrs. Fig sent me one of her measles, which I plan to have the school owl deliver to Filch at breakfast tomorrow." Sirius froze, his mouth agape in horror. "Harry!" He shook his head, unable to articulate fully. Harry rolled his eyes. "Please, don't be so dramatic." "What drama?" "I am genuinely, profoundly concerned," Sirius declared indignantly. "How on earth did those muggles raise you? Wouldn't it be nice if our child protection services weren't so diligent, so that they could beat the magic out of my monstrous nephew?" Harry suggested mischievously. "You know what I mean," Sirius said impatiently. Harry nodded. "Indeed, I do. Therefore, I answered your question with utmost seriousness." "Stop playing dumb, Harry. It does not suit you." Sirius scoffed. "Hey, if that's how you feel, then forget it. What about my Christmas gift?" Harry crossed his arms. "You can't complain about the gifts I give while providing nothing in return. I'm a fugitive. I have no resources to prepare anything for you," Sirius defended. "Nonsense." Harry waved dismissively. "Don't you have a wand? Anything I can do with a wand, you can do as well." Sirius pointed out that, considering my brief stint in prison, you have actually spent more time wielding magic than I have. "Excuses, mea excuses." Harry waved his hand impatiently. "What I mean is, you could use a confundus charm. Don't feign ignorance. The fairies won't care whether you are a fugitive. You could easily procure something for me. Well, if you were willing to meet, I might find it easier to prepare a few items. After all, I haven't seen you in months," Sirius said, pouting. "That's because, despite your status as a fugitive, I'm still a resident student. That's just how it is. You must adapt." "I have adapted," Sirius murmured, "but apart from you. Only I know the truth about the future and the Horcruxes, and that I am innocent. Wherever I go, I must employ those damned confundus charms." "Oh, so you can run around with a confundus charm, but cannot buy me a gift? Typical." "Undoubtedly. You are the worst godfather in history," Harry declared dramatically. "Hey, I once ate a rat for you," Sirius retorted. Harry made a face. "Damn, that is indeed an unassailable argument. But seriously, Sirius, Merlin above, I'm not intentionally making a pun. I wish to meet, but it's simply impractical. We cannot let anyone see you. You destroyed the Shrieking Shack. We cannot even meet there. That was an accident." Sirius protested, "but is indeed gone. Nevertheless, it is quite symbolic. Speaking of which, if you were to turn yourself in, you wouldn't have to be on the run. We have discussed this, Harry." Sirius interrupted. "Absolutely not. Unless you drag my cold, lifeless body, I shall never set foot in that haunted house again." "I assent cold and body somewhat redundant?" Harry inquired. "They are nearly synonymous, aren't they?" "I know. I just wish to emphasize the point," Sirius assured him. "Furthermore, anything I could buy for you." I know," Harry said wearily. "I can purchase it myself." "You truly do not comprehend the essence of Christmas spirit, do you? You spend 12 years in Azkaban, and then see how much Christmas spirit you possess." Sirius countered. "Before you fell through the veil, you were quite full of Christmas spirit," Harry pointed out. "You passed through the veil," and then Sirius paused. "Oh well, perhaps I am merely disheartened because Remus still considers me a villain." "You still have me," Harry reminded him. Silence lingered on the other side of the mirror. "Sirius." "What?" Sirius feigned innocence. "Of course I have you. Well, as compensation, how about I teach you to become an animagus? As the only child of a thief." "Actually, Remus has a son too," Harry interjected. "His name is Teddy." Sirius appeared somewhat disheartened. "Very well." He perked up, lamenting that as the first child of a thief, it was truly regrettable that he had not mastered transformation all this while. "What a splendid idea," Harry joyfully remarked. "But I had already mastered it by the age of 21. "Really?" Sirius inquired, his excitement palpable. "What did you transform into?" Harry chuckled with pride. "Oh, come on, Sirius. You're being rather obvious." "Hey, Draco, it's a pleasure to find you," Harry said, giving the Slytherin a friendly pat on the back. Draco regarded him warily. Does this mean you're willing to speak to me again? Again? I've always been talking to you, Harry assured him. Are you sure? Because I seem to recall you admitting to avoiding me at some point in November, Draco casually remarked. Honestly, Draco, your way of speaking is quite peculiar. Harry shook his head. Why would I engage in such foolishness? Avoiding me? Draco queried. Well, I actually meant admitting to avoiding you, but whatever. Why would I avoid you, Draco? Harry asked with an innocent expression. Because you've been spreading rumors about my lineage? Draco suggested. Rumors about your lineage? Harry exclaimed in shock. Oh, never mind, Draco huffed. I know you're aware. I know you started if you insist, Harry replied, sounding somewhat dubious. What exactly do you want? Draco asked irritably. I wish to remind you, and your father as well, that if anyone searches your property, they cannot proceed without a warrant. And without what I term reasonable grounds, they cannot obtain a warrant. Furthermore, I would like to remind you that hearsay cannot serve as grounds. In administering substances to a few students to eavesdrop on your discussions about the living room cannot be considered valid grounds either. Draco merely stared at him, bewildered. What? Wishing you a pleasant day, Harry cheerfully concluded before dashing away, leaving Draco perplexed and increasingly bewildered. The following month and a half passed without incident, with only 3 individuals being petrified, all of whom were swiftly revived, despite Sirius calling him at least twice a week through the mirror. Harry steadfastly refused to disclose what he had transformed into as an animagus. He truly could not fathom why. But watching Sirius rack his brain to deduce what animal he might be was rather amusing, even though Harry thought the answer was quite obvious. Yet, he had subjected Hermione to several days of analysis regarding the reasons behind his transformation, so perhaps that was the reason. He deemed Valentine's Day undoubtedly one of the worst days of his life, as Gilderoy Lockhart dominated the proceedings, along with the attention of those girls just entering their teenage years. Valentine's Day also made him feel like a pervert, for he was significantly older than them, even though he did not appear so and had not done anything to incite their affections. On the contrary, he had been attempting to reject their advances. Yet they misconstrued this as a game of hard to get. Without a doubt, in the days leading up to the 14th, only Luna and Hermione provided him with complete comfort. On Valentine's Day, Harry realized he was on the brink of collapse, potentially ready to cast a spell on anyone within a 5-foot radius. For everyone's sake, he resolved to remain in bed. After all, with so many cherubs and hormones around, he would miss nothing. Harry was particularly grateful for his decision. At 9 that morning, the cherubs began their relentless assault on the door of his dormitory, which was fortuitously well guarded, lasting for 15 hours. After reinforcing his previous defenses and casting several silencing charms, he largely ignored them throughout the day. However, he felt a twinge of unease when his roommates returned that night. Evidently, they found it peculiar that he had an entire battalion of resolute messengers. They were indeed steadfast, yet remarkably sensible, for they ceased their antics at midnight. It seemed cherubs did not work overtime. In March, Harry and Luna attended a raucous party in Greenhouse 3, celebrating the Mandrakes. Frankly, it was undoubtedly one of the strangest experiences of Harry's life, particularly because he and Luna had cast spells on themselves to avoid being stunned or killed by the host, rendering them almost deaf to the chaos. Nonetheless, it did result in an amusing editorial and some rather peculiar photographs. The Mandrakes were nearly fully mature, and Harry found it somewhat odd, yet no one seemed to mind, as he was always prepared with a Mandrake revival potion, ready to assist anyone in need. Unbeknownst to him, Harry had arrived at the juncture of selecting his third-year courses. Regardless of Hermione's opinion, he had indeed given his choices considerable thought. You want to take Muggle Studies, care of magical creatures, and divination? Hermione asked incredulously, glancing at his course list. Yes, Harry nodded. I can hardly believe it. Hermione shook her head in disbelief. Why not? You have more options, Harry countered, pausing for effect. And there are other reasons. Hermione's expression turned to one of shock. How do you know? Do you truly intend to use the time turner I lent you to study those 3 subjects, along with arithmancy and ancient runes? Harry asked innocently. Hermione now appeared furious. Harry, that was supposed to be a secret. How on earth did you find out? Harry crossed his arms, smugly replying, That's what you get for doubting my scar. Hermione looked bewildered. Are you suggesting your scar wants to apologize or something? Harry tilted his head, feigning consultation with the flaw on his forehead. My scar thinks it would be quite nice. Hermione looked skyward, gesturing in exasperation. If I tell you. Can you promise not to tell anyone else? You can all stop pretending we're not here now, Neville interjected. Yes, we are perfectly capable of keeping secrets, Ron added. Harry dismissed them. I promise. Another silence ensued. My scar does too. Even if I believed your scar could speak, only you would understand it. Hermione erupted. Still here, Neville remarked. Who else can converse with your scars? Why don't they speak up? Hermione questioned. Well, I certainly don't know the answers to those two inquiries, for my scar is not my guardian, Harry retorted, glaring at Hermione, who scoffed in response. Perhaps it's because they do not wish to be deemed insane. Why would anyone consider those who claim to hear your scar speaking to be mad? Hermione asked sarcastically. Hey, since they're ignoring us, do you want to forget them and play chess? Ron suggested. Why not? Neville shrugged, glancing to see if they were interested. My scar is still awaiting that apology, Harry reminded her. All right. Hermione raised her hands. If I have offended you by implying that your scar lacks sentience and therefore cannot communicate, I apologize. Moreover, I believe that even if it were sentient, it would not be prophetic, for I find it hard to accept such a notion even within a magical school. My scar thanks you, and so do I, Harry said earnestly. Whenever you are in the room, my scar incessantly expresses how furious and wounded it feels. However, I have a question for you. If you do not believe that anyone can foresee the future, what is the point of taking divination? I may not believe it, but I cannot assert that it is untrue, and I am too discerning to forego what could potentially be a legitimate learning experience, Hermione promptly replied. Harry chuckled heartily. Hermione, regardless of your views on the overall efficacy of divination, even the most blatant charlatan would tell you that it cannot be learned. You either possess the sight or you do not. Are you implying that I lack the sight? Hermione inquired, her tone perilous. It was evident she did not appreciate being told she was unqualified for a class. Even if she was not particularly eager to attend, yet she would take it on principle. I merely suggest that if you did possess it, there should have been some signs by now, Harry cautiously remarked. Like you and your scar? Hermione scoffed. Are you asking, do I think I would excel in this class? Harry asked. I believe I would excel, he answered earnestly, partly due to his remarkable ability to spin nonsense. However, you should know that a common trait among seers is that the stronger your sight, the more inclined you are to, well, eccentricity. Then you must be quite the expert. Hermione said innocently, Luna might be as well. But does that imply our professor would also be somewhat detached? Professor Trelawney's sight is indeed quite powerful. Yet she sometimes attempts to force it, compelling the future knowledge she desires to manifest, Harry revealed. I have no doubt that if she were to let it flow naturally, she would have more visions. If she has never done so, how can you arrive at that conclusion? Hermione inquired curiously. Because true seers never remember their prophecies, Harry explained. Some sort of higher power, something speaks through them. Then how do you explain your recollection of everything you have seen? Hermione countered. Simple. I'm not a prophet. My scar is, Harry stated simply. Then how are you adept at divination? Hermione inquired. Firstly, I can consult my scar at any hour of the day. Secondly, in divination class, one often has to feign ability, regardless of how gifted one may be. Then why choose this course if you seem certain it offers you no benefit? Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Because it's an easy Ron interjected, raising his head from the chessboard. I seek an opportunity to further hone my ability to spout nonsense, and this shouldn't be too arduous, Harry remarked. Am I right, Ron? Just 10 seconds prior to Harry recalling Ron's presence, Ron had uttered a similar sentiment, leaving Harry aghast at him. Neville sympathetically patted his arm. Well, don't answer me, Harry said irritably. I couldn't care less, since you could choose useful subjects like arithmancy or ancient runes. Why opt for this? Hermione pressed. Harry replied, because I'm utterly ignorant of both subjects, I would actually have to exert effort to learn them. But to be candid, I simply do not wish to. I can comprehend the care of magical creatures class. It may not relate to what you aspire to do post-graduation, but inevitably, you will encounter magical creatures, and possessing some foundational knowledge will surely assist in dealing with them. But what about Muggle studies? Hermione could scarcely believe it. Why not? Harry countered. You have more options. I selected this course merely because I find the study of Muggles from a wizard's perspective intriguing. Hermione asserted. Considering you are unwilling to even try something new, I would contend that is not your motivation. So why did you choose this class? It's easier to attain a no. He responded. Hermione threw a book at him. What? You're truly unbelievable, you know? Hermione complained. Yet you're still my friend. Harry grinned. Only because you lure me into friendship with a false pretext. Hermione insisted. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. Since returning to the past, he had seldom felt perplexed, and he disliked this sensation. False pretext? You didn't inform me you were mad. That is because I am not, Harry protested. Your scar speaks volumes, Hermione replied. Oh, so now you can hear my scar? By your own logic, that renders you insane, Harry retorted. I believe both of them are mad, Ron commented. This time I concur. Neville added. Why are they ignoring us again? Ron asked, still somewhat irritated. I don't think it's intentional. I simply believe they're both the type to become so engrossed in argument that they notice nothing beyond their own discourse, Neville suggested. Really? That's quite peculiar. Neville shrugged. You know, you and Hermione are the same. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Neville nodded, recalling how every time Harry ventured out on some task, known only to Merlin, he was left behind to bicker with Ron and Hermione, utterly disregarded. Was it truly peculiar for him to seek Ginny's counsel? She had grown up alongside 6 brothers, fully comprehending such sentiments. Chapter 34. The Rumors of the Basilisk. After Harry and his teammates, despite his considerable contributions, triumphed over Hufflepuff with a score of 400 to 230, Ron, Neville, and Hermione strolled toward Hagrid's hut. The victory had not come easily, but who could overlook that Harry wielded the most superior broomstick on the field? That was the price of fair competition. However, when Harry dove down and seized the golden snitch, which had been evading capture for at least 5 minutes, the incredulous expression on Cedric's face made it all worthwhile. As if the snitch had become his personal tale. Did you watch the match? Or rather, did you see how I left Cedric in the dust? Despite his broom being vastly superior, of course. Of course, Hagrid assured, thumping his chest. How could I possibly miss it? Oh, come on, Hermione interjected, her face etched with impatience. His broom is a Firebolt 2001. Yours is a Firebolt 2000. The 2 models were released less than a year apart. How significant could the difference be? The 4 boys fell into a collective silence, their actions providing the answer. Men. Hermione huffed, in conclusion. Indeed, that is not at all gender-biased. Hermione. Neville rolled his eyes and retorted. Harry, what is the real reason you didn't tee by the Firebolt 2001? Ron seized the opportunity to inquire. I had my godfather buy me a Firebolt directly next year. Harry revealed. Ron furrowed his brow in confusion. But your godfather, ISNT. Yes, he is, Harry interjected succinctly, so he owes me Christmas gifts from all these years. Honestly, he didn't give me anything this year. But he is a fugitive murderer. Ron pointed out. What? Hermione exclaimed, her surprise evident. How do you know about Black? Hagrid asked simultaneously. Oh, look, Fudge, Harry remarked, finally encountering the man, feeling somewhat pleased. He truly did not wish to engage in that conversation a year too early. Or frankly, at all. Where's the food? Ron asked eagerly. Harry momentarily puzzled over Ron's misunderstanding, quickly realizing that his friend always thought with his stomach. Trust me, if Hagrid made it, you probably wouldn't be able to eat a thing, Neville whispered, ensuring Hagrid could not hear. Were you referring to food, Harry? No, I meant the Minister of Magic, Harry clarified. Hermione sighed, clearly skeptical, yet decided to humor him. How could the Minister of Magic possibly be outside Hagrid's hut? She asked patiently. Harry squinted. I'm not certain, but it's best if it's not what I fear. Have they discovered the attack? Hagrid asked, becoming anxious. There's no evidence, Harry quickly reassured him. Even if they caught wind of it, we few who aren't petrified saw nothing. They can't pin anything on us. But why would they come looking for Hagrid? Hermione continued to ponder, still perplexed. Because they are a bunch of fools, Harry candidly remarked. What else could you expect? At that moment, a loud knock echoed from the door. You 4 quickly hide, Hagrid suggested. Everyone turned to Harry. How could you possibly think I possess an invisibility cloak? He retorted. You have always had one, Neville stated calmly. Even if I did, so what? Harry crossed his arms defiantly. There are still 20 minutes until curfew. We are perfectly entitled to remain here. Hagrid appeared somewhat hesitant, then shrugged. Suit yourselves. Good evening, Hagrid. The door finally swung open to reveal Professor Dumbledore, accompanied by a guest. He seemed utterly unfazed by Harry and his companion's presence. This is dire, Hagrid. Fudge's tone was stern. Very dire indeed. If the rumors are true, we cannot take any chances. What are you all doing here? His gaze swept over the students. We came to visit our good friend Hagrid and to cheerfully discuss how splendid it is that there is no basilisk this year. Frankly, that creature is utterly terrifying. Harry lied, maintaining a radiant smile. Is there not? Fudge appeared bewildered, turning to the man behind him. But you said, there must be a basilisk in the school. Lucius Malfoy interjected coldly. Draco would never lie about such matters. I do not know who you think you are, but I assure you, Potter. The last 2 words were delivered flatly, as if Lucius had finally grasped the trouble Harry brought upon his family. Yet, he did not even make a move to draw his wand, which left Harry somewhat disappointed. Potter? Fudge scrutinized Harry, as in Harry Potter? I could swear you were. He lowered his voice, casting a glance at his principal benefactor. Never mind. Why does everyone react this way? Lucius asked nonchalantly. What brings you here exactly? Harry inquired, not out of genuine curiosity or desire to continue the conversation, but because he was acutely aware of how easily people could digress. And he knew no one would rudely steer the topic back. Lucius shot him an irritated glare, for Fudge was too busy currying favor with him to pay attention. Of course, We are here to prevent an attack. What attack? I have not heard of any attack. Have you heard anything? Harry turned to his friends. No. Ron promptly replied. Not at all, Neville echoed. Has anyone been hurt? Hermione asked, skillfully sidestepping a direct lie to an authority figure. Fudge appeared somewhat embarrassed. Well, no. But the basilisk is a very serious threat. Indeed, very serious. Harry feigned confusion. Sir, what exactly do you mean by an attack? Merlin's beard, calling Fudge sir, is truly revolting. Lucius impatiently accused. A basilisk is roaming the school, and you're covering it up. Why on earth would we do that, Lucius? Dumbledore finally spoke. As Cornelius has mentioned, the basilisk is exceedingly dangerous. If something were truly killing or at least petrifying students, how could we possibly keep it a secret? We have not concealed any information. If you need verification, feel free to ask the students. Despite the immense trust we place in you, Dumbledore, Lucius remarked, his expression akin to one who had just swallowed a foul insect. My son, I have complete confidence in him. He adamantly insists. I believe him, Harry interjected. But if that were the case, why has no one spoken out? Do you truly think that everyone would rather live in fear of a deadly serpent than risk trouble? Are you suggesting my son is lying? Lucius demanded. Certainly not. Harry feigned shock. After all, he never falls short of hypocrisy. In truth, Draco is my friend. You see, I am the one who proposed his illicit search and confiscation. However, I must point out that Draco has also proclaimed himself the heir of Slytherin. Perhaps that explains his mention of a basilisk. My son would never. Lucius seethed. Mr. Malfoy? Ron spoke up only when Lucius turned his gaze towards him. Your son is merely 12 years old. Lucius's face flushed with rage, while Ron basked in his triumph. Regardless of the veracity of these claims, Fudge began. Disappointment etched across his face. As the unfolding events seemed incapable of placating Lucius through Hagrid's arrest, the fact remains that accusations have been made, and they originate from a reputable family. Thus, an investigation must ensue. Of course, Dumbledore graciously interjected. Hagrid, would you care to accompany us? I believe it is time for the four of you to return to the common room. The 8 individuals returned to the castle, each burdened by their own sentiments. Hagrid was anxious, as if Fudge might produce handcuffs at any moment. Hermione regarded the nominally most powerful wizard in Britain with awe. Ron continued to revel in the discomfort of his rival's father. Lucius glared at everyone, save for Neville, due to his descent from a respectable, pure-blood family, and Hermione, whom he did not recognize and thus had no reason to despise. Fudge appeared flustered, beginning to grasp his entanglement in the power struggle between 2 wizards upon whom he relied. Neville preferred to engage in less dramatic pursuits. Harry gazed skyward, seizing the moment to review for the upcoming midnight astronomy exam. As they stepped into the castle, Miss Amaretto had named her new cat after some Italian wine, the reasoning of which Harry could not fathom, when they were suddenly spotted by Filch, who quickly appeared. There you are, he bellowed at Harry. Everyone's been looking for you. Something has happened again. What now? Lucius inquired, disdainfully assessing the mute caretaker. Filch, evidently recalling his disdain for Lucius from their school days, paused before responding. 2 students were found in the corridors casting spells on each other, claiming to be chasing a troublesome house elf. At Hogwarts, no one would question why a house elf might cause mischief, or why students felt compelled to employ spells against it. Filch turned to Harry. They're seeking you. Harry solemnly nodded. All right. I must go assist them in clarifying the situation, lest they become the laughingstock of the school by breakfast. With that, he dashed down the corridor. Clean your feet. Filch hollered after him. Be cautious while running in the corridors, Dumbledore gently added. Wait, we should also check the school infirmary, suggested Fudge after Harry had run ahead. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Harry instinctively produced 2 vials of Polyjuice potion and placed them in Madame Pomfrey's outstretched hand. Madame Pomfrey gazed curiously at the bottles. Is this Polyjuice potion? She inquired. Perhaps, he replied, holding his breath. Here, he said, retrieving 2 vials of Mandrake revivifying potion from his pocket. Clearly a revivifying potion, not merely a Mandrake draft. Who could tell the difference? Apart from Neville and Hermione, who had endured a 15-minute lesson on the subject, no one knew. Why are you carrying Polyjuice potion? Madame Pomfrey asked, puzzled. Is that even allowed at Hogwarts? I'm quite certain that due to its exorbitant cost, complex preparation, and rarity, no one bothers to prohibit it. But let us not dwell on that. Who has been petrified this time? He deliberately changed the subject. Draco Malfoy and Cedric Diggory, she answered tersely. Harry chuckled. That's utterly ridiculous. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow. What is amusing about that? I thought those 2 were your friends. Oh, they certainly are, Harry agreed. But that is hardly funny. What is amusing is, well, how on earth did they end up together? I didn't even know they were acquainted. I certainly don't know. The nurse replied coldly. There, Poe? Harry echoed. The only explanation that came to mind was prisoner of Azkaban, but that seemed unlikely. Petrified on the spot. She explained with a hint of a smile. I see, he said. He was about to mention that Draco's father and Minister Fudge were currently in the castle, seeking evidence to support Draco's claims of widespread petrification, while Draco had chosen this moment to render himself immobile. I'm sure he was planning that when he was attacked, Madame Pomfrey remarked sarcastically. Harry shrugged. Hey, who knows? Fortunately, the Mandrake revivifying potion should take effect shortly, right? He heard footsteps approaching outside and inquired. Madame Pomfrey cast a worried glance at her patient. It should be soon. Just as the infirmary door swung open, Draco and Cedric blinked sleepily. Dad? Draco asked in confusion, suddenly realizing there were others in the room. However, Harry's friends had evidently been returned to the common room. Dad, what are you doing here? I think the more pertinent question is, what are you doing here? Lucius retorted, an unintentional hint of concern in his voice. I was Draco faltered, struggling to recall. The house elf. Harry coughed lightly to prompt him. Thank goodness Cedric immediately grasped the situation. We were practicing strategies for dealing with seekers in the corridor when suddenly a blue house elf appeared out of nowhere and attacked us. We couldn't think of any spells to repel a house elf from above, so we tried to freeze it, but it moved too quickly, and we ended up hitting each other instead. He explained, his tone convincingly responsible. No wonder he was made a prefect. Wasn't he also the chairman of the Boy Student Council? Harry couldn't quite remember. Is that true, Draco? Lucius regarded his son with a scrutinizing gaze. Draco appeared somewhat bewildered, hesitantly glancing between his father and Harry. Yes, he finally uttered. Madame Pomfrey, do you have only these two patients? Dumbledore inquired politely, as was his custom. Aside from a fourth-year student who transformed his ears into carrots, that's all, the nurse confirmed. Do you mind if we verify? Fudge asked while attempting to enter the infirmary, but was swiftly obstructed by an irate matron. Minister, I hope you do not believe I am concealing patients, she declared fervently, stepping forward with an air of menace. No, Fudge attempted to explain, but she dismissed him. Of course, if I were to hide a patient, I wouldn't do so in a hospital ward, would I? Why not check the broom shed or the roof? She coldly suggested. I trust you, Fudge insisted, retreating hastily. Thank you, she replied. Now, if you don't mind, you're disturbing my patients. With that, they had no choice but to depart. Faced with an absence of petrification signs or any anomalies, save for the desolate hospital ward, Fudge and Lucius were compelled to exit in embarrassment, having made a great fuss over an incident that everyone pretended did not exist, only to humiliate themselves. Harry idly pondered what would transpire when the truth ultimately emerged, especially considering his agreement with Lockhart. Yet he realized that, as a second-year student, whatever happened, regardless of the school's tarnished reputation, was not his concern. He was still too young to bear such burdens. As a second year, he could fully comprehend why Hagrid hinted at following the spiders. It was undoubtedly ill-advised. Thankfully, Lucius and Fudge had departed. After all, this would prevent any premature questioning of his sanity. Dear Merlin, that basilisk is quite a menace, Draco lamented during the next potions class. Does that mean, as the heir of Slytherin, you have abandoned your nefarious endeavors? Harry inquired innocently. Draco shot him a fierce glare. Not funny, Potter. Oh, I know it's not funny. Harry attempted to placate him, for Draco only referred to him as Potter when exceedingly vexed. It's just that half the class genuinely believes you are the heir, and they sincerely wish to know the answer. Draco fixed Harry with an intense stare. Are you serious? No, I am Harry, he couldn't help but retort. Draco gazed at him in confusion. What? Forget it. It's a moral responsibility joke. You wouldn't understand, Harry waved dismissively. So, since you've been thoroughly petrified, let me ask you directly. Are you the heir of Slytherin? Draco had previously been tricked by Harry's truth or not game. But this time he had learned his lesson and provided a more comprehensive response. I am not the heir of Slytherin. If Harry could still be the heir with an alibi, then Malfoy could certainly provoke the basilisk to attack him, Ron countered. Ron, be quiet. Hermione elbowed Ron with considerable force. She clearly understood that suggesting Harry might still be the heir was ill-advised under any circumstances. What are you discussing? Snape approached them silently from behind, inquired softly. They were debating whether Malfoy's petrification disqualified him from being the heir of Slytherin and whether Harry, despite his absence, remained a candidate, Neville kindly summarized. I see. Snape's lips twisted with sardonic amusement. As the Minister of Magic personally came to investigate the rumors of a basilisk lurking within the school, ultimately discovering that they were mere fabrications. Well, we all know none of us are heirs, so our argument is more about spreading rumors, Harry remarked. Why don't you take action, Potter? Snape queried. Because in potions class, I cannot manage multiple tasks simultaneously. I swear, every time I look up, something explodes. Harry paused, tilting his head, of course. That might be due to the Slytherins incessantly tossing items into my cauldron, testing whether I am worthy and if I can survive their occasional attempts at murder. It seems rather odd, but then again, what do I know? I am not a Slytherin. But you could have been, Snape murmured absently, walking along the long table to inspect the cauldrons of others. Oh, you could have. Chapter 35. The Chamber of Secrets and Venomous Fangs. 1 week before the final exams, Peter Pettigrew remained at large. He had managed to petrify everyone at least once, except for Harry, whom he seemed to deliberately avoid, and occasionally left graffiti on the school walls, cautioning everyone to beware of the air. The sole effect of this graffiti was to infuriate Filch, whose foul temper then spread to everyone around. Honestly, who would appreciate a perpetually irate and short-tempered caretaker? Moreover, he appeared to perceive every stroke of graffiti as a personal affront. Having just completed yet another grueling final exam, Harry, like most others, had refused to study and was preparing to sneak back to the common room. Seizing the moment when Hermione turned away, he successfully escaped the library. Feeling a sense of relief, he casually glanced at the corridor walls, and a new message made him halt abruptly. Their bones will lie forever in the tomb. There? Did that mean he now had to rescue more than one person? Harry let out a groan. He detested rescue missions involving multiple individuals. The more people involved, the more complaints he would receive afterwards. If not questioning his bravery, they would doubt how he knew what to do. Fortunately, he seemed to be the first, or at least among the first, to discover this new threat, as the lockdown had not yet been initiated. This afforded him a precious moment of time. He immediately rushed to Lockhart's office. Professor, do you still have that rooster I borrowed from Hagrid? Harry burst through the door, praying Lockhart had no visitors at that moment. Thankfully, Lockhart was alone. Of course I have it. You said it was the key to resolving the basilisk issue without risking our lives. Well, without excessively risking our lives. Harry corrected. Beneath lies a serpent creature, undeniably perilous. However, we have endured its presence for 7 months. Aside from petrifying individuals, it has done little else. So the situation should not be too dire. Lockhart nodded slightly. I've been petrified 4 times already. What harm could one more instance inflict? Harry concurred. At present, it appears that at least 2 individuals have been taken into the chamber, perhaps even more. This implies that the foolish diary is also there. And these students were seized as hostages to lure me down. It seems that my reputation for heroism has spread, he elucidated. Your words are rather bold, Lockhart retorted coldly. Listen, regardless of what transpires below, I require you to adhere strictly to the plan. The circumstances may become quite peculiar, and the perpetrator is likely to be deranged. Simply maintain an appearance of confidence. Allow me to handle the mockery, and when the serpent creature approaches, let the rooster crow. The rest will be left to me. As Harry spoke, he drew forth his invisibility cloak. This item appears quite valuable, Lockhart remarked, eagerly caressing the fabric. Indeed, Harry replied in a subdued tone. Moreover, it is a family heirloom, so do not get any ideas about it. Additionally, over 20 individuals can attest to its authenticity, though I shan't disclose their identities, making it impossible for you to silence them all. Now, let us descend. We must embark on our journey. Very well, Lockhart sighed, displaying his disappointment. Yet he complied with Harry's instructions. They silently approached moaning Myrtle's lavatory, deliberately ignoring Dumbledore's announcement, urging all to return to the common room. Upon arrival, Harry immediately approached the sink, searching for the serpent-shaped emblem on one of the faucets, while Lockhart attempted to persuade Myrtle to allow him to sign in her cubicle. Harry began to doubt whether this vain professor could truly refrain from seeking autographs for a full 20 minutes. I have found it, Harry exclaimed, opening the tap. Lockhart approached, gazing curiously into the darkness. Please tell me, can you conjure a staircase? How could I possibly conjure a staircase? Harry retorted defiantly. You know, I have never even perused that infernal manual. Besides, if a staircase truly existed, why would it not have been here already? Since Slytherin established that one must speak Parseltongue to reach this point, he likely lacked the inclination to design a voice-activated staircase. Surely he would prioritize efficiency over Gryffindor's approach. If that is your perspective, then what lies below? We have no idea how deep it is, and it is likely to be utterly filthy. At the thought, Lockhart wrinkled his nose. Harry sighed. Frankly, there are matters of greater significance than hygiene at present, such as the diminutive Peter Pettigrew in the chamber, Voldemort's Horcrux, and the 2, possibly more, hostages. Here is the plan, he concluded. You jump down, and I will cast a cushioning charm to soften your descent. That does little to alleviate the accumulated grime and filth of 1,000 years below, Lockhart pointed out. Very well, that is the best offer you will receive. So I suggest you accept it, Harry said impatiently. By Merlin's beard, this was taking longer than when he had threatened Ron. However, I must present myself in the best possible light. Once we conclude our affairs, we shall triumphantly meet Dumbledore and the media, Gilderoy Lockhart argued. Dirt can enhance authenticity, Harry countered. But, hurry down, he urged, pushing him into the darkness and swiftly casting a cushioning charm as promised. Nevertheless, this did remind me. He retrieved the two-way mirror. Hey, Sirius. What? Sirius's voice was nearly drowned out by the raucous laughter and music in the background. Where are you? Harry inquired, straining to discern the accents surrounding his godfather. I can't make out what they're saying. Because I'm in Las Vegas, Sirius explained, as if it were obvious. Las Vegas? You're in America? Harry exclaimed, exasperated. What on earth are you doing there? Gambling, Sirius replied patiently. But you're far too young to hear about the rest. I'm 24, Harry crossed his arms, indignantly retorting. Indeed, too young, Sirius concurred. However, I'm 37. Since it seems we're accounting for both timelines, so my age is just right. Sirius, you know what? Forget it. Harry shook his head. Listen, I need you to send a message to the Daily Prophet. Just say that 2 students have been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. Sirius blinked. Is there a particular reason for this? You mean, aside from the fact that at least 2 students have been taken into the chamber? Harry feigned innocence. Honestly, yes. You've spent the entire year trying to keep a low profile, remember? Why escalate matters now? Because the time for confrontation has come. When I capture Peter Pettigrew, I need evidence, Harry informed him. Do you think you can manage that? Sirius endeavored to keep his voice from sounding overly hopeful. I'd best be on my way, Harry said hastily. But listen, I have to hang up. I left Lockhart alone down there. If I don't hurry, he might run off on his own and somehow provoke Voldemort's Horcruxes to his own demise. We just want to clarify. Would that be a bad thing? Sirius inquired innocently. Of course, it would be a disaster. Someone died right under my nose. That would be a significant blow to my reputation as a local hero. Harry exclaimed. Goodbye. Turning, he saw Myrtle floating in the air, watching him intently. What is the matter? You have quite the predicament, she informed him seriously. Harry rolled his eyes and produced his Firebolt 2000, shrinking it down. Technically, it was somewhat unfair to leave Lockhart behind while he kept the broom, but honestly, Lockhart should have been better prepared. Moreover, Harry was uncertain whether Lockhart could even fly. After all, if he could, given his cowardly nature, he would likely keep the broom close at hand for a quick escape. As Harry landed beside Lockhart, the professor was futilely brushing the dust off his robes, attempting to present himself in a respectable manner. You've been carrying a broom all along? Lockhart glared at Harry and then proceeded down the tunnel. Apologies, Harry said casually while running to catch up with him, the glow flickering. When they finally arrived at the Great Hall, the scene before them was starkly different from their last visit. Ginny was not sprawled on the floor beside the Slytherin statue. Instead, it was the diminutive Peter Pettigrew lying there. Do you think it makes sense to knock him out? Harry inquired loudly. I don't see the need to exert that effort, Lockhart remarked, casting a glance at Pettigrew. He seems unlikely to be going anywhere anytime soon. Well, I suppose that's true, Harry reluctantly agreed. However, his ability to evade capture is quite astonishing. Wow, he managed to elude a minor. He truly is a criminal mastermind. Lockhart muttered, evidently still aggrieved at Harry for having him dirty his clothes unnecessarily. You know, I only have one broom, Harry defended himself. And I wasn't even aware that today was the day of action until I spotted that ominous sign. Lockhart feigned ignorance, opting to venture deeper into the room. Harry abruptly turned, searching for the source of the voice. Ginny? What are you doing here? Oh, Luna. Strangely, seeing Luna in the Chamber of Secrets was less surprising than encountering Ginny. Though Harry was uncertain if this was due to Luna's penchant for getting involved in peculiar situations or the improbability of Ginny being brought back into the chamber. We just returned from visiting the Thestrals when a short, bald man ambushed us, mumbling something about being too old for this. Feeling like a pervert for kidnapping 2 young girls, and then I think he knocked us out because we just woke up a few minutes ago, Luna explained. I solemnly declare that I will never accompany you to see the Thestrals again, Ginny stated decisively. That is terribly unfair, Luna retorted. He was clearly waiting for you. I just happened to be there as well. If anyone should wish not to be together, it should be me. Not because of the kidnapping, Luna, Ginny sighed. I simply cannot bear to watch you pet and feed those invisible zombie horses, then see raw meat being torn apart. It feels far too bizarre for me. Oh, Luna posed. Well, you could always watch others perish, she suggested. Luna, Ginny exclaimed, I cannot do that. Why not? Luna asked defiantly. Just go to St. Mungo's. People die there all the time. That is not exactly a good advertisement for a magical hospital, Harry interjected. Luna merely shrugged. The more you understand magic, the less you comprehend medicine. It excels in treating injuries, but if you catch a disease, particularly a muggle one, you're out of luck. Of course, the more you grasp magic, the more you tend to look down on muggle remedies. That is rather disheartening, Harry said calmly. Luna shrugged again. It's all about the atmosphere. You won't wake up, a soft voice said. Harry looked over to find Lockhart gingerly prodding Peter Pettigrew with his foot. I don't care whether he wakes or not. I just need him to be alive, Harry replied. Upon reflection, I realized that I do not require his existence. Doi, I merely need him to refrain from exploding. I'm quite certain he is still alive, Lockhart exclaimed eagerly. Indeed, Tom Riddle concurred, at least for the time being. Why on earth would you wish to eliminate that fool who would follow you, even as a mere disembodied soul? You hardly qualify as a soul, do you? You are merely a diary brimming with adolescent anxieties. Riddle glared at Harry, offering no reply, but instead twirling Lockhart's wand with his fingers. Why did Lockhart even relinquish his wand? It only served to increase the difficulty of the game. However, the advantage lies in the fact that this wand is incompatible with him, rendering Riddle incapable of wielding it as effectively as he could Harry's. I sincerely hope you take me seriously, Harry Potter, Riddle declared. Wormtail has informed me that you are typically not inclined to do so. But I have awaited this moment for an eternity, yearning for the opportunity to see you and converse with you. If you wish to know how I survived the killing curse, the answer is of no concern to you, Harry replied courteously. I fear you have misunderstood, Riddle said slowly. I intend to kill you. This is inevitable and cannot be altered by any of your actions. Wormtail shall also perish. I require his life force to fully return. However, those two young girls need not necessarily die. Of course, if you do not divulge the information I seek, I shall gradually eliminate them. If you intend to kill me regardless, does it truly matter how I survive the killing curse? Could you not simply employ a different spell? Harry suggested, all the while keeping a wary eye on the wand in Riddle's hand, pondering whether this was the optimal strategy to avoid provoking the younger version of Voldemort into taking his own life. Do you have any idea how tedious it is to listen to such a foolish boy lament his trivial troubles? For months he poured out his pathetic worries and woes in the diary. How Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban to kill him. How he might convince Remus Lupin of the truth regarding the Potter family, and his inability to reveal that he was still alive, lest he be branded a traitor. With all my followers witnessing his demise, and thus precipitating my downfall. No matter how hard he tried, he could not compel that basilisk to kill anyone. Well, I apologize for boring you, Harry said impassively. But truly, if these are your most pressing concerns, you are indeed fortunate. Last year, I had to endure a stutterer. A whole year, I swear. He gave me migraines, and I could only see Quirrell in class. He paused. However, the headache might indeed be related to your attachment to the back of his head. Let's not debate that. Why do you not take me seriously? Riddle inquired, his arm gripping the wand, twitching slightly. Because you are, in essence, a fortress of adolescent anxiety, Harry replied simply. I have already stated this. On the other hand, the basilisk is the real issue. I could even assert that it is quite terrifying. Of course, if you do not plan to summon it and merely wish to engage in pleasant conversation, I am more than willing to oblige. However, it would involve more irony and a questioning of just how impressive it is for a person to maintain a diary. I have become the most fearsome wizard in history, Riddle retorted, and I am also a murderer. I could regale you with tales of slaughter, Harry responded. However, your diary has utterly tarnished that image. Honestly, what significance does it hold? It's akin to writing, Dear Diary, today I massacred an entire village of muggles. Am I not ruthless? Silence, Riddle commanded, his face flushed with fury. As for the claim of being the most terrifying wizard of all time, it is utterly unfounded. I speak with sincerity. You may instill fear in everyone now, but that is merely a phenomenon of this generation. Before you, people trembled at Grindelwald, and who knows how many others preceded him. Moreover, it is well known that Dumbledore commanded far more respect than you. I had intended to spare your little girlfriends, Potter, but you have pushed me too far. Speak to me, Slytherin, one of the greatest among the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Riddle hissed. Wow, he is incredibly narcissistic. I wonder if he introduced himself this way during his visit to the Chamber of Secrets, Harry pondered. Is it time? Lockhart whispered as he leaned closer to Harry. Almost. Harry replied softly. Close your eyes. I will tell you when to open them. Hey, Luna, Ginny, you might want to close your eyes as well. Even if it's just petrification, now is definitely not the time. Harry waited until Riddle shouted, Kill them. Eliminate them all. Now he gasped. Moments latte. A clear crowing of a rooster echoed, followed by a loud thud of something heavy falling. Harry caught a glimpse through the mirror, confirming that the basilisk had perished. Fortunately, its eyes were also shut, so Harry was not petrified. After the basilisk's demise, was its gaze lethal or merely petrifying? Harry was relieved he did not have to ascertain that. Upon reflection, why was it so perilous to lock eyes with the basilisk? He must remember to inquire of Hermione. If she is unaware, he would consult Dumbledore or Hagrid. Surely someone must possess the answer. No, Riddle shouted, inexplicably continuing to use Parseltongue. You will pay for this, you. Oh, spare me the theatrics, Harry snapped. He turned to Lockhart. Have you secured the diary? Lockhart nodded. Of course, he said, handing over the diary. Splendid. A smile blossomed on Harry's face as he donned his dragonhide gloves, grateful for the potions class earlier that day. The basilisk's venomous fang hurtled toward him. What are you doing? Riddle suddenly switched back to English, panic evident in his voice. I intend to destroy your diary. Harry boldly informed him as he seized the incoming fang. But you cannot. Riddle protested desperately, charging at them. You are far too old to engage in such tricks. And considering you claim to be the most fearsome wizard in history, it is rather embarrassing to still possess this trinket. Honestly, I'm doing this for your own good. Harry taunted as he thrust the fang toward the diary. Chapter 36, Animagus. Are you all right? Harry turned to face his three companions and inquired. I believe we are all well, Luna replied, casting a careful glance at Ginny and Lockhart. But Norbert is not in good condition. She bent down to pick up the Bowtruckle plush toy that Harry had gifted her for Christmas, displaying its rigid little body to him. Is it all right? Harry inquired with concern, unable to fathom the hassle of finding a replacement. Luna tentatively poked it. I think it's merely petrified. Did you bring any Mandrake restorative draft? How did it become petrified? Harry asked, reaching into his cloak to retrieve a small vial and handing it to Luna. I suppose it accidentally gazed upon the mirror that Ginny left on the floor, Luna remarked. Why on earth did you place the mirror on the ground? Harry turned his gaze toward Ginny, who blushed. Well, I was worried I might succumb to the temptation of witnessing that valiant battle. Yet I did not wish to be killed, so I set the mirror down. That way, if I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the basilisk's eyes, the worst that could happen would be petrification. It is indeed a sad state of affairs when being petrified is generally regarded as inconsequential, Harry mused. By the way, Norbert seemed to be in good shape before, and now he appears even better. Watching Norbert awaken, Luna exclaimed joyfully. I must say, Luna, it is astonishing that now everyone acknowledges the existence of Bowtruckles. I am quite surprised that you and Mr. Xenophilius are still writing articles about them in the Quibbler. Harry chatted, awaiting the potion to take full effect. Well, my father and I have had extensive discussions. We ultimately concluded that although we no longer need to fight for the Bowtruckle's recognition, it is after all a newly confirmed species, and the public's understanding of it is still quite limited, so there are many stories to be told. Moreover, Norbert is so adorable that we decided to make him the official mascot of the magazine. It could be considered a classic success story of media power triumphing over widespread ignorance. If you choose to interpret it that way, Luna explained with pride. You are truly remarkable, Luna, Harry said earnestly. Of course, Ginny interjected, steering the conversation back, entirely disregarding the discussion about Norbert. This was all before I learned that the so-called heroic battle was really just you all cheating with a rooster. Hey, Lockhart excitedly interjected, as far as I know, there are no rules against killing a basilisk. Even if there were, you should be grateful we saved you rather than lamenting our failure to fulfill your adolescent heroic fantasies. Ginny rolled her eyes. Of course it was Harry who saved us. He always saves everyone. Lockhart looked at Harry with admiration. That tactic certainly works for you. Every time someone has been petrified this year, you have been summoned personally. Haven to you? When that fellow kidnapped us, I thought to myself, this is dreadful. But once Harry saved me, at least I had an exciting tale to tell. And what was the outcome? Nothing. My story can only be that Harry courageously led the basilisk within 200 feet and then released a rooster, and the basilisk immediately perished, Ginny fumed. Clearly dissatisfied with being kidnapped, yet having no worthy spoils to show for it. Harry and Lockhart exchanged a knowing glance. Are you aware that we will not disclose this version, correct? Harry inquired tentatively. Ginny blinked. Yet the reality is as it stands, she replied, as if this could serve as justification. Currently, Gilderoy Lockhart has expressed his agreement. However, to be candid, such a tale lacks any allure. We must concoct a more compelling narrative. Are you actually going to pen a book about this? Ginny questioned, her tone laced with disbelief. Yet, nothing of consequence occurred. On the contrary, we vanquished a basilisk. Harry corrected her. It was merely the process that lacked excitement. Do you know what would be thrilling? Professor Lockhart extracting its eyes before the creature bit into his shoulder, while I gallantly dispatched it with Godric Gryffindor's sword. But that is not the truth. Ginny appeared genuinely perplexed by this distortion of facts. Regardless, there exists no evidence to counter our claims, Lockhart asserted. We were indeed required to pierce the basilisk's eyes to align with Harry's account, and such an approach would be decidedly safer. Therefore, I believe we ought to uphold Harry's version, which benefits us all. Naturally, I would have preferred to slay the basilisk myself, but allowing a minor, my student, to be bitten by the creature to divert my focus seems grossly irresponsible and would severely tarnish my reputation. If either of you had been bitten by the basilisk, how could you possibly still be alive? They are highly venomous, and you bear not a single scar. Ginny pointed out the critical flaw. Harry rolled his eyes. Clearly, we healed him with fox tears. Ever since I became aware of the basilisk's existence, I have carried a vial with me. He paused, contemplating. However, she is correct. The absence of scars is indeed a dilemma. Splendid. Lockhart protested, his left sleeve falling away in response. This robe was quite expensive. Has it not long been exposed to a millennium of grime? Harry reminded him, waving his wand to make the fallen sleeve vanish. I suppose so, Lockhart sighed. The sacrifices I make, I swear. Sacrifices? Ginny nearly shrieked for just one sleeve. Furthermore, how do you explain not possessing Godric Gryffindor's sword? You know, Harry retorted in annoyance. You now sound remarkably like Hermione. Do not fret. I borrowed this sword from Dumbledore's office months ago. He retrieved the miniature sword from his pocket, restoring it to its full size, and then made a cut at the basilisk's mouth, allowing its venom to stain the blade, thus creating the illusion that the creature was slain by it, should anyone inspect the corpse. But how will you explain how you obtained this sword? Ginny queried. Unless you confess to thievery? Harry appeared taken aback. Certainly not. That would tarnish my reputation. I shall say that the sorting hat bestowed it upon me when I needed it. This has occurred before. The sorting hat always provides assistance in times of crisis. So Dumbledore would surely accept it. Harry raised his hand to forestall her forthcoming questions. And before you inquire, earlier this year, I offered Peeves 3 boxes of dung bombs, on the condition that he would retrieve the sorting hat upon hearing news of the lockdown and deliver it to me post-haste. Upon completion, I shall reward him with 6 more boxes. Ginny's complexion paled. Are you certain that indulging him is a prudent course of action? Harry shrugged. Well, I couldn't care less. He holds a fondness for me, calling me names like Chaotic Mentor. Besides, this is the sole method to procure the hat without it going missing for an extended duration, and to ensure its timely reappearance when required. How do you intend to explain the means by which you acquire the hat? Ginny's inquiries were nearly exhausted. Much to Harry's relief, he had meticulously planned every detail weeks prior and was beginning to feel a twinge of regret, just a smidge, for not heeding Lockhart's suggestion to simply cast a memory charm on Ginny, claiming she had been in a state of unconsciousness. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, cannot be observed at all times. It was he who delivered the hat to me as a testament to his loyalty towards Dumbledore, Harry stated with composure. What? He enjoys such antics, Harry elucidated. How does that sound? Ginny appeared to be in a quandary. On one hand, the tale ought to be more exhilarating. On the other hand, the Weasley family had instilled in her a profound sense of honesty, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Lockhart placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Leave the embellishments to me. You shall receive 5%. Ginny looked astonished. What? We shall allocate 5% of the profits from the sale of the basilisk parts to you, Lockhart explained, casting a glance at Luna. You shall partake as well, Miss Lovegood. Oh, splendid, Luna exclaimed. This provides funding for my research on magical creatures. Well, all right. Lockhart appeared somewhat taken aback. So, Miss Weasley, what is your stance? Are you certain Professor Dumbledore would permit you to sell the basilisk? Technically, it is Hogwarts property, she pointed out. Currently, I am the only Parseltongue in all of Britain aside from Voldemort, and he cannot enter. If he wishes for me to escort him to handle the basilisk, I would refuse on the grounds of post-traumatic stress. Moreover, Professor Lockhart has already arranged matters. We merely need to hand over the basilisk's carcass to his guardian. Harry waved his wand, and the basilisk's body vanished. Thus it was completely removed from the grounds of Hogwarts. Good luck proving its provenance. Very well, Ginny reluctantly acquiesced. But on the condition that you do not inform my parents. Why? Lockhart inquired. Although we are essentially compensating you, allocating a portion of the profits is technically legal. We could assert that it is a reward for your assistance in this endeavor. If my parents were to find out, they would compel me to deposit the money in Gringotts until I turned 17, Ginny elucidated. I don't mean to imply that I wish to squander it all at once, but having some pocket money is always advantageous. It's a deal, Harry hastily declared, before she could change her mind or request a larger share. And you, Luna? Huh? She was playing with Norbert on the floor, lifting her head. Oh, that is fine. But even if my father discovers the truth, it wouldn't matter. You see, he has always believed in the existence of the Chamber of Secrets. I can certainly imagine. Harry grinned. Ginny, are you not pleased with a more heroic version? Moreover, this narrative is nearly identical to the original plot, thus it cannot be deemed a complete fabrication, aside from Lockhart's involvement. But including him can be seen as a form of honesty. How do we return? Luna inguayif. Harry furrowed his brow. To be candid, I had not contemplated this matter. I suppose we could retrace our steps to the entrance, and then I could take turns lifting everyone up. If you are capable of this, why did you not simply employ this method initially instead of pushing me down? Lockhart expressed his dissatisfaction once more. Sentiment, Harry replied tersely, declining to elaborate further. As they prepared to depart, a groan emanated from near the statue. Harry wished he could kick himself. He had forgotten about Pettigrew. Merlin. Sirius would have his head for this. Harry dashed towards Pettigrew, drawing his wand with the intent to stun him. However, Pettigrew was swifter, instantly transforming back into his animagus form. Harry narrowed his eyes. He could not afford to let him escape. If Pettigrew were to flee and resurrect Voldemort in the same manner, what purpose would his return to the past serve? Harry discarded his wand, disregarding Lockhart and Ginny's gasps, and transformed into his animagus form as well. He lunged at Pettigrew, relieved that the rat had not scampered far, as the area was teeming with rodents. And Pettigrew himself was likely clueless about how to exit the chamber. Lockhart's earlier remarks about the staircase may hold some truth. In any case, Pettigrew was no longer a parcel tongue. He could not command the chamber to open. Harry seized Pettigrew in his mouth and slid towards his companions, his animagus form being that of Snake, observing their reactions. Ginny and Lockhart were rendered speechless, while Luna remained her usual composed self. It was hardly surprising. To Harry's astonishment, she produced a jar, retrieved Pettigrew from his mouth, placed him inside, and secured the lid tightly. Are you certain this will contain him? Harry inquired upon reverting to his human form. Unless he attempts to transform, in which case he would be cut by the glass and likely meet his demise. Other than that, yes. My father specially crafted this jar to imprison animagi who wish to escape, Luna elucidated. You carry it with you? Lockhart questioned her. Of course, she replied calmly. You never know when you might encounter an unwilling animagus. Well, that is rather convenient, Harry remarked, still somewhat perplexed. It is nearly as convenient as your sudden transformation into a serpent animagus, Ginny retorted. Harry waved away her concerns. Oh, come now, I've been an animagus for several years. But you're only in your second year, she protested. What can I say? It is a gift, Harry replied modestly. Ginny scoffed. Then why have you not disclosed this to anyone? Because it is illegal for underage wizards to become animagi, Harry explained, as if it were self-evident. For someone whose father works at the Ministry of Magic, this should indeed be common knowledge. Well, if there is nothing else. He glanced at Ginny, clearly expecting her to unearth more faults in the situation. She merely sighed, let us go. Upon returning to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Myrtle appeared somewhat despondent. Although everyone was still alive, Harry pointed out that if she continued to linger around the living, she would never find peace. As she had a penchant for theatrics, she nonetheless expressed her gratitude. Peeves had been pestering her, awaiting Harry's return to fulfill his promise regarding the sorting hat. As Harry presented the promised 6 boxes of dung bombs to Peeves, Ginny's expression seemed to convey that the forthcoming days would be more arduous than those when she was under the control of Tom Riddle's diary. Ultimately, Harry, Lockhart, Ginny, Luna, and the captured Peter Pettigrew arrived at Dumbledore's office. They discovered Dumbledore, Arthur and Molly Weasley, Xenophilius Lovegood, Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Rita Skeeter, and a man whom Harry surmised to be his godfather, all present. We have returned, Harry joyfully proclaimed. Oh, Ginny, Molly exclaimed tearfully, enveloping her daughter in a warm embrace. Are you all right? What transpired? I'm fine, Mother, Ginny reassured her. As for what happened, perhaps it would be best for Harry and Professor Lockhart to explain. Did you enjoy yourself, Luna? Xenophilius inquired while inspecting her for any invisible injuries. Oh, indeed, Luna replied. I am not particularly fond of being kidnapped or of Norbert being petrified, but aside from that, the rescue operation was rather fascinating. What possessed you to embark on such a reckless rescue mission without notifying any responsible adults? Snape taunted, casting a scornful glance at Sirius, who he seemed to regard with immediate disdain. Harry was certain that Sirius was entirely innocent in this matter. I did inform a responsible adult, Harry said innocently. Professor Lockhart is a member of the Hogwarts faculty. If Professor Dumbledore did not have complete faith in him, he would not have employed him. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat gently, but did not refute his statement. So, Mr. Malfoy, is this true? Rito skiter interjected. I'm afraid you have mistaken the person. Harry replied apologetically. I am Harry Potter. He paused. Yes, I did indeed enter the Chamber of Secrets. It took 20 minutes for the room to settle down. Allowing Harry to narrate his tale, he adhered to the version they had previously agreed upon, embellishing it considerably. Harry was pleased to observe Rita embellishing the story further with her shorthand. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, Rita was a highly respected journalist, so everyone would believe what she penned, and indeed, events unfolded as Harry had described. Whereas Peter was Sirius's foremost concern. Harry furrowed his brow. I may have forgotten him for a moment. Forgot him? Sirius appeared as if he could commit murder. Fortunately, he awoke before our departure, and then we captured him. Harry quickly reassured him. So you merely captured him on the side? Sirius was not satisfied with this. We should be grateful that we apprehended him, Harry suggested. You say you captured Peter. What do you mean by that? Dumbledore inquired. Who is this Peter? Luna interjected before Harry could respond. Peter Pettigrew, the illegal animagus known as Wormtail, a secret Death Eater. She announced, producing a jar as if she were an auctioneer. Oh, Luna, you truly have a knack for this, Xenophilius remarked, recognizing the jar with a proud smile. Luna carefully opened the jar and gently poured out Peter Pettigrew onto the floor. Before he could comprehend the situation, Sirius brandished his wand, compelling him to revert to his human form. Peter Pettigrew? Professor McGonagall gasped, and despite Ginny's lingering doubts, she firmly recognized him. But you have black. You said you wished to see me, Dumbledore? Cornelius Fudge abruptly pushed open the door to Dumbledore's office, with Lucius Malfoy inexplicably following him inside. Peter Pettigrew? Were you not obliterated? Coincidentally, I did not summon you, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied amiably, displaying calmness amidst the chaos. However, your timing is impeccable. We were about to inquire with Mr. Pettigrew regarding, well, his survival. Severus Snape nodded grimly, advancing towards the panicked Peter Pettigrew, prepared to administer the Veritaserum. I wish to tell you, Peter stammered, about my continued existence. But I am terrified. Sirius wants me dead, and ever since Lily and James, have been profoundly despondent. I simply wish to, vanish. So you chose to become a rat? Lucius asked incredulously. Merlin, you truly are a fool, are you not? Peter opened his mouth to respond, but Snape seized the opportunity to drip the potion down his throat. Cornelius, if you don't mind, I shall conduct the questioning. Dumbledore said politely. Seeing that Fudge had no objections, he inquired, what is your name? Peter Pettigrew. Why did you not inform anyone of your survival? Dumbledore pressed. I was afraid, Pettigrew repeated. Harry thought to himself that if the exceedingly patient Dumbledore were to lead the inquiry, it might go on indefinitely, and he merely wished to resolve his accusations before Sirius's potion wore off. After Sirius confronted you regarding my parents' deaths, did you kill those muggles? Yes. Everyone present appeared utterly astonished. Well, everyone except Luna and her father, who seemed unfazed by anything, and Lucius, who likely had long known the truth. Are you a Death Eater? Harry quickly followed up. Yes. Is Sirius a Death Eater? Harry concluded his questioning. No. All right then, Harry said, crossing his arms. When does the pardon process commence? What? Fudge asked, bewildered. Well, of course, Harry nodded. You'd best expedite things. Otherwise, once Rita's article is published, everyone will hear of your refusal to release a clearly innocent Snape, and the public opinion will devour you whole. Fudge appeared utterly flummoxed. Will he hasten his pace? Sirius inquired. I simply cannot be patient any longer. As the actress said to the bishop, Harry immediately interjected. Sirius looked thoroughly confused. Well, just a reminder, we are British, Harry cheerfully remarked. It seems you've forgotten. Sirius rolled his eyes. Come on, Harry, I went to Las Vegas, not applied for American citizenship, he said with a proud grin. However, her words flowed much more smoothly. Very well, I shall manage this. Before Harry has the opportunity to cast a spell on his unreliable godfather, Fudge made a decision. Harry lifted his gaze. Dumbledore had evidently spent 5 minutes garnering Fudge's public support. Despite Lucius's evident fury, he seemed to have succeeded. I simply need to draft the documents, Fudge began. A step ahead of you, Harry interjected, producing the official pardon for Sirius that he had labored to obtain. Please sign here. Oh, and you as well, Professor. Fudge, looking utterly bewildered, complied. Dumbledore, with a knowing expression, signed without a hint of concern regarding how Harry had procured the pardon. Free at last. Finally free, Sirius exclaimed as the effects of the polyjuice potion wore off. Is everything always so smooth for you? Ginny inquired incredulously, while Fudge clutched his chest, attempting, but failing, to mask his terror. Essentially, yes, Harry affirmed. Lucius, with a look of utter disdain, stormed toward the door. clearly intent on finding a subordinate not under Dumbledore's influence to support the Minister of Magic. Harry thought he caught a glimpse of Dobby lingering outside and decided to take a chance, hoping for success. "Hey, Mr. Malfoy," he called out. Lucius turned to face him. "What do you want?" He barked. "Catch," Harry said, pulling a pair of dragon-hide gloves from his pocket and tossing them. Lucius caught them just an inch from his face, then disdainfully tossed them aside, silently mocking Harry. Harry watched with interest as Dobby dashed down the corridor to retrieve the gloves. "We're leaving, Dobby," Lucius commanded, continuing down the hallway, entirely oblivious to whether Dobby was following. Finally, when Lucius aimed to strike Dobby with his wand to vent his frustrations from the office, he found Dobby standing rigidly, cradling Harry's potentially toxic gloves as if they were priceless treasures. "Master gave Dobby a glove," Dobby exclaimed in astonishment. "Is for Dobby for Master." "What?" Lucius roared. "What did you say?" "Dobby has a glove," Dobby said incredulously. "Master threw it, and Dobby caught it. Dobby is free." Lucius Malfoy froze in place, glaring fiercely at the elf. Then he lunged at Harry. "You've lost my servant, boy." "But," Dobby shouted, "you cannot harm Harry Potter." With a loud bang, Mr. Malfoy was thrown backward. He tumbled down the stairs in a clatter, landing in a heap on the platform below, rising with a pale face. He drew his wand, but Dobby raised a long finger in threat. "You must leave now," he said fiercely, pointing at Mr. Malfoy. "You are not to touch Harry Potter. Depart at once. Dobby believes you should know that people mock you when they think you are unseen, for they believe that the ill-bred young Master Draco is not your own." Lucius Malfoy seethed with rage, yet Dobby afforded him no opportunity to respond. He cast a fierce glare at the two of them, abruptly flung his cloak aside, and hastily vanished from sight, presumably to confront Narcissa with some awkward inquiries. Harry could scarcely believe that after all they had endured, Lucius had finally caught wind of those rumors, or perhaps Dobby had finally divulged the truth to him. He should have done so long ago, yet he had promised Draco to remain silent. Well, it could be considered a promise. Moreover, Harry understood that when spoken by Dobby, it held an entirely different significance. Upon returning to Dumbledore's office, he overheard Snape and Sirius engaged in a heated argument. "You want to kill me?" Sirius shouted. "We were in the midst of a battle." Snape defended himself. "To me, it felt quite personal." Sirius retorted. "You proved yourself a bloodthirsty killer at the age of 16. Snape replied sharply. Molly and Arthur appeared quite uncomfortable at these words, prompting Sirius to quickly add, "It wasn't that bad, really. Besides, you need to learn to let go. Holding on to a decade's worth of resentment does you no good." Harry scoffed. "Hypocrite." Chapter 37. Godfather and Godson. Despite Harry involuntarily relishing the lingering echoes of the impromptu all-night revelry in Dumbledore's office, the school was no longer in peril. They had resolved the matter without any action. Although the announcement came rather late, it was undoubtedly a moment of both anxiety and celebration for the house elves of Hogwarts. Harry, possessing an innate flair for the dramatic, narrated his adventures with vivid detail, leading the entire student body, particularly the thrill-seeking Gryffindors, to eagerly anticipate his tales. He always enthusiastically satisfied his roommate's curiosity with the official version of events, much to the annoyance of Ginny, who was privy to the truth. And he only paused when the announcement of the House Cup scores was made. As Dumbledore began to tally the current house points, Harry dashed back to the Slytherin table. Dumbledore cast a peculiar glance at Harry before continuing. In first place, Gryffindor with 638 points. In second place, Slytherin with 427 points. In third place, Ravenclaw with 383 points. And finally, Hufflepuff in fourth with 358 points. No one was particularly surprised by the outcome. By late last year, and even early this year, the situation had become quite clear. Despite Harry Potter's vehement opposition, he seemed destined to avoid failure. However, what transpired next truly astonished everyone. "Congratulations to Gryffindor. Well done." Dumbledore smiled in Harry's direction. "But before we celebrate, we must consider the recent events. This year has been exceedingly challenging for us all. We have endeavored to prevent the unfortunate revelation of the Basilisk invasion and the subsequent petrification incidents. Had the school board or the Ministry of Magic been forewarned? Well, I shudder to contemplate the consequences. Nevertheless, I am pleased to announce that the Basilisk has been defeated by Professor Lockhart and 3 outstanding students. To that end, I have a few final points to award." "Not again." A somewhat familiar older Ravenclaw student groaned. Other non-Gryffindor students murmured in agreement, but the headmaster paid them no heed. "First and foremost, let us commend Miss Luna Lovegood and Miss Ginevra Weasley for their remarkable composure during the hostage incident, which led to the apprehension of the perpetrator, thereby awarding 200 points to both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor." Dumbledore paused, seemingly anticipating applause. Yet all present were taken aback by the unexpected awarding of points to non-Gryffindor students at the last moment, leaving them wide-eyed and speechless. Moreover, let us recognize Mr. Harry Potter for his astute thinking, resourcefulness, selfless dedication, proactive alertness to faculty, and extraordinary bravery, awarding Gryffindor an additional 400 points. I can hardly believe it. Harry groaned in frustration. I mean, I do believe it, but I truly wish I didn't. What's the total score now? 1,238 points? That nearly doubles us. I know I'm probably Dumbledore's favorite student, but sometimes it just feels wrong. I can hardly fathom it. Draco echoed Harry's sentiments, albeit for evidently different reasons. Ravenclaw in second? Slytherin in third? I am astounded. Perhaps this is all a long and dreadful nightmare, or maybe this entire year has been an endless torment. Perhaps I sustained a concussion from you and your red-haired friend on the train, and will awaken in the hospital wing at any moment. Amen, Harry fervently concurred. Have you noticed, Daphne Greengrass mused thoughtfully, that every year it's either Gryffindor or Slytherin who wins the House Cup. Ravenclaw might secure second place, depending on their Quidditch team, or whether any of them are willing to assist the headmaster's most cherished student in their annual suicidal tasks. Why is it that Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff never emerge victorious? I mean, they clearly do not engage in the foolish heroic exploits that Gryffindor prides itself on, nor do they concoct strategic plans, yet surely they should have an opportunity at some point. I am not Dumbledore's prize pupil, Harry protested, nor do I have any suicidal tendencies. It merely seems that trouble always finds me. Theodore not lifted his head from his pudding. No, you're both, and quite narcissistic, too. Harry shot him a fierce glare. No one asked you, and no one invited you to sit here, Theodore retorted, yet here we both are. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again, realizing the futility of arguing that point. To answer your question, Daphne, Draco said, grinning at Harry's discomfort, most of the time, the scores among the houses are relatively close. After all, Gryffindor often receives points for reckless behavior, which can just as easily lead to deductions. We score plenty ourselves, but unfortunately, we frequently pay the price due to conflicts. Ravenclaw accrues points purely based on talent, while Hufflepuff earns their due through consistent diligence. By the end of the academic year, Gryffindor invariably commits some folly that either catapults them to the top or leads to their downfall. In the latter case, Ravenclaw has a chance to claim second place. We Slytherins strive relentlessly for points, and without peculiar incidents like Harry slaying the basilisk or saving the Philosopher's Stone, we usually emerge victorious. Ravenclaw is typically too engrossed in their studies to contemplate the House Cup. And what can Hufflepuff do? Should they do more of what they ought to? Harry remarked, astonished after regaining his ability to speak. Draco looked at him incredulously. I'm a Malfoy. Surely, you do not think we merely survive on looks and wealth? In fact, Harry did entertain such thoughts. It's all a strategy, Draco elucidated. There are now many exceedingly affluent individuals, and with magic, there are plenty of beautiful people as well. To gain an advantage, one must think deeply. Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but fortunately, at that moment, Lockhart leaned towards Dumbledore and whispered something. Dumbledore soon rose to his feet. I must apologize for neglecting to announce that our defense against the Dark Arts professor will be departing at the end of the year. I am pleased to inform you that, unlike his predecessor, Professor Lockhart is in good health and, in fact, will be retiring to pen his new book, Chamber of Secrets. Professor Lockhart has asked me to convey to you all that any students wishing to be mentioned in his book should reach out to him before the end of the term. Harry cast a quick glance at the Gryffindor table. Ginny wore a rebellious expression, evidently reluctant to be included in the book. Harry thought it best to bid farewell to Lockhart before his departure, considering the effort he had invested throughout the year to prevent the professor from causing him brain damage. So, how many are volunteering to assist you with your book? Harry inquired curiously. About 3/4 of the students, Lockhart replied enthusiastically. Honestly, I might need to write another book to encompass all their experiences. I just haven't decided on a title yet. Harry shrugged. Don't ask me. I am no wordsmith. Ask Luna. She came up with the title Chamber of Secrets. Ah, yes, a clever title indeed, Lockhart concurred. I'm delighted to see her toiling for that 5% cut. Luna is naturally helpful, Harry remarked succinctly. Indeed, Lockhart said, handing over that day's Daily Prophet. Did you see the article by your journalist friend? Quite well written. Harry took the newspaper with curiosity. The Basilisk and the Shadows, the Hogwarts Invasion, read the headline, authored by Rita Skeeter. For months, rumors have circulated that Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore has been concealing the reopening of the Chamber of Secrets, where a basilisk has been roaming the castle, petrifying all who stand in its path. Despite the persistent rumors, including investigations by Lucius Malfoy and Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, the so-called basilisk has remained elusive until now. Yesterday, An anonymous individual claiming to represent Harry Potter contacted this reporter, revealing that Hogwarts is on the cusp of unveiling the mystery that has plagued the school for an entire year. Though the reporter was skeptical, curiosity got the better of them, prompting a swift visit to Dumbledore's office, where the Weasley family, the Lovegood family, and Professor Severus Snape awaited. Soon, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart burst into the office, accompanied by first-year students Ginny Weasley, Luna Lovegood, and Harry Potter himself. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that these heroes had just discovered and dealt with a previously unknown basilisk hidden deep within the school's subterranean chamber. Could this be the fabled secret chamber? As Lockhart and Potter began to recount their heroic exploits, the orchestrator behind the kidnapping of Lovegood and Weasley, who incited the basilisk to launch its attack, turned out to be none other than the long-thought-dead war hero, Peter Pettigrew, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, and evidently an illegal animagus. Fudge and Dumbledore were profoundly astonished and swiftly agreed to pardon the Azkaban fugitive, Sirius Black, as it became evident that Peter Pettigrew had not perished in the explosion and subsequently confessed to the crimes that had been wrongly attributed to Black. Soon, the effects of the Polyjuice potion, which enables the drinker to temporarily assume the appearance of another, began to wear off, revealing the true identity of the reporter, none other than Sirius Black himself, who had apparently been tracking Peter Pettigrew for over a year to clear his name. Black expressed his frustration over the years of wrongful imprisonment, a sentiment that is entirely understandable. However, he believed that with the truth now unveiled, justice would ultimately prevail. He intended to seek custody of his godson, Harry Potter, and then resume his life. When asked about this matter, Potter replied, "I admit I do not yet fully understand Sirius, but I am convinced he genuinely cares for me. Moreover, I believe the magical environment is far more suited to me than the mundane world in which I have spent the majority of my life. Furthermore, Sirius was my father's best friend, and had my parents met with misfortune, they would have entrusted my safety to him. Living with Sirius is my desire, and, more importantly, it is what my parents would have wanted." Despite all of this unfolding in Dumbledore's office, he declined to comment. "Well, Harry, this has indeed been a remarkable adventure," Lockhart remarked after Harry finished reading the article. "And I didn't even have to erase anyone's memory. I am rather uncertain how to feel about that. I strongly felt I ought to, but it seems truly unnecessary, does it not? In any case, I thoroughly enjoyed my time instructing you, and I believe I may genuinely miss you." Funny, Harry grinned, "because heaven knows, I will also miss exploring whether napkins can indeed be lethal." "Cheer up," Lockhart cheerfully replied. "You have 5 more years to solve that conundrum." On the train home, Harry, just as before, tried desperately to evade Hermione's inquiries about his astonishing exam results. To be honest, this year's exams were considerably easier than the last. Harry surmised that part of the reason was the slight difference in the exam content, and another reason was that he was no longer subjected to the extra distractions he had faced in his second year. "So what are your plans for this summer?" Ron finally inquired. "I had intended to invite you to my home again, but I feared Ginny might explode." After her rescue, Ginny's disappointment lingered for about a week. Yet Harry was not overly concerned. She could not possibly remain angry at him forever. Well, perhaps she could. After all, she is a Weasley, and they only reconciled with Percy due to Fred's absence. She would not want to lose another brother for no reason. "Don't worry," Harry replied with ease. Sirius threatened to sue Dumbledore, Fudge, and half of the Ministry of Magic, accusing them of improperly placing him with a Muggle family that despised magic following the demise of his parents. Fudge exerted some influence, overturning Dumbledore's decision and granting custody to Sirius. "Is it because your godfather threatened him?" Hermione was taken aback. "This is utterly absurd. Dumbledore ought to. Dumbledore may need to consider his political future. After all, he is a politician," Neville pointed out. "So is Fudge. Moreover, as Harry's godfather, Sirius Black possesses legitimate rights over Harry, even if his Muggle relatives. They indeed relinquished their guardianship," Harry interjected. "They signed the papers before their lawyer could even speak. Most would interpret this as a sign that they loathed me. Yet Dumbledore, with tears in his eyes, claimed it was a misguided attempt to ensure their beloved nephew's happiness. Unless Dumbledore is prepared to explain to the Wisengamot and the public why he believes a 1-year-old, now a 12-year-old, is the key to defeating Voldemort, he is truly powerless," Neville concluded. "But that is still not right," Hermione insisted. Harry shrugged. "Yeah, well, my godfather was imprisoned without trial for 10 years. Equally unjust." Hermione stared at him for several seconds. "I concede that is profoundly unfair, but you cannot possibly mean to suggest that Professor Dumbledore could have done something, yet refrained from action simply because he wished for you to reside with those who despise you." "I don't know, Hermione," Ron said uncertainly. He was the chief wizard at the time, or the chief warlock of the Wisengamot. Perhaps he could have intervened. How can you say that? Hermione questioned. He is Dumbledore. The world is not perfect. Perhaps you should accept that. Harry wearily interrupted her. In any case, as I mentioned, after Sirius gained custody, he spoke with Luna's father and thought it would be interesting to search for rare creatures that some might consider mythical. Since I had already discovered the crumple-horned snorkack, we needed a new objective, but it proved my talent for tracking. You spent the entire summer doing this? Neville inquired, his tone carefully calm. That sounds amazing. Oh, not the entire summer, Harry assured him. I also performed a divination early on, predicting that Ron's father would win the Daily Prophet's grand annual galleon prize. And then they would visit Bill in Egypt, so Sirius and I plan to go there for a month. Win the grand prize? Ron sounded incredulous. You intend to travel abroad for a month, just to verify if your prediction is correct? Hermione's tone was filled with skepticism, and Harry could sense her effort to contain herself. Well, actually, I'm more interested in seeing how Fred and George managed to lock Percy inside a pyramid, Harry admitted. But even if that doesn't succeed, I'm certain I'll have a splendid time. Dear Harry, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed excitedly after greeting her children. It's wonderful to see you again. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, Harry greeted warmly. Have you met my godfather, Sirius Black? Mrs. Weasley's smile faltered slightly. She had, of course, heard about the acquittal, yet meeting the former prisoner face to face rendered her somewhat uneasy. Ah, I hear you are now Harry's guardian? Sirius beamed with delight. It has been exactly 8 days since my return. Are you certain you can shoulder such a responsibility so soon after re-entering the magical community? Mrs. Weasley inquired cautiously. Harry is a remarkable boy, and Dumbledore has been tremendously helpful in aiding my reintegration into society, Sirius replied, his spirits soaring. Without him, I wouldn't have managed. You see, caring for Lily and James's son means the world to me. They were my family. I am overjoyed to finally fulfill their wishes and strive to ensure their son remembers them forever. Oh, Mrs. Weasley's voice warmed at the thought of Harry finally establishing a connection with his parents' old friends. As their conversation continued, Harry idly surveyed the station. Hey, Draco. Harry approached him and said, Listen, I want to thank you for your assistance with Dobby this year. Draco appeared quite uncomfortable, gesturing towards his displeased mother, Narcissa Malfoy. Harry, this is my mother. Mother, this is Harry Potter. Narcissa's smile sent a shiver down Harry's spine. A pleasure, I'm sure, he thought, automatically translating her expression into a silent warning. You had better pray you never encounter me in a dark alley, or else ready to depart. Harry? Sirius inquired as he approached from behind. Ah, Narcissa, my cousin. How do you fare? Her smile grew even colder. Sirius, I hear you've been declared innocent. That is splendid news. Now, if you would kindly excuse us while, Harry remarked once they had moved away, I don't recall her ever being this frosty. Well, that's because you've never seen her with me, Sirius chuckled. Oh, what is the story? Harry asked. Well, during our 7th year, one weekend in Hogsmeade, she was with her boyfriend, and perhaps an incident involving a frog, a bottle of pink hair dye, and a trampoline occurred, Sirius admitted. Due elaborate, Harry, encouraged. First and foremost, I completely deny any involvement. My presence with James, Remus, and that traitor, along with James's camera, was purely coincidental. The story goes like this. Thus, the godfather and godson embarked on their journey home, both looking forward to enjoying a rather lengthy and carefree summer. Chapter 38, The New Hogwarts Year. Harry sat in Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, facing his godfather, reminiscing about what a splendid summer it had been. Admittedly, he, Sirius, Luna, and her father had encountered misfortunes while pursuing the snorkack in Zaire, and he had been compelled to speak nearly 6 weeks of French, which was undoubtedly the most dreadful experience in his recent memory. Although Sirius heartlessly informed him he was merely being dramatic, yet he had thoroughly enjoyed himself. His month in Egypt with Sirius became even more intriguing after the Weasley family won the 700 galleon lottery. Despite Harry diverting Mrs. Weasley's attention, Fred and George managed to lock him inside a pyramid, after which Percy joined Ginny in her silent treatment towards Harry. Nevertheless, he did not perceive this as a significant issue. Percy remained there for merely 3 hours and later admitted he learned quite a bit. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity to do so, given the lack of supervision. Clearly, the new student council president had certain expectations regarding the twins' antics, while he held even higher aspirations for Harry. Do you think they have finished purchasing their school supplies? Harry inquired, feeling utterly bored. Sirius, lost in thought as he observed a group of rather attractive witches, blinked and turned to him. It was you who hired Dobby to assist you with this task. He reminded. Yes, but I did not anticipate being stuck here waiting for everyone else to complete their errands, Harry lamented. Indeed, Who could have foreseen that Hermione would be driven to a frenzy over your payment to Dobby being below minimum wage? Yes, I am aware he insisted on doing so. Sirius interjected, raising a hand to quell Harry's protest. Ron would feel insulted by your flaunting your wealth in front of him, even refusing to shop for yourself. Ginny still wants to speak to you, and Luna and Neville are off proving that the crows have invaded Ollivander as apothecary. I tell you, this is conspiracy. Harry said in frustration. You still have me, Sirius cheerfully replied. Harry offered no response. Sirius rolled his eyes. Well, you could have followed them anyway, he pointed out. Then I would completely undermine the purpose of paying Dobby to help me shop, Harry exclaimed, astonished. I do not understand why Draco insists on shopping for himself. House elf color schemes are notoriously dreadful, Draco answered as the shop door slammed shut behind him. Pinch me. I must be dreaming, Harry said to Sirius, who promptly obliged. Draco Malfoy remembers my existence. Draco crossed his arms in annoyance. I have never forgotten. Then why did I send you 37 letters this summer? To which you did not respond? Harry questioned. Aside from the fact that most were filled with meaningless drivel about people I do not care for, Draco retorted. Harry nodded and continued. We all know it was you who spread that ridiculous rumor my father discovered, so do not deny it. He and my mother have been arguing incessantly, which led them to prohibit me from any contact with you. They also believe that your new guardianship might exert a negative influence. As if they're the kind to speak, Sirius complained. And what connection do you have with him now? Draco grinned. Harry was certain that somewhere a small dog had perished as a result. I have officially entered adolescence. I must find a way to rebel, mustn't I? In any case, my mother's affair with Mrs. Malkin is nearing its conclusion, so I must take my leave. Until next time, Harry. Goodbye, Harry replied absently, turning to Sirius. That was quite strange. Indeed, Sirius agreed. Me? A bad influence? Some people. Well, you are a recently pardoned fugitive who spent an indeterminate number of years in Azkaban, Harry delicately pointed out. My record has been expunged, Sirius countered. This means, legally, it never occurred, and I have chosen to deny its existence. Moreover, Lucius is a Death Eater. Harry noted he's been exonerated of all charges, so legally, he is not a criminal. Sirius scoffed at this. Speaking of Death Eaters, what is our stance regarding the diary? Harry furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed until he realized that Sirius was referring to the Horcrux, and he was now acutely aware of the presence of others who might be eavesdropping. Well, we have pierced the diary, destroyed the cup, the locket, and the crown. The snake may not be a Horcrux. If she is, we can address that later. I'm also a Horcrux now, so only the ring remains. Where's the ring? Sirius inquired. Can we address this today? You are returning to school tomorrow, which will severely limit your movements. Indeed, Harry slowly concurred. If I'm to go, it must be today. Is now convenient? Sirius cautiously glanced at his watch. Very well. However, we must be swift. I have a meeting with Dumbledore in 20 minutes. Oh, really? Harry asked as he stood to leave. Why? If it is pertinent, you shall know. If not, I shan't divulge, Sirius replied with gravity. What did you say we were headed? Little Hangleton. Wait, Little Hangleton, Harry corrected himself. Are you certain you know where we are going? Sirius questioned with skepticism. Of course. I was merely reflecting. It has been roughly 11 years since I last visited. Besides, I have never been to the dilapidated cottage. Frankly, I feel my guidance has been inadequate. I must apparate us both, Harry resolved. It might be better this way, as I am too young to apparate. Let us pretend it is you who will do it. Sirius appeared distinctly displeased, yet he complied with Harry's request. Harry closed his eyes, striving to recall the graveyard to which he had been transported at the conclusion of his 4th year, where Cedric lay. A familiar but unsettling sensation enveloped his navel, and he opened his eyes. He found himself standing in the graveyard. Oh, you must be joking, Sirius remarked, surveying the surroundings. Can you possibly be any more of an emo teenager? This is not my fault, Harry protested. It is Voldemort who embodies such exaggerated theatrics. I was merely abducted and forced to come here. He paused. Sirius, you broke the 4th wall back in 1996. How do you know the term emo? I'm a music aficionado, Sirius replied cautiously. Hey, may I borrow your time turner? What makes you think I possess a time turner? Harry asked calmly. I shan't even dignify that with a response. Sirius rolled his eyes. All right, I do have one. What do you need it for? Do you not trust me? Sirius, looking visibly distressed, inquired. No, not at all, Harry replied. I implore you, provide me with a reason, Harry urged. I shall procure for you a firebolt. Harry removed the time turner from around his neck. Deal. Thank you, Sirius said, fastening it around his own neck. By the way, did you not mention that Voldemort resurrected himself, using his father's bones? Indeed, Harry responded. I am uncertain how events will unfold. Considering it is nearly 2 years until Voldemort attempts his resurrection, Sirius began. If history remains largely unchanged, and given our rather careless approach to matters, that offers no guarantee. Harry interjected. Sirius nodded. Right? If things continue as they are, even if we were to destroy Riddle's bones, the ritual would still fail. Harry contemplated. On one hand, it is fortunate that Voldemort lacks a physical form. On the other hand, we cannot allow that. If he does not perform the ritual, he will not use my blood to anchor my soul to this world, enabling my return from death. Consequently, I cannot rid myself of my Horcrux without facing mortality, and I am doomed to remain in a state of death. Then can we at least substitute his father's bones with those of others? Perhaps distant relatives? Sirius suggested. That might still work, albeit potentially with diminished efficacy, possibly rendering him weaker. A splendid idea, Harry acknowledged. You take care of that. I shall seek the shack. Once you are finished, apparate over. Sounds good, Sirius agreed, already traversing the graves in search of a suitable replacement for old Tom Riddle's remains. 10 minutes later, Harry successfully located both the position of the gaunt shack and the ring, and he heard a loud crash outside, indicating Sirius had arrived. Did you find it? Sirius asked. Is it not a skeleton of a snake nailed to the door? Indeed, Harry replied, gesturing for them to proceed. However, one of the wards is malfunctioning. Let me see, Sirius said, waving his wand toward the area Harry indicated. I know how to handle this. He murmured a spell. There we go. He reached down to pick up the ring. So this is the last Horcrux. Well, certainly, aside from you. Do not wear it, Harry warned. Dumbledore wore it and nearly lost his life. Had it not been for Snape hastening the process, he would have had only a year left to live. Sirius said, seemingly oblivious, as he brought the ring closer to his finger, as if entranced. Sirius, if you don that, Snape will have to save your life. Snape, do you truly wish to burden him with such a thing eternally? I can see it clearly. Black, you sought to kill me at 16, and 17 years later, I saved your life. That is precisely the point. I understand. I comprehend, Sirius exclaimed, hastily discarding the ring. This is better. Now, shall we leave this place and then burn it down? Harry suggested. That works for me. All remnants of dark magic felt as if I had never left home. Thus, Harry and Sirius departed from the cottage, with Sirius conjuring a fierce flame that liberated the world from the fragments of Tom Riddle's soul and an unsightly dwelling. Indeed, as Harry savored his mashed potatoes, he mused that it felt utterly surreal to see Sirius seated at the staff dining table. Even more peculiar was his casual gesture of pointing his wand at Sirius's heart while Remus cast guilt-laden glances in Sirius's direction. They should have surmised that Remus's failure to contact Sirius after being officially pardoned and the truth revealed stemmed from his overly mature sense of guilt. It had been a considerable time since Harry had last encountered the only competent and non-evil defense against the dark arts professor he had met, so he could be mistaken. Yet Harry was fairly certain that Remus appeared far less disheveled than he did back then. Regardless, Harry felt immense joy in seeing him, as he had deeply missed him during the 6 years of his absence, though it was indeed strange to behold him clad in a brand new robe. Perhaps Sirius would possess more insights. He made a mental note to converse with his godfather after the feast. Welcome to a new academic year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore rose to greet everyone. The noisy hall fell into an immediate hush. This year, I have some staff changes to announce. Firstly, Professor Lupin has graciously agreed to take on the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. Most were unfamiliar with Remus, but as Harry began to applaud, the entire student body followed suit. It seemed that the psychology of conformity still held some merit. Remus gazed in astonishment at the applause directed towards him, while Snape's wand waved incessantly toward Harry. Harry stifled a smile, sensing that the appearance of the two marauders had rendered him somewhat impatient, as he idly wondered whether Sirius had done something to provoke him or if it was merely Snape's deserved paranoia at play. After all, despite Harry's current affection for Sirius, he had to concede that their interactions during Sirius's time at Hogwarts were likely less than amicable. After all, Sirius strongly opposed Slytherin, while Harry seldom sought to provoke anyone, having often faced hostility, and he could never even envision, even as a first-year student, attempting to irresponsibly feed his classmates to a werewolf for the sake of mischief. Once the applause subsided, Dumbledore continued, As for our second new appointment, I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures instructor, retired at the end of last year to enjoy his remaining time more fully. However, I am delighted to announce that his position will be filled by Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching role in addition to his duties as Keeper of Keys and Grounds. Harry exchanged a proud glance with his friends, especially since they had not entirely believed him when he revealed Hagrid's new position the day prior, and he joined in the enthusiastic applause that Hagrid received. even without encouragement from his classmates. We should have known, Ron mused as the applause gradually subsided. For who else would pen such a scathing book? But you know, Harry protested. I told you yesterday. Just as Ginny informed you about her owl yesterday? Neville inquired sharply. Quite right, Harry conceded reluctantly. Now, regarding our final staff appointment, I regret to inform everyone that after many years of exemplary teaching, Professor Binns has decided to seek the afterlife. Therefore, the history of magic course will now be taught by the recently pardoned Sirius Black, Dumbledore announced, gesturing towards Sirius, who appeared quite bewildered by the pretense that he had never been incarcerated. Harry, Luna, and the Weasley family, who had spent a month in Egypt and were well acquainted with Sirius, led the applause. Halfway through, an explosion of fireworks drowned out the clapping, spelling out lyrics such as the return of the Marauders amid the chaos. Harry had no actual involvement in this, so it was undoubtedly Sirius's doing. He noticed Remus gazing at the fireworks with a nostalgic expression, suggesting some progress in that regard. Even more amusingly, George Weasley fainted upon learning that one of his heroes had returned to the castle. Or perhaps he was merely testing one of his inventions. Who could say? Why are you following me? Harry inquired of Fred and George as he approached Sirius. Good question, Harry, Fred replied cheerfully. A better question is, why didn't you tell us your godfather is one of the Marauders? George challenged. I suppose I just forgot, Harry admitted honestly. Forgot? How could you forget? Fred pressed. You know there are heroes. George added. Harry tilted his head. Did you mention this? He asked curiously. I don't know, Fred confessed. Fred? I'm not sure, George responded, but he ought to know. Of course, Fred agreed. Well, now you know, Harry pointed out. My dad is Prongs. Professor Lupin is Moony, Sirius is Padfoot, and if you bring up Wormtail in front of Sirius, he might curse you. Professor Lupin? Fred asked incredulously. I suppose he isn't as upright as I imagined. Oh, he is, Harry assured him. But he just needs a bit of encouragement, that's all. Why don't we discuss Wormtail? George inquired. Who is he? Peter Pettigrew, Harry replied succinctly, adding that it was certainly a headache-inducing topic now. The twins entered the kitchen, nodding solemnly. Why are you meeting him here? George asked. Are you meeting him here? Fred inquired. Or are you just still hungry? Sirius and I enjoy the kitchen. Why not meet here? Harry queried, scratching the pear painting. As the portrait swung open, Harry heard a voice resembling that of Nymphadora Tonks complaining, Oh, for heaven's sake, Sirius. Must I elucidate everything for you? You could certainly do that, Sirius replied cheerfully, or you might simply tell me what you mean. Why am I here? Remus pondered. Because you love me, and since you've been avoiding me, this is our first chance to catch up, Sirius reminded him. I haven't been avoiding you. I just care for you all, Remus greeted Harry and the twins. Is there anything we can assist you with? Could we have your autograph? George inquired. And yours too. Sirius, Fred added. Well, Remus said, appearing somewhat taken aback, yet he signed his name on their parchment. Why do you want my autograph now? Sirius asked. I spent August with you, but we didn't know you were Padfoot at the time, George explained. They didn't recognize me. Should I feel insulted? Sirius queried Harry while flamboyantly signing his name. No, just blame the tides, he suggested. Ah, yes, how could I forget those dreadful tsunamis? Sirius grinned. That's why they are so treacherous, Harry elucidated. So Tonks, what brings you here? Are you truly allowed to be here? Tonks shrugged. I don't know, nor do I care. And don't tell me where I should go. Heaven knows students aren't supposed to enter the kitchens. Harry sighed. All right, but what are you doing here? I'm waiting for Sirius to acknowledge my existence, Tonks explained. What do you think I've been doing? Sirius asked. I think arguing with you about whether I understand what you're saying is tantamount to acknowledging your existence. That's not what I meant, you know, Tonks complained. Suddenly, Harry realized what she was most likely implying. Sirius, you are the head of the Black family, he informed his godfather. I know, the other replied, perplexed. What does that have to do with our conversation? Have you expelled Bellatrix and reinstated Andromeda and Tonks? Harry inquired. Sirius paused. I hadn't even considered that. But since you mentioned it, I will certainly strip Bellatrix of her inheritance first thing tomorrow. And then? Tonks asked. Sirius hesitated. Then I won't have to worry about her tarnishing the dignity of my house. What about me? Tonks questioned. Oh, don't worry. I shall reinstate you and your mother as well, Sirius replied dismissively. Thank you, Tonks said, though she appeared far from grateful. Remus, evidently concerned for the safety of his fellow marauder, quickly rose. Since it's all arranged, I shall escort you out. Tonks smiled at him. I'd be delighted, she said, pleased to finally achieve her goal. We must return to the common room as well, Fred announced. Do not linger here for too long. We have conversed with the house elves, instructing them to deliver provisions for our back-to-school gathering, George informed him. Very well. I shall arrive shortly, Harry assured them. Once only he and Sirius remained in the kitchen. Harry remarked, we ought to encourage Remus and Tonks to stay a while longer. They truly are a delightful couple. I can hardly believe the word delightful has escaped your lips. Sirius exclaimed in mock horror. Moreover, why on earth would I arrange for Remus? He trembled visibly to get married. Because at least Tonks is not dull? Harry inquired. Besides, I miss my godson. Surely, you can relate. Sirius seemed to reluctantly acquiesce. Why was T. Remus on the train this year? Harry asked. I sought him out, but did not find him. Harry, Sirius replied in his most responsible adult tone. I'm not certain you've realized this during your 8 years at Hogwarts, but teachers do not actually travel on the train with the students. In fact, the only adults aboard are the lady by the snack trolley and the conductor. I'm aware, Harry rolled his eyes. However, in hindsight, allowing all of Hogwarts to journey unsupervised for several hours, while wielding magic no less, is rather irresponsible. Honestly, someone could get seriously injured. I have witnessed injuries firsthand. Goodness. In that scenario, I was both the assailant and the victim. The reason I pose this question is that on our last journey to school, Remus was in our compartment, saving us from a few overly eager dementors. Sirius pondered for a moment. Well, during my last bout of being on the run, everyone assumed you were pursuing me, with the mad dementors at large. This year, nothing of the sort has transpired. I find that somewhat surprising. I suppose I expected Wormtail to escape his confinement. Otherwise, Harry awkwardly refrained from completing his thought. Sirius laughed heartily at this. What? You believe another prisoner has broken out of Azkaban? Perhaps? Do you have any inkling how challenging that would be for me? Besides, the only reason I managed it was because I had not lost my mind. Harry, upon hearing this, coughed pointedly, prompting Sirius to quickly amend. Well, at least it wasn't exceedingly difficult. I was relatively lucid, merely an unregistered animagus. Since you are an animagus yourself, you ought to appreciate how arduous it is to become one, and not every fool can accomplish it. In fact, if I were the only animagus in Azkaban, I would not be surprised. As for Wormtail, you, Ron, and Hermione were merely 13 when that incident first occurred. Well, they were probably 14, as it was the end of the academic year, but let us not quibble. Ron had a broken leg, and we had to contend with an unconscious Snape, a Dementor attack, and, worse yet, Remus transformed. It was truly a string of misfortunes. Not to mention that none of us anticipated knocking him out directly. Wormtail is indeed rather inept, and this time we have some capable individuals involved. He cannot possibly escape. I understand, Harry replied. Therefore, if we are not pursued by a fugitive, what shall we do this year? I find myself utterly at a loss as to how to navigate an academic year devoid of any imminent peril. I intend to reconnect with Remus. You should know him as well. I believe we could arrange for him to interact with Tonks during the holidays and any weekend she might intrude upon. You could strive to win Ginny's favor, while I plan to drive Snape to madness, Sirius declared. Speaking of Remus, what is the story behind his new robes? I have never seen him wear anything new, and it unsettles me, Harry confided. Oh, that, Sirius waved dismissively, alleviating his concerns. It appears that after Dobby inadvertently granted him access to the Gringotts vault and a grand ship, he unwittingly exchanged all his second-hand possessions for brand new ones. What was his reaction? Harry inquired. Sirius shrugged. Not particularly favorable, but what could he do? His old rags were long gone, and, as I told him, this recently escaped fugitive from Azkaban cannot possibly look more appealing than an ordinary wizard who has merely raised a mischievous rabbit for at least 6 months. This implies a rather dismal Christmas. Harry's voice trailed off. I shall astonish everyone, Sirius affirmed. Naturally, Snape may scoff. Yet all are well aware that his disdain stems from jealousy, for he is notoriously unkempt. Really? Harry asked. I had always assumed it was a consequence of his excessive exposure to potions. Indeed, Sirius nodded. Well, partly so. However, certain potions can neutralize the odors of those concoctions. He simply cannot be bothered, as his hygiene has always been rather lacking. Have you mentioned this to him? Because I must tell you, his demeanor tonight was akin to a murderous rage. What have you done to him? Harry inquired with curiosity. Sirius let out a derisive snicker. Nothing yet. It would require all my self-control, but I think I shall wait until he becomes so paranoid that he cannot sleep before I commence my plans. You speak like a true marauder, Harry grinned. Sirius appeared thoroughly proud. Chapter 39, The Time Turner. The following morning at breakfast, Harry silently lamented his decision to enroll in 3 additional courses instead of 2, fearing that the extra homework might obliterate his social life. Ginny merely rolled her eyes and assured him that she believed he would manage. At that moment, Ron's voice interrupted his sulking. Hermione, he exclaimed, they have completely muddled your timetable. Look, they have scheduled you for approximately 10 classes each day. There isn't enough time to accommodate this. Did you see this morning's schedule? At 9 o'clock is divination class. Just below that, at 9 o'clock is Muggle studies. Then again at 9 o'clock is arithmancy. Do you truly believe you can attend all these blasted classes? Of course, one would use a time turner, Harry interjected. I believe I bought her one, perhaps last Christmas. I am certain I procured one for her at some point. Besides, I require one to attend both Muggle studies and divination, as it is evident that no one considered that some might wish to study both subjects simultaneously. Harry, Hermione hissed. We must not disclose this to anyone. However, I had already explained this when I purchased it, Harry pointed out. But now I must warn you. If you do not get a few more hours of sleep and start going mad, biting off people's heads, I will intervene. Do you really intend to do that? Hermione inquired. Well, no, Harry admitted, but I still have a class. You probably have 50 classes, Hermione retorted. I don't know, she exclaimed angrily. How many classes have you taken? Neville asked curiously. Hermione merely crossed her arms and glared at everyone. Furthermore, Harry continued, as if he had not been interrupted. Despite our collective fascination with time travel, who would willingly use it merely to complete more assignments? Percy slowly raised his hand. Oh, you don't count, Harry told him. Besides, if you were a tad more responsible, you could become an instructor. What exactly do you mean? Percy cautiously questioned him. Since Professor Blakesley's appointment, I had assumed there were no such teaching standards here. Harry shrugged. I see. Do you think we should study divination first? Harry asked Hermione, who nodded. And the two followed Ron and Neville out of the Great Hall. My scar suggests it knows a shortcut. Since we are finally selecting a course that can showcase its talents, I propose we heed its advice. Why not? Ron replied. After all, we have no idea how to get there. After taking the shortcut, what was originally a 10-minute journey took only 7 minutes. Soon, Harry began to experience the familiar headache induced by the perfume, and he truly ought to contemplate this before voluntarily attending divination class again. Welcome, Professor Trelawney said cheerfully, as if she had floated into the room. It is splendid to finally see you in the real world. She began to ramble on about the stories of the inner eye, and Harry involuntarily turned away, having heard similar tales several times before. You child, she suddenly paused, pointing at Neville. How was your grandmother? Neville looked at her quizzically. She was fine yesterday, he replied. But at her age, who knows what ailments she might contract? Trelawney nodded approvingly. That is a commendable attitude, especially considering, well, in any case, we shall elucidate some fundamental techniques. Especially considering what? Neville whispered to Harry. Is she serious? Does she know anything? I don't know, Harry whispered back. Perhaps she might catch a cold, or sprain an ankle or something. That is hardly significant in the wizarding world. By the way, dear, Trelawney looked at Parvati. Beware of the red-haired man. Young man, are you even listening? She suddenly turned to Harry and asked. Not entirely, Harry confessed. However, regrettably, I lack the inner eye. My scar is quite gifted and attracts much attention. In fact, it indicates that there will be a Christmas ball next year. And Parvati and her sister ought not to accompany Ron, for if they do, Ron will completely ignore them, sulking because he inadvertently offended his crush when he invited her at the last moment, and she has already gone with the Quidditch star. Harry, Ron complained. You should be on my side. I am on your side, Harry assured him. So I shall undoubtedly annoy you by promptly inviting the person you fancy to the ball next year. Meanwhile, the professor gazed thoughtfully at Harry. Your course may indeed succeed. She murmured. Of course, the role of the proxy seer is unprecedented, but your situation is rather unique. And your direct personal connection with the seer is far more advantageous than most could imagine. Pray tell, has your scar foretold any other prophecies? And have they all come to fruition? Harry grinned broadly. My scar informed me that you would pose this question, so I prepared a list. With that, he produced a sheet of graph paper, its 2 sides filled with his claims of all the events his scar had predicted over the past 2 years. I see, Trelawney remarked, her tone tinged with admiration as she placed the paper on the table. She continued to outline the course content for the students. While Harry began to play hangman with Ron, he realized he could no longer indulge in such games during History of Magic this year, as he had to be mindful of his guardian, so he thought it best to conclude matters now. Harry lifted his gaze and saw Lavender passing by, carrying a large silver teapot, which she set before Professor Trelawney. By the way, the professor said casually, the event you dread will occur on Friday, October 16th. She swiftly elaborated on their task for the tea party, finally reminding Neville, once you shatter the first cup, could you please fetch me a blue one? I'm rather fond of pink. You're lucky, Ron said enviously. I detest pink. Do you think if I break the teacup, I might still get a blue one? Neville merely shrugged. Hey, Hermione, will you be my partner? Of course, Neville, Hermione replied absently, taking a sip of tea. This whole affair sounds rather dubious, don't you think? I mean, everything is too vague. The thing you fear will happen on Friday, October 16th. It doesn't even specify what Lavender should be afraid of. Unless something unusual occurs that day, no one will remember. Perhaps except you, Ron muttered. Neville scoffed, but wisely chose not to provoke Hermione with any further remarks. To be honest, Hermione said irritably, Harry's scar is usually far more detailed. To be fair, Harry said, stifling a laugh. My scar typically only provides prophecies for those I know well, and Professor Trelawney has just met us. Lavender is likely to be quite frightened by such a prophecy. Neville added, she and Parvati have always been rather superstitious. Oomph. Hermione frowned and turned back to her tea. I've finished, Ron said, handing his teacup to Harry. Well, Harry glanced into the cup, then quickly flipped through his divination for dummies. I see a circle, signifying the beginning or end of cycle. And a rat. I'm guessing it's Wormtail. So you must accept the reality that Scabbers was a coward who betrayed his parents and attacked everyone, which is quite something. I also see a broomstick. Either you'll travel or play a great deal of Quidditch. Sounds delightful, Ron remarked as he picked up Harry's cup. It's my turn now. Let me ponder. There's an acorn-shaped object inscribed with windfall and unexpected gold. This likely signifies that you will soon have another lucrative idea. I am hardly surprised. I also see a dog. Hey, Neville, do you think this resembles a dog? Let me see, Neville replied, reaching for the cup, inadvertently knocking his own off the table. Oh dear, I should have chosen a blue one, right? No need. Harry lazily waved his wand. The teacup immediately mended itself, although remnants of tea leaves remained on the floor. You ought to clean that up. Right, Neville nodded, rising to fetch a dustpan. It must be a dog, he paused, gazing at Harry's cup from Ron's shoulder. Let me think. Is a dog a creature? Absolutely a creature, Hermione mused, flipping through a book. It seems you're doomed, Harry, she said nonchalantly. His sarcastic reply was, your concern is truly touching. Did someone mention Dyer? Trelawney inquired eagerly, striding towards them. Well, I might have one, Harry admitted. I understand it signifies doom, but it could also mean someone is about to attempt to kill me again. I truly have no plans this year, but I suspect someone might make an effort. It could just be referring to my godfather. Trelawney stared at him. How could such a grim visage represent your godfather? Do you believe he will perish? He had better not, Harry replied darkly. But I mean, he's a Dogonimigus. He looks like that. Alongside it is a key, suggesting a relocation. Given that Sirius is now my official guardian, and we have been traveling all summer, I have yet to move in with him. I see, Trelawney remarked, appearing conflicted. On one hand, she seemed disappointed that she could not proclaim Harry's demise. On the other, she appeared relieved that she would not have to eliminate such a promising seer, even if only indirectly. All right, you all go to Transfiguration class. After Muggle studies, Harry and I will meet you there, Hermione instructed. Why can't you join us for Transfiguration first, and then double back for Muggle studies? Ron complained, disgruntled at the thought of walking alone from the North Tower to Transfiguration, while Neville had merely accompanied him. Because after Muggle studies, I still have divination, and I don't trust Harry to manage a whole lesson without causing chaos, Hermione countered. So, wait, we go to Muggle studies together, and then I have to go to Transfiguration alone? Harry queried. Do you believe I can manage that? Hermione rolled her eyes. I concede, this plan is not flawless, but I have faith in you. Now let us proceed. With that, the two walked down the corridor. Upon reaching the Muggle studies classroom, they each retrieved their time turners and returned to 9 o'clock. As they entered the classroom, only 5 other students were present. Tributt and Michael Corner from Ravenclaw, Susan Bones and Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff, and oddly enough, Theodore Nott. What are you doing here? Harry inquired, astonished, as he faced the sole Slytherin. Attending class, came the curt reply. Is that permissible for Slytherins? Harry asked incredulously. Since Dumbledore became headmaster, Theodore replied coolly. Harry scratched his head in confusion. But why would you want to take it? Isn't your father a Death Eater? Theodore shot him a glare. For some reason, he had never quite liked Harry, always acting as if Harry were the one irritating him. In fact, he typically did. Yet he responded, if my father were a Death Eater, he would certainly be in Azkaban. Since he is not, we can only conclude he isn't. In fact, he encouraged me to take this course. He once had a misunderstanding with a Muggle, and that girl shot at him twice. Guns are illegal in Britain, Hermione interjected. He was in Las Vegas at the time, Theodore explained. Ah, Las Vegas, Harim Youth. I've never been, but I've heard good things. My father wanted to ensure I wouldn't get killed, given my ignorance of Muggles, Theodore summarized. Moreover, he remarked that the way people talk about Muggles makes them sound like mythical creatures from contradictions, which is rather embarrassing. That is quite a progressive attitude for a pure-blood supremacist. Harry remarked with admiration. Who says we are pure-blood supremacists? Theodore challenged. In my experience, most pure-blood families are that way, either due to their ignorance of Muggles or a deep-seated disdain for everything Muggle, Harry replied. What about the Weasley family? Hermione innocently inquired. Harry shot her a glance. Have you heard of their squib cousin? They like to pretend he doesn't exist. Hermione shook her head. I mean, They claim it's only because he is despicable and resents their magic, but it actually underscores a societal issue. Imagine, not long ago, pureblood families would directly kill their squib children or even imprison them. Those who weren't killed were often abandoned, and some had their memories erased. The children who managed to escape such a fate still cannot enter Hogwarts and typically lack a Muggle education. So when they reach adulthood, they are at a loss as to how to integrate into the Muggle world. Do you think that's why Filch harbors such resentment? Harry retorted. However, the change must come from our generation, and at least one among the 7 Weasleys might consider marrying a non-pureblood. Hermione, as usual, gazed at him intently as he grew serious. Fortunately, their professor happened to enter the classroom at that moment, clad in jeans and a sweatshirt emblazoned with the word Cambridge. Harry vaguely recognized her as Professor Charity Burbage, whose photograph had appeared in the obituary section of the Daily Prophet following the Second Battle of Hogwarts. "Welcome, students," she said with a smile. "I am Professor Burbage, and I am delighted that we have representatives from all 4 houses this year. Before we begin, I need to assess your understanding of the Muggle world. For instance, who knows what electricity is? Please raise your hand." Aside from Harry and Hermione, only Theodore not raised his hand. Well, perhaps he is serious, as his father wishes him to be informed about Muggles. "Interesting. How did the Muggle Studies exam go?" Neville inquired as Harry rushed into the Transfiguration classroom. "Don't worry, you're not late." "Good." Harry sighed in relief. It was quite intriguing. "I actually learned something." Neville raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Well, not much," Harry admitted. "But considering I thought I wouldn't learn anything, that is quite an accomplishment." At that moment, Hermione slipped into the classroom, frantically scanning the room to see if she had arrived late. "How was it?" Ron paused, trying to recall what she had learned that morning. "Arithmetic divination? How splendid!" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "I need to work hard, but I believe I will learn a great deal. Muggle Studies is rather interesting. Professor Burbage is truly an expert." "Class, please stand at attention," Professor McGonagall announced, rising to commence her lesson on animagy. The entire class listened intently, while Harry doodled in Ron's textbook, feeling he had acquired sufficient knowledge of the subject, being an animagus himself. It was only when he heard applause that he looked up, just in time to see a tabby cat transform back into their professor. Professor McGonagall chuckled at the applause, but soon narrowed her eyes. "How peculiar. Is something strange, Professor?" Hermione inquired. "I could have sworn you just returned from divination," she responded. "Indeed, we did," Ron confirmed. "Professor Trelawney usually predicts the death of one of her students, and people tend to take it very seriously," Professor McGonagall explained. She attempted to predict Harry's demise, Seamus interjected. But later they determined that the dog was likely Harry's godfather, so they dropped the matter. "Yes," Dean chimed in. She said that since Harry's mental scar relies on him to survive, it should be capable of taking care of him. Upon hearing the term mental scar, McGonagall closed her eyes, her expression reminiscent of Hermione's when they were being foolish and she had a headache. Finally, she stated, "I'm pleased to hear that you no longer need to worry about death. Now, your task for today is to transform these rabbits." She gestured to a large cage filled with white rabbits on her desk into silk hats. Naturally, if the hats have fur, whiskers, or moving about, and your instructions are on the blackboard, points will be deducted. As everyone grabbed a rabbit and began attempting the transformation, Professor McGonagall started to walk around the classroom, observing each student's progress. When she approached Harry's group, she frowned. Of course, Hermione had flawlessly transformed her rabbit, while Ron and Neville were struggling to conjure theirs. However, Harry's rabbit remained merely a rabbit, albeit in a deep shade of gray. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. "You usually finish well ahead of time. Are you encountering any difficulties?" Harry shook his head. "Not exactly. I am merely attempting to accomplish this without my wand. Clearly, I am still in the process." The professor's frown deepened further. "May I inquire why you are not using your wand?" "Because I've already done it normally. See?" With that, he waved his wand, and his nearly black rabbit transformed into a black hat. He waved his wand once more, and the hat reverted to a white rabbit. "Well, now I have to start all over again," Harry lamented. McGonagall stared at him in astonishment. "Did you truly just perform a silent transformation?" "Oh dear, what is it?" Tears glistened in Professor McGonagall's eyes, likely lost in memories of her father's genius in transfiguration. "Go on, Mr. Potter, continue." "So, since you have completed it, would you like to assist me?" Ron inquired hopefully. Harry gazed at him incredulously. "Completed? I have done even less than you. Ask Hermione." With that, Harry resumed his efforts, transforming his rabbit into a black one. After lunch, we gathered with Hagrid for a lesson on care of magical creatures. "You know," Draco remarked nonchalantly as they all opened their books to page 54, the beginning of the section on hippogriffs, "if I hadn't gone out to buy my own supplies, I might never have known how to open these books. Just imagine if I didn't know how to stroke it and had to bind the book with a strap. How embarrassing that would be. But Draco, Harry countered, I paid Dobby to help me buy things, and I still know how to do it. Don't you have a scar from your mind? Draco asked. I think that's a bit of cheat. Well, Harry shrugged. After Hagrid finished discussing hippogriffs, he began to seek volunteers. Unsurprisingly, no one dared approach them until safety was assured. It wasn't that they believed Hagrid would intentionally place them in danger. Rather, there was a distinct difference between the safety perceived by a half-giant like Hagrid and that viewed through the eyes of a group of 13-year-olds. Thus, the burden of volunteering naturally fell upon Harry. I'll do it, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Well done, Harry. Hagrid beamed. Now, let us see how you get along with Buckbeak. With that, he unfastened a chain and led the majestic creature, Buckbeak, into the enclosure. Harry confidently approached the hippogriff, bowing deeply, his eyes fixed intently. To his surprise, Buckbeak reciprocated the bow. It appeared that Hagrid was indeed correct. Confidence yielded rewards when interacting with hippogriffs. Gradually, he neared Buckbeak and began to stroke its beak. Well done, Harry. Hagrid cheered, his exuberance overshadowing the applause from the entire class. Excellent job, Harry. I reckon he might let you ride him. Harry shrugged. Fantastic. He attentively listened to Hagrid's counsel regarding the hippogriff, and before he realized it, he had soared across the grounds of Hogwarts. Although it was not as dreadful as he had previously remembered, riding a broomstick was far more comfortable, particularly with the Firebolt 2000, which he had only recently acquired before being thrust into the past. Upon landing, Harry noticed a bright light and looked up to see Colin Creevey standing there with his camera. He dismounted Buckbeak and approached the second-year student to ascertain his intentions. I'm just on my way to herbology class, Colin explained. Do you think the Daily Prophet would appreciate this human interest piece? Harry pondered for a moment. Perhaps. Especially considering this is Hagrid's first lesson after the records were deleted. That is splendid. Colin beamed. Look for it in the Daily Prophet sometime next week. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye. Colin, Harry waved in response, redirecting his attention back to the class. Harry's success inspired confidence among his classmates, who cautiously entered the enclosure. Hagrid began to release the hippogriffs one by one, and soon everyone in the enclosure was nervously bowing. Harry quickly approached Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, who had already claimed Buckbeak. Draco, Buckbeak has warned us repeatedly against this. If you continue to insult him and ruin Hagrid's first class, I shall officially spread a rumor that your mother is not actually black, because your grandmother had an affair with your grandfather and Abraxas Malfoy, making your parents half-siblings. Draco glared at him, his mouth opening in protest. Don't think I won't do it, Harry warned. Fine, Draco seethed, storming off to join Pansy and Millicent, with Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind. While he may have irritated Draco, at least the other students in Hagrid's class enjoyed a peaceful and non-violent time. Chapter 40. Revenge is truly challenging. As Harry entered History of Magic, he was uncertain of what to expect. This was the only class throughout his entire Hogwarts career where he had encountered only one teacher, as ghosts do not require substitutes. However, he suspected that dozing off in Sirius's class would not be a prudent choice. Indeed, Sirius commenced by warning everyone to be cautious of such a fate. Hello, I am Professor Black. I previously attended Hogwarts. Go Gryffindor. Therefore, I too had to endure the teachings of my predecessor. Frankly, I believe I was entirely oblivious to any of Professor Binns's lessons. I know many of you share that experience. If you wish to sleep in my class, I shall not deter you, but be forewarned, a mysterious curse has recently been placed in my classroom that could very well turn you blue, alter your gender, render you incapable of using the letter E, force you to speak in sonnets, or other entirely different magics yet to be discovered. For those incapable of composing sonnets, well, you should remain awake. I must also remind you that those unfortunate enough to disregard my warning will find the hospital wing of no assistance. They can only endure such a state for an entire week. Are there any questions before we begin? Soon, there was a flurry of activity. Are you not concerned about casting spells on students? Lavender inquired. I certainly am, Sirius acknowledged. It's not my classroom that poses the risk, but rather the spells I cast upon them. Why not move to another classroom? Seamus asked. I have attempted that with several fifth-year Hufflepuff students, Sirius replied. It proved futile. What about Professor Binns? Parvati questioned. When I met with the headmaster, Professor McGonagall discovered signs of a haunting within the castle, and she quickly realized that Professor Binns was the only ghost that had gone missing, Sirius explained. Why would you apply for a position that is unlikely to become vacant in the near future? Dean queried. Sirius regarded him thoughtfully. You are of Muggle descent. Am I correct? The headmaster appeared surprised and somewhat wary. Yes, how did you know? Sirius chuckled. Your astute questions give it away. Those who are less acquainted with the magical realm often ask such inquiries. I applied because I hoped the headmaster would prefer a living teacher over a ghost. It was fortuitous timing that I was present when the exorcism was discovered. How did you escape from Azkaban? Ron asked. Sirius froze. I do not comprehend what you are implying, young man. I have never set foot in Azkaban in my life, and I assure you, you will find no legal documents to prove otherwise. Then where have you been for most of my life? Harry interjected, merely to provoke. Mallorca, Sirius casually lied. Yet you abandoned me to those loathsome relatives? Harry asked in horror. Hey, didn't I get you a firebolt? What more do you desire? Sirius retorted, crossing his arms. Do we only fall victim to curses while asleep? Or might we also be vulnerable when we are inattentive? Neville inquired. Am uncertain, Sirius replied. But would you truly wish to let your guard down in a room that could curse a sleeping person? Good point, Neville conceded. Are you going to abandon Professor Binns' class? Hermione innocently asked. No, Sirius exclaimed enthusiastically. Regarding the Goblin Rebellions, all you need to know for now is that they persist due to the inherently bloodthirsty nature of goblins, and wizards have continually attempted to subdue them, such as with the Wand Ban of 1631, which prohibited any magical creature other than wizards from wielding wands, likely in response to the Goblin Rebellion in Hogsmeade in 1612. Children, be wary of goblins. They are cunning, ruthless, and control the currency supply. The students gazed at him. It was their first encounter with somewhat intriguing information about goblins, and they were slightly anxious about the economic implications should another Goblin Rebellion occur. But that is quite enough on the subject. We shall discuss goblins further when we approach the owls. Now, let us turn our attention to Voldemort, Sirius proclaimed. The room immediately filled with gasps and trembling sounds. Are you serious? Sirius asked incredulously. Harry fully comprehended the astonishment surrounding him. While it was understandable that during the zenith of Voldemort's reign, people refrained from uttering his name, 12 years had elapsed, and apart from Harry, no one truly grasped the world ravaged by Voldemort. So why did they continue to exhibit such trepidation? Harry had somewhat acclimatized to the public's panic. Yet Sirius had been incarcerated in Azkaban shortly after Voldemort's demise, becoming a fugitive, surrounded, one might say, by those who had genuinely experienced the terror wrought by Voldemort's rule. Let me tell you, Sirius decided, whoever can construct a sentence using the name Voldemort in front of me without twitching, stuttering, or paling shall earn 50 points. And I will consent to supervise their detention. Now, make a note to inform the other classes, he murmured, turning to the blackboard and inscribing the name Voldemort in large letters at the top. So, we are studying Voldemort? Hermione inquired immediately. We indeed lack substantial facts about Voldemort. Neville interjected, only myths and legends. Sirius grinned broadly. Gryffindor gains 100 points. Wonderful, Harry groaned. Clearly, not only does my godfather despise me, but so do my two best friends. Don't worry, Harry, Ron attempted to console him. I won't say anything. Perhaps not at this moment, Harry conceded, but considering all factors, I believe we must dedicate a significant amount of time to discussing that Dark Lord whose name we cannot even utter. Why do you call him Voldemort? Hermione asked curiously. You never refer to him as Voldemort. Desperate times necessitate desperate measures, Harry replied gravely. Now, to solidify my position on any self-respecting Death Eater's assassination list, I must first inform you that Voldemort is the alias of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Interestingly, if you rearrange the letters of Tom Marvolo Riddle, you arrive at I am Voldemort. Thus, fundamentally, this most fearsome name is merely a drab teenage pose. Fortunate that Voldemort translates to flight from death in French, Sirius exclaimed with enthusiasm. Moreover, Riddle was a half-blood with an Oedipal complex, as his mother, a pure-blood named Merope Gaunt, was one of Salazar Slytherin's last heirs. After administering a love potion to Riddle, she married a muggle also named Tom Riddle. Merope ultimately deceived herself into believing her little paramour truly loved her, thus ceasing to administer the love potion. He promptly abandoned her and their unborn child, returning home. This entire saga offers us a lesson. Can anyone tell me what that lesson is? Don't assume that the one administering the love potion is in love with you, perhaps? Lavender suggested. Seamus turned pale, slowly beginning to distance himself from her. Sirius fixed his gaze upon her. I initially intended to advise against using love potions to deceive others, or to emphasize the necessity of revealing your identity as a witch or wizard to your partner before conceiving a child before the wedding, to prevent any potential mishandling of the situation. This would allow you to cast a forgetfulness charm upon them and continue your life. Although it is indeed a rather unsettling conjecture. After Riddle's departure, Gunter lost the will to survive, began to liquidate his assets, and passed away after giving birth to a child at the orphanage. Young Riddle harbored resentment toward his father for abandoning him. which may have contributed to his intense anti-Muggle sentiments. Moreover, Gunter's father and brother also perished in succession, leaving Riddle as the sole heir of Slytherin. Does this imply that he opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago? Dean inquired. Sirius nodded. Indeed, he did murder a fellow student. Many of you may be familiar with that Ravenclaw, the Weeping Willow. Now, does anyone have any questions? Once again, a flurry of confusion ensued. When Harry arrived at the potions classroom, Snape had already vanished. However, Lockhart stood behind Snape's desk, his brow furrowed. Professor Lockhart? Harry hesitated, asking, what brings you here? Gryffindor loses 10 points for your audacity. Potter, Lockhart stated curtly. Harry momentarily faltered, quickly grasping the truth. Professor Snape? Potter pointed out the obvious fact, adding another 10 points. While Harry was pleased that Hermione and Neville lost a significant amount of points for mentioning Voldemort, he realized that he had just lost 20 points over a trivial matter. And Snape was undoubtedly furious. Clearly, Snape's current predicament was entirely due to Sirius's actions. Part of him was almost relieved that Sirius had finally taken some initiative. He began to feel concerned. What is Lockhart doing here? Neville whispered as they began to explore shrinking solutions. Actually, it's not him. It's Snape, Harry replied quietly. I believe Sirius is playing tricks on him. Why? They had yet to set aside their rivalries at Hogwarts, Harry explained. Of course, I must defend Snape. I can hardly believe I just uttered those words. Sirius has indeed mercilessly bullied him for years, even aiding in driving away his only friend, nearly causing his demise. As Sirius truly despises Slytherin. Naturally, Snape was once a Death Eater, which might also be a reason for Sirius's lingering resentment. So your godfather is still attacking him? That's rather sad, Neville admitted. Harry shrugged. Well, he did eat a rat for me. I suppose I should let him enjoy himself. Are you two chatting or working? Snape stormed over, irately inquiring. Longbottom, how on earth did you turn your shrinking potion orange? Neville glanced down at his potion, which indeed was orange. What do you know? It is orange. ISNT, it's supposed to be green? Indeed, Snape sneered. However, he still resembled Lockhart in voice and manner, which somewhat undermined the effect and was, in fact, rather comical. Longbottom, after this class, we shall administer a few drops of this potion to your toad and observe what transpires. Perhaps this will inspire you to perform well. With a nod, Neville inadvertently knocked over his cauldron, prompting a fierce glare from Snape. Detention, he barked as he stormed away. In a hushed tone, Neville remarked, fortunately, Professor Black has volunteered to supervise my next detention. Neville, why did you spill your potion? Hermione asked, visibly shocked. Now you have to start over. Neville shrugged. Better than risking poor Trevor. Next time, will you assist me? He inquired, hopeful. All right. Hermione reluctantly agreed, not wishing any harm to befall Neville's toad, knowing full well that potion-making had never been his forte. Is Trevor here too? Harry asked. Ron scoffed. Do you really think that would deter him? By the way, Neville. Well done. Splendid. Thank you. Neville replied with a smile, clearly pleased with his progress. Harry was eagerly anticipating his first defense against the dark arts lesson, relieved that the instructor was neither a fraud nor malevolent, and certainly not Snape. However, considering that the teacher had disguised himself as a loyal Death Eater and had just attempted to harm Trevor, that was open to debate. He recalled that the first lesson would involve Boggarts and would take place in the staff room, yet seeing Snape still waiting for them like Gilderoy Lockhart took him by surprise. He had to wait for them, lest he be alarmed by their tardiness or the arrival of the third-year Gryffindors. Remus, perhaps no one has informed you that Neville Longbottom is in this class. I suggest you remain vigilant, for he has spent too much time with Harry Potter and, with the slightest misstep, could wreak havoc. Neville glared defiantly at Snape, but refrained from speaking, unwilling to take the risk. I hope Neville can assist me with the first phase of the operation, Remus casually remarked. I trust he can minimize collateral damage. Neville appeared quite pleased, while Snape demonstrated to Harry the disdainful grimace Lockhart had made before leaving, which only added to Harry's delight. Have you noticed, Harry? Remus's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts as he recalled how comical Snape resembled Lockhart. Notice what? Harry instinctively queried. What advantage do we possess over a boggart? Remus reiterated. Can we counter its effect by waving our wands, thinking of amusing things, and declaring them to be funny? Harry speculated. Remus frowned. I was going to say that frightening multiple individuals would confuse it, leaving it uncertain of what form to take, but I suppose that is a benefit in itself. Shall we practice the incantation without our wands for now? Let's begin with something amusing. At last, Remus was satisfied to see they had successfully cast the spell. All right, Neville. First, what do you fear most in the world? Neville promptly replied, the thought of Harry becoming Minister of Magic. Hey, Harry protested, eliciting laughter from the other students. Minister of Magic? Neville, I recall you live with your grandmother, don't you? Indeed, Neville said cheerfully, though she can be just as formidable as a minister, albeit for entirely different reasons. No, no, no. You have misunderstood me, Remus elucidated. I wish to inquire if you could describe the attire your grandmother typically adorns herself with? A foreboding sensation began to envelop Harry. Indeed, mere moments later, an older-looking Harry emerged from the wardrobe, his face beaming with a smile. You know, the boggart Harry remarked, Monday is perhaps the most disheartening day. Let's cancel it. Moreover, what is this nonsense about dragons being prohibited in Britain? I meant to issue a decree for anyone with a license. Oh, and we could impose a dragon tax on top of the pure blood tax. What has been the reaction of the ghostly community to my sanctioning of Sir Nicholas's admission to the Headless Hunt? Absurd, Neville cried out in despair. Instantly, Harry donned women's attire. He found the ensemble far from amusing, dressed in a lace-trimmed gown, topped with a towering hat adorned with an image of a moth-eaten griffin, while clutching a massive crimson handbag. Yet his classmates appeared to find it uproariously funny, laughing uncontrollably. Annoyed by the scene, Harry yearned for an opportunity to confront the boggart, but he understood that Remus would not allow it, so he charged forward. Suddenly, a resounding crack startled him. To his astonishment, it was not a Dementor that appeared, but a brilliant green light. Harry recognized it as the killing curse and raised his wand, exclaiming, "Ridiculous!" as the Avada Kedavra transformed into a spectacle of lights. Harry pondered that he truly need not exert himself, for his classmates seemed to find his terror of the green light hysterical. Really, Harry? The green light? Ron chuckled. It is the killing curse. Harry insisted. I do not wish for those I care about to perish. I am quite certain of that. Harry, Hermione attempted to console him, though she struggled to maintain a serious demeanor. Well, Harry crossed his arms. Why don't you give it a try? Perhaps I shall. Hermione replied before stepping before the boggart. Another crack echoed, and Professor McGonagall stood there, her expression one of disappointment. Miss Granger, I scarcely know what to say. You once had boundless potential. At least, that is what I believed. Now, I find myself at a loss. You have failed. All of you have failed. We have never had a cohort of students fail entirely. Thus, we shall have to expel you from Hogwarts. Hermione screamed. Hermione! Ron rushed to her side. It is merely a boggart, remember? This is not real. Just imagine. Just imagine, she will only speak in sonnets as Professor Black said. Hermione shut her eyes and, with a trembling voice, shouted, Ridiculous, ridiculous. For a moment, nothing transpired, and then Professor McGonagall continued to bellow in Shakespearean style. Miss Granger, I do not know what to say. You have failed in every regard. That is the truth. You must leave Hogwarts at once. Your education is a waste. You are truly disappointing, a source of shame. No one has ever failed. How dare you show your face here? Silly girl, hurry and run out the door. To be honest, you would be better off as a muggle. Clearly, you are exceedingly dim-witted. Even so, it ultimately culminates in a struggle. I must inform you now that your future appears rather bleak. This is truly for your own good, my dear. I am compelled to cast you aside. Ron offered Hermione a comforting smile before stepping forward to confront the boggart. Snap! McGonagall transformed into a 6-foot-tall creature, entirely covered in hair, with pincers emitting a chilling click. Absurd. Ron hesitated for a moment before exclaiming. The spider's legs vanished, and the boggart rolled towards Lavender. Thank you, Ron. Hermione whispered as she observed their classmates tackling the boggart. Do not worry, Ron reassured her. Truly, do not fret. You are exceptionally clever. You're the most intelligent person I know, apart from Dumbledore and occasionally Harry. They will never expel you. Let's give them a moment, shall we? Harry suggested, pulling Neville aside. Neville completed. Remus shouted. Neville approached the boggart, which transformed back into Minister Harry. Hilariously ridiculous. Just as the boggart donned a dress. A loud crash echoed through the air. Upon spotting Draco Malfoy at the door with a camera in hand, Harry abruptly turned and groaned. Draco grinned widely. It's quite difficult to take revenge on you, Potter. Chapter 41. Harry's Secret Life. Harry later realized he could have handled the photograph situation far more adeptly. For instance, he could have obliterated the camera, petrified Draco, invoked a switching spell, or summoned it by virtually any means, but what he actually did was hardly noteworthy. Meanwhile, Draco directly sent the boggart's photograph to Rita Skeeter, who penned Underground and Disguised, The Secret Life of Harry Potter, a series of articles rather than merely one. Harry naturally sued for defamation and won, compelling the Daily Prophet to retract the story. By early October, the entire magical world seemed to have forgotten about it, except for the students at Hogwarts. Hey, Harry, greeted Lisa Tipping, a Ravenclaw student in his year. I wonder if you could sign my newly purchased Harry Disguise wall scroll? Is Draco now selling wall scrolls? Harry asked incredulously. Oh yes, Lisa nodded enthusiastically. He said he got the idea from your experiences last year when you kept promoting merchandise. Blast it, Harry muttered, contemplating whether he should abandon the rumor that Narcissa was Malfoy's secret or if he truly deserved such punishment for fabricating the widely accepted tale that Snape was Draco's father. In fact, Sirius mentioned that just last week, Snape received a lawyer's letter willing to assist him in suing Draco for partial custody. Needless to say, the potion's master was none too pleased about this. Fortunately, ever since Rita Skeeter's first article was published, his mood had been rather buoyant, so this recent dip only indicated he had nearly returned to normalcy. So, would you be willing? Lisa inquired once more. Oh, very well, Harry sighed, producing his distinctly muggle pen and swiftly signing his name. Thank you, Harry. You're truly a good soul, Lisa exclaimed joyfully as she hurried away. Do you think I could persuade you to sign again for resale? Draco's voice called out from behind him. Harry turned to see the Slytherin observing him with keen interest. It might even fetch a higher price. Can I take a share of the profits? Harry instinctively inquired. 10%, Draco suggested. 20, Harry countered. 15, Draco conceded. Deal, Harry replied with a smile. Now you must tell me, why were you in the staff room that day? Were you following me, or merely taking photographs of Hogwarts in your leisure time? Potions class had just concluded, and I ran into Professor Snape, Draco explained. He instructed me to rush to the staff room with a camera. I didn't have one, so I borrowed Pansy's. Pansy has a camera? Harry interjected, surprised. I thought only Colin did. Draco rolled his eyes. Pansy evidently decided to emulate your entrepreneurial spirit by undertaking the task of writing a book for parents and new students, especially those from Muggle backgrounds, introducing the school's arrangements, the castle's layout, and the course schedules, complete with numerous pictures. Mate, I truly wish I'd thought of that back then. Harry's voice trailed off. But wait, both your families are rolling in wealth. Why do you seek to earn more? Why do you do it? Draco retorted. You're wealthy too. True, but you don't squander your funds as I do, and your parents are still alive, seeking ways to amass more wealth, Harry pointed out. Draco shrugged. What can I say, Potter? It's nice to have a bit of cash without relying on parents, and Hogwarts can be rather dull. But as I mentioned, Professor Snape sent me to the staff room. I suppose he thought I might capture your most fearful moments, or your look of terror. This way it's more effective. Don't you think? Perhaps so for you, Harry murmured. Draco merely scoffed and walked away. Harry anxiously awaited as the line to depart the castle for Hogsmeade dwindled. At that moment, he noticed a commotion at the front of the line. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lavender in tears, while Parvati, Seamus, and Dean were attempting to comfort her. What's the matter? Harry asked as he, Ron, Neville, and Hermione approached them. She received a letter from home this morning. Parvati whispered. It's about her rabbit, Binky. It was killed by a fox. Oh, Hermione replied. Lavender, I'm so sorry. I should have known, Lavender lamented. Do you know what today is? October 16th? Neville kindly interjected. The day Professor Trelawney said you would have misfortunes? Lavender nodded, sighing despondently. And today, I started my period again. You know, Harry felt uncomfortable. I think I left my money in my room. Is Ron coming? Neville? Oh my goodness, Ron exclaimed. It was indeed Harry who was pushed towards Gryffindor Tower. We're going with you. Dean interjected. Oh, yes, I believe I've forgotten a few things, Seamus remarked. As the five boys disappeared from view, they concealed themselves behind the wall. Hush, Ginny, Harry called out as he spotted the girl walking past. What are you doing? She inquired as she approached them. We're hiding from Lavender, as she is discussing girl matters with Parvati and Hermione, Harry explained. So you chose to hide? Ginny said, shaking her head in disdain. Children, what do you want me to do? When will you notify me that it is safe to emerge? That would be splendid, Harry nodded. All right, Ginny acquiesced, if you buy me a box of honeydew chocolates. Well, if you inform us when they leave, we can avoid them for the remainder of the day. And I shall buy you 5, Harry proposed. With a smile, Ginny agreed and moments later informed them that it was safe to come out. Thank you, Ginny. You are truly my savior. Harry expressed his gratitude as they rejoined the group. Given the heroism you've displayed, I'm not at all surprised you would think so. Ginny replied nonchalantly. Thanks to the resounding success of Hagrid's first lesson, even though Draco ultimately retaliated by taking photographs, he still deemed the class worthwhile. He continued to present the students with exciting yet rather perilous creatures. Fortunately, Hermione had persuaded him to forewarn them about the topics they would be studying, ensuring that everyone was adequately prepared, lest they find themselves confined to the hospital wing. The potions class bore no significant difference from previous ones, except that Neville refrained from investing too much effort in a subject he knew he struggled with, as he feared that if he botched the potions class, Snape would once again attempt to poison Trevor with his concoctions. Professor Trelawney appeared convinced that Harry, or more precisely, the imperfections of his visage, was a genuine prodigy. often assigning him less homework, as he evidently required no additional assistance in establishing a connection with his inner eye, having frequently employed it already. Harry vaguely recalled when he first used his scar as an excuse. He was fairly certain it was a one-time affair, allowing him to pursue whatever he wished without the need to explain future knowledge. Yet somehow, it was rather convenient. He mused that perhaps the first time he had gone to such lengths was during his first year when he sought to unmask Voldemort's disguise. Sirius and Remus, both unconventional yet engaging instructors, began to compete with one another to see which class the students favored more. Naturally, Sirius's lessons were always filled with excitement, and he was able to answer any question posed to him with ease, while Remus consistently brought friendly yet non-lethal dark creatures to the classroom. The ultimate outcome was that both history of magic and defense against the dark arts classes proved to be far more exhilarating than in previous years. Or rather, they might remain perpetually captivating, as Fred and George had persistently maintained that Binns was, in fact, personally hired by the founders of Hogwarts. Certainly, it seems rather improbable. Yet when have rumors ever truly vanished? Harry, the voice of Sirius jolted him from his reverie. What is it? Harry inquired. I couldn't help but notice that you received a postcard this morning, which you promptly incinerated and then attempted to eliminate the ashes as well. Might you enlighten me on the matter? Sirius sounded quite amused. Harry rolled his eyes. Gilderoy Lockhart wrote to inform me that his new book is complete, dedicating it to me, while insisting that I forget about any negative publicity. Sirius chuckled. Well, for someone so intent on being remembered, I dare say he might not have such a luxury. Is it concerning the posters? Of course it pertains to the posters, Harry retorted sharply. Draco is selling them to passers-by while somehow persuading them that they are collectibles. Are people truly that foolish? Do I really need to answer that question? Sirius countered. Since when has Draco excelled at such antics? Harry lamented. This is the consequence of provoking Narcissa, Sirius remarked sympathetically. She is indeed a formidable woman. How do you reckon Lucius evaded Azkaban? Besides, this will soon pass. Not amusing in the slightest. Oddly enough, Harry appeared uncomforted. There are 3 hanging in your classroom, Sirius declared unapologetically. These are but a few of your photographs. Consider how cruelly I abandoned you, letting you endure much of your life alone. I know this matter will inevitably come back to haunt me, Harry complained. Cheer up. I am off to conspire with Remus to exact revenge on Snivellus, Sirius said with enthusiasm. Care to join? Why not? Harry acquiesced, and they set off in search of the werewolf. Remus, are you busy? Sirius burst into Remus's office. Incredible, Sirius, Remus replied without looking up. 2 textbooks from third-year care magical creatures are attempting to devour my assignment, and I am struggling to decode it. Wow, Harry exclaimed, my book devoured my homework. I don't believe I've ever heard that expression. Hello, Harry, Remus greeted. What do you need? Oh, so you have time for him, but not for me? Sirius asked, feigning hurt. He is a student, Sirius, thus I have a duty to him, Remus patiently explained. Is there any way to make everyone completely forget about Neville's ridiculous boggart? Harry queried. That is illegal, Remus succinctly replied. Since we are all gathered, let us commence our weekly meeting to drive Snivellus mad, Sirius proclaimed with gravity. Harry raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore's army? This is far superior to the House Elf Welfare Society, Sirius provocatively stated. I have told you, Sirius, I will not assist you, Remus interjected. Adults? Responsible? Without a decade's worth of grudges? Harry kindly added. Indeed, on all counts. Remus concurred. Sirius shot them a fierce glare. Oh, be quiet. By the way, since our last encounter, that scoundrel has indeed conspired to turn me into a femme fatale. Fortunately, the effects of the potion wore off after 48 hours, as most of my new female admirers are underage. In retaliation, I may have transformed his nose into a beak and enchanted every reflective surface he encountered, providing him with some hygiene tips. All of this is well and good, but a new week has dawned, and we require a fresh plan. Sirius paused for a moment, yet Harry and Remus remained silent. So, you wanted us to hush when Harry attempted to see if he could read Remus's document backward, Remus gently remarked. I honestly didn't expect you to listen, Sirius replied impatiently. Any ideas? You could decorate his classroom with your photos and women's attire, Harry whispered. I doubt that would have much of an effect, Sirius said, nevertheless jotting it down. Remus? You might try acting like a responsible member of society and refrain from bringing up this petty squabble, Remus suggested. Sirius merely stared at him. Wow, your skills are lacking. I will never leave you alone for 12 years again. As long as it makes you happy, Sirius, Remus said calmly. That's a splendid idea. Sirius chuckled. I think more people should embrace it. Chapter 42, Hinkapunk. What do you mean? Aren't we playing against Slytherin tomorrow? rather than Hufflepuff? Harry asked incredulously. Draco isn't ill or injured or anything. Oliver Wood coughed. Actually, my sources inform me that he accidentally cast a shrinking charm on his wrist. And Madame Pomfrey had to help reattach several broken bones, so he certainly won't be able to play in tomorrow's match. Wow, Harry said, almost admiringly. That is true dedication. Utterly foolish, considering it's just a little rain, and we would face the same hindrance. But have you ever experienced all your bones growing back? The fact that he would deliberately do this is just, wow. I know, Wood reluctantly agreed. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want all of our multi-weather training to go to waste, I would suggest you do the same. I have to go, Harry said, dashing off to the relatively safe confines of defense against the dark arts class. Sorry, Professor Lupin, I'm late. I was dealing with a Quidditch fanatic, and these matters take time. This class began 10 minutes ago, Potter, so I believe Gryffindor should lose 10 points. Sit down, Remus said coldly. Harry, as always, was delighted, as he rarely had the opportunity to lose house points. So, a minute off for each point? Remus nodded uncertainly. Then can I return in about an hour? Or on Monday? How many points would that be? Harry's voice trailed off as he tried to figure it out. Remus wore a slight, displeased smile. While that is tempting, I have no desire to spend my free time supervising your detention. If I do not comply, heaven knows your godfather may take you to the kitchen or places like Hogsmeade. Indeed, Harry admitted. Are you feeling well? I mean, you seem a bit. Oh dear, is tonight not? Indeed, Remus confirmed, rather irritated. So you are Professor Snape, and for some unknown reason, my godfather has made you resemble Professor Lupin? Harry boldly speculated. He believed it would facilitate an easier transition for the students. Snape confirmed darkly. Now sit down. As I was saying before, Potter interrupted. Professor Lupin left no record regarding the topics you have thus far discussed. Snape began, but Harry interrupted him once again. I am unsure of our current endeavor. But since there is no lesson plan, might we take some time to learn about werewolves? Snape widened his eyes. Potter, that request is quite intriguing. Is there a particular reason? Harry realized Snape was astonished, as the older man seemed distracted, perhaps wanting others to be aware of Remus's situation, yet loathing to admit it. Especially since Remus had not stopped Sirius from teasing him like a fool. Snape was not without effort, nor was he entirely unwilling to obscure the truth, so why not? The general ignorance regarding werewolves is appalling. Did you know that people genuinely believe werewolves reside in the Forbidden Forest, ready to encounter one at any moment? Or that one could keep werewolf pups as pets? Harry shook his head sadly. Any muggle would tell you that werewolves only transform during the full moon. But Harry, Hermione protested. We are about to begin with Hinkypunks. If Professor Lupin intended for you to start learning about Hinkypunks today, he should have left a lesson plan. Snape pointed out. I can hardly believe I'm saying this, but Potter's reasoning does hold merit. Muggles possess a greater understanding of magical creatures than wizards. It is truly lamentable. Let's first pose a simple question, Snape said. Aside from Miss Granger, who has likely memorized the textbook, can anyone tell me how to distinguish a werewolf from a true wolf? Dean Thomas, due to his muggle background, at least grasped the significance of the full moon, thus leveraging this knowledge. True wolves exist perpetually, while werewolves appear only once a month. Is there anything we have yet to discuss? Snape inquired once more. If we draw close enough to discern the difference, does that imply that if it is a werewolf, we are doomed? Harry innocently asked. Potter, Snape exclaimed. Oh, right. I memorized the textbook content. My apologies, Harry said. As no one answered, Snape softly clicked his tongue. I never imagined I would encounter a third-year student who could not recognize a werewolf upon sight. Even Lockhart mentioned this in his werewolf book. I merely stated that I believe I shall never forgive you, Harry said solemnly. I have already apologized, Cedric insisted, and I am not oblivious to this. You ought to have done so. Harry sulked, crossing his arms. Goodness gracious! The Dementors appeared from nowhere, swarming around us. I valiantly cast a powerful Patronus charm, saving everyone's lives, and yet you managed to catch the golden snitch. Cedric attempted to explain. How could you possibly not notice? Harry asked skeptically. The visibility was dreadful. Cedric defended himself. Harry merely stared at him. Did you not consider the sudden sense of despair? Cedric continued. I thought it was because you were ahead by 50 points and the storm was intensifying, he replied. Well, stick to your story, but we both know the truth. Harry exaggerated. Indeed. So, does everyone else? Cedric said slowly, striving to remain calm. This is your prize. Harry, Luna arrived, with Ginny trailing behind her. You won? Cedric asked in surprise. But you lost the match. Harry had bet Luna that he would lose due to the Dementor's interference. And the students should now understand that accepting such a seemingly absurd wager from Harry had cost them quite a bit of money, Ginny explained. Why didn't you do it yourself instead of using an agent? Cedric inquired. Harry rolled his eyes. Please. The moment I bet against Gryffindor, they would accuse me of rigging the match. But there were Dementors, Cedric pointed out. They might blame Harry for bringing them, Luna added. Still, I don't quite understand why the Dementors are so supportive of Hufflepuff. I should write an article about it. You certainly should, Harry agreed. I will assist you. So, Ginny, since I just heroically saved everyone, does that mean my reputation as a street hero has risen? Maybe, Ginny pondered. If it weren't for the fact that the professors could also summon patron uses, and you could make a fortune from it. Harry decided to exaggerate. I give you nothing but love. Why do you hate me? Ginny merely rolled her eyes. Why would you make such a ridiculous bet? My Scar told me to do it, Harry explained. Your Scar knew there would be Dementors, Ginny reiterated. I don't know. I didn't ask, Harry replied with nonchalance. Then why did you do it? Ginny pressed. Because I have money to burn? Harry speculated. Why me? Ginny asked, annoyed. Do you mind if I interview you for Contrarian? Luna asked Cedric. Cedric appeared surprised. I suppose not. But why? It's part of my investigation, Luna informed him. A good reporter never approaches a story with any assumptions. So I need to ascertain whether the Dementors genuinely support Hufflepuff or if they merely favor you. You think the Dementors like me? Cedric asked again. Is that good? Oh no. Luna shook her head vigorously. If they like you, they will steal your soul. If you cannot conjure a corporeal Patronus like Harry, I suggest you ask Professor Lupin to teach you. Cedric nodded. I think I will do just that. Certainly. There remains a question. Are the Dementors truly rebelling against the Ministry of Magic? Or are they, in fact, agents of the Ministry? The photographs I procured from Colin and Pansy are simply marvelous. They could very well make the headlines. Luna exclaimed. Could they? Harry inquired. What do you plan to feature on the front page? Luna responded with a joyful laugh. Today is Norbert's birthday. Don't you think you might be exaggerating a bit? Harry remarked, observing Oliver Wood attempting to drown himself in the sink. No, Wood whispered. Yet the water in there is hardly sufficient to drown you, Harry pointed out. Wood's hand reached for the faucet. You wouldn't dare, Harry said, slapping it away. Do you realize how difficult it is to find a keeper this late in the season? We may end up resorting to Ron. Is there any hope for him? Wood asked, still bravely trying to submerge himself. Harry shrugged. He does possess talent. But when others are watching, he freezes, allowing them to play mind games and distract him. I truly dread to think what would happen if you were to team up with those twins. Indeed, Oliver conceded. Moreover, who would captain the team? Angelina could manage it. Wood suggested. Listen, I know I'm quite skilled, but this is the first time I've lost a match in 3 years. We have won the championship for 2 consecutive years. Harry reminded him. Yet we lost this game, Oliver sighed. I believe this should be considered a natural disaster, Harry asserted. I mean, I'm fine, but if I happen to be saving everyone from the Dementors and Cedric stumbles upon the Golden Snitch, then I would truly be powerless. Oliver remained silent. On the bright side, Harry said cheerfully, at least we're playing Hufflepuff. If it were Slytherin, I would be able to hear the end of it from Draco. As Harry entered the classroom for the next defense against the dark arts lesson, he glanced around cautiously. Indeed, the teacher at the front of the class bore a resemblance to Remus, just as the last time. The full moon had passed. Yet Remus would surely still feel unwell. Harry decided to take a chance. Feeling better? He asked. Yes, thank you, Harry, Remus replied. I can hardly believe you left Snape in charge. Harry shook his head. It was either that or Sirius, Remus explained. I think I understand your point, Harry acknowledged. But what transpired? Remus asked with concern. You will see, Harry merely stated. Professor Lupin? Ron queried. What is it? Remus smiled at him. Do you still want those essays on werewolves? Ron asked. Remus frowned slightly. Were you supposed to write a paper on werewolves? Did you tell Professor Snape that we hadn't covered werewolves yet? I tried, Hermione said angrily, but he insisted that if we wished to study Shinkatig ponies, we ought to leave a lesson plan, and Harry proposed we study werewolves. Harry met Remus's puzzled gaze and shrugged. These rampant misunderstandings are quite vexing. Evidently, Professor Snape is also irked, for I've heard he requires an essay for every class he substitutes. Do not worry, Professor Lupin said calmly. I will speak with Professor Snape. You need not write that essay. But it is due today, thus we have completed it, Seamus pointed out. Oh, if this assignment isn't given in every class, then I cannot consider it homework. Remus appeared somewhat uneasy. So, in other words, we should submit it to Snape? Neville inquired. Why should we do that? Parvati asked. He teaches potions. Indeed, but he assigned the essay. If we fail to submit it, how do you suppose our grades and potions will fare? Neville queried. Not to mention, he might appreciate our belief in his capability to become a competent defense against the dark arts instructor, Harry concurred. Certainly, that position seems to require no qualifications whatsoever. Pardon me, Professor, Lavender said, somewhat embarrassed. Do not fret. Now, let us commence with the lesson you ought to have prepared for Friday. Hinkapunk. Hermione, while composing your essay on werewolves, did you uncover anything intriguing? Harry asked his friend while seated by the Black Lake, or at least he presumed that was its name. Who knows? Most simply referred to it as the lake. Did Slughorn assign you an essay on werewolves? Sirius, who was on his way to Hagrid's, suddenly halted and fixed his gaze upon them. Harry nodded, and he continued, well, this time I truly want to kill him. Hermione was immediately alarmed by this remark. Is it merely because of that essay? Does this imply that Professor Lupin is indeed a werewolf? She had contemplated this before, and while Hermione was distracted, Harry remarked, Sirius. Sirius barely managed to compose himself. Yes, when he was a child, his father did something that angered Fenrir Greyback. If you are unaware, Greyback is notorious for his brutality and his attacks on children, often as retribution against their parents. But having a werewolf at school is not terribly dangerous? Hermione gasped. He attended Hogwarts without issue, aside from one minor incident. Mainly my fault, Sirius clarified. What transpired? Hermione asked, still appearing anxious. When Professor Lupin transformed, someone nearly stumbled upon him. Had he been discovered, he would have either perished or become a werewolf himself, Sirius stated, a hint of guilt on his face. However, this may be solely concerning Remus. For if anything were to happen to Snape, Remus would never forgive himself and would likely face execution. How can we be certain that such an event will not recur? Hermione questioned. Since the invention of Wolfsbane potion, Harry interjected, Professor Lupin's body may transform, but his mind remains intact, rendering it entirely safe. I suppose, if Dumbledore deems it acceptable, then it must indeed be safe, Hermione said slowly. Harry had never considered that he would be grateful for Hermione's blind faith in Dumbledore and her unwavering loyalty. But still, if that were the case, why would Professor Snape assign us this essay? He must surely know someone could unravel this mystery. Severus Snape had never held a fondness for Professor Lupin, Sirius explained. However, he could not voice this sentiment to others, opting instead for subtle insinuations. This behavior was rather juvenile, bordering on incredulity. A case of the pot calling the kettle black. Harry muttered. The only truly captivating event over the ensuing weeks was Luna and her father's investigation into the origins of the Dementors. Harry should not have been surprised by the outcome, yet he found himself astonished. Congratulations, Luna, Harry said. How did you manage to track down Dolores Umbridge? A journalist must protect their sources, Harry, Luna replied earnestly. Nonetheless, I must admit I am quite pleased we apprehended her. She endangered student safety merely because she perceived your influence as a potential threat. I know, Harry agreed. It's truly terrifying. I wonder what her trial will entail. Fudge insists he knows nothing about it. I actually tend to believe him. He seems rather oblivious to what transpires around him. How did he regain the position of minister? Perhaps he is easily bribed, which is why Dumbledore declined the position. Luna Guidith. Ah, indeed. However, Madame Bones might make a commendable minister, Harry pondered. Then who will oversee the Aurors? Luna Inguairth. The last thing we need is an incompetent and corrupt Auror team. Maybe one day I could become minister, Harry mused. I had never considered this before the Boggart lesson, but it is an intriguing notion. In any case, I have never liked Mondays, Luna stated loyally. Chapter 43, The Triple Threat. Harry was not in the finest spirits as he approached divination class, a sentiment largely attributable to his so-called friends. Naturally, they were in high spirits, having just returned from charms class, where they had learned to cast the cheering charm. Even Hermione had remembered to attend, as Harry, in his concern for her well-being, and Percy, as the diligent head boy, had urged her to rest more, thereby alleviating her fatigue. Unfortunately, Harry was impervious to the charm's effects. He partnered with Hermione, while Ron and Neville formed their own duo. Hermione, for reasons unknown, perceived Harry as particularly cheerful and vivacious, which she deemed a bad omen, thus refusing to cast the cheering charm on him. After she explained her reasoning, Ron and Neville readily consented to have her cast the charm on them both, resulting in two boys radiating sheer delight. It's so unfair. We've already started playing with the crystal balls, Ron exclaimed. Yes, no more palmistry for us. Since we don't have to deal with all the various lines on our hands, and only discuss what we see, this makeup is much easier, Neville chimed in happily. Despite her cheerful demeanor, Hermione found it challenging to express anything positive about their divination class. At least we learned something new, she finally said weakly. How long do these ridiculous spells last? Harry grumbled. His classmates, preoccupied with reveling in life and magic, offered no response. Hello, everyone. Professor Trelawney greeted them, her excitement palpable upon witnessing their evident enthusiasm. I'm delighted to see you so eager to begin learning about crystal balls. This is slightly earlier than I had planned. However, The goddess of fate has informed me that your examination in June pertains to the crystal ball, and I truly wish for you to practice diligently. Well, to be candid, has the goddess of fate already revealed who is to arrange the examination? She has. What an astonishing prophecy, Hermione scoffed. Her adaptability to the cheering charm is indeed admirable. Harry knew it was not due to his ability to cast spells, for he had mastered that incantation long ago. I don't know, Hermione, Harry disagreed, merely to provoke. Self-fulfilling prophecies can be perilous. Had Professor Trelawney not been alerted, we would be utterly unaware if that orb would even make an appearance on our exam paper. The notion of self-fulfilling prophecies sounds exceedingly contrived, Hermione retorted. I concur with your sentiment, Harry replied with ease, but that does not render it untrue. Well said, Harry, Trelawney smiled at him. The self-fulfilling nature of many prophecies often leaves me both fascinated and frustrated. For instance, would they come to fruition if they were never uttered? If prophecies are destined to manifest regardless of our mortal efforts, what significance remains in receiving them? Alas, let us defer this topic for another occasion. Hermione was indeed somewhat intrigued by the matter, yet she appeared quite displeased. So what did you see? Neville inquired as the teacher finally deemed them ready to begin. I understand. Harry's voice gradually faded, gazing into the crystal mire. Mist, a thought flickered in his mind. By the end of this year, my godfather will transform Snape into at least 4 different individuals, he remarked. Neville snorted. Only 4? Harry shrugged. I said at least, did I not? In any case, what did you see? Neville casually glanced at the crystal ball, then chuckled. I saw Gryffindor winning the House Cup for the 3rd consecutive year. I despise you. Harry said expressionlessly. You are aware of that, correct? Neville shrugged. I can accept that. You two are just fabricating tales again, aren't you? Hermione accused. Ron and I saw nothing. Prove it, Neville challenged. I told you, Hermione. I saw Ron just about to speak, but he was interrupted by Hermione. I seriously doubt that Harry or one of the twins will partake in some international competition at Hogwarts. Harry began to cough. Is Ron implying the Triwizard Tournament? How could that be? And what of Fred and George? Perhaps these matters are not as absurd as they seem. Upon reflection, they are indeed quite foolish. Just because you see nothing, Hermione, does not justify avoiding genuine believers, Harry stated earnestly. Indeed, you cannot excel in everything, Ron added. I do not wish to excel in every endeavor, Hermione said, her cheeks flushed. Yes, Harry and Neville chimed in unison. They make a valid point, dear. Trelawney approached from behind, gently remarking. At present, you are too engrossed in the realm of logic and facts to truly succeed in such a subtle art form. You know what? Hermione retorted angrily, stuffing the book back into her bag. I care not at all. This course is simply a waste of my time. I can hardly believe it took me 7 months to realize this. I am leaving. With considerable drama, she stormed out, although remnants of the spell left her invigorated. Wow. The moment she departed, Lavender shrieked. How thrilling. You informed us that one among us would leave forever around Easter. And she truly has. Wasn't that a bit hasty? Simon inquired. Noticing the sudden glares from Parvati and Lavender, he quickly retracted his statement. I mean, I am not entirely skeptical about divination, but she just stormed out of class. I cannot fathom Hermione Granger willingly skipping class, especially before exams. Moreover, she had ensured her attendance in all classes with the time turner. I suppose you have a point, Parvati reluctantly acknowledged. However, on the flip side, the prediction has thus far proven accurate. What are the odds of mere coincidence? Furthermore, Dean added, Hermione has essentially indicated that she will not return. If she does come back, it would be quite embarrassing for her. Considering her disdain for this course and the considerable time spent with Harry, we all know he won't let her forget this matter. It is safe to say she won't be back in the near future. You are truly remarkable, Professor, Lavender remarked, her voice brimming with awe. I admire you as well, Harry conceded. I mean, if anyone were to drop the class, it would undoubtedly be her. But how did you know she could endure for 7 months? Did you think she could hold out for another month and a half until the exams, thereby not needing to enroll next year? When you possess years of experience utilizing the inner eye like I do, you too will be able to strip logic from interpretations of future events, Trelawney dreamily declared. Harry grinned widely. I can't wait. Ron's face paled, and he began to tremble. Can I also withdraw from the class? Neville asked, sounding somewhat desperate. No. Trelawney did not look at him and replied. What a splendid performance, Harry commented as he settled into his seat for Muggle studies. I do not wish to discuss this, Hermione replied tersely. Harry offered an apologetic smile. I anticipated this. However, skipping class before exams? Are you certain this is the wisest decision? It renders all your previous efforts utterly meaningless. I obviously lack the inner eye and do not possess your deceptive abilities, which have nullified my year of hard work. Hermione countered. Besides, even with a brief respite using the time turner, I am still under immense pressure, needing to spend hours revising something of no practical use, of which I am not even sure of its reality. It feels rather excessive, truly. You are aware that half the class now believe Trelawney made a prophecy, correct? Harry chuckled. Hermione lifted her head in puzzlement. Know why? Apparently, during our first class, she told us that one among us would leave forever or something to that effect. I believe she was alluding to death, for I am quite certain that was before she deemed my demise not to be inevitable. However, her phrasing was rather ambiguous, easily applicable to the concept of mortality. Yet, how is it that Lavender could recall such words after several months? Harry shook his head, genuinely impressed. Perhaps she documented it. Hermione suggested. Perhaps, Harry conceded. Hey, Theodore, why are you speaking to me? Theodore not inquired, his tone dripping with boredom. Here we go again. Aside from Professor Snape, you are the only person I've encountered who harbors a dislike for me, Harry explained. Theodore scoffed. That's your interpretation. Well, it's quite evident, Harry corrected. As for those I am unfamiliar with, I truly do not care for their opinions, provided there are enough who appreciate me and are willing to heed my words. Do you realize you sound like a cult leader? Theodore asked. If you aspire to be a Dark Lord, I believe you have chosen the wrong family. Oh no. My sole ambition at present is to become the Minister of Magic, Harry assured him. The thought is simply terrifying. If something were to go awry, I would undoubtedly have to flee the country, Theodore remarked, shivering at the notion. Moreover, my disdain for you is not as overt. You only discovered it when we began this class together. Harry pondered this. True, but now that I am aware, I cannot cease contemplating it. It's driving me mad. Theodore, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of annoyance. How can you blame me for the multitude of questions swirling in your mind? Well, you have indeed exacerbated their fury. Harry murmured. Theodore rolled his eyes. I can accept that. Are you often fascinated by Slytherin boys? No, Hagrid. Recalling the few months spent with Draco in second year and the entirety of sixth year when he was entangled with Malfoy and Snape. Well, actually, it seemed that way whenever something went awry. Good afternoon, class, Professor Burbage announced as she entered the classroom. Today, I would like to temporarily set aside our usual topics to explore how Muggles perceive magic. Let us begin with divination. Hermione emitted a loud groan. Do not worry, Harry. You will be fine, she stated, her anxious expression betraying her confident words. I know I will be, Harry replied, spreading some margarine on his bread. You have a firebolt, Ron added, doing his utmost to bolster his anxious friend. I used my firebolt in the other two matches as well, Harry pointed out. If you lose, you realize Draco will never let you live it down, correct? Never, Neville solemnly reminded him. I know, but in truth, I possess an even finer broom. And I am superior in this regard. My sole failure was due to uncontrollable circumstances. If, by some ominous sign, Dementors were to invade again, I would seize the golden snitch and save everyone's souls, Harry vowed. It's delightful to see you prioritizing matters so clearly, Ginny remarked sarcastically. Speaking of which, if you were to perish, could I have your broom? Are you all even listening? Harry inquired. I harbor doubts, Percy responded from several rows away. However, today is the day of the grand tournament, and it seems everyone has succumbed to the fervor of Quidditch. You wouldn't understand, Harry pointed out, disregarding his exuberant friends and instead focusing on a person he could typically rely upon. Well, unless my career is at stake, but Percy hasn't even graduated yet. Oh, believe me, my enthusiasm for Quidditch has soared compared to my first year, Percy countered. But you hardly support the team, Harry remarked, puzzled. Bill and Charlie used to play with my toys as if they were bludgers, Percy explained. In hindsight, those twins played quite often as well. Of course, when I first entered Hogwarts, I was quite opposed to Quidditch. So what changed? Harry inquired. Do you think having siblings on a Quidditch team would make no difference? Percy conceded. Indeed, it made none. First Charlie, then Fred and George. Whenever they wanted to play, it felt necessary to pilfer my books. However, living with Oliver Wood for 7 years, one had to possess a fundamental understanding of the game to survive. So, was it for self-preservation? Harry grinned widely. Your incredulity is palpable, Percy replied. Hey, Flint, Harry called out. What, Potter? Flint snapped back. After all, they were in the midst of a match, even though Harry, as the Seeker, could roam freely unless Draco spotted the golden snitch. It did not imply that a chaser like himself had the same liberty. I did not attend other Slytherin matches, so I'm unaware of your presence. But why are you here? Harry asked. I know you graduated. Despite Flint's irritation, he managed a smile. Indeed, but Dumbledore never attends matches, and the other professors assume I am merely retelling someone else's class. I am uncertain whether I should feel offended or relieved that it is so easy for everyone to believe I somehow perished. What about the other Slytherin students? Harry wondered. What of them? Flint queried. Are they not aware that you only appear at matches and practices? Logically speaking, Harry replied. Flint scoffed. Of course they do, but they are far too focused on house pride and too little on respecting school rules. Besides, no one can assume the captaincy now. I see, Harry said pensively. Splendid. Now be off with you, Flint commanded, as he chased after Katie Bell. Very well, let me see. Hey, is that the golden snitch? Harry exclaimed, racing toward it. 15 feet away, his broom jolted violently. Harry was taken aback, turning to see Draco clutching his firebolt and pulling it back. What on earth? Draco appeared quite pleased. All's fair in love, and ouch. He released one hand from the broom. Harry nodded and cast a stinging hex at him to compel his grip to loosen. Indeed, with that, he dashed once more toward the golden snitch. Yes, 3 strikes, 3 hits. It remains in my grasp. Chapter 44, Nymphadora. Examinations have never been a matter of amusement. Even if you are 12 years older than the other candidates, and even if you have truly recited spells in your dreams, the examination remains unchanged. Moreover, others are lamenting the difficulty of transforming a teapot into a tortoise. Although this task is far more challenging than Hermione's complaints about her tortoise resembling a sea turtle. Hermione, Harry said patiently, we've already discussed this. You performed the spell to turn a teacup into a tortoise, not a sea turtle. Do not presume that Professor McGonagall will not receive a letter from the newly established magical branch of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals regarding this matter. Honestly, why does everyone seem to perpetually mistreat animals? Harry, observe how people treat those who happen to lack magical abilities, and then pose that question to me, Hermione retorted. In any case, let us return to the fact that I am on the verge of failure. Oh, come on, Hermione. Ron scoffed. No one will fail. Never. It was Marcus Flint who said that, Hermione reminded them. Harry scoffed. What? She inquired. Nothing, he just didn't fail. He merely showed up to participate in the Quidditch match. Harry explained. Hermione rolled her eyes at this. Sure. As if anyone would travel all the way back to Hogwarts just to let everyone know they have to repeat a year, merely to play a few Quidditch matches. The 3 boys exchanged sympathetic glances, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. I absolutely would, Ron declared. So would I, Neville agreed. They would have to pay me. Harry decided. Yes, because that is not pathetic at all. Hermione rolled her eyes again. This is not pathetic. Ron corrected her. This is Quidditch. Even if someone were to fail at Hogwarts, Neville, seeing that Hermione was about to launch into a tirade against Quidditch enthusiasts, hastily changed the subject. The end result would appear almost identical. It hardly qualifies as the worst outcome. I mean, look at Ron's tortoise. It even urinated tea. Hey, at least I didn't lose my mind and accidentally turn my teacup into a flock of flamingos, Ron retorted. Oh, right, Hannah Abbott, Harry chuckled indulgently. One day, that girl will learn to remain calm during examinations. However, mine is still inferior to Harry's, Hermione mumbled. Professor McGonagall has said that in all her years at Hogwarts, she has never seen a more perfect tortoise. I cannot possibly compare. Do not be disheartened, Hermione, Harry comforted her. Professor McGonagall merely believes I am a prodigy in transfiguration, just like my father. But other teachers say so too. Hermione pointed out. Well, except for Snape. In fact, Snape deducted 5 points from Harry in potions because he ultimately used the modified version of the confounding potion that Luna had insisted was altered by her mother. Did he not mean Slughorn? Harry grinned. Before the potions exam, Sirius had evidently decided that since Snape's erratic expression was distracting, he would replace Snape's unappealing visage with Slughorn's less imposing countenance, thus improving everyone's mood. Of course, half the class did not even know who Slughorn was, but the sentiment was what mattered. Besides, Harry himself was aware and found it utterly amusing. Fortunately, he genuinely found it amusing. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated by Hermione's repeated refusal to employ the cheering charm during the examination. To make matters worse, Professor Flitwick appeared to side with her, allowing her to cast the charm on others. Hagrid's exam was significantly more entertaining than the previous task involving the Flobberworm. Harry vaguely recalled that the last question had indeed been that one. This time, they would all be writing the hippogriff. Needless to say, this was the simplest examination Harry had encountered thus far. The other students in the class expressed their vehement dissent, yet they were oblivious to the fact that it was their own fault for having to confront Buckbeak alone during the first lesson. Their astronomy exam proceeded relatively smoothly, or at least that was what Harry had heard. He had dozed off within 10 minutes of the exam, yet his friends assured him that when Professor Sinistra had come to orally assess him, he had answered all the questions correctly, albeit in a drowsy state. Thus, this might have been the most effortless examination he had ever experienced. In herbology, Harry relished in teasing his classmates, who were at a loss for the appropriate charm to prevent sunburn, as their skin gradually turned a bright shade of red over time. The exam itself was rather mundane. Yet it was, after all, herbology. Even though the subject dealt with magical plants, some of which could be deadly, it was ultimately a class about plants, and he found it difficult to genuinely care. Muggle Studies was a new examination he was participating in on this timeline, and it turned out to be quite intriguing. Essentially, they had taken a door key to London, exchanged a few pounds, and were instructed to remain inconspicuous. Naturally, following the exam, they were required to compose an essay regarding their experience. Nonetheless, he and Hermione pretended to be tourists and had a delightful time. Divination was equally straightforward, as Harry merely needed to fabricate some information, a skill he had often employed since traveling back in time. He informed Trelawney that he had witnessed a group attempting to resurrect Voldemort, only to be apprehended. Trelawney was visibly startled by the name, yet Harry paid it no mind. He was unaware of the actual events that would unfold, but he figured it couldn't hurt to assist himself. Moreover, his enthusiasm seemed to leave a lasting impression on the professor. Their history of magic exam represented perhaps the greatest deviation from the previous timeline's assessment. This examination was not the typical, uncaring medieval witch hunt written test that ultimately resulted in the demise of Muggles. Rather, it was Sirius who announced that each student would be required to write an essay on what they had learned in his class throughout the year, with word counts ranging from 200 to 1,600, depending on their performance during the oral examination. Essentially, he called upon them randomly, posing questions about the material they had covered that year. The first person to answer incorrectly would be eliminated and required to write a 1,600-word essay. The second incorrect responder would have to write a 1,400-word essay, and so forth. Harry felt a twinge of annoyance when he lost to Hermione at the last moment over the question regarding the name of the orphanage where Tom Riddle had grown up, as if he truly cared. Nonetheless, a 400-word essay was still a manageable task. He had a strong desire to annoy those classmates who needed to write more, but he abandoned that thought, having submitted his work within 10 minutes while others continued to write. During Hermione's editing, he played hangman with Sirius. It goes without saying that when Hermione's 200-word essay ballooned to over 3,000 words, no one was surprised. Of course, some were irked, but none were astonished. Moreover, due to the students' accustomed understanding that the length of essays was fixed in inches, or more recently, by page count, Sirius had placed a charm on all their papers, automatically displaying the current word count. Harry's favorite subject, of course, was defense against the dark arts. The obstacle course was immensely entertaining, reminding him of the first day of Auror training, where they would eliminate those who could not pass the formal training. Harry, naturally, topped the class with full marks. Considering he had done it with his eyes closed and without a wand, this infuriated Hermione to no end. But this was the retribution for winning against him in Sirius's class. His godfather would never let him forget being bested by a 14-year-old, even if that child was Hermione. "I can't believe you actually took advice from our exam," Harry remarked to Ron, who had encountered difficulties upon reaching the Hinkapunk, having inexplicably followed its suggestion and ended up in a bog. "You know what? You kept your eyes closed. You can't exactly stop to ask for directions," Ron retorted. "I know you're upset because I so obviously outperformed you in this exam," Harry said to his agitated friend. "But you must remember, this is my subject. Your score is the fastest so far," Ron pointed out, still quite irate. "My subject," Harry reiterated. "Humility is indeed your finest quality, Harry." Hermione interjected coldly as she approached them. "Hey," Harry greeted her. "How is Professor McGonagall with the sonnet writing?" "She is not," Hermione replied. Observing the puzzled expressions on Harry and Ron's faces, she elaborated. "This time she performed a rap opera about my shortcomings." Harry laughed. "Well, now I must go see. I wonder if I can know." Ron interrupted. "I know what you're going to ask, and I'll tell you right now. She absolutely will not do that, mate." What a letdown, Harry pouted. "Hey, what is up with Neville? He has been with the Boggart for over 20 minutes. Hermione and Ron exchanged meaningful glances. "Well," Hermione began, trying to be diplomatic, "his Boggart is quite terrifying." Just as Harry was about to speak, he was interrupted by Neville bursting from the box, holding the Boggart and screaming. "Oh, shut up." Ron began to chuckle, while Harry, exasperated, exclaimed, "What happened?" Ron asked, laughing. Neville hesitated, looking at Harry. "You're not really going to turn your old house into a haunted house, are you? Or allow people to pay extra to have their names omitted from the registered Animagus list? Or to give house elves a union? Or permit goblins to use wands on Mondays, since they don't actually exist? Or make everyone wear pink on Thursdays? Or perhaps designate the peculiar sister's imitation of the winged griffin as the national anthem of the British Magical Alliance? Or regularly import camels and release them in random locations? Goodness, how many individuals like that exist?" Hermione inquired in horror. Neville shrugged, recalling his time spent there. Harry sighed. "Neville, To answer your question, no, I shall not. However, I do indeed plan to become minister in the future. Thank you for your suggestion. No sooner had he spoken than Neville collapsed. Harry rolled his eyes, finding the act rather theatrical. He nudged the boy with his foot. Perhaps, during this year's end-of-year feast, Harry was too disinterested to sit at the Gryffindor table. Knowing that Dumbledore would soon announce the points, he made his way directly to the Slytherin table. What brings you here? Harry asked the black boy, suspecting he might be in the same year. When we won the House Cup, I couldn't possibly sit with the Gryffindors, Harry explained. Besides, I've already sat with the Ravenclaw students several times recently. Why can't you sit with the Hufflepuff students? The boy asked, eyeing him warily. Blaise, don't be like that, Theodore cautioned, seating himself beside the boy, who was evidently Blaise Zabini. What? Blaise inquired, puzzled. I merely asked him a question. Conversation can encourage him, Theodore clarified. I don't require encouragement, Harry replied. I am a Gryffindor. We noticed, Draco remarked, taking a seat beside Harry. As for why wouldn't he sit at the Hufflepuff table? Well, when I first met Draco, we discussed the houses. We decided that if we ended up in Hufflepuff, he would leave, and I would defect. Since I had to come to the Hufflepuff table anyway, I thought it prudent to come directly here, Harry elucidated. How can you betray something you have never truly been part of? Blaise could not help but inquire. Blaise, Theodore exclaimed. Apologies, he apologized, but Draco is encouraging him as well. Why don't you yell at him? Theodore retorted with an eye roll. Draco, Merlin bless him, has a fondness for Potter. Not to mention my rebellious teenage years, Draco added. That reminds me, are your parents still angry? Harry asked. Draco huffed, but said nothing. Harry interpreted this as consent. Dumbledore stood up. This year's house points are exceptionally high, the highest I have ever witnessed. Hufflepuff ranks 4th with 307 points. Ravenclaw ranks 3rd with 526 points. Slytherin ranks 2nd with 094 points. And Gryffindor stands at the top, also the house with the highest cumulative points in a year, totaling 877 points. What accounts for these extraordinarily high scores? Draco queried. Sirius gives points like he's distributing candy, Harry explained. Not to mention the sort of things that earned Voldemort 50 points. On this occasion, I must admit that I have no additional points to award. Dumbledore paused momentarily as Sirius leaned in to whisper something. To clarify, Harry Potter finally uttered the name Voldemort. I awarded him 50 points, bringing Gryffindor's total to 13,927. Harry's head collided with the table. Damn it, Dumbledore? Draco inquired. No, Sirius replied. I have been exceedingly cautious this year, refraining from uttering that name in his presence. Yet now there's the accursed Neville, who has predicted our victory again. Everyone knows you will win, Theodore pointed out. It's of no consequence, Harry retorted. I hadn't considered it, Theodore replied. Honestly, can everyone but me converse with Potter? Blaise lamented. So how did you break the spell? Harry curiously asked Remus. Spell? Remus repeated absently while packing his belongings. You know, Voldemort placed a defense against the dark arts position there, so Dumbledore must appoint a new professor each year. By the way, he truly is quite immature, Harry reflected. Oh, I haven't. My contract is only for a year, Remus informed him. Oh, Harry paused. What do you intend to do now? I mean, didn't you say that being a werewolf makes it difficult to find employment? Remus chuckled at this. Generally, yes. But Sirius completely hired him to be Lord Black. Sirius interjected as he burst into Remus's office. He hired you to be Lord Black. Harry glanced at Remus for confirmation. Remus nodded. He relishes the title, but is reluctant to shoulder all the responsibilities, and I am in need of a job. Moreover, Sirius added, Mooney is the most responsible person I know. He is well versed in all the laws. Being a half-blood means that, aside from Remus's future girlfriend or her mother, anyone related to me by blood would find it bothersome, and, for the last time, Sirius, Remus interrupted, Nymphadora is not my girlfriend. She insists you call her Nymphadora, Harry pointed out. Indeed, even I cannot bring myself to do so, Sirius concurred. She also had Cedric Diggory and Charlie Weasley call her that, Remus contended. Harry nodded in agreement. True, but those instances were due to her losing a bet. Besides, she no longer plays the name-calling game. I should know. I've attempted it. Nymphadora is a tad young for me, Remus insisted. After all, she graduated only 2 years ago. I wholeheartedly agree, Sirius exclaimed enthusiastically, patting Remus on the back. Remus looked up in surprise. Do you truly? Of course, Sirius affirmed. In 2 or 3 years. After that, I hope you and she will begin a date. I believe you would find happiness together. However, I hope Harry and I can jointly become godfathers. Are you not going to warn me against breaking her heart? Remus asked, somewhat bewildered. And what of the child? Why? Do you intend to break her heart? Sirius challenged, deliberately disregarding the second question. Well, no, Remus began. She can handle it herself. After all, she will soon become an outrun, Sirius proclaimed with pride. And I'm quite certain she would easily surpass you in skill. Remus swallowed hard. Chapter 45, The Dark Mark. Yet another summer, both epic and unremarkable, had passed. Harry and Sirius decided to invite Remus and Tonks to witness the Quidditch World Cup, marking the conclusion of this period. Remus was included due to his status as Sirius's closest friend, while Tonks was the only cool relative Sirius had. Furthermore, they hoped that Remus and Tonks would develop a camaraderie, anticipating a future when Tonks would be old enough to date Remus. The first person they encountered was, of course, Cedric Diggory and his father, whose name Harry could never quite remember. They seemed solely interested in discussing Cedric's victory over Harry. It was indeed somewhat unnerving. Cedric certainly filled us in on your exploits, Mr. Diggory remarked, saying that you were as mad as a hatter, but truly a demon on a broomstick. I told him, Cedric, this is a tale worth passing down to your grandchildren. You defeated Harry Potter. How did it feel when your father decided that winning an amateur Quidditch match would be the pinnacle of your achievements? Harry inquired curiously. Cedric made a face. Incredible. It feels akin to everyone believing that your greatest accomplishment is merely surviving to your second birthday, while others live full lives without fame. Harry chuckled. Indeed, and it was hardly a fair match, given that the Dementors suddenly appeared and attacked, Cedric continued. Despite Harry's pride urging him to disagree. How ironic. He found himself unable to refute it. You caught the golden snitch before realizing the Dementors were there. While that may seem a tad self-effacing, it still indicates the golden snitch was within your sight, whereas I was nowhere near you. Even if the Dementors hadn't appeared, you would surely have caught it. Cedric scoffed. So, you admit I am better than you? Goodness, Harry scoffed. I have won 2 matches against you. But I'm the only one who has ever defeated you in a Quidditch match, Cedric pointed out. I'm sure your grandchildren would relish hearing that, Harry retorted. If your popularity doesn't wane, Cedric shook his head. Besides, I have only faced you, Draco and Cho. Claiming I am superior to those 3 seekers is rather meaningless. Harry said to the slightly older boy. Hey, that reminds me. Have you become the president of the student council? Cedric looked at him oddly. Harry, I'm in my 6th year. Harry blinked in surprise. Really? Oh dear, this just got worse. What got worse? Cedric asked, perplexed. Take my advice. If you mysteriously find yourself transported by a portkey to a graveyard, do not ask questions, do not look around. Just grab the portkey again and leave. Harry insisted firmly. Very well, Cedric has finally acquiesced. It sounds rather peculiar, doesn't it? What can I say? Harry interjected. I am a prodigy in divination. I do not believe in divination, Cedric promptly retorted. I honestly do not care, Harry confessed, but since you have consented, my task is complete. With that, Harry redirected his attention to the adults. Quite intriguing, Amos, Remus remarked. Oh, by the way, his name is Amos. Alas, Harry would likely forget as soon as he departed. Nevertheless, we must continue our journey. We are searching for the Weasley residents. They have kindly promised us a place to pitch our tent. I completely understand, Amos said with warmth. Do not let us impede you. However, upon returning to the ministry, I would like to discuss the werewolf rights bill you are drafting. I have some thoughts on the matter as well. I shall come to see you first thing Monday morning, Remus pledged. So, you're drafting a bill concerning werewolf rights? Harry inquired as they set off once more. Will this not pose a problem? For people might assume you're doing it solely because you're a werewolf. Well, I am primarily doing it because I am a werewolf, Remus admitted. If I were not, I would not have such a clear understanding of the blatant discrimination and appalling treatment we endure. Moreover, most people are unaware of his, little furry trouble. Serious? Tonks added. Oh, so that is the code for Remus being a werewolf? Harry said with a blank expression. I thought it referred to him having a disobedient rabbit. How have you managed to corrupt him so quickly? Remus turned to Sirius and queried. You've only known him for about a year. It's not my fault, Sirius insisted, raising his hands in a placating gesture. It's a genetic issue. I suppose part of it is my fault, but mainly it is James's doing. Remus merely rolled his eyes. In any case, they were exceedingly grateful to finally encounter the Weasley family. As they traversed a rather pro-Irish area, Seamus suddenly ambushed them, dragging them to meet his mother. Tonks candidly admitted that apart from knowing which team Crumb played for, she had no idea who was competing, which nearly incited a riot. Harry and Sirius, both fervent Quidditch enthusiasts themselves, chose at that moment to remain silent in her presence. Hey, why did you take so long to return? Ron asked. Tonks nearly caused a riot, Remus explained while Sirius and Harry deliberately maintained their silence. Realizing that the Weasley family could also be considered Quidditch fanatics, he continued, Don't ask. Did that take an entire day? Ginny inquired. We have been here for 4 hours. The thought of waking up so early in the summer made Harry's eyes widen in horror. Why? Because we were still young, unlike Bill, Charlie, and Percy, who can apparate. Ginny replied with a hint of bitterness. So, you haven't been here long? Goodness, no. Harry vehemently shook his head. As Remus and Tonks executed their apparition, I accompanied Sirius in the same endeavor. Dad, why can't we perform side-along apparition and arrive here in a timely manner? Ginny inquired. Because we have 4 who can apparate and 6 who cannot, including Hermione and Neville, Arthur elucidated. I don't wish to make 2 trips. Ginny muttered under her breath before releasing her grip. Hey, Hermione, Harry greeted his friend, who displayed little enthusiasm for Quidditch. Do you know who is competing? Of course. She replied, her expression bewildered. Ireland and Bulgaria. How could I not know? Not sure, Harry admitted candidly. Anyway, she is Sirius's cool relative Tonks. I think you two would get along splendidly. Even I am aware that Ireland and Bulgaria are vying against each other, Percy remarked. Are you suggesting that someone here is oblivious? Perhaps Tonks? Harry nodded sadly. I just don't understand. I mean, I know Hermione just disclosed who is playing, and I have no proof that you knew beforehand, but at this point, I am inclined to believe Oliver. Didn't you say you would trust me? Percy questioned. Harry shook his head. No, I'm certain I was referring to Oliver, for any knowledge you possess about this sport is undoubtedly due to him. It's thanks to my brothers that I need Oliver's assistance, Percy continued. By the way, didn't those twins bet all their savings on Ireland winning and Crumb catching the golden snitch? Harry glanced at the twins, who were handing a large bag of money to Ludo Bagman. Oh no, he gasped, recalling Bagman's gambling addiction and penchant for mischief, which had him shadowing Harry throughout the tournament. You seem quite confident, Harry remarked as he approached his future business partner. You know, I'll wager 50 galleons that Ireland will indeed catch the golden snitch. The twins exchanged glances. We actually can't, Fred began. 50 galleons, George continued. So we cannot. Well, honestly, accept this wager, Fred concluded. If you win, you one team need to pay 50 galleons, Harry pointed out. Even if you win, it's not like I don't see you every day. So, once more, how certain are you? The twins silently communicated through their gazes. We shall accept, George finally declared. Here you go. Harry produced a substantial bag of coins, counted out 50 galleons, and placed them into a smaller pouch, handing it to the twins. Take good care of my money. When Bagman proves himself unfit for this task, it should alleviate most of the twins' concerns. Of course, this is unlikely to deter them from pursuing Bagman, but at least it might prevent Molly from murdering her troublesome sons and the father who instigated this affair. Wagering with schoolboys, Ludo? Barty Crouch sneered as he entered the clearing. Bagman struggled to respond, for it was indeed the truth. Never mind, Crouch said impatiently. I've been searching for you everywhere. The Bulgarians insist that we add 12 more seats in the top box. Oh, is that what they are after? Bagman inquired. I thought that fellow was merely seeking a pair of tweezers. His accent is rather thick. Next time you struggle with an accent, do seek someone to translate for you, Crouch admonished sternly. Mr. Crouch. Percy gasped, slightly bowing. Would you care for a cup of tea? No, thank you, Weasley, Crouch replied, shaking his head. I brought my own drink. With that, he took a sip from his flask. Harry was taken aback. Did Crouch just pronounce Percy's name correctly? Upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar that he had always mispronounced it before, considering he clearly knew Arthur and it was impossible not to recognize their familial ties. What is it, Batty? Bagman grinned. Is that whiskey you have in there? Certainly not. Crouch appeared quite offended. I would never consume alcohol at work or in such an important international setting. I merely have a discerning taste for tea, so I brought my own to avoid any inconvenience. If you say so, Bagman chimed in. Any news about Bertha Jorkins? Arthur asked the other 2 department heads. Nothing of significance, Bagman answered lightly. But she will turn up. Poor old Bertha. Her memory is like a sieve, and she has no sense of direction. She is bound to wander back into the office sometime in October, probably still thinking it's July. Don't you think it's time to send someone to find her? Arthur tentatively suggested. The issue, Arthur, is that she has gone missing in Albania, Crouch explained. We have requested the authorities to keep a close watch, but that is nearly all we can do, as it lies beyond our jurisdiction. Moreover, no one truly remembers having seen her, so there are no reliable leads. We certainly hope for the best, but you know how these matters unfold. It's quite possible she has fallen victim to local dark wizards or some malevolent creature. Harry felt the color drain from his face. He recalled Bertha. She had emerged before his parents from Voldemort's wand. He could not quite remember the details surrounding her disappearance, only that after Pettigrew had brought her before Voldemort. She was killed, which was how he learned about the Triwizard Tournament. But if Pettigrew was in Azkaban, what had happened to Bertha? Was it merely a coincidence? Harry loathed coincidences. Were you seated? Arthur inquired of Sirius as everyone entered the vast stadium. In the top box, Sirius declared proudly. It's part of my compensation. Of course, the remainder of the funds was spent on procuring a firebolt for Harry. You don't mind, since I am your godson, and you love me? Harry suggested. Then it is settled, Sirius replied. We shall sit there as well, Arthur said warmly. Bagman owes me a favor. The ministry has done all it can. So I shan't pin that exposé on the lives of the innocents in Azkaban, Sirius countered. Ah, Avi. Fudge spoke with enthusiasm, rising to greet him. It is a pleasure to see you again. I believe this occasion is far more favorable than our last encounter. Allow me to introduce you to the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. He does not speak a word of English, but really? Sirius perked up. I can speak Bulgarian. Tonks gazed at him in surprise. Truly? Indeed, Sirius nodded. By the way, your mother is the same. After Dumbledore was appointed headmaster, our parents debated whether to send us to Durmstrang. Of course, Durmstrang is not actually located in Bulgaria, but it hosts many Bulgarian students who taught us all the languages they thought we might encounter. Really? Tonks listened, captivated. What changed their minds? They found the uniforms rather garish, Narcissa Malfoy replied as she entered the box, her husband and son trailing behind. Hello, Sirius, she greeted. Narcissa, Sirius nodded. Draco. He hesitated. I must admit, I don't recall your husband's name. Lucius, Narcissa replied. I heard you relinquished your title. Actually, I am more of a regent, Remus clarified. I am far too occupied to manage that, Sirius added. Teaching at Hogwarts and leading a life. If you can balance both, you know. Well, do you think you could assist with translation? Fudge interjected. Sirius appeared taken aback, as if he had completely forgotten about Fudge and his language dilemma. Oh, of course, yes. He approached the minister, initiating a conversation in his native tongue. Although Draco waved back enthusiastically, Narcissa shot him a cold glance. Would you like to sit beside us? Harry suggested. Draco considered. As long as Neville sits on your other side, I'll 1T have to wrestle with Weasley. And my father 1T freak out because I look like I'm dating Granger, then that will be fine. Does your dad know who Hermione is? Neville inquired curiously. Being pure blood himself, and generally easygoing, Neville had not had any issues with Draco after their first year. As Draco realized Neville was not the easy target he had initially presumed. No, but my mother might, Draco confessed. Do we have to deal with him everywhere? Ron complained. If you mind, I could sit beside him, Harry offered. Ginny glanced at Draco's parents, who appeared quite intent on harming Harry. You know, I think Malfoy will be just fine here. Mom, Dad, I'm going to sit next to the boy who saved us all from Voldemort, Draco declared, fully aware that despite his parents' disapproval of Harry, they could not refuse him after such a statement. Before the match commenced, Arthur and Lucius exchanged insults, while Narcissa made strained small talk with Remus and Tonks. Once, Sirius came over to explain that the Bulgarian minister spoke English very well, but he had always disliked Fudge, so he pretended not to speak English to vex him. The two were evidently engrossed in hurling insults at Fudge, with only Narcissa aware of their antics. Harry, of course, knew that Ireland's mascot was a leprechaun, but he had forgotten what Bulgaria's mascot was, so when Avila stormed onto the pitch, Harry was utterly astonished. He keenly observed that Draco, Neville, and Ron all stood up, attempting to leap from the balcony, only to be restrained by the female and younger members of their group. Goodness, it seems you've never seen Avila before, Harry said incredulously, shaking his head. Ron flushed. Why aren't you affected? Perhaps because my hormones aren't particularly rampant? Harry speculated. What? Ron inquired. Never mind. A leprechaun, Arthur exclaimed when it was time for the Irish to showcase their mascot. Here you go, Ron shouted joyfully, thrusting a handful of gold coins into Harry's hands. Buy an omnocular. Now you have to give me a Christmas gift, huh? Harry had not intended to use the omnocular he had purchased for Ron and Ginny as a Christmas present, but Ron insisted he should. You do realize that the leprechaun's gold will vanish within a few hours, right? Harry pointed out. What? Ron looked quite disgruntled. Yes, they do it merely for their amusement. Hermione explained. If someone pays with leprechaun gold, the coins disappear, leading to various disputes, as no one can ascertain whether the payer knew it was leprechaun gold, or if they themselves had been duped. Fortunately, these coins quickly sold out. One could only imagine the inflation that would ensue otherwise. Moreover, Neville added, since the gold is ubiquitous, you cannot seek revenge with something you merely found. Looks like you're going to have a Christmas without gifts again, Ginny chimed in. Irked that Ron included her in the no-gift category, as she had readily accepted the 10 galleon present. However, she possessed a substantial fortune in her private vault at Gringotts, unbeknownst to her family, which perhaps explained her nonchalance. Don't worry, Ron, Harry hurried to comfort his increasingly despondent friend. Christmas is still 4 months away. By then, I'll probably forget, and I'll buy you something anyway. That's not the point. Ron bellowed. You always have to pay. Because I'm an orphan, Harry elucidated, and I'm unafraid to leverage my fame for all it's worth. Ron still appeared somewhat dissatisfied, but he eventually fell silent. The match, though somewhat predictable, was still entertaining. After all, everything he had done over the past 3 years had not negatively impacted either the Irish team or Crom, so the twins once again won their wager. This time not only avoiding bankruptcy, but instead netting nearly 13 galleons. Harry felt a surge of joy as he realized he could comprehend the match without the need for a panoramic telescope. He had harbored concerns about this, especially since it had been 3 years since his last engagement in a high-speed Quidditch match. However, the post-match celebrations were abruptly interrupted by a sudden eruption of screams and shouts from the camp. Harry and Arthur dashed into his tent. "We must leave at once. Children, you should head into the woods, all right? The adults need to handle this matter." "Oh dear," Ron lamented as he observed the adults rushing away. "They're making it seem like there's a Death Eater attack or something." Neville watched in disgust as 2 masked wizards levitated a muggle child, spinning him like a top, and remarked, "I know no one here truly believes in divination, perhaps aside from Harry, but this is real, Ron. It's absolutely revolting." Ron shook his head in disbelief at the sight and muttered, "This is just too much," before they hurried into the woods. Suddenly, Ron stumbled to the ground. I tripped over a tree root." "Well, with feet that size, it's quite a feat not to fall," Draco drawled lazily behind them. "Wouldn't you all do best to hurry away before they notice you? Are you suggesting they could discern that Hermione is of Muggle descent and thus in danger?" Harry inquired skeptically. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Don't be foolish. It's dark, they're intoxicated, and they likely don't even know who she is. Besides, before she speaks, there is nothing about her that would indicate her Muggle origins. What I mean is, since they blame you for the Dark Lord's downfall, they might not hesitate to attack you." "Oh," Harry was momentarily taken aback. "That is quite a perceptive observation. However, you really shouldn't refer to him as the Dark Lord. It makes you sound like a Death Eater. You really ought to avoid saying his name," Draco retorted. "It makes you sound rather foolish." Speaking of Death Eaters, Ron glared at his most detested rival. "Were your parents out there with masks on?" Draco simply gazed at him with indifference. "How rude. Potter, how can you associate with such a heathen? We're bonded over sweets, remember?" Harry said absently, scanning the sky. "Isn't the dark mark about to appear?" Hours later, when all was deemed safe and the adults came to fetch them, the dark mark had yet to manifest. This left Harry feeling uneasy, though he could not articulate the reason. An instinct warned him that something unexpected was about to transpire, but unlike with Pettigrew, he was unaware of what it might be. Chapter 46, From the Future. In order to return to Hogwarts with the Weasley family, Hermione, and Neville, Harry spent a night at the Burrow and awoke to the familiar sounds of Ron and Hermione bickering. Why had it taken him so long to realize the unresolved sexual tension between them? It was akin to his 6-year oblivion to Ginny's affections for him. He had simply been unaware. If you ask me, Mr. Crouch is fortunate, for no one in the Daily Prophet knows how cruel he is to house elves. Hermione exclaimed indignantly. "What are you talking about?" Ron retorted, exasperated. "He treats her well. During the competition, he allowed her to remain in his tent, merely because she harbored a fear of heights. He didn't pay Winky," Hermione asserted sternly, "therefore, she's his slave. No one pays house elves." "Hermione," Ron countered, "that is the very essence of having a house elf." Harry indeed appeared as Hermione pointed him out upon entering the room. "Don't involve me," Harry pleaded, yet his entreaty went unheeded. "Well, Harry is hardly the paragon of normality." "Is he?" Ron remarked. "Furthermore, as far as I know, Dobby is rather peculiar as well. While I am reluctant to get embroiled in your little lover's quarrel, believe me, I truly wish to remain uninvolved." "Ron has a point," Neville chimed in, likely drawn to the kitchen by the commotion. "Most house elves become irate if you attempt to pay them. They do not desire freedom. So, are you suggesting that enslaving an entire race of magical beings is acceptable?" Hermione turned to him, her indignation palpable. "I never stated that." Neville raised his hands in a placating gesture. "But that is the mindset of house elves. If you were to provide them all with clothing today and compel them to receive payment for their labor, fewer would desire such garments, and they would be exceedingly displeased. To effect change, one must first alter people's mindsets." Moreover, given that house elves are perpetually enslaved, and when you encountered Winky, Mr. Crouch didn't seem excessively abusive. "I believe no one, especially the Daily Prophet, truly cares about this matter," Harry pointed out. "Harry, Mum asked me to give this to you," Ginny approached from behind, tossing a package into Harry's hands. "Oh, thanks," Harry replied, somewhat bewildered. "What's this about?" "Mum thinks that since you've been gallivanting with Sirius all summer, you wouldn't have time to shop for school supplies, so she took some gold from your vault to help you," Ginny elucidated. "How could your mother access my Gringotts vault?" Harry inquired immediately. Ginny shrugged. "Who knows? Seriously, I need to check the list of authorized personnel because, in truth, the only one with access is me. And due to my status as a minor, my godfather as well, Harry resolved. Ginny sighed audibly. Why do you always complicate matters? Can't you just be grateful she purchased your supplies? I will, Harry acknowledged. It's just that I already paid Dobby to assist me with this. Oh, Ginny remarked, well, that's a bit awkward. Oh, don't worry. Harry waved his hand dismissively. I can sell supplies to anyone in need throughout the year. It's far quicker than using Outpost. That's a splendid idea. Well, at least you tried, Ginny said skeptically. This means I possess 2 sets of dress robes. Harry mused. However, I will only wear one. Hey, Ron, he called out. What is it? Ron, having resumed his argument with Hermione, turned to him. Due to a shopping mishap, I now have 2 sets of dress robes. I only require one. Would you like to borrow my second set? Harry proposed. Ron made a face. Harry, you are aware of my sentiments regarding charity, laundry, Mrs. Weasley declared as she entered the room, handing a robe to the individual inside. Mother, you've given me Ginny's new dress, Ron remarked, presenting her with a chestnut velvet robe, its collar and cuffs slightly moldy. Harry found himself pondering why Molly consistently dressed Ron in chestnut. Surely, she recognized by now how unflattering it was for him, given that their hair colors were not identical. Was chestnut truly the only available color? Could she not use a charm to alter its hue? Ginny scoffed, please. I did not wish to be caught by someone like that. And then, Ron began, nervously eyeing the dress robe. Ginny, Molly admonished. Of course. It is your new dress robe. All right, Ron nodded. Harry, is your proposal still valid? The one I suggested 2 minutes ago? Harry retorted. Certainly. Excellent. Ron appeared relieved. What is this offer? Molly inquired curiously. Harry is lending me his spare dress robe for whatever we require it for, Ron elucidated. Molly's lips tightened. He absolutely is not. You will certainly enjoy wearing this robe, young man. Mrs. Weasley, Harry hesitantly interrupted, hoping her matronly instinct would not lead her to reprimand him. What is it, dear Harry? She inquired warmly. I actually do not need 2, although I currently possess them. If I do not permit Ron to use it, I'm likely to end up giving it to Dobby, and it is far too large for him. He might tear it apart to use as a cleaning cloth. And the fabric is exquisite. It should not be subjected to such treatment, Harry stated earnestly. Very well. Molly appeared softened. Moreover, you ought to take a look at Ginny's robe. Ron pointed to his sister's stunning cobalt robe. Ginny Weasley. Molly gasped. Where did you? Ginny shot a fierce glare at her brother. It's on sale, she lied, still refusing to acknowledge her wealth. Fearing her parents would compel her to wait until adulthood to responsibly spend her money. She did not wish to bear that responsibility. She simply did not want to don any more chestnut robes, regardless of their purpose. We shall discuss this later, young lady, Molly assured as she exited the room. Ginny scoffed. When? I am returning to Hogwarts tomorrow. She is truly terrifying, Hermione murmured softly. Oh, are you two still in the room? Harry inquired, glancing at her and Neville. Why have you been silent for 10 minutes? We are aware that provoking the infamous temper of the Weasley family is ill-advised, Neville explained. You know, she sometimes genuinely reminds me of my grandmother, only more maternal. The infamous Weasley temper? Harry incredulously echoed. The 4 friends nodded in agreement, prompting Harry to chuckle. Folks, Mr. Weasley is one of the most even-tempered individuals I have ever encountered. The one who lost her temper was Mrs. Weasley, a member of the Pruitt family. So is it not a well-known trait of the Pruitt temperament? I suppose so, Neville conceded, appearing rather unbothered. The next day, at platform 9 3/4, Bill and Charlie were eagerly teasing their younger siblings, with the exception of Percy, who was preoccupied with embodying a responsible adult and engrossed in his work. This evidently indicated that Percy harbored disdain for his family, merely seeking an excuse to abandon them. I might see you sooner than you think, Charlie said with a grin, embracing Ginny in farewell. Why? Fred inquired eagerly. Are you returning to England for Christmas? Harry asked innocently. It's settled then, Charlie replied. After all, if it were for any other reason, I shouldn't disclose what is classified information until the Ministry of Magic deems it appropriate to announce. It's rather peculiar, isn't it? Why is this secret so significant? I mean, anyone with even a slight connection to the Ministry knows, yet Hogwarts students remain oblivious? Harry lamented. Charlie regarded him with curiosity. How do you know? I know everything, Harry asserted solemnly. I thought that was due to your scar, Hermione interjected. My scar is merely a part of me. Harry shrugged. Indeed, especially since you previously claimed you lacked any ability for divination, Hermione remarked. Stop nitpicking, Harry retorted, dismissing her indignant huff and turning to face the adult Weasley brothers. So you understand why I somewhat wish to return to Hogwarts this year, Bill stated, looking almost eager. Why? George asked impatiently. Perhaps because adult life is utterly dreadful, Harry speculated. However, considering he was a curse breaker, it puzzled him why Bill would still desire to return for Snape's exams. This year will be quite entertaining for you, Bill defended. I might even find time to come and visit. A little of what? Ron inquired. Neville shrugged. Who knows? Every year is exciting for Harry, and last year, no one genuinely wished to harm him, except for Professor Snape suggesting ideas to Sirius. This year should prove even more perilous. What is going on? Ginny asked, perplexed. It's Harry, Neville replied, as if that explained everything. And indeed it did. Thank you for having us, Mrs. Weasley, Hermione expressed. Yes, we appreciate everything you've done, Neville added. Oh, I am honored, dear, Mrs. Weasley said. Well, if it's Ron as friends, of course. She is delighted, Fred mumbled. But when we wish to invite others over, we always say we'll see, George interjected. Or when I want to invite friends. I might mention Ron as friends are about your age, where Luna lives just over the hill, Ginny added. The twins shot her an irate glance for disrupting their rhythm. Sorry, this is blatant favoritism, plain and simple, Fred scoffed. Absolutely right, Fred, George concurred. No, that is due to the fact that when Li Qiaodan visited last time, you blew up the house, Mrs. Weasley corrected. We merely caused a slight explosion, Fred insisted. And you did manage to repair within 5 minutes, George added. In any case, Mrs. Weasley sighed. I had intended to invite all of you for Christmas, but, well, I imagine you would prefer to remain at Hogwarts for various reasons. Oh, come on, Ron groaned, seeking out a cubicle. Does Mum know? She isn't even at the Ministry of Magic. Can't you just tell me what it is, Harry? I could, Harry agreed, but I would rather not. Aren't you going to let them know about the Triwizard Tournament? Luna's ethereal voice floated in from behind them. No, Harry replied cheerfully. What is the Triwizard Tournament? Hermione inquired, looking somewhat vexed at her lack of knowledge, while the others appeared to be well informed. It is a competition established 700 years ago among Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school selects a champion, and the 3 champions compete in 3 magical tasks. Every 5 years, the schools take turns hosting the tournament. However, several centuries ago, it was discontinued due to the high fatality rates, Neville explained. Fatalities? Hermione asked in horror. Well, Hermione, think about it. Even without any additional dangers, merely attending Hogwarts can be quite perilous. That's unfortunate, Hermione murmured. Thank goodness they canceled it. Did you not hear Luna's news? Harry queried. They are reinstating it. I trust Dumbledore possesses more sense than that, Hermione said skeptically. I wouldn't bet on it, Harry whispered. It's fine, Harry, Luna reassured him. One day, our reckless powers will become unbearable for her, and she must believe. I know, Harry nodded. I just hope that day is today. My father says Durmstrang is far wiser regarding dark magic than Hogwarts. Durmstrang students genuinely study dark magic. Rather than merely learning trivial defensive spells like we do, Draco remarked as he entered their compartment, flanked by his 2 loyal followers. However, my mother vehemently opposes it, stating that her son shall never don a Durmstrang uniform. I must admit, I somewhat understand her perspective. I mean, who wears fur these days? But just imagine how fascinating it would be to study various dark spells. So you believe Durmstrang would suit you, do you? Hermione retorted angrily. I wish you had left back then. That way, we wouldn't have to endure you. Draco raised an eyebrow. Granger, making an appearance again today? Are you upset because Durmstrang does not accept students of Muggle descent? No, it immunity naive. Durmstrang has a dreadful reputation, according to the European Magical Education Assessment. It places a high emphasis on dark magic. That reputation, ISN, T2 terrible, Neville pointed out. But the policy of not admitting Muggle-borns has indeed drawn criticism from some of the more moderate factions within the wizarding community. So, are you planning to enroll, Weasley? Draco inquired, his annoyance evident as the conversation turned to the school he did not choose. Are you hoping to earn some money? So you want to have to rely on Potter for everything? What are you talking about? Ron asked, bewildered. Don't you know? Draco appeared amused. Your father and your 3 brothers are all involved. How could you possibly be unaware? And you, Potter? After all, you never miss an opportunity to boast. Harry shrugged. Perhaps. I heard they're turning away anyone under 17 due to age restrictions, but I won't let that deter me. As for why they don't know, Luna tried to inform them, yet they dismissed her. It's strange, as she is often right. Because what I say sounds peculiar, Luna explained. In the words of my favorite cricketer, in a mad world, the rational appear to be mad as well. How do you know about the tournament? Ginny asked. Wait, do you believe Luna and Harry? Ron asked incredulously. Ginny nodded. I've known Luna for many years. Everyone knows the crazier Harry S words sound, the more accurate they are. Indeed, Neville acknowledged. Oh, my father knew long ago, Draco remarked nonchalantly. He heard it from Cornelius Fudge. That S against the rules. This matter was supposed to remain confidential until the announcement. Hermione protested. So what your father did, Malfoy, is wrong. Draco stared at her. Do you honestly expect me to care? You should, Hermione challenged. Draco chuckled. My father was accused of being a Death Eater after the Dark Lord's fall. That accusation resurfaces whenever someone dislikes him. As a wealthy and influential pureblood, many harbor disdain for him. Do you really think it matters that he informed me about some ridiculous tournament weeks in advance, compared to your father being labeled a terrorist? It should, Hermione reiterated. Whatever. Draco shook his head and departed the compartment, with Crabbe and Goyle silently trailing behind him. Do you think Goyle will ever speak? Harry idly wondered. What about Crabbe? Ron asked. I've always thought he looked dimmer. He may not be the brightest, but he is not that foolish, Harry admitted, recalling how he had once nearly met his demise due to a poorly executed curse. Is your scar prophecy resurfacing? Hermione questioned skeptically. Perhaps, Harry murmured. Hey, Luna. Ginny suddenly asked. Do you believe in Harry's mental scar? Oh no, the blonde girl shook her head. Then how do you explain why he always seems to know everything? Neville queried. Luna blinked. He evidently comes from the future. Hermione stared at her for a moment before bursting into laughter. That has even less likelihood than his scar being semi-sentient. Indeed, Harry said thoughtfully, glancing at Luna, for it could be akin to a Horcrux. Why do you say that? Ginny wondered. Well, how else can you explain it? Luna rationally questioned. Chapter 47, The Goblet of Fire. Is that to say you're Dennis Creevey? Harry inquired politely, his gaze resting upon Colin's younger brother. The lad had never truly forgiven him for Colin's demise, as he believed that had it not been for Harry's decision to engage in this battle, Colin would never have sneaked back to Hogwarts. Harry himself harbored doubts about that notion. Yet considering he had nearly completely disregarded Colin out of frustration while the latter had idolized him, the sense of guilt lingered within him. He had endeavored to treat Colin better, but he thought it wouldn't hurt to collaborate with Dennis a bit. Dennis eagerly nodded in affirmation. I fell off the boat on my way here. Colin said it was that giant squid that pushed me back. How splendid that tale is, Harry conceded. Of course, when I took the boat, it was a perfectly calm night without any drowning incidents. I imagine that would have been a much more enjoyable experience. But I cannot share it with others, for they do not care. However, you could use your story to frighten all the first years, keeping them on their toes for the next 6 years. Dennis's eyes widened with anticipation. That's brilliant. This is Harry Potter, Colin respectfully introduced. He might be a bit mad, but he is really cool. If you're ever bored, seek him out. Something exciting is bound to happen. As Harry pondered this, he returned to his seat, preferring it to being discovered due to his sinister facial scars. I sincerely hope this year's Gryffindors meet the standard, nearly headless Nick remarked casually. We wouldn't want to break our winning streak, would we? He paused. Of course, with Harry here, that seems unlikely, but one can't be overly confident, can one? I just want you to know that I truly despise you at this moment. Harry glared at the indifferent ghost, who appeared utterly unconcerned. If looks could petrify, the opening feast, of course, was resplendent, and Harry was wholly engrossed in its splendor when suddenly he heard Hermione scream in terror. Startled, he lifted his head just in time to hear Hermione exclaim, Are there house elves here? At Hogwarts? Indeed, Nick replied, seemingly astonished by her reaction. I believe this is the residence with the most in all of Britain. Over 100. I've never seen one, Hermione exclaimed. Well, they almost never come out of the kitchen during the day, do they? Nearly headless Nick stated. They emerge at night to clean and tend to the fire. You shouldn't see them, right? You are unaware of their presence, which is the hallmark of a good house elf, is it not? Hermione stared at him. But do they receive wages? She inquired. They have holidays, right? And sick leave, pensions and such? Neville's complexion began to pale. Hermione, be careful. What you're suggesting sounds very much like unionization. Hermione appeared somewhat bewildered, not understanding how that could be a negative thing, until she recalled the poor boy's Boggett. Oh, I'm sorry, she said apologetically. But don't they deserve some form of compensation for their labor? They have acquired additional work and accommodation, Ginny replied. They truly desire nothing more. Indeed, Dobby feels this way, Hermione insisted. Moreover, Dobby will receive compensation, Ron pointed out. Hermione glanced down at her nearly untouched plate, revulsed. And push it away. I refuse to engage in such menial labor, she declared. You know, it seemed there were no issues when you stayed with the Weasley family's house elf over the summer, Harry noted. Or did you consume only imported goods? Hermione blushed. That's different. What now? Ron inquired. I know your mother treats Dobby kindly, and she always appears happy, Hermione responded. Harry recognized that this would only exacerbate the already irksome situation. He wisely restrained himself from pointing out that Slughorn's apparent joy was likely a mere indication of indoctrination, of which Slughorn remained blissfully unaware. He countered, Do you genuinely believe Mrs. Weasley treats house elves better than Professor Dumbledore? Frankly, he employs Dobby and pays him a wage, one significantly higher than what Dobby would accept, compelling him to negotiate a lower rate. Other house elves could receive the same treatment if they wished. Hermione sniffed. Just because none of you care about social justice. We've discussed this, remember? Harry interrupted. One step at a time. A hunger strike will not hasten house elves' desire for freedom, and pushing for immediate liberation will only instill panic among them. Instead, you ought to investigate relevant laws and policies, striving to prohibit the corporal punishment of house elves, he suggested. Fine, Hermione said sharply, realizing Harry had a point, reluctantly picking up her fork. However, I must declare my dissatisfaction with this. Soon, Dumbledore rose, and Harry instinctively ceased to listen to the list of rules and lengthy announcements. It is with great regret that I must inform you that this year's Quidditch Cup will not be held, Dumbledore announced as Harry finally tuned back in. What? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone turned to stare at him, and he thought it best to take a chance. But my scar indicates that the Quidditch pitch will be occupied around March. The students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang attending the Triwizard Tournament certainly wouldn't want us to cancel our sole sporting event, would they? I mean, good grief. Crumb is a professional Quidditch player. A shocked silence fell, followed by a flurry of murmurs. Neville moaned. Harry Potter, Thunder Thief. Harry scoffed. You want to discuss Thunder Thief? What about him? He pointed toward the door, which was immediately flung open, revealing a figure reminiscent of Alastor Moody. Harry subtly nudged the twins sitting a few rows away. Hey, he whispered, I'm feeling a bit suspicious. Could you do me a favor and confirm whether that's really him? Fred and George exchanged glances and shrugged. Fred retrieved the Marauder's map from beneath the table, quietly uttered the password, scrutinized it for a moment, and then cleaned it. Indeed, it is he. Alastor Moody. Blast it. Harry cursed. George raised an eyebrow. Is that a bad thing? Harry shook his head. Quite the contrary. We relish the unexpected, Fred remarked. Well, I don't agree. Harry candidly replied. I prefer to impose order upon chaos. That's rather contradictory, George said, shaking his head in dismay. However, he may have uncovered something, Fred mused thoughtfully. Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Moody, Dumbledore announced with great enthusiasm. He paused for effect. Indeed, Hogwarts is honored to host the Triwizard Tournament this year. Mr. Potter has been so considerate to inform us all. Harry wagered that had it been anyone else, the old headmaster would have been irate. Yet, since it was Dumbledore, he genuinely seemed to appreciate Harry's thoughtfulness. Typical. Age restrictions? Fred groaned. What does he mean by age restrictions? It's truly for our benefit, Angelina replied with a smile. He glowered at her. You only say that because you're already 17. Angelina crossed her arms defiantly. There must be a way to circumvent the age limit, George insisted. We just have to find it. I know how to get past it. Harry interjected, and I intend to participate. After all, he thought. Since the third task presented a splendid opportunity for abduction, he reasoned that he was not altering the tournament itself, and the third task traditionally resembled a labyrinth. He still stood a chance of being chosen, so he might as well willingly engage. Moreover, as the anti-aging potion could not deceive the age line, since it could ascertain one's true age, it should reveal him to be in his 20s, allowing him to pass through smoothly. Evidently, they had not considered the possibility of barring both the overly aged and the underage from entry. However, he mused, since most potential entrants would likely attempt to enter, they wouldn't want to diminish opportunities by increasing applicants. Now, he had merely a month to devise a scheme to convince the Goblet of Fire that there was a fourth or fifth contender, contingent upon whether Voldemort's followers were still causing disturbances at the school. Yet, 3 champions from Hogwarts facing off against one from Beauxbatons and one from Durmstrang. Wouldn't he that insight? Everyone as higher? He vaguely hoped this wouldn't spark an international incident. If it did, well, that would certainly be preferable to igniting a Voldemort-related crisis. You know? Fred asked somewhat skeptically. What now? George inquired. Harry grinned with pride. All right. This is quite generous. For just 5 galleons, I would gladly allow anyone who wishes to enter. Spread the word. Harry had eagerly anticipated honing his divination skills. Thus he looked forward to his first divination class. Hermione had, of course, dropped out at the end of last year, but she was still enrolled in Muggle studies, so they were both utilizing a time turner, enabling them to attend an extra class. Good day, Professor Trelawney greeted them lightly, turning her attention to Harry, her favorite student. She may perhaps hold an affection for Luna, yet this Ravenclaw student opted not to enroll in the divination class, deeming it too mundane for phenomena as enigmatic as the inner eye. My dear, you carry a heavy heart, she lamented. My inner eye can see through your brave facade, revealing the anxious soul that lies within. Regrettably, Your apprehensions are not without foundation. I foresee that you are on the brink of confronting arduous times, indeed, exceedingly challenging ones. I worry that the fears you harbor may soon materialize, and possibly even more swiftly than you anticipate. I know, Harry replied with a somber nod. I just heard that Ludo Bagman will serve as the judge for the Triwizard Tournament. He wagered with the goblins that I would prevail. You have not even entered yet, Neville remarked. Bagman stands to gain quite a sum, Harry shrugged. So, regarding the notion that anyone can participate, might you allow me to enter the tournament? Ron inquired hopefully. I can assist you with your candidacy, Harry confirmed, as long as Hermione doesn't find out, for I would rather not endure her complaints about my alleged cheating. He shivered slightly. She might even report me. What a drag, Ron agreed. Well then, I shall secure you 5 galleons next month. Don't think of giving me a discount, for I already owe you quite enough. Agreed, Harry replied. Neville? Another boy scoffed. Come on. Why would I compete against the likes of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang? Because you're foolish? Harry inquired. Neville glared at him. Oh, I didn't mean you personally, Harry quickly retorted. What I mean is that's why all those who are in T6th years, like that pair of twins who nearly got eliminated, wish to participate. They are merely after the prize money, perhaps some notoriety. They do not contemplate the prospect of competing against the finest, nor the possibility of losing their lives in the process. My dear, am I not correct? Were you born in winter? Trelawney's voice interrupted their conversation. Harry's voice trailed off. I was personally born in July, but my scar came to be on December 31st. I thought your scar was inflicted on Halloween, Lavender said, puzzled. Oh no, Harry corrected her. I just received it then. So it wasn't a birth? Dean raised an eyebrow in confusion. No, it was born on New Year's Eve. Harry reiterated in frustration. Are you all not listening? We certainly are, Parvati assured him. You simply make no sense. What is so difficult to comprehend? Harry asked. My scar was left on New Year's Eve, but was inflicted on Halloween. It seems rather straightforward. You know what? Seamus remarked. Never mind. I can see this is not worth it. What a downer, Harry muttered bitterly. I can hardly believe we have so much homework, all because Trelawney cannot take a joke. You told Lavender you wanted to see her backside, Neville pointed out. What were you expecting? Hermione, hastily stuffing food into her mouth, abruptly raised her head. What did he say? Oh, don't start, Ron said irritably. She has already put a hex on me. That is undoubtedly what you deserve, Harry candidly informed him. You know, in the Muggle world, this constitutes sexual harassment, and you would attract a myriad of legal troubles. It was merely a jest, Ron exclaimed. Utterly foolish, Neville stated bluntly. Ginny, having heard of the incident from Parvati, expressed her desire to do you harm as well. Oh dear, Ron groaned, burying his head in his arms. I must take my leave, Hermione announced as she rose. I am heading to the library. I thought you had no homework, Neville remarked in surprise. I am uncertain. It's something else, Hermione replied ambiguously as she made her way toward the exit. Hermione, I should warn you, I registered the Spew Grammar Organization trademark over the summer. Harry called out behind her. She paused, appearing somewhat disheartened. Did you truly do that? Why? I founded a grammar Nazi organization aimed at preventing the misuse of language. Harry elucidated. Shouldn't it be the SPEW Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare? Now, it's merely Spew, a grammar organization, Hermione pointed out. I fashioned protection with Harry grinned, finding it quite ironic. And the grammar Nazis responded favorably to this? Hermione could scarcely believe it. Harry shrugged. It bears the name Harry Potter. Why not? Hermione merely shook her head and stormed off in frustration. As soon as she departed, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan rushed toward them. Moody, how cool is he? Fred inquired eagerly. We checked, and Moody is still as he was, George added. We caught him this afternoon, Lee informed Harry, Ron, and Neville. How was he? Harry asked curiously. Although he had never been taught by Moody, he was intrigued to learn how similar their teaching styles were compared to Barty Crouch's. The 3 older boys exchanged a knowing glance. I've never attended such a class, Fred said mysteriously. He knows, mate, Lee remarked. He understands what it feels like to do this out there, George stated, his voice filled with awe. He has seen it all, Fred said. Truly remarkable, Lee concluded. So he founded an evil organization? Harry innocently inquired.